The Feral Strain. Chapter 1. Bad Feet. Before the killing started, the end of the world arrived in small ways that most people could explain away. It came in headlines read too fast over weak coffee. It came in half-heard arguments on AM radio while men fixed fences and women counted jars in pantries. It came in the kind of rumor that seemed too ugly and too stupid to be true, which was usually the exact reason people tried so hard to laugh at it. Overseas feed had been sprayed with something to make it keep longer on ships. Farmers who had already taken one bad season after another bought it because they could afford it or because they could not afford not to. A few calves staggered. A few hogs snapped at each other through metal rail. Chickens tore at their own feathers until the ground looked like somebody had split open a pillow over frozen dirt. Men from state agencies came and said the right words in the right order. They spoke about caution and testing and temporary containment. They put on clean boots and left in clean trucks. Then the videos started spreading. A cow in southern Idaho slammed its skull against a corral post until the wood broke and blood slicked its face. Goats in eastern Oregon leaped at a ranch hand and stripped the sleeve from his coat. A man in Nebraska filmed 3 dogs killing a steer that should have flattened them, and the comments under the video filled with jokes for 3 hours before the jokes turned into prayers and then into silence. People stopped trusting meat before any official order told them to stop. Grocery cases emptied. Milk vanished first, then eggs, then flour and canned beans and baby formula. By the time the government admitted something had gone wrong, every town in America was already carrying the hard, ugly smell of fear. North of Twin Falls, on a piece of land that had more rock than rich soil and more history than money, Clayton Mills spent the first weeks of the crisis doing what he had always done when trouble moved in. He worked. At dawn he hauled buckets, checked the fence line, watched the tree line, and listened. Listening had become as important as any chore on the farm. The old sound still existed. Wind still moved through dry grass. A hinge still complained when the barn door opened. A horse still stamped at flies. But other sounds had crept into the edges of the day. A nervous rustle that lasted too long in the brush. Sharp barks in the distance that did not rise and fall like dogs playing. Birds that gathered in numbers too large for the season and then took off all at once, like something on the ground had terrified them. Clay noticed everything. Papa said that was the good part of being raised half by a farmer and half by a soldier's ghost. A man who learned to pay attention could last through things that killed louder, faster people. He was 21, broad across the shoulders, strong in the hands, and still carrying the raw, unfinished edges of youth in the places where grief had not sanded him down yet. He wore his father's old field jacket when the mornings turned sharp. The cuffs were frayed, the zipper caught unless it was worked slow, and the right shoulder still held a faded patch from a unit Clay could name before he could shave. The jacket hung on him differently than it had on the man who first wore it. Clay was taller through the chest and leaner through the waist, but every time he pulled it on he felt steadier. It reminded him that a Mills man did not get to choose whether the world was fair. He only got to choose what he did next. Papa came out of the shed carrying a toolbox in one hand and a battery lantern in the other, though the sun had already climbed high enough to burn pale gold across the fields. He was in his 70s and still moved with the stubborn purpose of somebody who had never once believed old age gave him permission to be soft. "You done staring at the trees?" he asked. "Or are you fixing to marry them?" Clay glanced over. "Maybe they do not. Trees don't argue much." "Then you ain't found the right trees." Papa set the toolbox by the back tire of the old Ford and pointed with his chin. "Bring the jack. Rear left looks low again." Clay crossed the yard and crouched near the tire. "That seal's not going to hold forever." "Neither am I. We still keep moving until one of us gives up." From the porch, Nana called that if they talked less and worked more she might get breakfast on the table before supper. Her voice had not changed much with age. It still carried. It still cut through morning air clean as a church bell. Clay looked toward the house and felt the now familiar ache of gratitude. The farmhouse was not grand and never had been. White paint peeled from the siding. 2 windows had been reinforced with interior boards after a rabid coyote threw itself against the glass a week earlier. The roof over the kitchen sagged a little where winter snow had sat too long 2 years back. None of it mattered. Home did not have to look strong to be strong. Inside, Nana had turned scarcity into discipline without letting it become misery. Shelves in the pantry held jars of peaches, green beans, beets, tomatoes, pickled okra, pears, and enough canned meat from old, safer seasons to stretch meals if they were careful. Flour and rice were rationed with the kind of sternness that stopped arguments before they began. Water got boiled even when it came up clear. Every cloth sack and glass bottle was washed and saved. She had become ruthless in the quiet, practical way that made a household survive. At the table, she served biscuits made smaller than they used to be, gravy thinned just enough to make it reach, and strips of fried potato crisped in a cast-iron skillet that had belonged to her mother. Clay ate slowly because Nana watched for that now. When the crisis first hit, he ate like someone trying to outrun bad news. Now he knew every extra bite stolen in panic was a bite taken from a later day. The radio sat on the counter beside the sink, its antenna repaired twice with wire and once with prayer. A morning host out of Boise was reading updates in a careful voice that sounded like a man trying not to alarm his listeners, and failing anyway. Federal agricultural officials continue to deny contamination of staple crops, but unrest spread last night through parts of Nevada, Washington, and Northern California after new footage appeared online alleging chemical treatment at overseas storage sites. Authorities are urging citizens to remain indoors unless travel is essential. There are confirmed attacks involving domestic animals in. Papa crossed the room and turned the volume down, not off. Nobody turned it off anymore. Silence felt too much like ignorance, and ignorance had become expensive. Confirmed attacks, he muttered. That's one way to say a goat bit a deputy's face off. Nana gave him a look. Not at breakfast. It's always breakfast, Ruth. It is when I say it is. Clay hid a smile and looked down at his plate. This was what had kept him upright since the world started cracking. The rhythm of them. Papa rough as old cedar, Nana steady as stone, both of them unwilling to surrender dignity just because panic had moved into the nation like smoke under a door. After they ate, Clay checked the chicken coop even though they had culled most of the flock already. What remained were 6 hens Nana refused to give up on, and 1 rooster mean enough to challenge God on a clear day. The birds seemed calmer than they had a week earlier, but calm was no longer proof of safety. It could just mean exhaustion before violence. Clay scattered feed and watched their eyes, their neck movement, the way they shifted on their feet. He had learned the signs. The infected animals carried a terrible restlessness, as if their bodies were being driven harder than muscle and bone were built to endure. Their focus changed too. Healthy animals watched the world. The sick ones fixed on it. He headed for the backfield after that, rifle in hand, binoculars around his neck. Beyond the pasture, the land rolled out toward scrub and stone, then farther toward pockets of brush and thin trees that could hide deer, coyotes, or worse. The mountains beyond were blue under the morning haze. He had loved that view his whole life. Lately, it looked like a place something hungry could come from. A mule deer buck stood near the fence line, motionless except for one ear flicking. Clay froze. The animal was too close to the house and too still for comfort. Through the binoculars, he saw dried foam around its mouth. One antler had snapped near the base, as if it had rammed something hard enough to break itself. Its hide was scarred along the neck. It turned its head toward him, and even at that distance he could feel the wrongness in it. Wildness was not the same thing as madness. This was not an animal thinking about escape or dominance or hunger. This was an animal stripped down to one blazing urge to reach and tear. Clay lowered the binoculars and stepped backward without hurry. He did not run because prey ran. He did not shout because noise drew attention. He moved until he was inside the gate, then latched it and called for Papa. They brought the tractor around as a barrier and put the deer down from behind the heavy metal frame. Even then it charged. It covered ground with a horrible, lunging power, front legs striking the earth in stiff, jolting steps. Clay fired once and missed high. Papa's shot broke the shoulder. Clay's second round took it through the skull. They stood in the ringing quiet afterward, both breathing hard. Papa spat in the dirt. Used to be I'd have called that meat. Clay looked at the animal lying crooked in the grass. Now it's just trouble. Together, they dragged it farther from the house with chains and the tractor, leaving it for scavengers they hoped would have enough sense to stay gone. When Clay washed his hands in a bucket on the porch, Nana pressed a towel into his grip and searched his face. "You all right?" "Yes, ma'am." That was a lie, but it was a polite one. He let out a breath. "I'm fine enough." She touched his cheek with fingers roughened by years of work. That is sometimes the best a person gets. By evening, the wind shifted and brought smoke from somewhere miles off. Not a cooking fire. Too much of it. Too broad and bitter. Clay stood on the porch with the rifle across his arms and watched the horizon stain orange under gathering dark. Somewhere out there, another family was losing a barn or a field or a home. Somewhere else, someone was trying to explain to a child why the world no longer made promises it could keep. Inside the house, Nana lit 2 lanterns and set them on the table because electricity had become unreliable after the first riots damaged transmission lines south of town. The glow warmed the kitchen and made the windows into black mirrors. Clay hated black windows now. They turned a house into a thing floating blind in darkness. After supper, Papa laid an old road atlas open on the table, weighted the corners with salt and a coffee mug, and marked circles around back roads with a carpenter's pencil. "If we ever have to move," he said, "we don't take the highway unless there's no choice." Nana looked up from shelling dried beans into a bowl. "You finally ready to admit that might happen?" "I was ready last week. I just didn't want to say it in front of the boy." Clay snorted. "I'm sitting right here." "Then hear it proper." Papa tapped the map. "If this place stops being defensible, we go south by the county roads. Cut around Twin if we can, and keep clear of any crowd large enough to start thinking it owns the road." "You think people will get that bad?" Clay asked. Papa's face settled into a hard, tired calm. "People get bad when fear tells them there won't be enough tomorrow. That part ain't new." The radio crackled again, voice fading in and out beneath static. Another farm torched outside Pocatello. National Guard convoy delayed. Emergency clinics overwhelmed. Citizens advised to remain sheltered. Clay watched the lantern light bend across the map and felt the world narrowing around them, not all at once, but notch by notch, until a farmhouse in Idaho had become its own country with its own laws and its own thin border against the dark. He did not know then that the border was already broken. He only knew the night had teeth in it. Chapter 2. What the radio would not say. The next morning started with a scream from the goat pen. Not a human scream. Something worse in its own way. It had the high, tearing pitch of an animal in pain and the raw force of an engine over-revved past sense. Clay came off the porch before Papa even called his name. By the time he reached the pen, one of their nannies had launched itself against the wire so hard its horns twisted between the metal squares. The goat yanked free skin from its own neck, trying to get loose. Another goat slammed into it from the side, eyes rolling white, teeth working at empty air. "Back up," Papa said sharply from behind him. Clay obeyed, rifle halfway raised, but Nana was already there too, apron still on, face gone pale and hard. "That one was fine last night," she said. The word stung because everybody in America had said some version of them during the last month. He was fine yesterday. They were all right this morning. The milk smelled normal. The dog had only been acting strange for a few hours. In the new world, normal could vanish between breaths. Papa fired first. The shot cracked across the yard and sent the remaining animals in the barn into frantic noise. Clay dropped the second goat when it came at the gate, head low, foam stringing from its mouth. They stood together afterward, not saying much. The smell of hot blood and dust clung to the air. "We're done with goats," Papa said at last. Nana closed her eyes for a second, then opened them again. "Then we're done." There was no speech, no ceremony. Clay helped Papa bury the carcasses in a pit well away from the well house and garden. The whole time he kept thinking of the first years after his father disappeared overseas, how losses back then had seemed to come with distance and delay. An officer at the door. A folded flag. Words chosen carefully so a family could break in a civilized way. This crisis did not believe in distance. It climbed fences and broke glass and dragged death into the yard before sunrise. When the pit was filled, Clay shoveled the last layer of dirt smooth and leaned on the handle. How much livestock is left around us? Some still stand. Papa wiped his face with a red rag. Not as much as there was. Anybody close enough to worry about? Papa looked toward the neighboring ridge as if he might be able to see through it. Miller Place had cattle. Jensen kept hogs. Old Man Dalrymple had 3 dogs mean as deputies and a mule he loved more than his own children. Hard to know what's still standing and what's not. Folks don't travel now unless they've lost what they had. The radio delivered more of the country in fragments. The announcers sounded tired, their voices worn down by repetition and the pressure of telling ugly truth without causing a wider panic than the truth itself. Hospitals in Boise had stopped admitting anyone with bites or scratches from aggressive animals unless there was armed security on site. A feed distributor was under federal investigation. Ports were restricted. Several grocery chains had shuttered locations after crowds broke doors and trampled employees trying to get canned food and infant formula. Nobody spoke about order being restored anymore. They spoke about stabilizing zones, securing corridors, triaging resources, all the cold language people used when admitting a fire was too large to put out at once. Clay spent that afternoon boarding the remaining vulnerable windows in the house. Papa handed him cut planks, and Nana passed up nails from a coffee tin while pretending she was not noticing the way each hammer strike made both men flinch. The house darkened room by room as the boards went up inside the frames. Light still came through the narrow seams, but not enough to make a person feel safe. It felt instead like living inside a shut box and hoping whatever hunted outside would lose interest. During a break, Clay sat on the porch step and cleaned his rifle on an old towel. The motions were familiar enough to steady him. His father had taught him the basics young, not with bragging or hardness, but with quiet seriousness. A tool is honest, his father had said once, guiding Clay's small hands through the pieces of a different weapon at a different table in a different life. It only does what the person using it tells it to do. You stay honest with it, and it may keep you alive. Clay could barely hear the exact sound of his father's voice anymore. That hurt more than the memories he still had. He remembered the shape of the man, the size, the easy strength, the laugh that always started in the chest before it reached the mouth. He remembered sitting on the porch rail and watching him leave in uniform, one duffel over a shoulder, turning back once to grin and tell Clay to mind his grandparents. Clay had believed in return then because children always did. He had believed wars were places men visited before coming home older and worth admiring. He had not yet learned that sometimes the world simply took and kept. Papa came out with 2 mugs of coffee, one for himself and one for Clay, though Clay's had more milk than coffee and both of them knew it. He settled onto the step with a grunt. You've been thinking dark all afternoon. Clay kept his eyes on the rifle bolt. Seems like the afternoon for it. That isn't an answer. Clay set the cloth down. You ever get angry that he went? Papa sipped before answering. Every time I let myself. But you were proud too. I was. Papa stared across the yard. Still am. Those 2 things do not cancel each other out. Clay turned that over. Sometimes I think if he'd stayed, maybe Nana would laugh more. Maybe you'd sleep without waking up every few hours. Maybe I wouldn't feel like I'm trying to guess what a man should be from stories. Papa gave a low breath that might have become a laugh in kinder times. Boy, all men are built from stories. Some are lucky enough to learn from the living while they still can, and some have to piece it together from the dead. That don't make the lesson less real. Clay looked at him. And did I piece it together right? Papa's gaze shifted, sharp and steady. You get up. You do the work in front of you. You protect what is yours without swaggering about it. You tell the truth when it matters. You do not leave fear in charge of your hands. You loved your grandparents enough to stay when half the young men around here wanted to run for some city they imagined would save them. That sounds like a man to me. The knot in Clay's chest eased a little. Not gone. Nothing really left anymore. Not all the way. But eased. Near dusk, they heard an engine, and all 3 of them froze. Vehicles had become rare enough that each one meant possibility and danger in equal measure. Clay moved to the front window with the rifle. Papa took the side hall that gave him a narrower angle on the road. Nana blew out one lantern and stepped back from the kitchen light. The pickup that rolled by was not local. Too clean in places, too muddy in others. For men in the bed, one with a shotgun across his knees. None of them looked toward the house for long, but they looked long enough. Clay waited until the truck vanished past the cottonwoods before he lowered the rifle. "You think looters?" he asked. "Maybe so," Papa said. "They are scouts," Nana said, and both men looked at her. She stood straight, hands folded in front of her apron as if she were discussing weather. "Men who travel that careful aren't lost and aren't desperate yet. Desperate men rush." Those men were measuring. Papa's jaw set. "Then they can measure all they like from the road." That night they ate in near darkness. Nana used only one lantern and set it behind a flour sack so the light would stay low. Wind rattled the loose piece of gutter by the back porch. Somewhere far off a dog barked once and then cut off mid-sound. Later, after the dishes were stacked and the doors barred, Clay took first watch from the front room while Papa lay down on the cot he had dragged near the hallway. Nana slept in her chair for an hour before Clay convinced her to go to bed. He watched the black windows and listened to the house settle. Several times he thought about the men in the truck and the way they had scanned the property. The farm was not rich, but scarcity changed the math of worth. A box of shells, a half sack of flour, a clean blanket, a running vehicle, even the rumor of a stocked cellar could make violent men feel entitled. Around midnight, the radio hissed to life with enough volume to make him jump. He crossed the room in 3 strides and lowered it, then listened. Some operator farther south was relaying distress calls and route warnings. A bridge east of Burley was jammed with abandoned cars. A church shelter had gone quiet after birds got in through the bell tower. A family near Jerome begged anyone listening for antibiotics, formula, and help with something scratching under their house. Then a different voice broke through, female, calm in that strained way that meant fear was being held by force. "If anyone is still monitoring civilian channels in southern Idaho, this is Dr. Harper Bell at the South Ridge Bioag Field Lab. We have partial data, possible viable response pathways, and not enough support staff to keep the site secure. If this reaches anyone with transportation or access to law enforcement, answer on Channel 6. Repeat, answer on Channel 6. Static swallowed the rest. Clay stared at the radio. Papa had risen without him noticing. What was that? Clay turned the dial back and forth, heart hitting hard. A woman. A doctor in South Idaho. She said they might have a response. A response isn't a cure. Clay kept listening. No, but it's more than anybody else has. Papa's face, lined and worn in the weak light, gave away little. South is a long drive. I know. Roads may be empty, but empty does not mean safe. I know that too. Another burst of static rolled through, then the same voice, weaker this time. Harper Bell, trapped and low on supplies, with a possible vaccine pathway if she could keep the equipment running and get the right support. Clay did not understand most of the scientific terms, but one possibility rose above all the others. Maybe a vaccine. Hope could be dangerous. Papa had said that once during a drought when neighbors started buying miracle seed from a man who looked too pleased with himself. But hopelessness could kill a person slower and deeper than a bullet. Clay felt both truths at once, and in the middle of them something hard settled into place. Nana stepped into the room with her robe pulled tight against her, silver hair loose over her shoulders. I heard voices. Clay looked from her to Papa and back again. There's a lab south of here. A woman says they might be close to something real. Nana studied him in a way only she could, as if she could see the decision growing before he spoke it. You're thinking about going, she said. He did not lie to her. Yes, ma'am. Outside. Something brushed against the porch rail and kept moving, claws or nails or bare branches scraped by wind. All 3 of them listened until the sound faded. Then Nana nodded once, very small, and said the words that made the house feel suddenly larger and lonelier at the same time. Then if that day comes, we will not waste it pretending you are a child. Chapter 3. Glass and Fire. The day before the house burned down was almost peaceful, which later felt like a personal insult. Wind moved warm out of the south and carried the smell of dry earth instead of smoke. The sky came up clean. Nothing hit the fences. Nothing screamed in the brush. Clay fixed a hinge on the barn, sharpened 2 hatchets, and inventoried the ammo cabinet with Papa while Nana worked through her pantry like a general preparing for a siege. They told each other it was good to use the quiet. They did not say what all of them were thinking, which was that quiet had become suspicious. They answered Harper's call shortly after noon. The CB had to be cajoled into cooperation. Clay adjusted the antenna from the porch roof while Papa fed him directions through the open window, and Nana stood below with one hand shading her eyes as if that might help the signal. The first two attempts brought only a howl of static and fragments of conversations from truckers long gone or people too frightened to keep their words straight. The third attempt caught her. "This is Clay Mills north of Twin Falls," he said, voice tighter than he wanted. "Dr. Harper Bell, do you copy?" A burst of static. Then, faint but clear enough, "I copy. Say again your location." He repeated it. She asked how many were with him, what kind of vehicle he had, and whether he was alone in the area. Her voice did not sound like the voices on television briefings or emergency broadcasts. It sounded like a tired woman forcing her mind to stay useful, because panic would be a luxury she could not afford until she was dead. There was no room for gentle introductions. She explained in clipped, careful terms that the lab where she was trapped had been built to study agricultural pathogens and blood-borne contamination in livestock. When the feed crisis turned violent, most of the staff had either fled or died on the road. She stayed because she had data, test materials, and a theory she could not let vanish. She believed the transformed disease process moved through animals with terrifying speed, but she also believed the early fatalities in people came from a secondary effect carried by saliva and blood exposure rather than airborne spread. That was why bites and scratches killed so reliably. The agent passed fast and savage, overturning the body from the inside. "Can you stop it?" Clay asked. There was a long pause before she answered. "I think I can interrupt it. I am not promising miracles. I am telling you I am closer than anyone else I know." Papa took the microphone then, asking the practical questions. How many days of food? How many entrances to the lab? What kind of equipment would need to be moved if they got there? Whether she had a way to defend herself. Harper answered without dramatics. She was down to enough food for perhaps 3 days if she cut portions smaller. The lower service door had held so far. The generator fuel was limited. Ammunition was not. She had a pistol, a 12-gauge, and no illusions about how long either would matter if a large enough group of infected animals breached the lab. When the signal weakened, she said something that stayed with Clay the rest of the day. "If you come, do not come because you think I need saving. Come because if this work survives, a lot of people who are hiding right now might get a chance to walk outside again." The transmission died after that. Clay sat staring at the radio, hearing only static and the beat of his own blood. Papa folded his arms. "She talks like somebody worth the drive." Nana was at the stove, though nothing was cooking. "Worth the drive does not mean worth losing you." Clay looked at her and felt the child in him rise, the part that wanted permission to stay where walls were familiar and every room smelled like family. But another part had already started turning toward the road. Maybe it was his father in him. Maybe it was simple stubbornness. Maybe it was the unbearable thought of hearing a voice ask for help and spending the rest of his life knowing he did nothing. "I can't sit here if there's a chance," he said softly. Nana held his gaze for several seconds, then nodded once and went back to slicing carrots for supper as if the matter had been settled not with emotion but with mathematics. The rest of the afternoon turned into preparation. Clay packed a canvas go bag with the kind of thoroughness Papa demanded and Nana quietly improved. He started with ammunition, a cleaning kit, 2 changes of clothes, work gloves, a hand-crank flashlight, batteries, a poncho, matches sealed in a tin, and his father's field knife. Nana added rolled socks, gauze, alcohol, soap, salt packets, hard candy, and 3 pairs of thick underwear because, as she informed him, men in stories always forgot the things that mattered and then acted brave about being uncomfortable. Clay laughed harder than he expected, and for a few minutes the world almost felt normal again. He packed food next. Granola bars, a few meal packets, crackers and wax paper, peanut butter, dried apples. Not enough, which was the truth of almost everything now. The old Ford would need fuel too, and though they still had several drums in the shed, Papa reminded him that fuel was no different from food now. Once it ran out, desperation took over the arithmetic. Near evening, Clay climbed to the second floor to pull a wool blanket and extra boots from the cedar chest at the end of the hall. The upstairs had always been quieter than the rest of the house, but now it felt deserted in advance, as if the rooms had already accepted they would soon be empty or ruined. In his old room, a faded baseball glove still sat on the shelf by the bed. On the wall above the desk hung a framed photo of his father in uniform beside Papa in younger years and Nana standing between them with one hand on each shoulder. Clay lifted the frame and looked at the faces. His father's grin was broad and careless. Papa looked uncomfortable in a collared shirt. Nana looked like the person who had made both men stand there until the picture was taken right. Clay touched the edge of the frame. "Don't let me mess this up," he murmured, not sure which of them he was speaking to. At supper they did not talk about the journey much. They talked instead about ordinary things with too much care, which made each topic feel precious. Nana complained about the carrots being stringy. Papa said the weather would turn within 2 days because his knee had started cursing him. Clay mentioned the left rear tire again, and Papa said a tire with good sense would hold together at least long enough to get them all into trouble. Their conversation moved around the real fear in the room without touching it directly, like people skirting a grave in the dark because naming it made it wider. Afterward, Nana insisted on pie. "We are not saving it for better times," she said when Papa raised a brow. "This is exactly when pie is called for." They ate peach pie from jars Nana had put up the previous summer. The fruit was softer than fresh peaches and sweeter than anything Clay had tasted in weeks. He watched the two people who had raised him and tried not to count all the ways a farewell could hide inside an ordinary evening. Night came on without moonlight. Clouds moved in thick, cutting off the stars. Wind rose hard enough to tap the siding with loose twigs. Clay took first watch again. Papa sat up with him for the first hour, cleaning a revolver that no longer shone because polish had become a waste of time. Nana dozed in the chair until he and Papa both bullied her toward bed. "Wake me if anything changes," she said. "We'll wake you if the president comes to supper," Papa answered. She sniffed. "Then let him wait until morning." Around 11, the house settled into the strained stillness of people pretending they might sleep. Clay kept the lantern low and listened to the radio at a whisper. No new calls. No Harper. The air in the front room had turned warm and close. He nearly rose to crack a window before remembering that windows had become invitations. The first bat hit the glass so hard the whole pane shuddered. Clay jerked upright, rifle half raised. For a second, he thought it was a thrown stone. Then another impact came at the kitchen window. Then a third from upstairs. Fast, wet, chaotic. Wings battered glass in a furious rhythm unlike anything he had ever heard. "Papa, look out," he shouted. The next second, the front window burst inward. A black blur exploded into the room. Then another and another behind it. Not one bat, but a whole churning swarm with red slick mouths and frantic bodies that flew as if pain itself was steering them. Clay fired on instinct. The shot inside the house deafened him and blew one animal apart, but two more hit his shoulder and cheek before he could duck. Tiny claws skated across his skin and fabric. He slammed the rifle stock upward and felt bone crack under it. From the hallway, Nana screamed. Papa roared her name. Every window on the first floor seemed to break at once. Glass sprayed across the kitchen. Lantern light flashed wild as wings hammered through it. A bat struck the hanging lamp over the table and sent it swinging. Another caught in Nana's hair and bit at her scalp until she tore it loose with both hands. Clay lunged toward her, batting creatures from her shoulders, boots crushing two on the floor. Papa came in from the hall firing the revolver one-handed, the muzzle flashes turning the room into violent snapshots. Blood streaked the wall. Feathers from a burst cushion floated in the air with shattered glass and ash from the stove. Then one of the bats slammed the lantern off the sideboard. It fell, shattered, and the spilled fuel caught at once. Flame raced across the rug in a bright crawling sheet. The curtain over the sink ignited so fast it looked like it had been waiting all its life for an excuse. Heat hit Clay's face. More bats circled through the smoke, crazed by light, striking walls and bodies and open flame alike. "Get out!" Papa shouted. Clay grabbed Nana by the arm. She stumbled, one hand pressed to the side of her neck where blood had already started sliding through her fingers. Papa seized the other side, and together they dragged her toward the back door as fire climbed the wall behind them. The hallway filled with smoke. Something crashed upstairs. Clay thought wildly of the cedar chest, the photo frame, the life of objects that had seemed permanent and suddenly meant nothing. A bat hit his forehead hard enough to make stars burst across his vision. He tore it away and felt teeth scrape skin near his hairline without breaking deep. Papa kicked the back door open. Cold air blasted in. For one impossible second, Clay thought they would make it. Then Nana cried out. Another bat had latched onto the inside of her forearm, where her robe sleeve had fallen back. Papa crushed it against the door frame with the revolver butt, but the damage was done. The bite bled bright and immediate. Nana stared at it once, then at Clay, and in that look he saw she understood the arithmetic of this world as clearly as anyone alive. "No, wait," he said, before she even spoke. "Clay, no, damn it." Smoke rolled over them in a dark wave. Papa shoved him through the doorway, so hard he nearly fell into the yard. Nana came after, coughing, one arm clutched to her chest. They staggered toward the barn, while behind them the kitchen windows burst outward with heat. Fire had reached the front room now. Through the open doorway, Clay could see the table where they had eaten pie less than an hour earlier collapsing beneath a rain of sparks. At the barn, Papa leaned Nana against the wall and turned back toward the house. "What are you doing?" Clay yelled. "The gear," Papa barked. "Truck keys, guns, the medical box, fuel vouchers. If the house goes, you go with more than the shirt on your back." Clay grabbed his arm. "It's too hot." Papa's eyes flashed. "Then I'll move fast." He ran before Clay could stop him. Clay wanted to follow. Nana caught his sleeve with surprising strength. Her face had gone gray under soot and lantern smoke. Blood ran down her wrist in a dark line. "Listen to me," she said, every word a labor. "If you go in there and both of you die, then all of this ends right here." Clay dropped to his knees in front of her. "You're going to be all right." That lie was worse than the last one he told her. They both knew it. From inside the house came a crash, and then another, followed by the deep coughing blast of something big giving way. Clay could only stand there and watch the roofline pulse orange. Papa emerged through the smoke carrying 2 rifles, the medical box, and the old canvas case with road maps and documents. He had the truck keys clamped in his teeth. One sleeve was burning at the cuff. Clay rushed forward and smothered it with his bare hands. Papa shoved the gear into his arms. "To the barn," he said, voice rough. Right now. They had barely reached Nana when the front half of the house exhaled a shower of sparks into the night. A beam collapsed. The fire changed sound then, turning from a room fire to a structure fire, deeper and hungrier, a great wooden beast feeding on years. They got the barn doors shut and dropped the crossbar. The horses inside were wild-eyed and stomping. Clay helped Papa cut them loose from their stalls because there was no point letting them burn trapped if the flames jumped. One bolted out through the side door when they cracked it. The other kicked through a loose board and vanished into the dark beyond the pasture. By then Nana's breathing had become shallow. Papa sank down beside her on a bale of hay, chest heaving, soot pasted to the sweat on his face. He tried to speak steadily, but the tremor in him was too large. "I should have boarded every window," he said. Nana managed the smallest ghost of her old expression. "And I should have married somebody younger and easier to train." The laugh he made broke into a cough. Clay knelt beside them, hands useless in his lap, as the house where every important thing in his life had happened burned itself into ruin just yards away. He did not yet realize the fire had only started taking from him. Chapter 4. The barn before dawn. Papa's hands started shaking before the pain hit him. Clay noticed it when he tried to help Nana drink from a canteen, and Papa reached to steady the cup. His fingers trembled so badly water spilled down Nana's chin. At first Clay thought it was shock. Then Papa hissed through his teeth when he shifted against the hay bale, and Clay saw the truth. The front of Papa's shirt had burned through in places. Angry red skin ran from collarbone to lower ribs on his left side, where he must have caught the heat inside the house. Some spots were blistering already. Others looked wet and raw in a way that turned Clay's stomach cold. "Let me see," Clay said. Papa waved him off. "She first." Nana heard that and gave Papa the same look she had given him for most of Clay's life, whenever he thought stubbornness counted as wisdom. She lowered the canteen. "Take your shirt off, Henry," I said. And I said take it off before I pull it off and shame you in front of the boy. Even now, with death sitting in the barn like a fourth person, she could still command a room. Clay opened the medical box with clumsy hands. Most of what they had was meant for cuts, fever, and ordinary accidents. Gauze, tape, salve, burn cream that would not be nearly enough, alcohol, a thermometer, and pills. None of it matched what the night had become. He stripped Papa's shirt away carefully. Papa clenched his jaw, but did not make a sound beyond one long, rough breath. Clay spread burn cream where he could and covered the worst areas with clean gauze. His hands remembered old first aid lessons from Papa and his father, but memory felt small against the scale of this. Fix a sprain. Stop bleeding. Cool a burn. Keep a head clear. Nobody had taught him what to do when everything was fatal, and all you had left was the duty of making it less cruel. Nana sat with her back to the wall, robe fallen open at one shoulder, gray hair streaked black with soot. The bite on her forearm looked obscene in its neatness. 2 punctures and torn skin around them. Not large, not dramatic, far too small to have the right to decide her future. Clay cleaned it anyway while she watched him. "It'll still need tending," she said gently, "even if it doesn't matter in the end." He nodded because his throat would not let words through. Outside the barn, the farmhouse cracked and sighed as sections gave way. Sparks drifted through gaps in the boards like red insects. The fire painted the loft rafters with a restless orange glow. The smell of smoke soaked everything. Clay knew the blaze would draw attention. Maybe people, maybe animals, maybe both. And yet he could not bring himself to care. Not for that first hour. Not while his whole world sat on hay and tried to speak around pain. Papa leaned his head back against the wall. "How bad is it?" Clay did not answer right away. "That bad, huh?" "It's bad." Clay swallowed. "But I've seen worse on men who lived." "That's so?" "Yes, sir." Papa studied him and let the lie pass, not because he believed it, but because mercy had become more useful than honesty for the moment. Nana reached across the space between them until her fingers found Clay's wrist. "Listen close now," she said. "We do not spend what time we have left in fear. I won't have it." Clay turned toward her fully. "Don't talk like that." She smiled, and it nearly undid him because the smile was still hers, warm and firm. The same expression that had greeted him after scraped knees and harvest suppers, and schoolyard bruises, and every other lesser heartbreak of his life. "Then hear me in a better voice. You are not allowed to waste yourself on panic. Not tonight. Not when there is work yet." He laughed once through his nose, rough and wet. "You really think there's work? There is always work. That's how people like us survive." The words settled in him like weight and structure at the same time. They used the next hour because Nana insisted on it. Clay moved the most important supplies from the half-collapsed shed beside the house to the barn. 2 fuel cans, a crate of canned goods, a tool bag, blankets, a roll of fencing wire, sacks of potatoes that had been stored away from the kitchen, and the small lockbox where Papa kept documents, cash, and the few items he called worth more than money. The old Ford sat near the machine shed with soot gathering on its windshield, but no visible damage. Clay checked the bed cover, tightened the cargo straps, and loaded what he could by lantern light. Each trip across the yard forced him to see the house again. By 1 in the morning the roof had fallen in. The upstairs was gone completely. All that remained standing were the brick chimney, part of the front wall, and the black ribs of framing beneath the porch roof. He thought of the photograph, the baseball glove, the chair Nana sat in to shell peas, the kitchen where steam had fogged the windows on winter mornings. A life could become shape and ash so quickly it felt almost insulting. When he came back inside, Nana had taken Papa's hand. Their fingers were interlaced, their heads bent together in the orange light. Clay paused near the door, suddenly aware he was seeing something private and ancient, the kind of intimacy that did not need youth or beauty to make it sacred. Papa looked up first. "You got the truck loaded?" "Most of it." "That is good." Nana squeezed his hand again. Come sit with us, baby. She had not called him that in years. The word cut straight through every layer he had built over himself. He sat on an overturned feed bucket because the floor seemed too low and the world too unsteady. For a while none of them spoke. The barn creaked. Somewhere in the distance a coyote gave one thin cry and then shut up. The fire outside collapsed into lower, meaner crackling. Finally Papa cleared his throat. Your father was scared when he left. Clay looked at him sharply. He never said that. He didn't say it because he didn't want you carrying it. But he was. Any man worth a damn gets scared walking toward things that might kill him. Courage isn't being born empty. It's deciding fear doesn't get the final word. Nana nodded. He kissed me on the cheek and told me he would come home before the tomatoes turned ripe. I smacked his arm for making promises to a mother that belonged to God alone. Papa's mouth twitched. You smacked hard too. I was making a point. Clay listened, chest tight, as they gave him pieces of the father he knew mostly through military papers and quiet stories told after supper. How he had laughed when the truck got stuck in mud during a storm. How he had once broken his wrist falling from the hay loft and lied for 2 days because he had promised to help fix a fence. How he always carried butterscotch in his glove compartment because Nana liked one after church. How he could sleep anywhere except the dentist's waiting room. Clay gathered those details greedily. They felt like inheritance. Then Nana's breathing changed. It became faster at first, then uneven, as if her body had lost the rhythm that told lungs and heart how to work together. A sheen of sweat spread across her brow. Her pupils looked too large in the lantern light. Clay reached for her hand. It burned against his. No, please, he whispered. The infection moved like a storm front. That was what terrified people most. Not just that it killed, but how quickly it claimed territory once it entered flesh. Nana's muscles tensed and loosened in painful little waves. She pressed her lips together to keep from crying out. Papa pulled her gently against his good side and held her with all the care left in him. Look at me, Ruth, he said. She did. Even then, even with her face tightening against pain, she found him first. Clay fetched the blanket and folded it around her shoulders. There was nothing else to do but stay near and bear witness. The worst helplessness was not in danger. It was in love with no tool left to use. Nana's eyes moved to Clay. You go south, she said. He shook his head at once. Not tonight. When the sun comes. I'm not leaving you. You are. Her voice roughened. Because if that doctor is right, then this is bigger than us, and your life was never meant to stop in this barn. He bowed his head, caught himself on the forbidden word rising in memory, and changed course. I can leave later. I can give you 1 day. She almost smiled at that. You bargain like your grandfather. Papa managed. That is not a compliment. A sound escaped Clay then, something between a laugh and a sob. He rubbed both hands over his face and forced himself still. The hours before dawn stretched and narrowed at the same time. Papa's pain deepened. The burns had begun to stiffen the skin across his chest and side. Every breath he took looked costly, but he never loosened his hold on Nana. He spoke to her in low, steady words, telling her simple memories as if laying them out might give her a road to follow. The blue dress she wore at the county dance where he first asked her to leave with him, and she refused because he was too cocky. The first winter on the farm when the pipes froze and they melted snow in kettles. The way their son had once hidden a chicken in the truck cab and forgotten it there until it laid an egg on the bench seat. At one point Nana laughed weakly enough to make them all cry. By the first pale hint of dawn at the cracks in the barn boards, she had stopped fighting the pain. Clay knew what that meant before the last breath came. He felt it in the room, in the loosening of her hand in his, in the way Papa straightened just a little and then folded around her like a tree finally conceding to wind. She died with Papa holding her and Clay touching her wrist, as if the three of them were completing some last, simple circuit. Clay did not know how long he sat there afterward. Eventually Papa said his name. Not loudly, not twice. Just once, the way a father or grandfather spoke when the world had become too serious for repetition. Clay looked up. We have to be careful now. Clay stared at him, not understanding. Papa's eyes were wet and fierce and full of a grief so large it had already made room for practical fear beside it. He nodded toward Nana. If it turns her body the way it turned the animals, We do not get sentimental and let it happen under our noses." The words were monstrous, and yet they belonged to the world now. Clay nodded because refusing would not change anything. They waited another hour. Nana did not rise again. Maybe the disease moved differently in people who were already dying. Maybe mercy had taken that decision for them. Clay did not ask which. He only thanked God in a silent, furious prayer for one small kindness in a night that had shown almost none. When the light outside grew strong enough to paint the cracks gold instead of gray, Papa asked Clay to help him stand. Clay did. Papa nearly fell. The burns and smoke had taken too much from him. But he set his feet and looked toward the shut barn doors. "Open them," he said. Clay hesitated. "For what?" "To bury my wife. And after that, to put you on the road." Chapter 5. Leaving the Mills place. They buried Nana behind the barn because the family plot by the church was too far and the roads belonged to whatever was hungriest now. The ground near the cottonwoods was softer than the rest of the yard, though soft was still not the right word for Idaho dirt in a dry season. Clay dug while Papa sat on an overturned crate and told him where to place the grave so it would lie in morning shade and afternoon light. Papa tried to help more than once. Each time he got halfway upright, and pain folded him back down. Clay told him to save his strength. Papa answered that strength saved for no purpose might as well already be gone. In the end, Clay kept digging and Papa kept talking, both of them pretending that counted as sharing the labor. They wrapped Nana in the quilt she kept across the foot of her bed every winter. The blue stitching at the corners had come loose years back, and she always meant to fix it when she had time. Clay noticed that and nearly dropped to his knees right there in the dirt. Instead, he tucked the loose corner beneath her with shaking fingers and helped Papa lower her down. No preacher, no church bell, no neighbors, no line of cars on a county road. Just wind moving through weeds and the charred ruin of the house at their backs. Papa spoke first. His voice was hoarse from smoke and grief, but it did not break until the last line. He thanked God for Ruth Mills and for the 39 years he had been allowed to stand beside her. He thanked him for every loaf of bread she baked, every hard truth she offered, every stubborn hour she poured into keeping a family alive through weather, debt, loss, and now this. Clay said his own piece after that, though words felt too small for what she had been. He told her he would carry what she taught him. He told her the pantry would never smell right again without her in it. He told her he was sorry he could not save the house she had made a home. When he finished, he could not remember half of what he had said. They filled the grave together as much as Papa could manage. Afterward, Clay found a length of cedar board from the old fence and carved her name into it with his father's knife. The letters looked rough and uneven, but Papa ran his thumb over them and nodded as if they were exactly right. By mid-morning the sun had climbed, and the world resumed the insult of ordinary light. The burned farmhouse still smoked in places. Flies gathered. Somewhere down in the lower pasture, one of the loose horses whinnied and then went quiet. Clay washed his face and hands at the pump and watched black water run off his skin. Papa called him over to the truck. The old Ford had served the family for years because Papa trusted machines that could be fixed with tools instead of computers. It was not handsome. The paint had faded from a proud farm red to something more tired and stubborn. Rust ate at the wheel wells. The bench seat had been patched twice with vinyl and once with duct tape. But the engine still turned, the frame was heavy, and the body had enough steel to survive what newer trucks might not. "We make her meaner," Papa said. For the next several hours they worked on the truck because work was the only thing between them and collapse. Clay bolted hog panel sections across the windshield frame and side windows, spacing them wide enough to see through but narrow enough to deflect the impact of birds and keep hands or paws from reaching inside. He mounted extra lights where the old ones had dimmed. Papa rigged sheet metal over the grill and lower radiator support without choking airflow completely. They reinforced the front bumper with scavenged angle iron from the shed. Clay stripped the back seat space of anything unnecessary and turned the bed into a secure cargo area with tie-down points, a tarp, water cans, food crates, 2 fuel cans, and the canvas roll that held tools and spare belts. When Clay mentioned the radiator line looking weak, Papa gave him a long look. "You inherited my suspicion." I inherited your truck too, looks like. Papa's mouth twitched, though the expression faded fast under pain. Let's hope you drive better. Between tasks, they checked supplies and set strict weight limits. Ammunition mattered, but so did water. Tools mattered, but so did food. Papa forced Clay to think in terms of days and miles rather than fear and wishful planning. You do not fill the truck with everything you're afraid to lose, he said. You fill it with what will keep you moving after you've lost the rest. Clay packed 7 days of food for one man and then, after a long silence, adjusted for 2. Something in him could not let go of the idea that the road might place another soul in his path. Maybe Harper. Maybe someone else. Nana had always said hope was a kind of preparation too. Around noon, Papa insisted on another radio attempt. They reached Harper only once, briefly. She sounded weaker, but still focused. Clay told her he was leaving that day. She gave him route guidance around 2 blocked corridors and warned him the lab had started taking hits from animals larger than coyotes. She did not ask if he was sure. She only said, "Then come smart, not fast." He liked that she sounded more interested in his judgment than his bravery. Brave was for speeches and memorials. Smart got people through a door alive. After the signal broke, Papa went into the barn and came back with a tin box Clay had only seen twice before. He set it on the truck hood and opened it. Inside lay letters, an old service coin, a watch with a cracked crystal, his father's dog tags, and a folded photograph protected by wax paper. Clay recognized the tags at once. Papa picked them up carefully. These were mailed back with his effects. I wasn't ever going to hand them to you in some polished moment with a speech. Life kept moving. Then he was gone a few years, then a lot of years, and suddenly I was waiting for the right day like that was something promised. He held out the tags. Clay took them. The metal felt colder than it should under the sun. The stamped letters and numbers belonged to a man he had loved as myth, memory, and absence all at once. Your father was not fearless, Papa said. He was disciplined. He could be impatient, foolish, funny, noble, and aggravating as hell, same as any of us. But once he gave his word, he carried it until it broke him or brought him home. I want you to know the difference. Don't chase some idea of a hero. Just carry your word. Clay closed his fist around the tags until the edges bit into his palm. I will. Papa nodded toward the back road beyond the pasture. Then your word right now is to get to that doctor if you can, and if you cannot, to stay alive long enough to try another way. Clay swallowed. Come with me. Papa laughed once, short and painful. Boy, I can barely draw a full breath. I can drive. You can ride. And when we have to run, who carries me? Papa shook his head slowly. No, my place is here. There is no house. There is still your grandmother. There is still land with our name on it. There are still supplies too heavy for you to haul, and too useful to abandon to the first thieves who wander through. I can hold what's left a while longer. Clay wanted to argue until the sky went dark. Instead, he looked at the burns beneath the open collar of Papa's fresh shirt and saw the truth plainly. The old man might hold for a day. He might hold for 3. He might not hold through the night. But even broken, he would choose his ground and defend it. Clay knew then where he had learned that particular kind of refusal. They ate a late meal standing in the yard. Canned beans warmed over a camp stove, 2 biscuits rescued from a tin that had survived the fire, and cold coffee that tasted like smoke. Papa made Clay eat more than he wanted. You can grieve on the highway, he said. Starving just means you grieve stupid. By afternoon, the truck was ready. Clay did one final pass through the property. He checked the pump, the fence gate, the grave marker, the lock on the barn, the shelf in the tack room where Nana kept extra candles. He found himself lingering over things too small to matter. A chipped cup by the pump basin. A garden trowel in the dirt. The groove on the porch post where he had carved his initials at 14 and gotten a scolding that somehow turned into pie. At the grave he crouched and touched the cedar marker. I'm going, he said quietly. I know you know that. I just needed to say it to you where the earth can hear. The wind stirred the cottonwood leaves overhead. Nothing mystical happened. No sign. No voice. Just the simple, terrible fact that love had to keep moving even after death gave it nowhere obvious to go. When he returned to the truck, Papa was waiting by the driver's side. The old man looked smaller than he had the day before, though maybe grief only changed Clay's eyes. He pressed a folded map into Clay's hand with several routes marked in pencil and an X near the edge of a city south of Twin Falls. "My old auto shop," he said. "If the road gets ugly and you need parts or a place to breathe, that shop has more than tools. Back room floor safe under the compressor platform. Ammo, canned food, cash, some spare keys, 2 short-band radios if nobody found them first. You never said you had a shop." "Never had reason. Sold it years back, but I kept the place for projects and storage." "Don't look at me like that. A man is allowed a few secrets." Clay tucked the map into the door pocket. "That could save me." "That's the plan." They stood there with all the words between them and none of them good enough. Clay finally stepped forward and hugged him. Papa stiffened in surprise for half a second, then wrapped his good arm around Clay's shoulders and held on hard. "I'm proud of you," Papa said into his ear. Clay shut his eyes. "I wish that still felt like enough." "It never feels like enough when you need it most." Papa pulled back and gripped the back of his neck. "Go anyway." Clay climbed into the truck before he could lose nerve. The engine coughed, complained, then settled into the familiar rough idle. He looked once more at the ruined house, the barn, the fresh grave, the old man in the yard with one hand braced against the truck bed and the other lifted in a small, steady gesture that was not quite a wave, because men like him did not wave when they were trying not to break. Clay put the truck in gear and rolled down the back road. He did not look in the mirror until the farm had already become too small to save. Chapter 6. The Man in the Road. The world beyond the Mills place looked less ruined than abandoned, which was somehow harder to bear. Clay drove south along county roads that ran through open land, shallow draws, and stretches of sagebrush where the horizon seemed too broad for anything human to matter. The roads were not clogged the way the news had once predicted. Most people had obeyed the first instinct to hide. That decision had kept the pavement clear, but it also made every farmhouse and silent pickup he passed feel like a closed eyelid. Behind any one of them could be a family alive and listening or a kitchen table left set for people who would never return. He kept the truck under 50 when he could. Fast driving burned fuel and invited mistakes. The metal grid over the windshield rattled on rough patches, adding a constant dry hum to the engine noise. He had the CB on low volume, the rifle on the seat beside him, and one window cracked barely enough to keep the cab from smelling entirely of hot vinyl and soot. He saw the first bodies near an irrigation ditch less than an hour from home. A woman lay face down in the weeds, one shoe missing, handbag torn open beside her. 20 yards farther on, a man in a denim jacket had collapsed against the passenger side of a sedan with both doors open. Clay slowed but did not stop. Flies clouded around them. Their stillness looked complete. Stopping for every dead stranger would get him killed before he covered 20 miles. He hated how quickly that truth settled in. Not all the signs of collapse were bodies. A roadside fruit stand had been overturned and stripped down to bare boards. A church parking lot held 3 cars with windows busted inward. On a ranch road outside Hanson, he passed a pair of horses galloping loose across a pasture with no tack and no human in sight. Twice he saw birds circle low in places he could not inspect without leaving the road. He did not inspect. By noon the sky had turned a hard white blue and heat shimmered over the blacktop. Clay pulled onto the shoulder beneath a line of cottonwoods and killed the engine long enough to check his load and drink water. He stood in the narrow strip of shade, listening. The silence was never complete anymore. Somewhere distant, something always moved, whether wings overhead, brush shifting, or a far bark. The world kept making little tests of a man's nerves. He was tightening the strap over a fuel can when a shot cracked across the open land. Clay froze. A second shot followed, then a man's shout, raw and furious. Not far, maybe a quarter-mile ahead, hidden by a bend in the road and a low rise dotted with brush. Clay should have gotten in the truck and driven the other way. That was the smart choice in a world where ambush could wear any face. But the shout came again, cut short this time, followed by a savage chorus of barking. He was moving before caution finished objecting. The Ford lurched back onto the road. Clay rounded the bend and saw the whole ugly picture at once. An older green pickup sat half off the shoulder in a drainage slope, front axle snapped. One tire folded at a wrong angle under the wheel well. 50 feet ahead of it, a man in a brown canvas coat was standing in the middle of the road with a thick stick in one hand and an empty revolver in the other. Two infected dogs circled him. One was a rangy shepherd mix with strips of hide hanging loose along its ribs. The other was some broad-headed brute with foam roping from its jaws and one eye clouded white. Both moved with the same jerking intensity Clay had seen in the deer and goats, all twitch and commitment. The older man swung the stick hard enough to crack it across the shepherd's skull. The dog staggered, then came right back. Clay braked hard, threw the truck into park, and climbed out with the rifle already shouldered. "Get down," he yelled. The man dropped instantly. Clay fired once. The broad-headed dog spun and collapsed. The shepherd launched toward the sound. Clay worked the bolt and fired again, taking it mid-leap. It hit the road and slid, claws scraping uselessly. For a second, all Clay heard was the ping of hot metal under the truck hood and the pounding of his own heart. The older man rolled to one knee and looked up. He had a face weathered by sun, work, and years of not apologizing for opinions. Gray ran through his beard. A scar crossed one eyebrow. He was built solid even with age on him, the kind of man who had probably always fixed his own engines and distrusted anybody who smiled too smooth. His eyes narrowed in recognition before his mouth moved. "Well, I'll be damned," he said. "You're Evan Mills's boy." Clay blinked. "You knew my dad?" The man stood slowly, breathing hard. "Knew him well enough to promise I'd keep an eye out for you if the world ever got stupid." He spat toward the dead dogs. "Looks like the world got ambitious." Clay came closer, rifle still up. "Who are you?" "Brooks Tanner." The man held out the empty revolver as if that proved something. "Ran Tanner Auto down near the city for 30 years. Your father and I worked together some after he came home the first time and before he shipped out again. You were about 12 and all elbows when I last saw you." Memory clicked into place. A man at a barbecue years ago, laughing with his father beside an engine block set on sawhorses. A grease-stained hand ruffling Clay's hair and telling him not to grow into a fool just because he had the height for it. "Brooks Tanner," Clay said. "That's right." Brooks looked toward the ruined truck and grimaced. "I had this old girl limping along just fine until a mule deer burst out of the brush. Biggest damn thing I ever saw. Had blood on its face already. I swerved and snapped the axle." Clay glanced toward the ditch. "You alone?" "Now I am." Brooks's expression closed a little. "Left the last safe place I had because of your father." The words sharpened the air between them. "What do you mean?" Brooks rested both hands on the stick as if it were a cane he resented needing. "A month before he shipped out the last time, we were drinking bad coffee in my shop, and he told me if anything ever happened to him, I was to check on his folks and the boy when I could. I told him not to talk like an idiot. He told me war didn't care if I thought it was rude." Brooks shrugged one shoulder. "I did what I could over the years. Stopped by when I was in the area. Kept tabs from a distance. Then this whole mess broke open, and I figured promises don't get less binding just because the country's on fire." Clay stood there with the road shimmering under the sun and felt grief, gratitude, and fresh loss collide in his chest so hard he almost had to look away. "My grandparents are dead," he said. Brooks went still. "How did it happen?" "Bats got in the house last night. Fire after that. Nana was bitten. Papa was burned trying to save her." Brooks shut his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, there was no empty sympathy in his face, only the heavy respect of someone who understood cost. "Your papa's still alive?" "For now. I left him at the farm." "For now," Brooks repeated, and the words carried their own sad understanding. Clay slung the rifle and helped him gather what little could be salvaged from the wrecked truck. A duffel bag, a metal toolbox, a cooler with 2 waters and a packet of jerky, a bedroll, and a locked case Brooks would not explain except to say it mattered. They worked quickly. The shot noise might carry. More animals might come. More men, too. When Clay reached to lift the toolbox, Brooks said, "Careful with that. Half the world can end and a man still needs a decent socket set." That almost earned a smile from Clay. They loaded everything into the Ford. Brooks took one last look at his broken truck and patted the fender once. You served longer than you had any right to. As they climbed into the cab, Brooks glanced over the hog panels, the reinforced bumper, the fuel cans, the tightened straps. Your granddad helped with this? Most of it. Looks like Henry's work. Ugly enough to survive. Clay started the engine. I'm headed south to a lab. There's a woman there named Harper Bell. She says she may have a vaccine path. Brooks's head turned sharply. South Ridge. You know it. I know of it. Brooks leaned back, suddenly more alert than tired. Then I'm not just along for the ride. I'm useful. How useful? Brooks rubbed at his beard. More than you'd think. I still have a cache at my old auto shop near the city. Parts, fuel, food, radios, some things I kept because government work teaches a man to stay prepared when politicians get clever. And if Harper Bell is where I think she is, then once you get her out, there's another place farther up near the mountains. Old research site. Quiet, solid, easier to defend. I know people who know people tied to it. Clay looked at him sideways. You just went from mechanic to mystery pretty fast. Brooks snorted. Everybody with sense had 2 jobs by the time they turned 40. Drive. They rolled south together with the road stretching empty ahead. For the first time since leaving the farm, Clay did not feel entirely alone. The feeling did not comfort him as much as he expected. It sharpened responsibility instead. Another life in the truck meant another person he might fail. Another promise made real. Another witness to the fact that his world had burned behind him and there was no turning back toward it now. Still, when Brooks reached into his coat and produced a wrapped peppermint, then offered it over without looking, Clay took it. Why do you have candy? He asked. Brooks stared through the windshield. Because misery doesn't deserve all the room. Clay unwrapped it and let the sharp sweetness cut through the taste of smoke still lodged in the back of his throat. Beside him, Brooks adjusted the empty revolver on his lap and scanned the road like a man who knew what waited when quiet lasted too long. Ahead of them, the land rolled downward toward trouble. Chapter 7. Promises and Routes. Brooks did not waste time asking for grief the way some men did, poking at pain because they thought naming it proved they cared. He asked practical questions instead, which Clay found easier to answer. How much fuel you got? Enough for a few 100 miles if I don't drive like an idiot. What about food? A week if I'm alone. Less now. Brooks nodded. What about weapons? Clay listed them. Rifle, revolver, shotgun in the rack behind the seat, spare ammo, knife, hatchet, road flares, and enough caution to maybe count as a weapon if used properly. That last one matters most, Brooks said. They drove through a land that looked stripped of its civilian layer. No kids on bikes. No tractors turning fields. No smoke from lunch fires. The rare houses they passed had curtains drawn or doors hanging open. At one intersection, a stop sign had been peppered with bullet holes. At another, someone had spray-painted "Keep Moving" across an abandoned camper in red so thick it ran like fresh paint even after drying. Brooks studied each road sign like a mechanic studying a noise in an engine. Twin Falls country isn't kind when it goes mean, he said. Too much open land. Not enough places to disappear without leaving tracks. Clay tapped the map in the door pocket. Papa marked county roads around the city. Good man. Brooks gave him a sidelong look. You said Henry was burned. How bad? Clay told him, not every detail, but enough. Brooks listened without interrupting. Then he knew exactly what he was doing sending you out. You talk like he's already dead. I talk like time got expensive. Brooks shifted in the seat. Listen to me, Clay. There are moments in a bad world where you don't get the comfort of waiting until your heart catches up. You move when the door opens because next time it may not. Clay gripped the wheel tighter. I know. Brooks nodded once. All right then. They stopped only once during the afternoon at a pump station maintenance yard that had been locked and abandoned. Brooks wanted a pressure gauge from a service shed, and Clay wanted 5 minutes out of the truck to settle the stiffness in his back. They moved through the fenced lot with the careful pace of men who knew any blind corner could hold death. Inside the shed they found dust, tools, and a dead radio. Outside, they found tracks in the dirt. Not boot prints but hooves. Brooks crouched by them. Deer tracks. More than one. Clay scanned the scrub beyond the fence. How fresh. Fresh enough. They left without lingering. Back in the truck, Brooks kept the shotgun across his knees and the window cracked just enough to hear if anything large moved nearby. He explained that the transformed animals were not simply enraged. Their behavior had become skewed toward impact and pursuit. The deer that hit his truck had not veered at the last second like a healthy animal. It had committed. Dogs no longer tested distance the same way either. They ran until something stopped them. How do you know all that? Clay asked. Brooks watched the road. Because before this turned biblical, some of us were already hearing bad things from county agencies and labs. Not enough to stop it. Enough to know the official story was always slower than the truth. You worked with the government? Brooks gave a shrug that was almost a flinch. Off and on. Vehicles, facilities, transport, keeping certain places supplied without paperwork getting sloppy. Nothing glamorous. Just enough to learn that when smart people start whispering, the rest of us should probably start moving. Clay thought about Harper in the lab with her measured voice and her refusal to promise miracles. You believe her? I believe nobody keeps calling into civilian channels that long unless they think they have something real or they've gone mad. And mad people don't usually sound that precise. The sun lowered by degrees, throwing long bars of gold across the road. They passed a field where blackbirds rose in a violent cloud from something dead in the center. Neither man looked too closely. Later they crossed a narrow canal and saw a child's bicycle tangled in the reeds below. The sight unsettled Clay more than bodies had. Bodies at least belonged to the scale of the disaster. A bicycle belonged to interruption. A sentence cut off. As evening approached, Brooks directed him off the main county road and through a spread of warehouses and light industrial lots on the outer edge of a town that no longer sounded alive. Loading docks stood open. Plastic-wrapped pallets had been split apart and looted. A forklift sat dead in the middle of an access lane with its forks half raised like a frozen hand. The smell here was different from the open road. Less sage and dust. More oil, trash, hot metal, and old smoke. My shop's another 20 minutes if the side street's clear, Brooks said. Why not wait until morning? Because morning gives everyone else the same idea. Better to get in at twilight while the fools are deciding whether they're brave enough for dark. Clay absorbed that. You talk cheerful for a man surrounded by collapse. Cheerful is just stubbornness with better manners. They found a place to hole up for the night in a fenced gravel lot behind a grain equipment dealer. The chain at the gate had been cut, but the yard still offered sight lines and one decent concrete wall to put at their backs. Brooks approved it after a thorough look, then had Clay back the Ford into position facing the gate for a quick exit. They ate cold jerky and crackers in the cab with the windows mostly up. The conversation that came after dusk was quieter than the road had been. Clay asked Brooks when he had last seen his father in person. Month before deployment, Brooks said. He came by the shop wanting a truck looked at. Didn't need much looking at. He mostly wanted to pretend life was ordinary for an afternoon. What was he like then? Brooks leaned his head back against the seat. He was tired, restless, proud of you, worried about his folks, and mad about leaving again. He kept pretending he wasn't any of those things, but I knew him too long. Clay stared through the windshield at the dark lot and the weak reflections in the metal gate. I barely remember his face when he was moving. I remember photos better than the real thing. That happens. I hate it. Brooks was silent for a moment. Memory doesn't owe us fairness. Best we get sometimes is what a person left in us. You carry him in the way you listen before you act. Henry carries him in that hard-headed sense of duty. Ruth carried him in every kind thing she did without announcing it. Clay swallowed against the sudden ache in his throat. You make it sound simple. No, I make it sound survivable. They slept in shifts. Clay took the first watch with the rifle across his lap, and the night outside the windshield thick as wet ink. Once, near midnight, something moved beyond the fence and brushed the chain link with a dry metallic rasp. He eased the safety off and held still until the sound passed. Could have been a dog. Could have been a deer. Could have been a branch dragged by wind. He did not investigate. Surviving the new world required learning which questions deserved answers and which ones only deserved patience. Near dawn, Brooks woke and handed him a cup of instant coffee made from water heated on a camp stove outside the truck. It tasted bad enough to prove it would help. Today we get to my shop, Brooks said. Then we move faster. Clay looked east where the sky had just started to pale. And if someone else got there first? Brooks drank from his own cup and grimaced. Then we find out whether they came for parts, food, or blood. Those three groups negotiate different. The day had not fully broken, and already Clay could feel it narrowing toward violence. Chapter 8. The Shop at the Edge. Brooks's old auto shop sat at the ragged edge of the city like a stubborn tooth left in a broken jaw. They reached it just after full morning, using back streets and service roads to avoid the denser commercial strips where wrecks and scavengers were more likely. The building was a squat block structure of faded tan cinder block and corrugated metal doors, half hidden behind a chain-link fence with slats missing in long strips. A hand-painted sign that once read Tanner Auto leaned sideways above the front office, weathered almost blank. Weeds had grown through cracks in the lot. An old tow truck with no wheels sat canted on blocks near the side bay. To anyone passing too quickly, it looked dead. To the east, less than 200 yards away across an access road and a cracked drainage ditch, stood a large membership store built like a warehouse. Its bright blue sign had been painted over with black spray and replaced by bedsheets hanging from the facade. Men moved on the roof. Clay saw one with binoculars, another with a rifle, a third carrying what looked like a case of water. The parking lot below held vehicles arranged like barricades. Smoke rose from metal drums near the entrance. "That your hostile neighbors?" Clay murmured. Brooks nodded. "Wasn't always. Lot of decent people bought spark plugs and coffee from me, then picked up groceries over there. End of the world changed customer service." "How many?" "Enough of them." They stayed in the truck behind a low warehouse until Brooks finished studying the lot through a pair of compact binoculars from his bag. He marked 3 roof watchers, at least 6 vehicles with signs of recent use, and foot traffic through the loading dock doors. He also noted something else. "Listen to this," he said. Clay did. No city noise. No engines. No sirens. No human chatter carried on a breeze. Then, faintly, from somewhere deeper in the blocks to the north, came a cry that did not belong to any healthy animal. It rose and snapped off. Another answered farther away. The city held life, but it was the kind that made silence feel wiser. "We go in quick, quiet, and mean if we have to," Brooks said. "Front office will be locked. I've got a side access into Bay 2 through the parts cage if nobody welded it shut. Floor safes in the rear room under the compressor platform. There's also a loft with hockey gear from the youth team I used to sponsor. I kept meaning to donate it after the rink updated. Never got around to it." Clay looked at him. "Hockey gear. Don't laugh. Thick pads beat teeth every day of the week." They parked 2 blocks out behind an overgrown dental office and approached on foot through alleys, keeping walls close and rifles low. Clay felt every open sight line like a finger against his spine. Windows washed without eyes. Wind moved wrappers and dust over the pavement. A row of abandoned carts rattled against each other near the membership store lot, the sound thin and unnerving. At the fence around the auto shop, Brooks produced a key ring from his coat and tried 2 locks before one finally turned. They slipped inside and closed the gate behind them without letting it clang. The lot smelled of old oil and hot metal baked under sun. Clay took position at the office corner while Brooks moved to the side door hidden behind stacked tires. The old man knelt, cursed under his breath at rust, worked the key twice, then eased the door inward. The inside air came out stale and dark. They entered one at a time. Clay let his eyes adjust. Bay 2 was cluttered but intact. Tool chests lined the wall. A hydraulic lift held the rusted shell of a truck at mid-height, frozen there for who knew how long. Shelves of filters, hoses, and boxes cast jagged shadows. Dust lay thick enough to show no fresh traffic. "That is good," Brooks whispered. Either they never found this door, or they were too lazy to look past the office. The office itself had not fared so well. The front glass was cracked. A chair lay overturned. The cash drawer hung open and empty. Someone had ransacked the place in the first chaos, but not thoroughly enough to understand Brooks Tanner. He grunted in satisfaction when the rear room opened untouched behind a false shelving panel. The floor safe was beneath the compressor platform exactly where he said. While Brooks knelt to work the combination, Clay watched the high windows and the gap under the front office door. Every distant sound hit harder in confined spaces. A loose sign clanging. A bottle rolling somewhere. Once, a burst of laughter from the membership store that turned ugly halfway through. Human noise. The kind that warned of men comfortable enough in violence to amuse themselves with it. The safe door swung open. Inside were vacuum-sealed packets of ammunition, canned food, bottled water, cash in rubber-banded bundles, spare keys, 2 handheld radios, maps, vehicle titles, a roll of silver coins, and a compact black case Brooks handled with special care. "What's in that?" Clay asked. "Insurance, more or less." "That doesn't answer me." "It's not supposed to." Clay would have pressed, but movement flashed through the cracked office glass. He dropped into a crouch and brought the rifle up. A man had crossed the front lot outside. Not one of the roof watchers from the store, but someone younger, carrying a baseball bat and moving with the restless, swaggering alertness of a scavenger who thought he owned a map no one else could read. The man paused near the tow truck, studied the ground, then looked toward the office door. Clay mouthed, "We've got company." Brooks closed the safe without slamming it. They carried what they could in silence, packing fast. The canned food went into duffels, the radios into Clay's vest pocket. The black case stayed with Brooks. Clay made 2 trips to the side door and loaded the truck bed through the fence while Brooks covered him from inside. On the 3rd trip, the outside man was no longer alone. 2 more had joined him in the lot. One pointed at the fresh scrape in the dust where Clay's boot had slipped. Another shaded his eyes toward the office. All 3 carried weapons, and all 3 wore the hungry, hard look of men who had learned resources now came easier from intimidation than work. "Back room," Brooks whispered when Clay returned. They retreated through the bays and up a narrow metal staircase to the parts loft. From there, Clay could see through gaps in stacked boxes down to the front office and out the broken glass. The men approached carefully, not shouting, which made them more dangerous. Shouting men were often angry. Quiet men had plans. One tried the office door. Another circled the building. The 3rd kept watch toward the membership store as if aware his own allies might betray him over salvage. Brooks handed Clay one of the radios and set the other beside him. "If this turns loud, noise will pull every bad thing in 3 blocks. So we keep it from turning loud as long as possible." Clay nodded, throat dry. The man at the office finally shoved the broken glass inward with the bat and climbed through. His boots crunched over old safety glass. He disappeared from Clay's angle. A drawer slid open. Papers rustled. Then came a muttered curse and the sound of more searching. The 2nd man entered through the front. The 3rd remained outside. Brooks leaned close enough for Clay to hear without whispering. "If we have to shoot, shoot clean and move. Do not get married to this building. The lot at the store is full of men, and men that settled in one place this long will answer gunfire fast." Clay kept his eye on the office doorway. "How do we get back to the truck?" Brooks gave him a grim smile. "By making everybody else more frightened than we are." Below them, the first scavenger kicked open the rear room door. His surprise shout was the fuse neither of them wanted. Brooks rose with the shotgun. Clay tightened his finger on the trigger and understood with full clarity that the quiet part of the city was over. Chapter 9. When the city heard gunfire. The first shot belonged to Brooks. It hit the scavenger in the rear room before the man could turn fully toward the sound. The blast from the shotgun slammed him backward into the filing cabinet hard enough to tip it over. Metal crashed, papers burst up in a pale cloud, and whatever chance remained for quiet died on the spot. Clay fired a split second later through the office doorway, catching the 2nd man in the shoulder as he came up with a pistol. The bullet spun him sideways. He dropped behind the reception counter and started shooting blind through the drywall. Splinters and dust burst from the loft railing. Clay ducked lower, heart punching hard against his ribs. "Move right now," Brooks barked. They ran the catwalk to the far end of the loft just as rounds tore through the boxes behind them. Outside, the 3rd scavenger began shouting. Not for help. For witnesses. His voice carried across the lot toward the membership store. Clay reached the secondary stairs and fired through the gap at the office counter. The hidden gunman flinched, giving Brooks time to kick open the loft access door and drop into Bay 3. Clay followed. They hit the floor moving. The The side exit would have been fastest, except the shouting man outside already had that angle. A bullet punched through the cinder block beside the door, showering them with grit. Brooks swore and veered toward the roll-up bay instead. "We open it. We run for the fence," he said. "That puts us in the lot. Every exit puts us in a lot, son." Brooks thumbed the chain release and heaved. The door rattled upward just high enough to duck beneath. Sunlight sliced in. Clay went first, diving through the gap and landing hard on one shoulder. The outside scavenger was 10 yards away near the tow truck, trying to steady his bat one-handed while drawing a handgun with the other. Clay fired from one knee and dropped him. Then the membership store answered. 2 rifles cracked from the rooftop. One round snapped over Clay's head. Another punched through the open bay door behind Brooks. Men started yelling from the barricaded parking lot. More than a few. The sound of boots and slamming truck doors followed. "To the fence," Brooks shouted. They sprinted for the side gate with duffels banging against their backs. Clay shot the chain as Brooks fumbled the key in haste. The lock burst and the gate gave way. They cut through the drainage ditch and into the alley beyond, keeping low as rounds slapped into cracked asphalt behind them. The city should have swallowed the sound. Instead it echoed. That was the real problem with guns now. Men heard them, yes, but men were only one audience. The sharp, repeated crack of rifle fire traveled across blocks and empty loading bays and into all the places where infected animals sheltered in shadow, waiting for disturbance. Within seconds the city seemed to wake around them. A dog came first, launching from under a delivery van with such speed Clay nearly fired too late. His bullet took it through the chest at close range. The body slammed into his shin before tumbling away. Then came 2 more shapes across a side street. Not dogs. Coyotes, mangy and wild-eyed, crashing through garbage bags as they angled toward the noise. Brooks shot one. The other kept coming until a rifle round from the membership store took it by mistake and spun it under a parked sedan. "That's good," Brooks grunted as they ran. "Let them help by accident." Clay wanted to answer, but the breath it would have taken was too valuable. They cut through a narrow lane between a laundromat and an office supply warehouse, then through the shattered receiving area of a furniture store where display lamps lay broken among couches nobody would ever buy. Behind them the sounds multiplied, shouting men, more shots, and constant barking. A high animal scream that rose into a shriek and cut off. The whole district was becoming a dinner bell. At the next intersection, they nearly collided with a pack of feral, infected sheepdogs pouring from a veterinary clinic lot. There were 4 of them, maybe 5, moving in chaotic arcs around each other like pieces of one broken machine. Clay fired twice. Brooks fired once. The survivors skidded on blood and tile at the clinic threshold, snapping at empty air, then redirected toward fresher noise behind them where men from the membership store were still advancing. "Keep moving," Brooks snapped. "City's chewing on itself now." That was exactly what it looked like. From the mouth of an alley, Clay saw 2 armed men from the store backing away from a cluster of animals near a fast food drive-thru. One of the men tripped. The animals hit him before he could rise. His partner kept firing, each shot drawing more motion from deeper down the strip. They used the chaos. Brooks led them across a school athletic field enclosed by sagging chain link, then in through a side service door he somehow knew would be left unsecured. The school was dark, stale, and cold in the way large buildings became after utilities failed. Trophy cases stood dim in the hall. Posters for homecoming peeled from the walls. Somewhere a sprinkler dripped in a steady metronome that sounded much too loud. They barred the service door with a janitor's mop handle and an overturned metal cart. Clay stood bent over, hands on knees, dragging air into lungs that felt too small. Brooks was breathing hard too, one hand pressed briefly to his side, but his eyes remained alive and moving. "Not safe yet," the older man said. Clay straightened. "I know." They moved deeper into the school, avoiding wide windows where possible. In the main hall they found blood on the floor near the administration office, old enough to have gone rusty brown. No bodies. In the cafeteria, trays and spoiled milk cartons littered tables. In the gym, they finally found what Brooks had remembered. Storage cages along the equipment room wall held stacks of youth hockey pads, chest protectors, gloves, shin guards, helmets with cages, and bags of practice gear forgotten by some booster club years before. Brooks spread his hands. Told you. Clay almost laughed despite everything. I am never doubting weird, old men again. Good. It'll save you embarrassment. They loaded themselves piece by piece. The gear smelled of dust, sweat, and old rubber, but once strapped on it turned them into something closer to bite-resistant than anything cloth and denim could offer. Clay pulled a helmet cage down over his face and tested the range of motion. Not comfortable. Not graceful. Better than teeth in the throat. Brooks chose gear with the practical efficiency of someone who measured every ounce against mobility. Chest, forearms, shins, gloves. Don't overdo it or you'll move like a refrigerator. We're not playing a sport. We're buying a few more seconds if something reaches us. Clay checked the shotgun, then leaned it against the wall long enough to roll his sore shoulder. Truck's a few blocks west. Maybe somebody stole it already. The thought hit him like a gut punch. The Ford was not just transport. It was the road forward, his supplies, the last major piece of the farm that could still move through the world. He forced the panic down. Panic solved nothing. In the coach's office, they found a functioning desk radio powered by a small backup battery pack. Brooks spent 10 minutes scavenging wire and adapting the school's old rooftop antenna lead into a crude boost line for the handheld. Clay watched the locked doors and windows while outside the city continued devouring its own edges. Every now and then a burst of shots rang out from farther away than before. The men from the store were either falling back or being thinned out. Finally, the radio hissed and steadied. Brooks handed Clay the microphone. Call her. Clay keyed it. Dr. Harper Bell, this is Clay Mills. Do you copy? Static answered first, thick and hostile. Then, faintly, a woman's voice pushed through. Clay, is that you? Say again. Relief hit him so suddenly he had to grip the desk. I copy. I'm in the city with one additional survivor, Brooks Tanner. We got delayed gathering supplies. How delayed? Harper asked. Clay looked through the office blinds toward the empty hall. Enough to start a war. A breath of dry static. Then, to his surprise, Harper said, All right. Then tell me the useful part. Something in that nearly made him smile. He gave her their position in broad terms, the condition of the truck if it was still there, and the growing danger of infected animals responding to the gunfire. Harper reported heavier impacts at the lab through the night and admitted she had less than 3 full meals left. She sounded exhausted now, but the steel in her voice had not gone anywhere. Brooks took the microphone next. Dr. Bell, this is Brooks Tanner. I know the mountain site north of your sector. If we reach you, can your essential equipment be moved quickly? There was a pause. With 2 strong people and 1 careful one, yes. That's us then, Brooks said. Clay took the radio back, and before he could think better of it, he asked, You holding up? The pause this time was shorter and more human. I have not started talking to the furniture, if that's what you mean. That is good. Ask me again in 6 hours. The line crackled, and for the first time since leaving the farm, Clay heard in another person's voice the same thing he felt in himself. Fear under discipline, loneliness under purpose. It tightened something inside him. Not romance yet, not anything he would insult with a shallow name, but the first thread of concern for someone he had never seen and already could not bear to fail. Brooks pointed toward the gym doors. We still need a way back to the truck. Clay set the radio down. Outside, another burst of distant gunfire stuttered and faded. In the halls of the dead school, helmeted and armored in borrowed gear, the 2 men bent over a coach's whiteboard and began to plan a route through a city that had become both battlefield and feeding ground. Chapter 10. The Breakout Plan. The whiteboard still held a basketball practice schedule from months ago, all arrows and initials, and the ordinary drama of a world that had once believed the biggest emergency in a school gym might be a twisted ankle or a missed free throw. Brooks erased it with the side of his hand and sketched the blocks between the school and the auto shop from memory. Membership store here, he said, drawing a hard square and marking an X over it. Our truck here if nobody moved it. He tapped a narrower rectangle. Alley behind the dental office. Drainage ditch. 2 fences. one open stretch across the side road. Clay leaned over the board, still wearing the chest protector and helmet half-tipped back on his head. Roof shooters? Maybe. Maybe not. After that mess, they'll either be bleeding, hiding, or angrier than before. That's a comforting range. Brooks grunted. I've never cared for fake optimism. Clay traced the possible route with one finger. If the animals are still drawn to the parking lot, that could work in our favor. Or it could mean we walk into a pile of teeth. Clay glanced toward the gym doors where silence stood like a waiting thing. Everything does. Brooks looked at him then, long enough to measure whatever change the last 2 days had carved into his face. You're learning fast. I had good teachers. That landed between them heavier than either man let show. Brooks uncapped a red marker and circled the service lane behind the store. We create a second noise source here, he said. Something far enough off to pull eyes and ears without trapping ourselves between it and the truck. School alarm. Too close. Also too loud for too long. Clay thought of the gear piled in the equipment room, then of the science lab wing they passed on the way in. Chem lab. Brooks's eyebrows rose. You know how to make trouble? I know enough to make teachers nervous. That earned the first real smile Brooks had shown all day. Together they scavenged the pieces from classrooms and maintenance closets. A gallon jug of cleaning alcohol, strips of lab cloth, a metal mop bucket, 2 road flares from the truck kit Clay had carried inside, and a timer from the cafeteria kitchen. It was not elegant. It did not need to be. The goal was not destruction. The goal was a sharp, bright burst of noise and flame in the alley 2 blocks east, enough to drag attention sideways while they cut west. By late afternoon, the city sounds had thinned. That was not comfort. It meant the first frenzy had burned through easy targets and settled into something more patient. Clay stood at a second-floor classroom window and scanned the streets through a gap in the boards. He spotted one dead scavenger in the road outside a payday loan storefront, another shape in the membership store lot that might have been a large dog or a man hunched over. No movement on the roof. No sign of the Ford from this angle. When he returned to the gym, Brooks had set their packs by the door in strict order of use. Ammunition outer pocket. Water accessible. One radio clipped high. Medical supplies split between them in case one bag was lost. The older man believed in systems the way preachers believed in scripture. You ready? Brooks asked. Clay rolled his shoulders beneath the pads and tightened the strap on his gloves. Not even close. Excellent. Means you're thinking. They moved at dusk. The school hallways felt longer on the way out. Every doorway seemed to hold its own dark. They slipped through the service entrance, crossed the fenced field, and cut behind the row of warehouses where broken pallets leaned like crude grave markers. Clay carried the improvised noisemaker. Brooks carried the shotgun and the look of a man who had already spent his fear and was now working on habit alone. At the target alley, Brooks set the bucket beside a dumpster, rigged the timer to the flare and cloth, and gave Clay a curt nod. 2 minutes from trigger. They ran. Not wildly, but in control. Across one lane. Over the cracked ditch. Through the first fence where Brooks found the opening exactly where he swore it would be. The city held its breath around them. Clay's pulse hammered in his ears loud enough to pass for boots. They were halfway to the dental office when the alley behind them bloomed with white-orange light. A sharp humph rolled through the service corridor, followed by metal clatter as the bucket kicked over and flames licked up the side of the dumpster. More important, the flare screamed. The sound sliced the evening clean open. Movement answered all over the block. A shout came from the membership store, another from farther north. Then the animals reacted. Clay heard paws on pavement, claws scraping, something larger slamming into a metal cart. Shapes cut across the side street toward the new noise. A pair of infected dogs burst from beneath a box truck and streaked east without ever seeing the 2 men crouched behind a dead hedge. Go right now, Brooks said. They sprinted the last stretch. The dental office lot came into view first, then the alley behind it, and beyond that the spot where Clay had left the Ford. The truck was still there. A man was trying to get into it. He stood at the driver's door with a pry bar jammed against the frame, cursing under his breath as he fought the reinforced panel Brooks and Papa had built. He heard them coming, turned, and raised a pistol too slowly. Clay fired from the shoulder. The man folded beside the front tire. No time to think about him. No time to search him either. Brooks yanked open the passenger side. Clay slid behind the wheel and jammed the key home. The engine coughed once, twice, then roared alive. At almost the same instant, three shapes rounded the far corner of the alley. The first was a dog. The second looked like a coyote with half its hide gone. The third was not either of those. It was a mule deer buck with one antler broken and blood drying black down its muzzle. "Drive, Clay," Brooks shouted. Clay did. The Ford lurched forward hard enough to throw both men back. The dog hit the grill first and vanished under the bumper. The coyote leaped, claws screeching across the metal screen over the windshield before spinning off. The deer committed head-on like it had been born for impact. It struck the reinforced bumper with a noise that felt like a wrecking bar slamming a bell. The truck fishtailed. Clay fought the wheel, teeth clenched, and powered through. Behind them, the flare continued to shriek. More movement poured toward it from side streets and loading docks. The membership store lot erupted into confused gunfire. Men were shooting at shapes they could not sort in failing light, which meant more noise, which meant more animals, which meant the entire district would stay occupied for a while. Brooks looked back through the rear screen and gave a harsh, satisfied laugh. "There's your opening." Clay turned west, then south, keeping speed just under reckless. His hands shook so badly he had to flex them once on the wheel to keep grip. "Tell me we're clear." "We are not clear." Brooks settled the shotgun across his knees. "We are merely moving." The CB hissed. Harper's voice came through thin, with static and fatigue. "Clay, do you copy?" He snatched the microphone from the dash. "I copy. What's your status?" Clay glanced at the burning smear of city light receding in the mirrors, then at Brooks beside him, alive and armed, then at the road opening ahead into dark country and harder miles. "We got what we needed," he said, "and we're coming for you now." For the first time since the farmhouse burned, the future felt close enough to strike. He clipped his father's dog tags to the turn signal stalk, kneading the metallic rattle near his hand. Outside the windshield, Idaho opened into gathering dark. South waited with a scientist and a chance. He kept the truck steady and listened to the engine. He was still moving, and that still mattered more than anything else. Chapter 11. False Dawn. The road south felt wider once the city fell behind them, but it did not feel safer. Clay kept both hands on the wheel and let the truck eat miles of blacktop beneath the battered tires while the ruined district faded in the mirrors as a hard orange bruise against the night. Brooks rode with the shotgun across his lap, eyes moving from mirror to ditch to fence line and back again. No one spoke for the first several minutes. The silence was not empty. It was full of held breath, ringing ears, and the aftertaste of burnt powder. The hockey pads on Clay's shoulders creaked whenever he turned. The chest protector trapped heat under Papa's old jacket, and dried blood from the dog he had hit earlier darkened one sleeve. He could still smell the city on himself, smoke and old fryer grease, and that copper stink that always followed panic. He wanted water. He wanted sleep. He wanted 1 hour in which nothing hunted him and no one needed him. Wanting had become a useless habit, so he kept driving. Harper came over the CB again, weaker than before, but steadier now that she knew they were moving. "Tell me exactly where you are." Brooks reached for the map folded into the dash pocket and spread it against his thigh. "West of Jerome by a handful of miles," he said toward the microphone. "Maybe less. We cut around the old frontage road to dodge the lights." There was a pause, then a soft crackle. "If you stay on the main route too long, the overpass by the industrial lots is choked with abandoned cars. Some of them got pushed enough to make gaps, but not enough for speed. If anything starts chasing you there, you'll lose time." Clay lifted the microphone. "You've been watching the roads from inside a lab?" "From the roof. From the second-floor windows. From the places fear makes a person creative." He could hear the effort she spent trying not to sound afraid. That effort mattered to him more than if she had sounded brave by nature. Natural courage belonged to stories. The kind that trembled and still kept going belonged to real people. "How many animals?" he asked. "Depends on the hour. Coyotes mostly. Feral dogs. Birds. We had 2 elk come through the fence this morning and hammer the loading dock until they broke their own faces open. They kept going after that. Brooks muttered. That chemical did not just rot them. It changed what pain means. Clay let that sit. He had seen enough by now to know Brooks was right. The infected did not fight to live. They fought to keep breaking things until their bodies gave out. The radio hissed again. I can help guide you the rest of the way, Harper said. If you still mean to come. Clay almost laughed at that. It came out as a sharp breath instead. We burned half a city block tonight. We're not turning around now. The answer seemed to calm her. All right. There's an old way station south of the split. Pass it. Then a grain elevator with one side collapsed. After that, keep your speed down. The herd animals drift through there. Which herd animals? In this county? Pick one. Brooks folded the map with quick, neat hands. That woman is either the best thing waiting on us or the most dangerous person in Idaho. Clay glanced sideways. Because she knows the roads? Because she stays calm while describing nightmare fuel. That drew the first tired grin Clay had felt since sundown. It passed quick, but it passed through him all the same. The truck thumped over patched asphalt and crossed into country that looked familiar in all the wrong ways. Empty irrigation rigs stood over the fields like bent metal skeletons. Houses sat back from the highway with curtains pinned shut and yards gone wild. Once, a porch light still burned on a farmhouse porch where no truck sat in the drive and no dog barked from the yard. Clay watched that lonely yellow light slip away behind them and thought of the mill's place after the fire, the glow inside the barn where Papa had taken his last breath, the way loss could turn any ordinary light into a thing a man could not look at for long. Brooks noticed the direction of his gaze. You thinking on them again? I never stop. That ain't the same as drowning in it. Clay did not answer right away. The truck's engine had a rough note at higher speed. One Brooks said was nothing urgent, but Clay listened to it anyway because machines made sense and grief did not. Papa would have liked you being here, he said at last. Brooks stared ahead through the dark windshield. Your papa liked me because I fixed his mistakes cheap and kept my mouth shut when he needed to think. Those are strong friendship qualifications in Idaho. He trusted you. That part was earned. Brooks rubbed a hand over his beard. Your dad, too. The mention of his father landed harder than it used to. Maybe because the world had already stripped so much away that what remained had sharper edges. You ever think he might still be alive until all this started? Brooks let out a long breath through his nose. More times than I should admit. Men went missing in war before. Men came home late before. Hope can make a fool out of anybody. He looked over then, eyes old and tired in the dashboard glow. But your father made peace with dying a long time before he had to. That was the soldier in him. He just forgot the people back here had to live with the rest of it. Clay tightened his grip on the wheel. He had loved his father for serving and resented him for leaving. And both feelings had lived side by side for so long that each had learned the other's shape. Papa never said that. Your papa was kinder than me. A shape moved ahead on the shoulder. Clay braked lightly and eased toward the center line. The headlights washed over a horse standing behind a smashed gate, hide slick with mud, one eye reflecting a cold white flash. It turned its head too quickly, then lunged at the fence instead of the truck, slamming its chest against the wire in a frenzy to reach anything that moved. Post snapped. Clay punched the gas before the animal could clear the ditch. That's new, he said. No, Brooks answered quietly. That's just closer. 20 minutes later, Harper guided them off the highway onto a farm road lined with wind-bent trees and seed warehouses. The moon had not risen yet, and the land seemed flattened by darkness into strips of field and sudden void. Every time the headlights swept a fence corner or a parked machine, Clay's pulse jumped before his mind named what he was seeing. Danger had become the first answer to every shape. You'll want to stop somewhere before you reach the lab, Harper said over the radio. Not right outside it. There are too many eyes there. Human eyes too, maybe. I saw lanterns 2 nights ago in the houses east of the facility. Brooks straightened. You didn't mention people. You didn't ask. Clay caught Brooks's look. Harper was smart enough to save information until it mattered. That could be useful. It could also get people dead. What kind of people? Clay asked. I never got close enough to find out. Could be a family hiding. Could be scavengers. Could be men waiting for somebody desperate enough to knock on a door. Brooks took the microphone. Any vehicles? One pickup with no hood. One-horse trailer, maybe more tucked behind the barns. They keep dark most of the time. Then we treat them like a threat until they prove otherwise, Brooks said, then handed the mic back. The night dragged toward morning by inches. Clay's shoulders burned. Twice Brooks ordered him to pull over so he could splash water on his face and walk a small circle around the truck while Brooks watched the fields. They stopped beside an irrigation canal once and listened to frogs croak in the reeds, a sound so normal it almost hurt. Clay tipped his head back and looked at the stars. There were too many now without city light drowning them. The sky had never seemed so wide when the world still worked. Brooks stood near the front bumper, boots planted in dust. You sleep any in that school? Not enough. You're running on anger and coffee from yesterday. I don't have time to be tired. Every dead man says some version of that. Clay rubbed his face with both hands and stared at the truck. Papa's Ford had been old when Clay was a kid. Now it looked half homemade, half armored animal. The welded screen over the windshield, the reinforced bumper, the side panels bolted over the doors, the rack holding fuel cans, and a shovel in the bed. Papa had prepared for bad seasons. Clay had turned those preparations toward a worse world than either of them had imagined. When we get her out, Clay said, then what? Brooks leaned against the fender. Then we move for the mountain facility. If it still stands. If my friends still answer. If that vaccine idea is real. That's a lot of if. Brooks gave him a grim half-smile. Welcome to survival. The first gray of dawn had just started lifting the edge of the east when they saw the grain elevator Harper had described. One wall had collapsed outward in a white spill of broken concrete and twisted ladder rungs. Beyond it, the road dipped toward a low industrial spread surrounded by chain-link fence and scrubland. The laboratory sat alone enough to feel abandoned by design. Long rectangular building. Flat roof. Dock doors at the rear. Office windows black on the upper floor. A loading yard with overturned carts and 3 carcasses near the gate that had been gnawed to the bone. Clay rolled to a stop behind a stand of cottonwoods nearly half a mile away. They killed the engine and listened. At first he heard nothing except wind moving through dry leaves. Then a bark from somewhere near the fence. Then another. Then a wild, tearing scream from something large enough to shake the quiet. Harper came over the radio at once, as if she had been waiting with her hand on the mic. You're close. We have eyes on it, Clay answered. What's outside right now? 4 dogs at the west fence. A cluster of birds on the roof. Something bigger in the loading yard. I have not looked in 5 minutes because every time I show my face at a window they charge the building. Brooks unscrewed a thermos and took the last swallow from it, then offered Clay the cap. The coffee inside was lukewarm and bitter enough to strip paint. Clay drank it anyway. We need to watch first, Brooks said. No hero runs. Clay hated that the older man was right. They spent the next 15 minutes under the trees with binoculars and patience. As dawn strengthened, shapes resolved. The bigger thing in the loading yard turned out to be a bull elk with half its hide torn along one flank and both antlers dark with old blood. 2 dogs worried at its legs until the elk lashed out. Then all 3 of them smashed themselves against the dock stairs as if fighting mattered more than flesh. Birds lined the roof edge in a black row, too still to be natural. Brooks lowered the binoculars. Front entry is suicide. Rear dock maybe. Side service hall, if the doors hold. Harper cut in. There's a maintenance entrance on the north side. Keypad lock is dead. I chained it from the inside, but I can drop the chain if you make it there. How many floors? Clay asked. 2. My lab is upstairs. Equipment staging is downstairs. If we're getting out fast, we take only what matters. Brooks looked at Clay. Fast is all we've got. Clay nodded. Fear had sharpened into something cleaner now that the place sat in front of him. Fear in motion became purpose. Tell us what matters, Harper. Her answer came without hesitation. Sample cases from cold storage 2 and 4. Portable centrifuge. Culture media packs if they're intact. The hard drives from my workstation. Field notes from the red file crate. If I lose the notes, somebody can still rebuild some of it from the drives. If I lose both, we're gambling with memory. Can you carry? Brooks asked. Yes. Can you run? A beat. Then, yes. Good, Brooks said. Because after we start, There won't be enough time to be scared polite. Clay kept watching the roofline while Brooks laid out the first shape of the plan in a low, practical voice. It would use noise, speed, and luck in that order. Clay listened, then looked once more at the silent building and tried to picture the woman inside it. He imagined someone older, hardened by labs and grants and cold rooms. Then he remembered how tired her voice had sounded, how controlled, how stubborn. Age did not matter much in a world like this. Only whether a person kept moving. The sun edged higher. Gold light touched the concrete walls. The dogs at the fence began to pace faster. Somewhere inside the lab, Harper waited beside a dead chain on a side door with whatever hope she had left balanced on the sound of a truck engine in the distance. Clay set the binoculars down and chambered around. "Tell her," he said to Brooks, "we're here." Chapter 12. The North Door. Brooks found the police cruiser half hidden behind a trucking office that had taken a bad hit sometime during the first riots. The front windshield was gone. One tire sat flattened into the dirt, but the body still carried enough weight and official paint to matter from a distance, and the battery still gave a weak cough when Brooks worked the switch panel under the steering column with a screwdriver and a length of stripped wire. Clay watched the lot while Brooks bent over the steering wheel. The cruiser smelled like dust, stale coffee, and old vinyl baked too many summers. A child's coloring sheet lay on the floorboard in back, one corner stamped by a muddy boot. Clay looked away from it. "Tell me this works," he muttered. Brooks did not look up. "You want confidence or honesty?" "Confidence." "Then yes." A second later, the siren burst alive with a rising shriek that tore straight through the quiet morning and made every muscle in Clay's neck lock hard. Brooks slapped the wheel and grinned like a much younger man. "See there?" The sound rolled across the flats and struck the laboratory grounds like a thrown rock into still water. Birds on the roof exploded into the air. The elk in the loading yard reared and crashed against the dock. The dogs at the fence spun in wild circles before bolting toward the noise. Clay ran for the truck, heart hammering. "Move it!" Brooks shoved the cruiser into gear, jammed something under the accelerator, and bailed out before it had fully straightened. The empty patrol car lurched forward across the lot, sirens screaming, lights strobing blue and red in the pale morning like some last insane remnant of order. It hit the road shoulder, bounced through a ditch, then clawed back up and kept rolling south with a stubbornness Clay admired on principle. Every infected thing within sight went after it. "Now," Brooks barked. Clay punched the Ford into gear and shot from the tree line. Gravel rattled the undercarriage. Brooks slammed the passenger door as the truck fishtailed onto the service road. They were on the north side of the lab in seconds, but seconds had grown expensive. Two birds dove at the windshield from above. One smacked the metal screen and burst apart in a spray of feathers and blood. The other clawed the hood and dragged its talons down the panel with a shriek like tearing nails before sliding off under the front tire. "There," Brooks pointed. The maintenance entrance sat in a recess between loading pipes and an emergency shower station, half hidden from the main yard. A chain-link shadow from the fence flickered over the steel door. Clay killed the engine but left the key in. Both men jumped out moving fast. "Harper," Clay shouted toward the radio clipped at his chest. At the door, something clanked from inside. The chain dropped. The door cracked open 3 inches and stopped against tension like the building itself was afraid. Then it swung wider. Harper stood in the gap with a fire axe in both hands. For one blind instant, Clay did not fit her to the voice he had been hearing all night. She was younger than he had pictured, maybe mid-20s, with tired eyes set deep in a face sharpened by too many hungry days. Her dark blonde hair had been hacked shorter at the shoulders, probably with a knife or lab scissors. Smudges of dust and grease marked one cheek and the side of her throat. She wore safety goggles pushed up in her hair, a lab coat cut off at the elbows, and a tactical vest that had clearly belonged to somebody larger. Even worn thin by fear and lack of sleep, she looked fiercely alive. "You took your time," she said. Clay stared one beat too long, then shouldered past the surprise. "You look like hell too." That won him the faintest flash of a smile. "Good. Means I still look human." Brooks swept inside and pulled the door shut behind them while Clay dropped the bar back into place. The corridor smelled of bleach, freezer frost, and the stale chemical air of a building running on nothing but sealed rooms and stubbornness. Emergency lights glowed weak amber down the hall. Somewhere deeper inside, metal banged against metal hard enough to vibrate through the floor. West wall, Harper said, already moving. They hit there the most. Then we move before they change hobbies, Brooks answered. Lead. She led them through a service hall cluttered with toppled carts, boxed filters, and taped notes still clinging to doors. Clay caught glimpses as they passed. Power out once pressure falls. Do not open storage 3. Call Dr. Kemp. Whole systems of ordinary work had frozen in place mid-collapse. It reminded him of the school, of the auto shop, of every building where a normal day had once broken apart faster than people could understand. They reached a stairwell. Something struck the far exterior wall hard enough to shake dust from the cinder block seams. Harper flinched, but kept going. Clay admired that too. What's hitting it, he asked. Elk. Sometimes mule deer. Once a bull moose somehow ended up in the yard and tried to smash the dock doors until it collapsed from blood loss. I didn't know there were moose this far south. Brooks grunted. There are now if hell wants them bad enough. Upstairs, Harper's lab occupied a corner suite behind 2 sets of fire doors. Clay stopped on the threshold long enough to understand the scale of her last few days. She had turned the place into a fortress of intellect and panic. Desks barricaded the windows. Sample cases sat packed and labeled by priority. Printed notes papered one entire whiteboard in tight, slanted handwriting. A camp stove rested on a metal tray near the sink with an empty soup can blackened on top. Near the wall stood a cot made from 3 folded blankets and an office cushion. I thought there'd be more of you, Clay said before he could stop himself. Her mouth tightened. There was. That answered enough. Brooks went immediately to the equipment. Show me what matters. Harper moved with sudden controlled speed, all fatigue burned off by action. These 2 cases first. Don't tilt them. The centrifuge folds down, but if you crack the housing, it's dead weight. These drives. She scooped a padded pouch from the bench and shoved it into Clay's hands. Field notes in the red crate. If we have room, the reagent packs from the lower freezer. How much room? Brooks asked. Not enough. Clay slung the pouch over one shoulder and grabbed the first cold case. It was heavier than it looked. Brooks folded the centrifuge with mechanic's hands and tested its latch. Harper swept binders and sealed packs into a rolling bin with efficient desperation. Through the blocked windows came the harsh clatter of claws on concrete and the occasional slam of bone or antler against the outer wall. They know something's happening, she said. They always know, Brooks answered. On the second trip downstairs, the building groaned under a hard impact from the west side. A deep crash followed, then the piercing rain of shattered glass. Harper froze halfway down the steps. What was that? Clay asked. Conference room windows. Brooks swore. No more trips after this one. Clay went faster. The loading they had planned turned ugly almost immediately. The rolling bin caught on the door frame. One latch on a sample case snapped. Birds hit the outer wall in a rapid burst that sounded like thrown rocks. Then Harper stopped dead in the hallway, staring at a photo clipped beside an office door. It showed 4 people in lab coats standing shoulder to shoulder in happier light. Clay did not have time for grief and still knew grief when he saw it. He reached out, unclipped the photo, and shoved it into her vest pocket. Move. That snapped her back. Right. They burst through the maintenance door into white sunlight and noise. The siren had drawn most of the yard clear, but not all. A coyote with half an ear gone lunged from behind a dumpster and came straight for Harper's legs. Clay kicked it sideways and fired once downward. The shot cracked off the concrete wall like a hammer on steel. Birds rose shrieking from the roofline. Somewhere at the far end of the lot, the elk bellowed with a sound too ragged to belong to anything living. Truck, Brooks shouted. Harper sprinted well, faster than exhaustion said she should. Clay reached the passenger side with the cold case and nearly threw it through the open rear door. Brooks heaved the centrifuge into the bed and slid in after it. Another dog came under the chain fence by a gap, torn open near the posts. Clay shot that one too, then yanked Harper by the vest as a gull or crow or some black coastal thing that had no business this far inland slashed through the space where her face had been an instant earlier. She stumbled into him hard. For one breath they were chest to chest, fear and sweat and speed between them. Her eyes were gray, he noticed absurdly and furious at the whole world. "Drive the truck," she snapped. That jolted him loose. He shoved her toward the cab and swung behind the wheel as Brooks hammered on the rear panel. "Go, boy." Clay dropped the clutch. The Ford surged away just as the patrol car siren choked out in the distance. Silence lasted less than a second before the world answered with movement. The absence of the decoy drew everything back toward the lab. Shapes poured from the south fence line. Dogs, birds, something big and tan low to the ground. Clay cut left around a loading pallet, clipped a bollard, and aimed for the breach in the service fence they had used on the way in. Harper braced one hand on the dash and the other on the grab handle, breathing hard but not screaming. "Can that truck go faster?" she demanded. "It can explode at this speed if that helps," Clay shot back. The tan shape resolved into a mountain lion crossing from one patch of scrub to another with fluid, terrifying purpose. It changed direction the moment it saw the Ford. Clay's skin crawled. The cat launched. Its body slammed the passenger door so hard the whole cab jumped sideways. Harper gasped as claws screeched over the metal plating. The cougar hung there for one impossible second, lips peeled back, eyes bright as broken glass, then lost purchase and rolled beneath the rear wheel. Brooks let out a curse from the back. "Do not stop." Clay had no intention of it. He drove through the broken fence, bounced into the ditch, then powered up the far side and onto the farm road. Behind them the lab shrank fast. Ahead, empty land opened under the rising sun. Harper twisted in her seat to look back. "It's still standing. For now," Brooks said. She turned forward again slowly. The adrenaline that had animated her inside the building began draining all at once. Clay saw her hands start to shake. She clenched them hard against her thighs. "You okay?" he asked. "No," she swallowed. "But I'm out." There was so much relief in those two words that Clay felt it in his own ribs. Brooks knocked on the back of the cab. "Keep driving 10 miles before we sort anything. Sound carries." Clay nodded and held the wheel steady. Beside him, Harper leaned her head back against the seat and shut her eyes for the first time. Sunlight moved across the side of her face, showing where fatigue had hollowed her cheeks and where determination had held the rest together. The truck rattled south over broken country, carrying a scientist, a chance at a cure, and more hope than Clay trusted. Even so, the day felt different now. The mission had a face. It had a voice that had become a person. It had a future that could be stolen if he made one bad choice. He pressed harder on the gas. Behind them, the lab disappeared in a shimmer of heat and dust. Chapter 13. What Harper knew. They did not speak much until Brooks finally told Clay to pull behind an abandoned feed store with the windows boarded from the inside. The place sat back from the road behind rusted fuel tanks and a line of cottonwoods that had dropped enough leaves to turn the dirt gold. Clay killed the engine and listened for pursuit. He heard none except the ticking metal cool of the truck and the long, rough breathing from all three of them. Brooks climbed out first and checked the perimeter with the shotgun at low ready. Harper stayed seated for a moment, both hands flat on her knees as if she needed to confirm the seat beneath her was real. When she stepped down, her legs nearly gave. Clay caught her elbow before pride made her fall. "I'm fine," she said automatically. "No, you are not." A tired laugh escaped her. "I know. I just wanted to hear myself lie once." They moved the most critical equipment into the shade and took inventory. Clay expected confusion, maybe panic now that the run was over, but Harper became almost unnervingly precise when she handled the cases. She checked seals, logged temperatures in a small notebook, and inspected the drive pouch like a field medic counting pulse and pupils. "What exactly are we carrying?" Clay asked while Brooks scanned the road. Harper settled on the tailgate with a hard case open across her lap. "Enough to prove the infection can be interrupted. Maybe enough to build something people can use at scale if the mountain lab has what I need." "That sounds like a scientist trying not to promise anything," Brooks said. That is exactly what it is. She looked up at them. The daylight showed more of her now. Not weak, just worn thin by too many days spent one disaster away from dying in a concrete building. The feed didn't poison the animals in the old-fashioned sense. It changed the proteins that regulate aggression, pain response, and impulse control. At least that's where it started. Then the chemical preservatives made the whole thing stable enough to cross into blood, tissue, saliva. Once enough contaminated feed spread, one species started amplifying what another species already carried. Clay leaned against the truck bed, trying to fit that into words a farm-raised man could hold. So it spread from feed to animal, and then from animal to animal. Yes, and once the mutations stacked, scratches and bites became delivery systems. Brooks crouched nearby. Humans are still clean because? Mostly luck. Human uptake through digestion appears low. Maybe zero. But direct transfer through a break in the skin is fast and catastrophic. Clay thought of Nana in the barn, of Papa's hand burning against his sleeve while the smoke thickened. He swallowed against a throat that had gone suddenly dry. There's really a way to stop it. Harper closed the case and rested her hands on it. There may be a way to stop new infections if we can trigger the immune system before exposure or immediately after. I'm not talking miracles. I'm talking a fighting chance. Something to keep a scratch from becoming a death sentence. Why were you still there alone? Clay asked. If it got this bad, why didn't your team leave? The question struck her harder than he meant it to. Her face closed, then opened again with effort. Because we waited too long for permission. Then too long for transport. Then too long for soldiers who were never coming. She looked toward the south as if the lab still sat there in sight. A few people got out when the first animal incidents started getting lethal. A few were taken trying. The rest of us kept believing the system would remember us before the walls failed. Brooks lowered himself to sit on an overturned milk crate beside the truck. The system forgot a lot of people. Yes, she said quietly. It did. Clay found a gallon jug in the cab and handed it to her. She drank, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, then nodded thanks. There was no softness in the movement, no flirtation, nothing except shared exhaustion. He respected that. The world had burned too much away for games. Where are you from? He asked. Pocatello originally. Boise for school. Then here because this lab had funding and a chance to do work that mattered. Her expression twisted faintly. Turns out it mattered more than I wanted. Brooks cracked open an MRE with his teeth. Everyone says that about their job once the apocalypse shows up. She eyed him. Is this how you keep morale up? No. This is how I stop from chewing through my own tongue. That finally drew a real smile from her, small but alive. Clay noticed it more than he wanted to admit. She had the kind of face that changed when she smiled, not because it transformed her into someone else, but because it showed the person the fear had been covering. In another world, he might have noticed that first. In this one, he noticed how quickly she recovered from shaking hands. They rested only 30 minutes before Brooks insisted they move. Noise at that lab put the whole county on alert, he said. If there are people nearby with half a brain, they know somebody got out with something worth stealing. Clay slid back behind the wheel. Harper took the center seat this time because Brooks wanted the map spread on his knees. The arrangement put her shoulder against Clay's whenever the truck hit rough pavement. He tried not to think about it and failed every few minutes. Brooks unfolded the route to the mountainside. Main highway for a stretch, then east into the foothills. There's a Forest Service cut that should still get us close. Should, Harper said. Brooks did not look up. You're catching on. The land changed gradually as they drove. Flat farm country gave way to broken sagebrush hills, basalt outcroppings, and the first dark green fingers of timber climbing the slopes ahead. Clay kept speed moderate to protect the equipment, and because the farther they got from population centers, the stranger the road became. Not clogged, like city roads. Interrupted. A tractor abandoned sideways near a gate. A camper burned to its frame. A horse trailer jackknifed half off a bridge with both rear doors hanging open. At one washout, Brooks made Clay stop so they could inspect the shoulder. The asphalt had sunk where spring runoff cut beneath it, leaving a cracked lip that might hold a truck or might drop it axle deep into mud. Clay climbed out with Brooks, while Harper stayed in the cab scanning the tree line with the rifle Brooks had handed her. "You trust her with that?" Clay asked under his breath. "I trust anybody who survived alone that long to point and pull if the need comes." They crossed carefully and kept going. As noon came on, the heat rose enough to bring a shimmer off the hood. Harper pulled one of the hard drives from the pouch and cradled it in both hands, as if she could protect the data by force of will alone. Clay glanced down. "That the important one? They're all important. So that's the most important." She hesitated, then nodded. "It has the comparative runs. The sequences that started showing an antibody response in exposed tissue models. Without those, I'd spend days rebuilding the logic." "Days we don't have," Brooks said. Harper looked out the windshield. "No." For a while the truck settled into the rhythm of hard travel. Tire noise. Engine note. The occasional rattle of gear in the bed. Clay found himself talking more than he usually did with strangers. Maybe because Harper's questions were direct and honest. She asked about the farm. He told her about Nana's cellar shelves and Papa's habit of fixing one tool while already planning 3 jobs ahead. She asked about his father, and he answered without the usual stone in his throat, telling her just enough about the overseas war and the silence that followed. She listened the way a doctor listened, not interrupting, not rushing to improve grief with words that did not fit. In return, she told him about labs at 3 in the morning, bad vending machine coffee, and what it felt like to spend years studying systems so small no one could see them, and then watch those systems rip the visible world apart. "You spend long enough around microscopes," she said, "and you start believing scale tells you what matters. Then something tiny reaches up and wrecks cattle, governments, marriages, roads, all of it. Makes you humble fast." Brooks snorted. "I was humble once. It did not take." Clay laughed at that, surprising himself. The moment was cut short by a hard strike against the windshield screen. Harper jerked. Clay instinctively ducked even before he saw the smear of feathers sliding down the mesh. Another impact hit the roof. Then a third. Brooks twisted in his seat. Birds. A flock had formed behind them without any of them noticing, black and gray shapes slashing low over the road and then lifting to dive again. Not random. Intentional. "Speed up," Brooks said. Clay did. The truck roared forward, but the birds matched for a shocking stretch, using the downhill grade to build momentum. One exploded against the driver's side screen hard enough to bend part of the wire inward. Another hit the side mirror and tore it loose. Harper swore and grabbed the dash. "How are they keeping up?" "They aren't thinking about staying alive," Brooks said. "That helps." The flock peeled away only when the road tipped into a rocky cut, with trees pressing close on both sides. Clay kept driving long after the last bird vanished. The cab felt smaller now, the air sharper. Harper exhaled slowly. "I've seen them mob windows. I have never seen them hunt a moving truck." Brooks tapped the hood with 2 fingers as if the machine might hear him. "This old Ford ain't exactly subtle." They drove on, but something had shifted. The sky itself no longer felt neutral. Every shadow crossing the road drew Clay's eyes upward. Every distant wing beat made him brace for impact. By the time Brooks pointed toward the narrower road leading east into the hills, Clay felt the first true strain of the journey settling behind his eyes. Not just fatigue, the mounting cost of constant vigilance. He took the turn anyway. The mountain lab waited ahead, hidden in stone and timber if Brooks's memory still held true. Behind them the lower country stretched wide and unforgiving under afternoon light. Between those 2 places rode a truck full of fragile hope, and 3 people who had not yet earned the right to trust one another, but were trying. Clay kept the nose of the Ford pointed uphill. That, for the moment, was enough. Chapter 14. The sky came down. The road into the foothills narrowed until it was barely more than patched county pavement with gravel stitched into the edges. Trees closed in by degrees. First scattered juniper and pine, then thicker stands that cast bars of shadow across the hood. The air changed too, losing the dry, baked smell of open farmland and taking on the sharper scent of sap, dust, and hidden water somewhere under stone. Brooks seemed more at ease there, or at least more familiar with the terrain. He kept one arm out the open passenger window and pointed occasionally with 2 fingers. Fire road cuts off left up here. Not ours. Stay on the blacktop until the switchback. After that, there's a Forest Service gate somebody likely rammed through already. Likely, Harper echoed. Would you rather I say certainly and disappoint you? Clay found himself less bothered by Brooks's needling than he might have once been. Maybe because the older man's voice steadied the truck as much as his directions did. In crisis, familiarity had value even when it came dressed as irritation. Harper sat with one boot braced against the floor hump, a notebook open across her thigh. She had begun rewriting inventory from memory in a hand so neat it looked printed despite the truck's constant jarring. If we get power at the mountain site, I can run confirmatory screens first, she said. Then start scaling out components for a limited number of doses. We won't be making anything elegant. Elegant is for peacetime, Brooks said. I know. Clay kept his eyes on the road, but he listened. The more Harper spoke, the more she sounded less like a desperate woman rescued from a crumbling lab and more like someone who had a place to stand in the world. Purpose fit her. It made her voice firmer. He liked that more than he should have. How many doses? He asked. With what we have on hand and what I hope is still at the mountain facility? She considered. Enough for us. Enough for a team, maybe. Enough to prove survival can be multiplied instead of hoarded. Brooks gave a low sound that might have been approval. That's the first hopeful thing anybody's said all week. Harper looked down at the notebook. Hope's just math until it works. The truck climbed along grade. Through gaps in the trees, Clay saw ridges stacking blue into the distance. Somewhere beyond them sat the brick laboratory Brooks had mentioned, built in older decades when the government still hid things in mountains and called it prudence. Clay had not asked many questions about what it had been for. He suspected Brooks would tell him only what mattered and no more. He was about to ask anyway when a shadow passed over the cab. Then another. Then 10. Clay, Harper said, and there was something in her voice that made him look up immediately. Birds filled the windshield. They came out of the trees in a black surge, so dense for 1 second, he could not see the road through them. Wings beat against the metal screen in a frantic thunder. Beaks stabbed through the mesh openings. Talons scraped paint. One bird struck dead center and burst in a wet slap that splashed across the glass beneath the screen. Another hit the edge of the hood and bounced up into the roof rack hard enough to bend one of the brackets. Clay cursed and jerked the wheel, trying not to overcorrect on the narrow grade. Where did they come from? Rook Colony, maybe, Harper shouted over the battering. Or crows. Or ravens. Does it matter? A gull-sized shape smashed through the side mirror mount that had already been weakened earlier, ripping the driver's side mirror clean away. Clay lost one entire angle of sight in an instant. Brooks twisted in his seat and fired one blast out the passenger window. The shotgun roared. Feathers filled the air. 3 birds dropped, but the flock only broke for a second before surging tighter. Don't shoot too much, Harper yelled. The sound. I'm aware what sound does. Brooks snapped, pumping another shell in without firing. The road bent sharply right around a cut of exposed rock. Clay took it too fast because he had no choice. The Ford leaned, tires spitting gravel into the trees. A large bird struck the screen at eye level on Harper's side and drove part of the mesh inward with a metallic crunch. She yelped and threw an arm across her face as broken beak and blood sprayed through the opening. Everybody down, Brooks shouted. Clay could not duck and drive, so he hunched by instinct while the roof and windshield took a pounding that sounded like hail thrown by an angry god. The truck kept climbing. Engine hot. Suspension groaning. Smell of radiator heat beginning to seep through the vents. Then came the hit that mattered. Something larger than a crow, maybe a hawk or a goose driven mad by the same infection, slammed directly through the grill opening with enough force to punch past the slats Brooks had added over the front. Clay felt the impact in the pedals. A second later, steam hissed from beneath the hood. No, Brooks said, voice flat. The temperature needle jumped. Clay swore again and kept his foot in it. Tell me it's nothing. It is not nothing. The flock finally thinned as the road broke from the densest trees and crossed a rock slide scar with nowhere for the birds to launch from. A few still pursued, diving in ragged singles, but the full assault had passed. Clay drove another quarter-mile before white steam began pouring in earnest from the hood seam. "We have to stop," Harper said. Brooks nodded grimly. "If he doesn't, the engine seizes." Clay hated the truth of it. He coasted into a pullout beside an old interpretive sign for some geologic overlook no one would ever read again and killed the engine. The silence that followed felt impossible after all that violence. Then all three doors opened at once. Brooks waved them back from the hood as soon as Clay reached for the latch. "You pop that now, and it'll spit boiling coolant in your face. Give it a minute." Harper pressed a rag to her cheek. A shallow line of blood brightened the cloth where some shard of beak or mesh had nicked her. Clay stepped toward her automatically. "Let me see." "It's fine. Humor me." She lowered the rag. The cut was small but ugly with dirt around it. Clay's chest tightened anyway. "You need it cleaned." Her gray eyes met his. "So do you." He blinked, then touched his own forehead and found a tacky smear where one of the screen wires must have snapped back. In the rush, he had not even felt it. Brooks cracked the hood carefully. Steam belched out with a hiss. He waited, peered in, then swore low and creative. Radiators punctured. Upper section. Something drove through and bent a fan blade too. Harper looked toward the trees. "Can you fix it?" "Yes." "Not with air and good intentions." Clay turned in a slow circle, scanning the slope, the road, the sky. "How far to the mountain site?" Brooks wiped at the engine bay with a rag. "Too far to limp this. We try and we cook the motor." "So what do? "We find a donor truck." The answer hung there in the thin mountain air. Clay looked back down the road they had climbed, then up toward the next ridge. "Out here." Brooks tapped the map against the fender. There was a highway maintenance yard a few miles east and lower. Also some hunting cabins, maybe work trucks. Maybe nothing. But somewhere in these hills a man left a vehicle with the exact part one need. We just have to get lucky before something hungry gets lucky first. Harper stared at the steaming hood. "I can help search." "No," Brooks and Clay said together. That startled all three of them. Harper folded her arms. "I'm not fragile." Clay regretted the bark of his answer, but not the meaning. "I know that. But if anything comes through those trees, you're the one carrying the science." Brooks nodded. "He's right. You stay with the truck and keep eyes on the road. If trouble shows up human, hide the drives and notes first. If trouble shows up animal, lay on the horn and keep that rifle close." Her jaw set, but she did not argue immediately. The mountain silence around them had shifted into something attentive. Clay could feel it. The pine stood too still. The brush along the pullout seemed to hold its breath. Harper finally asked, "How long?" "As little as possible," Brooks said. "That is not a time. It's the truth." She stared at him 1 second longer, then gave a sharp nod. "Fine. But if you're not back in an hour, I start moving the truck downhill on whatever gravity we have left." Brooks almost smiled. That might work. Clay climbed into the bed and checked ammunition, water, rope, and tools. The truck had become their shelter, transport, armory, and future all at once. Leaving it even for a short search made him feel as if he were stepping away from the last solid thing in the world. He grabbed his rifle, a sidearm, and Papa's old hatchet from the emergency kit, because something in the woods kept telling him metal close at hand might matter more than distance fire. Harper watched him from beside the cab. "You always carry that." He looked at the hatchet. "Used to split kindling with it. Useful promotion." He slid it through the loop at his belt. "The world's big on promotions lately." For 1 second her expression softened, almost amused despite the danger pressing in from all sides. "Come back," she said. "I don't want to explain your wiring to your mechanic." The words were light. The look in her eyes was not. Clay nodded once. He did not trust himself to answer with anything steady. Brooks shouldered a toolkit and stepped onto the road. Truck first, then mountain site, then hot food if civilization remembers how to make any. Clay moved to follow him, then paused. He looked back at Harper standing by the wounded Ford, hair pulled by the breeze, blood drying on her cheek, rifle across her chest. She looked like the sort of person the end of the world tried hard to break and had not yet managed. He turned away before she could see how much that mattered already. The two men started east on foot with the cooling truck at their backs and the forest ahead waiting in layered green silence. Above them, One last blackbird circled once over the pullout, then vanished beyond the ridge. Clay had the ugly feeling it was not leaving. It was telling the woods where they were. Chapter 15. Signs in the Brush. The highway maintenance yard turned out to be farther than Brooks remembered and smaller than Clay had hoped. They found the turnoff only because a weather-faded sign still leaned at the junction with half its lettering peeled away. The service lane beyond it dropped through timber and opened onto a fenced gravel lot containing one salt shed, a cinderblock office, two plow trucks missing their blades, and a pickup parked crooked beside a fuel tank, as if the driver had left in a hurry and never come back. From the road above, the place looked dead. Clay had learned to distrust any place that looked dead. He and Brooks crouched behind a screen of bitterbrush and studied the lot through binoculars. Wind moved trash against the fence. A roll-up bay door on the shed banged once every few minutes where its track had warped. No birds perched on the roof. No dogs trotted the fence line. No bodies lay in the open. Brooks lowered the glasses slowly. That truck might have the hose we need. Maybe the fan too, if the bracket matches. Clay kept watching the tree shadows along the back fence. You hear anything? Besides my knees complaining? I'm serious. Brooks was too. He closed one eye against the sun and listened. No, which is not comforting. The downhill walk into the lot felt longer than it should have. Gravel shifted under their boots with a crunch that seemed absurdly loud. Clay wanted to move faster and quieter at the same time, a combination the world almost never allowed. He kept the rifle up and swept left to right as they crossed the open ground. Every window in the office building showed only glare or darkness. At the pickup, Brooks stopped and touched the hood. Cold a long while. He tried the driver door. Locked. One glance from him and Clay broke the side window with the butt of the hatchet, reaching in to pop the latch before the crash had fully finished echoing. Both men froze. Nothing moved. Next time use less opera, Brooks muttered. Clay stepped back while Brooks lifted the hood. The truck beneath it was an older Chevy, engine compartment dirty, but mostly intact. Brooks leaned in with both hands and swore under his breath in satisfaction. Close enough to salvage. Maybe better than close. Clay took up a position at the rear corner of the vehicle. Behind the lot, the timber rose steep and dark. The fence there had sagged inward where snow loads or impact had bent the posts. Beyond that line, the woods began in earnest. The first sound came so faint he thought he imagined it. A soft scrape. Then another. Not from the lot. From the slope beyond. He turned his head without moving the rifle. Brooks. Busy. Listen. The older man went still. There it was again. Not a footstep exactly. More like dry needles sliding under weight and then settling back. Something moving slow on purpose. Brooks eased out from under the hood and looked toward the tree line. Cat. You sure? No dog moves like it's reading your thoughts first. Clay had seen cougars only twice before in the wild, both from a distance and both gone almost before the eye found them. Their rarity had always made them feel more like rumor than animal. Infected, stalking, somewhere close enough to hear breathe, rumor became a very bad thing. Can we still do this? Clay asked. Brooks considered the open hood, the truck back up the road, the lengthening afternoon light. We have to. He set the toolkit on the engine and began working faster. Ratchet clicks snapped through the lot in sharp metallic beats. Clay hated every one. He shifted his stance to keep the woods, the office, and the fence all within a turn of the barrel. A bead of sweat ran down his side under the hockey pads. The mountain air had turned cooler, but his body had not gotten the message. Minutes stretched. Brooks got one hose free, then another. Need the clamp intact, he muttered. Come on, you stubborn. A heavy shape flowed between two trees high on the slope. Clay saw only part of it. Tawny hide, low shoulder, tail flick. Gone. Brooks. I saw. The answer was calm, which somehow made it worse. Think it's alone? Clay asked. No, of course not. Nothing bad came one at a time anymore. The second sign was smell. Musky, warm, and wrong on the breeze, mixed with rot and pine pitch. It hit Clay hard enough to raise the hair on his arms. His fingers settled tighter along the trigger guard. We should back out. 30 seconds. Brooks tugged a component loose with a final jerk. Maybe 60. Clay wished he had never asked. The office door behind them creaked open. He spun, rifle up, and found not a man but a dead fluorescent tube dropping from the interior ceiling where heat or age had finally warped the fixture loose. It shattered in the doorway. The noise rang out across the lot like a signal. Clay cursed himself for the surge of panic. From the slope came a low coughing growl. Brooks did not need telling twice. He yanked the salvaged parts free and stuffed them into the toolkit and a canvas bag. Move. They backed away from the Chevy together, Clay facing the timber while Brooks carried the gear. Halfway across the lot, the first cougar showed itself properly. It stepped onto the bent portion of the back fence like a queen taking a balcony. Bigger than any dog by far. Shoulders rolling under ragged fur. One side of its muzzle was torn open old enough to have blackened, but the eyes were the worst thing, bright and fixed and empty of every rule that should have governed a predator. It did not snarl. It did not rush. It simply watched them with full ownership of the distance between. Then the second appeared lower down near the salt shed. That one had a darker coat and a limp in the rear leg, though the injury did nothing to slow the smooth way it circled. Clay felt the trap complete around them in an instant. One high, one low, one making them look one direction while the other closed. Back to back, he said. Not yet. We run, they take our spine. We stand, they test us. Keep moving. Slow. They gave ground toward the lane entrance. The high cougar paced the fence with easy contempt, matching them step for step. The limping one vanished around the shed. Clay heard claws clicking briefly on concrete, then nothing. Where is it? He asked. Somewhere ugly. They reached the gate opening. It had no actual gate left, only posts and a chain on the ground. The road beyond climbed back toward the stalled Ford, and Harper waiting with a rifle and far too many things to lose. Clay could already imagine how quickly a gunshot would carry through the hills. The darker cougar came from under the pickup they had stripped. One instant nothing. The next a tawny missile exploding from shadow. Clay fired on reflex. The shot slammed the cat in the shoulder and spun it, but the animal hit the gravel, rolled, and came up again with a scream that sounded almost human in its hatred. The report echoed through the trees. Brooks swore. Now they all know. The high cougar dropped from the fence like poured muscle and charged. There was no room left for caution. Chapter 16. Teeth and Silence. The charging cougar closed the distance so fast Clay barely had time to register its shape before instinct took over. He fired again and missed wide as the cat juked left in a blur of muscle and dust. Brooks dropped the toolkit and swung it like a club at the darker cougar, trying to circle in from the side. Metal clanged against bone with a sound that turned Clay's stomach. The cat on Brooks screamed and latched onto the bag instead of flesh, tearing canvas open in a spray of clamps and bolts. Brooks kicked it in the ribs hard enough to stagger any normal animal. The cougar came right back. Clay had no clean shot. The two bodies moved too close, too fast. He slung the rifle and ripped the sidearm free as the larger cat launched for his chest. It hit him like a thrown anvil. The hockey pad saved his throat. Claws skidded over plastic and bit into the jacket beneath. Clay crashed backward onto the gravel, breath blasting from his lungs. The cougar's face filled his world, hot carrion breath and pink gums, and one yellow fang snapped halfway down from some earlier fight. He jammed his left forearm under its neck and kept the jaws off his face by inches that felt like entire lifetimes. The gun was trapped between them at a bad angle. The cat pushed harder. Clay felt claws punch through the outer layer at his shoulder and scrape across the plate beneath. Without the hockey gear, he would have already been open from collarbone to ribs. Even with it, force alone threatened to crush him flat. He smelled blood, not sure whose. The cougar's forepaws hammered for purchase. Its hind legs tore trenches in the gravel as it drove down. He let go of the pistol. It went against every lesson he knew, but the angle was wrong and the weapon was useless where it sat. His right hand dropped to the hatchet at his belt instead. He ripped it free and slammed the pole, not the blade, into the side of the animal's skull because he had no room to swing. Once, twice, 3 times. The cougar recoiled just enough for him to turn his face aside as its teeth snapped shut where his nose had been. He jammed the hatchet handle crosswise into its mouth and shoved. The animal twisted, shaking with impossible fury, and the wood creaked alarmingly under the bite. A gunshot cracked somewhere to his right. Then another. The weight on Brooks vanished with a coughing snarl. Clay rolled, dragging the cougar on top of him, and finally found enough space to bring the hatchet blade around. He buried it deep behind the cat's ear. The body convulsed once and went heavy. He lay under it for one stunned second, hearing nothing but his own breathing and the blood pounding in his skull. Clay! Brooks's voice cut through. Clay shoved the dead cougar off his chest and scrambled up just in time to see the darker cat limping toward the fence line, shoulder ruined and flank bleeding from 2 new holes. Brooks had the shotgun now, muzzle trained, but he did not fire. "Don't," he snapped when Clay reached for the dropped pistol. "You'll call every devil in these hills." The wounded cougar turned once at the fence, eyes fixed on them with bright lunatic hatred, then slid through the sagging gap and vanished uphill into timber. Not fleeing, relocating. Clay bent double with his hands on his knees, trying to drag air into lungs that did not want to open. Brooks came close enough to grab his shoulder, then stopped to inspect rather than comfort. "You with me?" Clay spat gravel and blood. "I'm standing." "Then stay that way." Brooks scooped the scattered parts and tools off the ground with frantic efficiency. The canvas bag was shredded nearly in half, so they wrapped the salvaged hose and bracket in a mechanic's tarp and tied it with electrical cord. Clay recovered the pistol, reholstered it with shaking hands, then grabbed the shotgun shells Brooks had dropped in the dirt. His body had not yet decided whether it hurt. Adrenaline kept the bill on red. "Any bites?" Brooks asked. Clay checked in quick, brutal slaps. Scrapes. Bruises blooming under plastic. One claw line across the side of the jacket where the plate had turned the worst of it. "No." Brooks nodded once. "Me neither. Let's thank every saint in the calendar later." The uphill return to the truck felt twice as long as the downhill approach. Clay kept turning to watch their back trail, expecting the wounded cougar to reappear every time wind stirred branches. It never did, which somehow made the forest more frightening, not less. Brooks moved fast for a man his age, toolkit thumping against one leg, shotgun ready in the crook of his arm. Halfway up the road, the truck's horn began blaring in frantic bursts. "Harper!" Clay broke into a run. The pullout came into sight through the trees. Harper stood in the bed of the Ford with the rifle shouldered over the cab roof. A pair of infected coyotes circled the front bumper, darting in and out whenever she shifted aim. One had already tried to leap onto the hood and left bloody paw streaks across the metal. Clay fired from the road without stopping. The first coyote folded. Brooks dropped the second with the shotgun before it could turn. Harper kept the rifle up another full second, then lowered it with visible effort. "You were late," she called. Clay reached the truck winded and filthy. "We brought presents." She saw the state of him then, the dead cougar blood drying across his jacket and the new tears in the hockey pad straps. Her eyes widened. "What happened?" "Cats," Brooks said. "The local kind." Harper climbed down from the bed. "You got attacked by cougars, and that's how you choose to say it." Brooks went straight to the hood latch. "I'll dramatize later." Clay leaned one hand against the fender and only then realized how hard his arms were trembling. Harper stepped closer without asking and put both hands on either side of his face to turn it toward the light. He froze. "There's blood by your ear." "Not mine, I think." Her fingers were cool despite the sun. She studied the small cut on his forehead, the gravel rash at his jaw, the bruise already darkening under his eye. "You think?" It got crowded. For one second, she looked as if she might laugh and cry at the same time. What came out instead was a shaky exhale. "Sit down before you tip over." He did, because the command sounded reasonable coming from her. Brooks worked under the hood with the kind of focused profanity that meant things might still be salvageable. Harper pulled a first aid kit from one of the supply crates and crouched in front of Clay. Her hands did not shake now. In crisis, she became cleaner, surer, almost severe. "This will sting. I'm aware stinging exists." "Good. Then I don't need to soften the news." She cleaned the cut near his temple and picked a sliver of wire from the skin with tweezers. Clay clenched his jaw while alcohol burned. Up close, he could see the exhaustion at the edges of her eyes, and the thread of blood dried where the bird had nicked her cheek earlier. "You should sit too," he said. She taped gauze in place and ignored that. "After Brooks says we still have a truck." From under the hood came his answer. "I still have one if nobody distracts me with romance and whining." Harper's ears turned faintly pink. Clay looked away, mostly because his own body had chosen that exact second to notice how near she knelt between his knees. The apocalypse was a bad time to discover a woman was beautiful, but the world had stopped asking permission for anything. He cleared his throat. "You handled the coyotes?" "I saw them come up the road. Thought I heard something bigger in the trees too." Didn't wait to confirm. She taped the last corner of the bandage and sat back on her heels. "I was about one horn blast away from rolling the truck downhill exactly like I said." "That would have impressed me," Brooks called. "It was not meant to impress you." Working on the Ford took nearly an hour. Brooks replaced the punctured hose, straightened the fan bracket as best he could with pliers and a hammer, patched the radiator breach with a mechanic's epoxy from his kit, then refilled the system with a mix of water from jugs and whatever coolant could be salvaged from cracked containers in the bed. During the wait, Clay checked ammunition and stripped the ruined straps from one shoulder pad, lashing it back into place with paracord. Harper repacked the scientific equipment into tighter positions for rougher travel. Neither spoke much. The forest around them felt too watchful for easy talk. When Brooks finally slammed the hood down, all three turned to him. He wiped both hands on a rag black with grease and blood. "She'll run." "That's not the same as fixed," Harper said. "No," Brooks agreed. "But it's the same as moving. And moving is king." He started the engine. The Ford coughed, rattled, and then settled into a rough but steady idle. Steam did not immediately billow from the hood. Clay almost loved the sound. Brooks looked over the roof at him. "You driving?" Clay pushed to his feet. Every bruise declared itself at once. "Yeah." Harper caught his arm as he moved past. "You sure?" He met her gaze. There was worry there now with the practicality, and that did something dangerous to him. "I'm sure enough." She held his sleeve a second longer than necessary, then let go. They loaded up fast. Brooks rode shotgun. Harper took the middle seat again, closer this time because the route ahead narrowed and Brooks needed room for the map and radio. Clay eased the truck back onto the road, listening to every note of the engine like it was a living thing speaking through pain. As the pullout disappeared behind them, he looked once into the side window reflection and saw himself only in pieces. Bandage, blood, hard eyes, dirt, the edge of Papa's jacket shredded at one shoulder. He looked older than he had that morning. That seemed fair. The woods closed around the road once more. Somewhere in them, a wounded cougar still breathed and remembered. Somewhere ahead, a brick laboratory waited with dark rooms and whatever future three battered survivors could force into being. Clay kept the truck moving uphill. This time, nobody had to tell him why silence mattered. Chapter 17. Brick and Timber. They reached the mountain facility just before dusk, when the ridge lines had turned the color of old steel and the trees cast long blue bars across the road. Brooks recognized the final turn by a broken stone marker half buried in weeds and by nothing else. The access lane beyond it had nearly disappeared under years of pine needles and spring washouts. Clay had to put the truck in low gear and crawl between leaning trunks while branches scraped the roof rack and whispered over the metal plating. Then the lane bent around a granite shoulder and the building revealed itself. The lab rose from the slope like something the mountain had chosen not to swallow. 2 stories of dark red brick with narrow reinforced windows, a low service annex tucked against the uphill side, and a poured concrete apron fronting 3 steel doors. The roof sat steep enough to shed snow. Vent stacks and generator housings bristled along the rear. Whoever built it had not cared if it looked welcoming. They had cared if it survived. Harper leaned forward so far she nearly touched the windshield screen. "That's a lab." "It was," Brooks said. "Then it was a storage site, then a deadline item and some budget. Last I heard, it was useful mainly because most people forgot it existed." Clay studied the approach. No lights. No fresh tracks visible in the dirt. One section of perimeter fence had fallen years ago under brush, but the immediate yard looked undisturbed except for wind-blown needles and a toppled warning sign. Looks empty. Brooks's expression stayed hard. So did the maintenance yard. They parked with the nose facing outward for a fast escape and got out in a spread, weapons up. Cold mountain air rolled down off the timber and hit Clay's bruises like wet hands. He welcomed it. The truck's engine ticked behind them. Somewhere high overhead a hawk cried once, clean and wild, and not yet ruined by infection as far as he could tell. The sound made the place feel even lonelier. The main entry required a key card that no longer had power. Brooks cursed softly, led them along the side wall, and found a recessed steel door under an overhang. The code panel beside it was dead, but the manual key slot still sat below. He dug through an old ring from his pocket and tried 3 keys before the 4th caught with a rusty complaint. "You had that the whole time?" Harper asked. Brooks glanced back. "I told you I know people." The door opened inward on darkness and stale cold. Clay swept the beam of his flashlight through a narrow concrete corridor lined with conduit pipes and old fire extinguishers. Dust lay thick on the floor, but no prints cut through it except the ones they were making. That did not prove safety. It did help. They entered room by room. The facility was bigger inside than Clay expected, laid out around a central hall with labs to one side, offices and storage to the other, plus a reinforced stairwell leading down to generator space and utility rooms. Everything smelled shut away. Paper, dust, old chemicals, metal, trapped winter damp. Desks were plastic covers. Shelves held labeled bins. A break room freezer stood open and empty like a mouth. Whoever had mothballed the place had done it in a hurry, but not in total chaos. Harper's entire posture changed as they moved through the main lab space. Fatigue still weighted her shoulders, but recognition lit behind her eyes. She touched counters, opened cabinets, checked labels, and muttered inventory under her breath as if returning to a language she had nearly lost. Centrifuge mounts, hood ventilation, autoclave, cold storage if the units can be revived. God, she laughed once, unbelieving. This place is old, but it's real. Brooks kept them from being swept away by relief. Roof next, perimeter second. Then we unload. The roof gave them the clearest measure of where they were. Trees crowded 3 sides of the facility, thick stands of pine and fir broken only by rocky gullies. The road they had climbed vanished beneath the canopy within 100 yards. To the west, the slope dropped away just enough to reveal layered foothills and a ribbon of road far below. Beautiful country, Clay thought, if a man had forgotten what beauty could hide. No animals showed themselves, but signs of them were everywhere. Scat near the lower fence. Long claw marks on one leaning pine. A half-stripped deer carcass in a draw beyond the service annex. The infection had not emptied the mountain. It had simply spread into all the places humans once imagined belonged to them only on maps. When they came back down, full dark was beginning to settle between the trees. Brooks made the call then. He found the old radio room off the central hall and brought a bank of backup batteries online with a practiced hand. Static rushed from the speaker. He adjusted knobs, switched bands, and finally spoke in a voice flatter and more formal than Clay had heard from him before. "This is Brooks Halley requesting priority contact on Old Channel Cedar 9. Confirm if any government element still monitors." For several long seconds, only static answered. Then a voice, broken by age and distance, but unmistakably human, came back. "Identify." Brooks gave a code phrase Clay did not understand, and a second one that made Harper's eyebrows lift. The voice on the other end lost some of its suspicion, but none of its caution. The exchange that followed sounded less like a friendly reunion and more like 2 men stepping through a graveyard together, naming old landmarks to prove they had once lived in the same world. In the end, Brooks gave only what mattered: who they were, where they were, what Harper carried, and what they needed. The answer was maddeningly incomplete. Support might be available. Extraction uncertain. Transmission of formula essential. Hold if possible. Brooks ended the contact with a look on his face Clay could not fully read. "They're alive," he said. "Will they come?" Harper asked. "Maybe." He leaned against the radio desk as if the conversation had cost him more than he wanted to show. "Maybe depends on how bad the rest of the country still is." Clay absorbed that in silence. He had not really expected Marines or helicopters or any miracle-stamped official. Still, hearing uncertainty spoken plain made the room colder. They worked until full night. Unloading the equipment took 3 trips from truck to lab. Brooks chose a second-floor room with only 2 narrow windows and a reinforced door for Harper's main workspace. Clay helped carry benches, carts, and supply crates while Harper rebuilt her universe by priority. Sample cases under the wall unit, drives on the clean desk, notes in a dry file cabinet, reagents separated by temperature need. Every choice she made with placement seemed to push panic farther back from the center of her mind. In the lower hallway, Brooks marked choke points with carpenter's chalk and started deciding where barriers should go. These 2 corridor turns matter. The stairwell landing matters. Generator room matters most once we start it. Harper stopped what she was doing. You already know I need power. You were never getting one by candlelight. Clay carried a stack of folded cots from storage into an office off the main hall. When he returned, he found Harper standing alone by the window of her lab, looking into the dark trees beyond the glass. You all right? He asked. She did not turn immediately. I keep waiting for this to feel lucky. It doesn't. It feels temporary. He moved beside her and looked out. The glass reflected them faintly over the black tree line, his bandages and battered pads, her tired face and cut cheek, both of them suspended between ruin and the possibility of something better. Temporary still beats dead, he said. That drew a tired sideways glance from her. Your bedside manner needs work. My Nana would tell you it's worse when I'm trying. Nana sounds smart. She was. Harper's gaze softened. I'm sorry. He felt the old hurt, but it no longer knocked the breath from him every time it was named. Maybe because this place demanded the future more than the past. Me too. For a moment, neither moved. The building settled around them with small, old noises. Pipes cooling. A vent rattling somewhere deep in the walls. Wind touching brick. Finally, Brooks's voice rose from the hall. Anybody planning to flirt can do it while carrying barricade material. Harper actually laughed. Clay found himself smiling despite everything. They ate a cold meal from the MRE stash, sitting on overturned crates in the break room, while Brooks read from an inventory list and Harper corrected him when he misnamed equipment. Clay watched them and realized something dangerous was happening without permission. The 3 of them were beginning to fit together. Not comfortably, not safely, but usefully, like parts from different machines finding a way to run on the same belt. Afterward, Brooks assigned watches. Clay argued Harper needed full sleep. Harper argued Brooks did too. In the end, they split the night unevenly, with Brooks taking first watch because he refused to be overruled in his own hideout. Clay found a cot in an office down the hall from Harper's lab. He lay back in the dark and felt every bruise bloom deeper now that stillness allowed them room. Above him, the ceiling tiles wore faint water stains shaped like islands. Beyond the wall, he could hear distant footsteps, then silence, then the building breathing around them. He should have slept at once. Instead, he thought about the farmhouse fire, about a cougar's weight on his chest, about Harper's hands steady on his face by the truck, and about the way the mountain lab had appeared through the trees like a promise made by harder people than him. Promises were not safety. He knew that. But before sleep finally took him, he let himself believe one quiet thing. They had made it somewhere that could matter. Chapter 18. The days between. Morning in the mountain lab arrived without sunrise. The narrow windows and heavy brick kept the rooms dim until full day had already climbed outside. So Clay woke thinking for one stunned instant that the world had ended again overnight. Then he heard footsteps in the corridor, the scrape of a chair, and Brooks somewhere downstairs muttering over tools. The building was still there. So were they. His body had turned to one long complaint. Every bruise from the cougar attack had ripened by morning, and his shoulder felt as if somebody had driven a railroad spike through it. He sat up slowly on the cot and found Papa's jacket folded over a chair, one sleeve sliced, one shoulder patched with rough stitches Harper had put in after midnight when she realized the torn fabric would snag every time he moved. He carried the jacket into the hall and smelled coffee before he reached the break room. Real coffee this time, not the bitter sludge left in old thermoses. Brooks had found sealed cans in storage and a percolator that still worked on a gas burner. Clay nearly forgave the end of civilization right there. Harper sat at the table with her hair tied back in a loose knot, reading handwritten notes beside a cooling mug. Without the goggles and tactical vest, wearing a thermal shirt with the sleeves pushed up, she looked younger and somehow more dangerous because the softness around her made the wool beneath it more visible. She glanced up when he entered, and her gaze went immediately to the way he held one arm stiff. "You should still be in bed," she said. "You say that like this place has room service." Brooks, standing at the counter, snorted. "You'd complain if it did." Clay poured coffee and sat opposite Harper. The heat of the mug against his palms felt almost obscene after so many days of cold fear and hard motion. He drank and shut his eyes a moment. "See," Brooks said, "that's a man remembering religion." Breakfast turned into a work meeting because none of them could afford separate categories anymore. Brooks laid out the priorities on a legal pad: vehicle reliability, water system, perimeter, generator inspection, clean lab setup, radio schedule, fallback plans. Harper added what she needed for even a minimal vaccine effort. Clay translated both of them into labor and risk. "We don't start the generator today," Brooks said. Harper frowned. "Every day we wait, more people die. Every day we rush, we might join them. I want barriers in place and angles covered before we ring the dinner bell for half the mountain." Clay knew he was right. He also saw the strain in Harper's mouth when she looked toward the stairwell leading down to the dormant machinery. "How long?" "2 days if all goes well," Brooks answered. Harper stared at the legal pad, clearly hating the answer and accepting it anyway. "Then I used the time to prep everything else." That became the rhythm of the next days. Work broken by short meals, shallow sleep, and moments of unexpected stillness that felt almost illegal. Clay spent the first daylight hours helping Brooks drag steel shelving units and storage cabinets into the main hall to create layered barriers. They bolted one old security desk across the lower stair landing and stacked sandbags from a maintenance closet behind it. Clay cut firing slots in plywood sheets while Brooks checked sight lines and muttered about choke points the way other men might discuss crops or football scores. By afternoon, the lab looked less like an abandoned facility and more like a fort built by people who understood they would get only one chance to be right. Harper turned the upstairs room into a world apart. She cleaned counters with a ferocity that suggested she trusted bleach more than prayer. She sorted supplies into labeled zones, revived an ancient refrigerator unit with Brooks's help, and taped process notes in clean rows along one wall. Watching her work reminded Clay of Nana in the pantry and Papa in the machine shed. Competence had the same beauty no matter the field. He brought her lunch at one point and found her standing motionless over a tray of pipettes. "You okay?" he asked. She blinked as if returning from somewhere far away. "I forgot what normal concentration feels like. It startled me." He leaned in the doorway. "That good. It's dangerous, actually. Makes you remember the life you had before all this." She picked up a marker and wrote on a piece of tape without looking at the letters. "Then you have to decide whether remembering helps." Clay understood that too well. "Most days I'd rather remember than not, even if it hurts. Hurting proves it happened." She looked at him for a second longer than casual talk required. "That sounds older than you are." He shrugged. "Everybody says that now." Outside work, the mountain held them in a peculiar calm. No full attack came during those days. Once they heard barking far down the slope, and once an elk hammered some distant tree until the blows echoed through the timber like muffled drums. But the facility itself remained untouched. Clay did not trust the quiet. He still appreciated what it gave them. On the second evening, Brooks went down to the truck with tools and a lantern to tighten the patched radiator setup. That left Clay and Harper alone upstairs for the first time without a task barking at them. She was sitting on the floor of the lab with files spread in neat stacks around her when he arrived with 2 bowls of canned stew warmed on the breakroom burner. "Peace offering," he said. Her face lit with surprised gratitude. "That smells almost real. They say hunger is the best seasoning. They say a lot of stupid things." He sat beside the opposite wall and handed her a bowl. For a while they ate in companionable silence. the kind that only happened after people had survived enough together to stop filling every gap. Then Harper reached into her vest pocket and pulled out the photograph Clay had grabbed from the old lab. "You remembered this," she said. He nodded. Figured it mattered. She studied the image under the desk lamp. For people in clean coats, smiling with the reckless confidence of professionals who believe their hard work would be used by a world capable of gratitude. "That's Dr. Kemp," she said, tapping the tall woman in the center. She ran the project. Brilliant and impossible. Complained about everybody's writing. A small, sad smile touched her mouth. "That's Youssef. Best hands in the lab. Could calibrate anything. Mara on the end was my roommate for a year. She sang when she plated cultures. Badly." Clay listened. He did not try to make it easier. She was giving those people shape before they vanished completely, and shape mattered. "What happened?" he asked quietly. Harper lowered the photo to her lap. "Kemp stayed too long trying to secure transfer approval. Mara got taken in the parking lot during the second week, before we understood what a scratch meant. Youssef and I held out together until the night the generator failed at the first site. He went down to get the backup line running and never came back up. I heard him yelling once. Then I didn't." The room stayed still around the story. Clay looked into his bowl because looking at her hurt in a different way. "I'm sorry. So am I." She rubbed her thumb over the edge of the picture. "You know what I hate most? Not the fear. Not even being alone. I hate that the details start slipping. A voice. The way somebody walked. The exact shape of a laugh. It feels like betraying them." He thought of his father's face, still sharp in some memories and blurred at the edges in others. He thought of Nana's hands turning jars in cellar light and Papa's boots by the door. Maybe remembering the feeling is enough when the details fail. Harper leaned her head back against the cabinet behind her. "Do you believe that?" "No," he managed a tired smile. "But I'm trying to." That won a low laugh from her, and something in his chest loosened. Later, while Brooks was still outside, the building lost the last amber wash of dusk and settled into deep blue shadow. Harper rose to switch on a battery lantern at the window, then hesitated when movement caught her eye. Clay stood immediately. "What is it?" She pointed. At the edge of the tree line below, just where moonlight began touching the clearing, a shape moved between trunks. Then another. Not charging. Watching. Coyotes. 3 of them. Lean and gray and too patient. "They found us," Harper whispered. Clay stared through the narrow glass. Maybe they already knew. The animals paced a few yards, testing the scent of the air, then vanished back into black timber without a sound. The whole encounter lasted less than 20 seconds. It left the room colder than before. Brooks came in moments later, smelled the tension, and went to the window himself. "Scouts," he said. "You say that like they're soldiers," Harper answered. "Infected enough, they may as well be." That night, they shifted the watch schedule and doubled the loaded magazines at each position. Sleep became thinner after that. Clay took the midnight watch from the roof access landing, rifle across his knees, listening to the wind slide through the pines. Around 1 in the morning, Harper climbed the last steps, carrying 2 mugs of coffee. "You're supposed to be asleep," he said. She handed him one. "And you're supposed to be resting that shoulder. Apparently both of us are poor listeners." Moonlight silvered the edge of her face. They stood side by side in the cold and looked out at a world that felt ancient and wounded and terribly beautiful all at once. "You ever think about after?" she asked. "After what?" "After the animals. After the fighting. If we make this work." Clay took a long drink before answering. "I think about a roof that stays a roof. A garden. Quiet. Maybe a dog if dogs ever become safe again. That's ambitious. You?" She smiled into her cup. "A room with power and no alarms. Fresh bread. A shower longer than 3 minutes. Maybe a place where people stop treating survival like the only language left." He looked at her then, really looked. She meant it. Not as fantasy. As a demand she meant to place on the future if the future dared show up. "That sounds good," he said. Her shoulder touched his lightly when the wind shifted. Neither moved away. Below them, the trees remained dark and unreadable. The coyotes did not return that night. The mountain held its breath and gave them one more handful of hours to prepare. Clay knew it would not last. Still, when Harper stood beside him in the cold, The coming battle felt less like the end of a road and more like a gate they might force open together. Chapter 19. The Cost of Power. Brooks made them walk the exterior again at first light, partly to inspect the perimeter and partly because, as he put it, fear turned stupid when left sitting too long. Clay appreciated the exercise even though every step reminded him where the cougar had nearly carved through his shoulder. Harper came too with the rifle slung across her back and a clipboard in hand, taking notes on line of sight and wall integrity as if they were preparing for an audit instead of a siege. The morning air was sharp enough to hurt the lungs. Frost silvered the weeds near the lower fence. Nothing moved in the clearing except their own breath and the occasional drift of pine needles from the higher branches. Brooks stopped near the generator exhaust stack at the rear of the annex and pointed with his pencil. Once we fire it up, this whole side of the building becomes a beacon. Heat, sound, vibration, maybe even smell if old seals burn off. Harper crouched to inspect the vent housing. I know. I need you to know it practical, not just scientific. She straightened slowly. I do. And I still need it. Brooks studied her a long second, then nodded. Good. Then we stopped talking around the truth. They spent the rest of the morning turning the truth into work. Clay and Brooks cut more firing ports in the plywood barriers, hauled metal cabinets into the lower hall, and wired improvised noise traps with cans and bolts along the rear approaches. Harper marked which windows upstairs could be blacked out completely and which needed partial access for ventilation. Every choice now bent toward one question. When the generator roared, where would the first impact come from? By noon they had reasonable answers and no comfort. The back annex first, Brooks said, sketching on the legal pad again. Animals follow sound and movement, so the exhaust and vibration draw them to the generator side. Once they hit resistance there, some will circle. Coyotes under vehicles. Cats testing windows. Birds at the roofline. Deer or elk at the doors if we're unlucky. If? Harper asked. Brooks's mouth twitched. Trying optimism. Clay looked over the rough map and felt the shape of the coming fight settle into his bones. This was not the chaos of the city or the sudden terror of the farmhouse. This would be deliberate. Built. Waited for. That made it colder somehow. We can't cover everything at once. No, Brooks said. So we cover what keeps Harper working and let the rest stay secondary. Harper's jaw tightened. I'm not hiding while you two do all the bleeding. You are if that's what keeps the formula alive, Brooks answered. Clay expected her to argue harder. Instead, she looked down at the plan, then at both of them in turn. Then I need a sidearm. Brooks actually smiled at that. Now you're speaking useful. The afternoon became instruction. Clay taught her to clear a jam, reload from the belt pouch, and fire from behind cover without exposing half her torso. She picked it up quickly, though not gracefully. Brooks declared that good enough for somebody who ideally would never need to use it. When the lesson ended, Clay found a clean rag and finally convinced Harper to let him clean the fading cut on her cheek properly. They sat in the second-floor lab near the window while Brooks rummaged below for more batteries. The room smelled of antiseptic and old paper. You don't have to look like this is surgery, Harper said as Clay uncapped the bottle. I'm concentrating because last time I checked, you like having a face. She gave him a sideways look. I'm getting attached to it, yes. He wet the rag and worked carefully. Up close her skin carried a scatter of faint freckles across the bridge of her nose he had not noticed before. The sort of detail people only saw when they had spent enough time surviving beside one another to forget. Briefly, they were supposed to keep distance. You're good with your hands, she said quietly. Clay tried very hard not to react to that sentence. Farm kid. Mechanics too? Enough to stay out of trouble when the trouble's patient. And when it isn't. He met her eyes. Then I get Brooks. That made her laugh softly. The sound stayed with him after the laugh ended. She grew serious again as he finished taping a small fresh dressing over the cut. Clay. Yeah. If this works. If I can make enough for us and enough data to transmit. If the people Brooks called really do still have a chain of command. None of that brings back who you lost. He kept his gaze on the tape because looking straight at her felt too exposed. I know. I just don't want you chasing this because you think saving the world settles private debts. He sat back on the stool. The truth in what she said irritated him because it was true. Maybe it doesn't settle them. Maybe it gives them somewhere to go. Harper considered that in silence. Then she reached out and touched the edge of Papa's stitched jacket sleeve where it crossed his forearm. That I understand. Brooks interrupted from the doorway with perfect timing and no mercy. I found signal boost parts and enough extension cable to regret my own good luck. Neither Clay nor Harper moved immediately. Brooks lifted one gray eyebrow. Don't let me stop the emotional development. I can come back and make more noise in a minute. Harper rolled her eyes and stood. You are unbearable. Yet vital, Brooks said. By evening, the facility looked as ready as 3 exhausted people could make it. Water drums filled from the on-site reserve tank. Ammunition stacked at each position. Fire extinguishers redistributed. Emergency lanterns checked. Harper's workflow taped in sequence above the bench so that fear could not scramble it when the noise began. Brooks opened the radio again after supper and raised the same distant contact as before. This time the answer came faster. The voice identified itself only by rank and not by name. Brooks transmitted a concise update. Facility secured. Scientist operational. Power start in 12 hours. Request monitoring window for data burst and, if feasible, support. The response was better and worse than before. Transmission window confirmed. Support contingent. Nearest active marine element engaged elsewhere. Hold a fable. Brooks signed off and sat in the radio chair for a long moment without speaking. Clay leaned against the doorframe. How bad is elsewhere? Brooks rubbed both hands over his face. Bad enough that 3 civilians in a forgotten mountain lab are not the top fire to put out. Harper stood at the hall desk holding her notebook to her chest. Then we do this without expecting rescue. Brooks looked up at her and nodded. That is finally the correct assumption. No one slept much that night. The generator would start at dawn, giving Harper as much daylight as possible to work through the critical hours and giving Clay and Brooks sight on the first waves before full dark complicated everything. Clay took first watch from the lower barricade. Around midnight, Harper came down in stocking feet and sat on the step behind him, hugging a blanket around her shoulders. Can't sleep? He asked. She shook her head. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that first lab failing. He shifted so she could sit beside him against the sandbags. For a while they listened to the building settle and to the occasional dry whisper of branches against brick outside. I'm scared, she said at last. He appreciated that she said it plain. Me too. She laughed once under her breath. You always make fear sound like weather. It is weather. Can't stop it. Just decide if you're staying out in it. In the dim lantern light, she turned toward him. And what do you decide? He answered honestly, because dishonesty seemed pointless there in the dark. That I'm tired of losing ground. Her hand found his where it rested on his knee. Not by accident. Not as comfort only. Clay looked at their fingers together and felt the entire dangerous world narrow to that small point of contact. He lifted his eyes to hers. She did not look away. The kiss was quiet and brief, and somehow more frightening than any gunfire because it asked for a future with no guarantee attached. Warm mouth, cold hands, the taste of coffee and canned stew, and all the tenderness both of them had been pretending to save for later. When she pulled back, he could still feel her breath near his face. We picked a terrible time for that, he said softly. Harper's smile trembled and held anyway. Yes. You regret it? No, she squeezed his hand once. Do not make me regret it by dying tomorrow. He let out a breath that might have been a laugh. I'll put that on the list. When she went back upstairs, the dark no longer felt quite as empty. It felt more dangerous in one direction and less in another. Clay sat with that until his watch ended and Brooks relieved him without comment, though the older man's expression said he missed very little. Dawn would come soon. With it, the generator. With the generator, whatever the mountain had been collecting in the trees while they prepared. Clay checked the rifle one more time and tried to quiet the part of himself already counting how much could be lost. Chapter 20. When the switch waited. Clay woke before Brooks knocked on the office door. He had not slept more than an hour at a stretch anyway. The mountain outside remained dark blue, almost black, but a thin line of cold light already pressed at the highest edges of the window. For a second, he lay on the cot listening. No barking, no scratching, no slam of antler on brick. The absence of noise felt staged, like a theater holding its breath before the curtain rose. He pulled on Papa's jacket, checked the fresh magazine in his rifle, and stepped into the hall. Before Brooks gave the final count, Clay climbed the stairs one last time and found Harper standing over the bench with both palms flat beside the sample tray, eyes closed as if she were listening for instructions from a room that existed only in memory. The overhead light cast hard shadows across her face. In that moment, she looked less like a frightened survivor and more like every capable person the world had ever leaned on without thinking. She opened her eyes when she sensed him in the doorway. "I know that look." "What look?" "The one where you're deciding whether to say something meaningful or something practical." He huffed a quiet laugh. "Practical wins most days." Today. He stepped inside and unclipped his father's dog tags from where he had looped them through a zip tie on his gear strap. The metal was cool in his hand, worn smooth at the edges by years of touch. He set them on the bench beside her notebook. "My father carried these overseas. Papa kept them after the men came to the house with the folded flag. I've had them near me ever since the farm burned." He looked at the tags, then at her. "I want them here while you work." Harper stared down at the small, dull rectangles of steel as if they weighed far more than they should. Clay. He believed in doing the hard thing because somebody had to. Papa did too. Nana would have told both of them they were idiots and then packed them lunch. He swallowed once. "I figure all three would say the same about you." Her throat moved before she found words. "That might be the nicest thing anyone said to me in a long time." He touched the edge of the bench, close to her hand, but not taking it. "Then keep earning it." She nodded, not trusting herself to speak, maybe, or maybe trusting herself too much. When he turned to go, her fingers caught his sleeve lightly. "I'll bring them back," she said. He looked over his shoulder. "Bring yourself back too." That earned a thin, fierce smile. Then he went downstairs and took his place. The building had changed overnight. Or maybe his understanding of it had. Every barrier, every stacked cabinet, every spare shell lined along the lower desk now looked less like preparation and more like a wager. Harper had taped her process sequence in red marker beside the upstairs bench. Thaw/mix/spin/verify/record/transmit. The words looked almost calm enough to be holy. Brooks was already in the annex checking valves on the generator with a flashlight between his teeth. Grease darkened both hands. "Oil's good. Fuel line's clear. Starter battery has enough juice to hate me for waking it." Harper came down the stairs tying back her hair, her face pale but composed. She had changed into work clothes that allowed movement without looking tactical. Heavy pants, boots, thermal shirt, lab apron folded and tied over it. The sidearm Brooks gave her rode unfamiliar but secure at her hip. Clay had never seen anybody look so much like two different lives forced into one shape. "Last chance to tell me not to do this," she said. Brooks straightened and removed the flashlight. "I've been telling you that for 2 days. You ignored me admirably." She looked at Clay. He took a second before answering, because honesty mattered more than encouragement now. "I want 5 more days to prepare and 50 more people on the walls." He held her gaze. "But I still want you to do it." Harper nodded once. "Good." They checked positions one final time as dawn spread fully through the trees. Clay took the rear hall and generator side firing slot. Brooks held the lower stair barricade and the main entry angle. Harper would remain upstairs for the critical process stages, but they walked her through fallback routes anyway. Door 1, secondary room 2, final lock point and cold storage if the line collapsed. She memorized it all and hated every word. Breakfast was dry crackers and coffee nobody tasted. Outside, pale morning light touched the clearing inch by inch. Clay watched through the narrow slit at the back hall and caught the first movement just after 7. A single doe stood at the edge of the timber. Its hide looked normal from a distance. Its posture did not. Head too low, neck too rigid, one forehoof pawing the dirt in repeated angry stabs. It stared at the building for nearly a minute without blinking. Then it vanished. Clay keyed the handheld radio Brooks had rigged to each position. "Rear contact. 1 deer. Watching." Brooks's voice answered with static under it. "Copy. Expect company." Harper came on from upstairs. "I hate how right he always is." You get used to it, Clay said. Liar. Despite everything, the exchange eased the pressure in his chest by a fraction. The company arrived in pieces over the next half hour. 2 coyotes ghosted through the brush and disappeared beneath the lower rise near the annex. A cloud of dark birds gathered in the highest trees and stayed there like storm debris caught on branches. Then, far off but unmistakable, came the rough, trumpeting challenge of an elk. Brooks keyed in. They're assembling. That's not a thing animals do, Harper said. It is now. Clay watched the birds for a long minute and realized what truly unnerved him. They were not milling aimlessly. They were facing the building. Brooks made the final call at 8. We don't gain anything by waiting longer. Patterns are only getting worse. Harper's answer took one beat. Then I'm starting prep. She moved upstairs. Clay listened to her boots on the metal steps, then to the heavier lab door close and latch. Brooks came down the hall to him, carrying a box of additional magazines. Keep these dry. Watch the fence gap and the roof line. If something big hits the annex wall, give ground only to the second mark, not the stair line. Clay accepted the magazines and set them in order by touch. If it gets through before she's done, then we hold until we can't and kill as much as possible while she transmits. Brooks met his eyes. That is the job. There was nothing to say back to that. At 8:15, Harper's voice came over the radio, steadier than either man's. Ready in the lab. Brooks looked up toward the ceiling as if he could see through it. All right, doctor. On my count. 3. Outside, the first coyote appeared at a trot from behind the service annex. 2. The birds on the branches lifted their wings. 1. The generator did not roar immediately. First came a cough, then a grinding churn from deep in the annex floor. Clay's whole body tightened. For one terrible second, he thought the machine would fail and all this fear would have nowhere to go. Then the motor caught. The sound rose like a giant clearing its throat. Vibration ran through the concrete under Clay's boots. A deep mechanical thunder filled the walls, the floors, the pipes, the air itself. Lights flickered once overhead, then twice, then snapped on in a harsh clean wash that made the entire back hall look newly alive and deeply exposed at the same time. Outside, every waiting thing reacted. The coyote by the annex launched at the wall with such force it bounced off and came again. 3 more burst from the brush after it. The birds lifted from the branches in one black wave and hammered toward the roof vents. From the trees came crashing movement, plural, heavy and fast. Generator live, Harper said over the radio, and beneath the strain in her voice, Clay heard wonder too. Starting first phase. Copy, Brooks replied. Stay on the process. Clay fired the first shot of the siege through the rear slot and dropped the lead coyote just as it found the base of the exhaust housing. The others scattered, then regrouped instantly, snapping at the steel grating and each other in equal measure. Brooks's shotgun boomed from the main hall, followed by the metallic ring of something large slamming the front barricade. Deer at the entry, Brooks barked. Maybe 2. Clay put another round through a coyote shouldering under the annex piping. Blood sprayed the wall. The body twitched and kept trying to crawl. He fired again. Above him, claws screeched across the roof in a rapid panicked storm as birds threw themselves at spinning vent caps and narrow window glass. A heavier impact struck the annex exterior. Then another. Concrete dust drifted from the seam over Clay's position. Brooks, I've got something big on the rear side. Join the club. Harper's voice cut in, tighter now. 2 brack loaded. Spin cycle in 30 seconds. The professionalism in her tone steadied him more than prayer might have. The rear fence gave way with a metallic crash. An elk bull, taller than the hood of the Ford and dark with old blood across its muzzle and antlers, barreled into the clearing as if fired from a cannon. One antler had snapped halfway off and left a jagged spear of bone. It hit the annex corner broadside. Brooks shook. Clay's teeth clicked together. He fired for the eye and missed as the beast jerked its head. The second shot punched into the neck. The elk screamed, staggered, then rammed the wall again with even greater fury. Behind it, 2 mule deer bounded through the broken fence and joined the assault on the lower windows. Rear breech pressure escalating. Clay shouted. Brooks came on amid another shotgun blast. Hold your lane. I can't spare the front. Of course he couldn't. The main side had become its own nightmare. Clay could hear antlers or hooves battering the entry desk, glass breaking somewhere in the lobby, Brooks cursing in the rhythm of a man working faster than fear. Clay fired again and again, choosing targets by threat, not by hope. One mule deer went down and kicked itself bloody against the brick. A coyote finally managed to wedge halfway into the vent housing before a bullet spun it back out. The elk kept coming even with blood pumping down one shoulder in bright sheets. Then something landed on the exterior sill of the narrow window above the generator slot. A cougar. Not the wounded one from before, Clay thought wildly, but another, lean and pale and strong enough to cling to brick with hooked claws while it stared directly through the glass at him. For one suspended heartbeat, human and infected predator looked straight at one another across 6 inches of reinforced pain. The cat slammed against the window. The glass held. A crack starred from the corner. Clay raised the rifle and fired point-blank through the narrow opening in the barrier. The shot shattered the outside of the pane and drove the cougar off the sill, but not before one paw punched through far enough to rake sparks from the metal interior frame. Upstairs, Harper said, "First phase complete. Starting the bind." The words reached him like a rope. Brooks's voice came harsher now. "Clay, status. Still standing. Good. Keep doing that." The lights flickered once as the generator surged under new load. Clay felt the whole building tremble with machine thunder and impact and the violent insistence of everything outside that wanted in. He reloaded by feel, smoke and dust thick in the back hall, and glanced toward the stairwell leading up to Harper's lab. He could not see her. He did not need to. She was up there racing a clock measured in claws and shattered bone. Brooks was somewhere ahead in the hall, keeping the front from collapsing. And Clay, with his shoulder bruised, his jacket torn, and his father's stubbornness beating like a second heart inside him, had one job. Hold. Above the thunder and gunfire, Clay heard one impossible thing: the steady hum of lights and working machines. It sounded like civilization refusing to die, and that sound hardened every choice inside him. Outside, the mountain finally gave up pretending it was empty. The second wave came all at once. Chapter 21. The second wave. The second wave did not arrive like a stampede. A stampede had one direction, one panic, one clear shape a man could understand. This came from every seam in the mountain at once, as if the trees themselves had opened and poured out teeth. Clay saw gray movement first. Wolves, at least 6, maybe more, pouring low through the brush behind the torn fence line with their heads flat and shoulders rolling. Before he could settle on the lead animal, the elk rammed the annex wall again and sent a shudder through the floor strong enough to rattle spare magazines across the concrete. The cracked pane beside the generator slot burst inward in a glittering spray. Cold air and the smell of blood punched into the rear hall. Rear glass gone. Clay barked into the radio. Brooks answered over a shotgun blast that sounded close enough to shake the words apart. Then stop admiring it and keep them out. The first wolf reached the broken window frame and launched. Clay fired from the shoulder. The animal folded in midair and crashed halfway through the opening, jaws still working. The second used the body as a step. Clay drove the rifle muzzle down and fired again, feeling the concussion in his teeth. Hot fragments of glass kissed his cheek. Behind the wolves, the bull elk threw itself against the annex a third time, and the outer bricks groaned with a sound Clay did not want to hear from anything built to save human lives. Above him, the birds had become a storm. They hammered the roof vents and the narrow panes along the upper story so hard the building seemed caught under hail made of flesh and beaks. Somewhere in the front lobby, Brooks fired both barrels almost at once, then shouted something that vanished beneath the generator's iron thunder. Harper came over the radio, clipped and breathless. "Bind stage is stable. I need 15 minutes before transfer." "Take 10, Brooks snapped. "I am not cooking dinner, Brooks." Clay almost smiled despite the animal frenzy at the wall. Her voice did something to him every time it cut through fear and machine noise. It reminded him there was still a mind upstairs working toward more than survival. Not just another hour. Not just another magazine. Something that might still matter after the shooting stopped. The bull elk hit again. A seam opened in the mortar at the annex corner. Dust drifted from the crack like breath from a tired man. Clay shifted to the second mark Brooks had painted on the floor with a stripe of red mechanic's enamel and fired through the broken pane at the elk's eye. The shot punched shallow. The animal recoiled, screamed, and came harder, blood sheeted across its face and antlers. One of the mule deer joined it at the wall, smashing its skull against the lower brick until one ear tore open and hung in strips. "Brooks, I need you back here for 5 seconds. What you need is a miracle and a better species." Something colossal struck the front barricade. The desk and file cabinets Brooks had braced their scraped-across tile. Clay heard glass burst, then the wet, frantic snarling of animals forcing themselves through too small a gap. Brooks did not come because Brooks could not come. Clay dropped the rifle sling over his neck, snatched the pry bar from where it leaned against the wall, and swung as another wolf jammed itself through the broken window. Metal connected with skull. Bone gave with a thick, ugly pop. He shoved the body back out before the next one could use it as a bridge, then rammed a spare rolling cart sideways against the frame to narrow the opening. Something struck the cart from outside hard enough to bend one wheel flat. He switched back to the rifle and fired through the tangled legs and bars. The muzzle flash lit the hall in white bursts. A wolf spun out of sight. Another clamped its jaws on the cart and shook with such fury the steel screamed under its teeth. Then a new sound rose beneath everything else, so low and rough it seemed at first like machinery. Bear. Clay turned just in time to see a hulking black shape crash through the broken rear fence and plow over one of the dead coyotes without breaking stride. It came with its head low, one shoulder mangled from some old impact, saliva and blood hanging from its muzzle and ropes. It ignored the rifle shots that hit its chest. It ignored the dead elk thrashing nearby. It only cared about the building. "Oh, come on," Clay said to nobody. The bear hit the annex door. Steel bowed inward. The hinges shrieked. Clay fired for the eye, missed by an inch. Fired again and saw the beast jerk back, half blinded, yet still it slammed its full weight at the door once more. The upper hinge tore loose. Brooks's voice cut over the radio. "Clay, report. Rear has wolves, deer, the elk, and now a bear trying to sign the guest book." A pause. Then, grim and immediate. "Fall to the inner hall if that door gives. Do not let them push into the generator room. If they get the machine, Harper goes dark. I know exactly what happens if they get the machine." Upstairs glass broke in a line of sharp cracks. Harper swore. Not frightened swearing. Furious swearing. Clay heard 3 quick pistol shots from the second floor and felt something hot and proud move through his chest. The annex door crashed open. The bear forced its head through the gap first, blinded on one side and frothing. Clay emptied 3 rounds into the throat and shoulder before the creature found enough purchase to haul half its body inside. It came with one paw striking, claws ripping grooves in concrete, and sending sparks from a pipe bracket. Clay dove behind the generator housing as the swipe tore the rolling cart away from the window and flung it into the opposite wall. The hall became all heat, oil stink, and animal rage. Clay rolled, came up on one knee, and shot into the bear's open mouth. The blast deafened him for a second. The beast rocked back, snarled with blood pouring over its tongue. Then came another step as if death had become only a rumor. Brooks appeared at the end of the hall at that moment like a man arriving from some separate war. He leveled the shotgun and fired a slug into the bear's ribs. The impact slammed the animal sideways against the generator housing. Clay fired again. Brooks pumped and fired again. The second slug broke the shoulder. The bear collapsed in a convulsing heap, half in the doorway, half in the hall, still clawing at the air as though trying to drag the room itself into its jaws. Brooks did not waste breath celebrating. He kicked the annex door shut against the dead bulk as best he could and braced a steel cabinet behind it. "Front's worse," he said. "Tell me something useful." "The useful thing is I still have bullets." "Then keep using them." They fought side by side for the next several minutes, though time had become strange enough that it might have been 30 seconds or an hour. Wolves crowded the window frame and died there. The mule deer kept hammering the brick until Brooks finally put one down with a slug through the chest and the other tangled itself in the wrecked fence. The bull elk, monstrous with pain and rage, refused to stop. It battered the annex corner until the outer mortar flaked away in plates. Clay and Brooks took turns shooting for the eye, the neck hinge, the mouth, any place that might matter to a body already moving on madness rather than instinct. At the front of the building, more animals threw themselves against the barricade. Clay could hear coyotes yelping, birds thudding against the lobby glass, and once the clear, tearing metallic shriek of antlers dragged across a filing cabinet. Every few breaths Brooks had to abandon the rear hall to race forward and beat back something reaching through the main gap. Each time he disappeared, Clay felt the building grow larger and emptier around him. Harper's radio clicked. Transfer done. Starting sequence 2. What is that by us? Clay asked. If nothing fails, progress. Progress sounds good from here. It sounds better from here too. The crack in the annex corner widened with a dry, snapping report. Clay glanced at it and understood in one cold instant that the wall, not the door, was about to become the problem. The bull elk backed up into the yard, sides pumping steam into the freezing air. It lowered its head. Even broken and bleeding, it looked huge enough to move a truck. Brooks. He was already looking. Yeah. If it hits there again, that corner goes. Brooks measured the distance once, saw the same truth Clay did, and made the choice. Fall back to the inner line. Clay hated the order the moment he heard it. Giving ground felt too much like admitting the mountain had more bodies than they had rounds. But he also knew the red mark on the floor had never been decoration. Brooks had prepared for this exact failure because Brooks understood buildings the way some men understood prayers. The inner line mattered because it gave the generator one more room of distance and Harper one more minute of light. They withdrew in practiced bursts. Brooks covered while Clay dragged the spare ammunition crate and a fuel can deeper into the hall. Clay covered while Brooks yanked loose a cable tied to a shelf leg and sent the whole shelving unit crashing sideways into the annex passage. Then they took position behind the second barricade, a waist-high combination of lab counters, boxed filters, and 2 freezers on their sides. The elk hit. The annex corner exploded in brick dust and noise. For one white instant, Clay saw daylight where a wall had been. The shelving unit vanished under the animal's bulk. One antler punched through a crate of tubing and whipped it across the room like spilled bones. The elk staggered in over the wreckage, shoulder slick, one eye ruined, and still came. Brooks fired first. The slug snapped the remaining good antler off at the base. Clay fired next and drove around through the open mouth. The beast crashed into the barricade with enough force to shove the freezers backward 6 inches and knock Clay into the concrete. He heard Brooks curse, heard glass and metal pour down, heard wolves surging over the broken annex threshold behind the elk. Then the lobby lights on the far side of the building flickered twice and went dead. No one spoke for a beat. Only the rear hall still held power. Brooks, Harper said over the radio, and for the first time he heard fear she could not flatten. I just lost one of the upstairs banks. Brooks cycled the shotgun and stared at the dark beyond the charging animals as if he could glare electricity back into existence. Then we hold the generator or we lose everything. Clay rose from the floor with dust in his mouth, grabbed the rifle tighter, and aimed at the darkness where eyes kept appearing. The second wave had not broken them yet. It had only shown them how long the night intended to be. Chapter 22. The Basement Teeth. The loss of the lobby lights changed the building in a way bullets and claws had not. Darkness did not simply hide things. It redrew them. Distances stretched. Doorways became mouths. Every moving shadow seemed one breath from becoming shape and muscle and impact. Only the rear hall remained bright, lit by the generator-fed strip fixtures that buzzed overhead with indifferent steadiness. Beyond the splintered annex, however, the shadows churned with bodies. Clay fired at movement where he could find it and trusted the rifle more than his eyes. Brooks shifted beside him with the shotgun and the revolver at alternating intervals, choosing whichever weapon matched the distance of the thing trying to cross the wreckage. A wolf leaped the fallen freezer. Brooks blew it out of the air. Another came through below counter height, slipping over shattered brick and blood. Clay put a round through its shoulder. But the animal still reached the barricade long enough to snap at his boot before he crushed its skull with the buttstock. Above them, Harper spoke quickly over the radio, half to keep them informed and half, Clay suspected, to keep herself from imagining too much. I rerouted one bench to the remaining circuit. Freezer unit is holding. Centrifuge speed dropped and recovered. I can keep working if the rear feed stays alive. Brooks wiped sweat and brick dust from one eye with the back of his wrist. Then the rear feed stays alive. That sounded almost optimistic. It was not. The elk finally stopped moving. It lay wedged in broken masonry and plastic crates with its tongue hanging dark between its teeth, more obstacle than attacker now. Wolves tried to climb over the carcass to reach the barricade. Clay shot one, then another, and felt the rifle heating against his palms. Somewhere on the front side of the lab, a deeper, smashing impact sounded again and again with methodical spacing. "What is that?" he asked. Brooks listened. The next crash came, followed by the scrape of metal against tile. Front cabinets shifting. Something heavy. Another bear? Or a bull moose that missed the county line by a few hundred miles? Brooks reloaded the shotgun with movements so practiced they looked calm from a distance. Up close, Clay could see the tremor in his fingers. Either way, I don't have spare men to check. Another fixture above them flickered. Then another. Clay looked toward the generator room door. "Tell me that's just load fluctuation." Brooks did not answer right away, which was answer enough. He keyed his radio. "Harper, what's your draw look like right now?" "I'm not maxing the system." "What?" Before Brooks could answer, the generator coughed once. Not a stall. Not yet. A dirty, choking mist that changed the note of the machine from confident thunder to an uneven growl. Clay felt a fresh kind of fear then, colder than the fear of claws. An animal could be shot. A machine could simply decide it had done enough. Brooks swore softly. Something's clogging the intake or the exhaust. Maybe both. In the annex? Lower service trench. Access is below the generator room. Clay remembered the steel hatch in the floor, the one Brooks had shown him during preparation when they walked fallback routes and fuel options. At the time, it had looked like one more useful detail. Now it looked like the place the night had been saving for them. A burst of glass rained from upstairs. Harper hissed, then said, "Bird's got one of the upper windows." "I'm fine. Process is still running." "You stay on the process," Brooks said. "I am. I just thought you'd enjoy the update." The generator stumbled again, longer this time. Half the rear hall lights dimmed to a weak yellow and came back. Out in the annex, beyond the elk carcass and the shifting wolf shapes, smoke or dust began to draw oddly toward the floor vent near the broken wall rather than away from it. Brooks saw it too. "Exhaust back pressure," he said. Something jammed the pipe outlet outside or in the trench below. "And if we leave it?" "The machine overheats, chokes, and quits. And if we go down there?" Brooks gave him a grim look. "We may find out why civilized people put more than 2 men on jobs like this." They could not both leave the barricade. They could not both stay. The truth settled over them in silence made jagged by gunfire and generator thrum. Then Harper's voice entered it. "Go. Both of you." Clay glanced toward the ceiling as if he might see through concrete. "That leaves you alone. I have a pistol, reinforced doors, and the strongest reason on earth not to panic. What I do not have is magic power from the wall." Brooks hesitated. Clay understood why. Every rule of protecting the scientist said never leave the scientist. Every rule of keeping the scientist alive, however, now required them to save the machine. A coyote jammed its narrow head through a gap between the freezer and the counter. Clay shot it in the snout and kicked the body back. Brooks made the call. 60 seconds to set the hold. Then we clear the trench. They moved fast. Clay dragged the last intact freezer hard against the gap and shoved a work table behind it. Brooks dumped a box of broken glass and metal scrap over the annex approach, where anything crossing would have to scramble and slow. He rigged one final surprise by yanking the pin from a road flare and wedging it under an absorbent pad soaked in solvent near the breech. "If the line falls, that buys Harper smoke and confusion," he said, "or burns the whole place. Only if the night gets lucky." Brooks cracked the service hatch. Hot, oily air rolled up from below, carrying a damp mineral smell from the foundation trench. He shoved the revolver into Clay's hand. "Down there it's too tight for your rifle. Bring the pry bar and light." Clay slung the rifle over his back, grabbed the flashlight from the wall bracket, and followed Brooks into the hatch opening. The metal ladder rang under their boots. Below, the trench was barely tall enough to crouch in and just wide enough for the generator housing, conduit, and the main exhaust line disappearing through the foundation toward the outer wall. The sound down there was monstrous. The generator beat against Clay's ribs like a second machine had been installed inside his chest. Dust drifted from joists overhead whenever something large struck the building. Water seeped along one edge of the trench and ran black around debris that had been dry when Brooks first showed him the access route. The problem became obvious before they reached the wall outlet. Something had forced itself partly through the drainage opening near the exhaust pipe and died there. Or perhaps it had not yet finished dying. Feathers, broken ribs, and fur were packed into the metal grate in a rotting knot, and behind that mass more movement shoved from outside as other small bodies tried to force entry through warmth and sound. "Birds," Clay shouted over the machine. "Birds, rats, whatever wanted a hole." Brooks dropped to one knee and jammed the pry bar under the bent grate. "Pull when I say." Clay braced beside him. The metal burned cold against his gloves. Brooks counted with his lips because the generator swallowed spoken numbers. On the pull, the grate bent outward and a foul slurry of blood, feathers, and half-crushed bodies spilled into the trench. One still living thing, small and hairless-tailed, launched directly at Clay's face. He knocked it aside with the flashlight and stomped until it stopped. Brooks ripped more blockage free. The generator note smoothed for 2 blessed seconds. Then the trench lights died altogether. Only Clay's flashlight remained, a hard white beam shaking across pipe, concrete, and Brooks's shoulders. The generator still ran, but rougher again. Brooks swung the beam toward the conduit junction. Claw marks shredded the insulation near floor level. A handful of infected ground squirrels, crazed by heat and vibration, had chewed their way into the cable run from the drainage crawlspace. One body still twitched beside a nest of copper strands. "Of course," Brooks said. "Teeth." He pulled a screwdriver and electrical tape from his belt as if he had expected this particular insult from the universe all along. "Hold the light. If anything moves from that crawlspace, kill it before it decides I look edible." Clay did exactly that. The flashlight beam reached into a hole no wider than a bucket, just enough space for darkness, concrete dust, and glittering eyes farther back than they should have been. Small things chittered in there, an ugly, hungry sound. He fired the revolver once into the crawlspace. The report slapped his ears flat in the confined space. A body thumped against concrete. The chittering stopped for 3 heartbeats, then started again. Above them, something massive hit the floor hard enough to send dirt into the trench. Harper shouted over the radio, distant and distorted from Clay's belt speaker. "They're in the lower hallway." Brooks twisted 2 stripped wire ends together with savage precision. "Tell me if she says lower as an inside lower." Clay pressed the transmit button. Harper confirmed. "Inside." A burst of static. Then, "Not yet." They broke the outer panel by the front stair, but the inner lines holding. "Brooks, I have 6 minutes before the next temperature check. Please tell me you are not dying in that basement." Brooks took the radio from Clay, still working the tape one-handed around the repair. "Technically foundation trench. Far less dignified. Can you save it? I'd rather disappoint you in person than over radio." "That is not an answer. It is the answer you're getting." The generator coughed once more as Brooks seated the wrapped repair above a hanging strap. Then the machine's note rose steadier, stronger. The rear hall lights flashed back on overhead in a cold rectangular spill through the hatch opening. For one fragile moment, it looked as though the worst was over. Then the crawl space behind the torn conduit erupted. Not 1 squirrel. Not 2. A flood of small shapes burst from the hole at knee height. Fur and claws and exposed teeth, driven mad by heat and noise. They hit Clay's shins first, skittering over his boots, trying to climb fabric and find skin. He shouted and hammered downward with the flashlight. Brooks swatted one aside with the screwdriver and another with his forearm. One latched onto Clay's sleeve and bit through the outer canvas before the hockey elbow pad underneath turned the teeth. Clay smashed it against the wall and shot twice into the swarm at the crawlspace mouth. The revolver blasts turned the trench into white pain and smoke. Body spasmed. More kept coming. Move! Brooks roared. They scrambled backward through the narrow trench while stomping and striking and kicking. Clay lost the flashlight, found it again under his boot, then kicked the metal hatch ladder down as a makeshift barrier over the opening behind them. The small infected shapes piled against it in a writhing heap, climbing over one another with mindless determination. Brooks reached the hatch first and shoved Clay upward. Clay took the ladder 3 rungs at a time and hauled himself into the generator room, then turned and grabbed Brooks by the jacket shoulder. Together they slammed the steel hatch shut on a chorus of scratching impacts from below. Brooks dropped the locking bar into place just as one small body hit the underside of the hatch with a frantic metallic thud. Both men stood there breathing hard. Then the generator settled into a full, clean roar. Clay looked up at the bright lights, then at Brooks. Brooks wiped blood that was not his from the screwdriver and jammed it back into his belt. "Good news," he said between breaths. "The power's stable." The front barricade crashed in the lobby. And somewhere upstairs Harper said, very quietly this time, "I'm moving to Phase 3. Chapter 23. The Yard Run. When the front barricade finally gave, it did not collapse all at once. It came apart in sounds that would have meant nothing in any sane world. A caster rolling loose. A drawer dumping metal parts onto tile. The deep wooden crack of a desk split under too much force. Then the unmistakable scrape of bodies coming through a space human hands had worked very hard to deny them. Brooks snatched up the shotgun and was already moving before Clay's brain finished translating the noise. Clay slung the revolver back into his belt, grabbed the rifle, and followed him at a run through the rear hall and into the central corridor. The generator room door shook behind them under fresh impacts from the animals outside, and below the floor the trapped things in the trench scraped and battered at the hatch like a second hidden siege. The front of the lab looked as though a truck had tried to enter the building sideways. Filing cabinets lay overturned. The reception desk had split in the middle and been shoved into the lobby wall. The outer glass doors were gone entirely, replaced by a churn of debris, fur, antlers, and shattered steel frames. A bull elk, smaller than the rear monster but still massive, had managed to wedge its front half inside before dying under Brooks's earlier fire. Coyotes used the carcass as cover. 2 had already crossed into the waiting area, and one was trying to claw under the next line of office furniture Brooks had staged deeper in the hall. Clay shot the nearest one through the shoulder. Brooks turned and put the other down with a blast that filled the entry with dust and white paper snow from exploded file folders. "Where is the big thing?" Clay asked. Brooks jerked his chin toward the outer dark. "You can hear him." Clay listened. Beyond the broken doors came a wet, dragging breath, and then a heavy impact against the remaining steel frame. Something broad was working at the opening with patient strength. Not frantic, not mindless, just strong enough to believe force would solve the problem eventually. Bear. Grizzly, if I'm unlucky. There aren't grizzlies here. Brooks rammed another shell into the shotgun. "You tell him that." Upstairs, Harper's radio cracked. "Temperature check passed. I need another 40 minutes before the first stabilization test." "That means we buy 40 minutes, Clay said. "That means," Brooks answered, "we buy however much time she asks for, because she's the only one here making anything more useful than noise." The next impact tore the remaining left-hand door free and hurled it across the lobby. It struck the wall hard enough to break plaster. In the gap left behind stood not a grizzly, but a huge boar gone half feral and half monstrous, its hide matted with mud and old blood, one tusk broken short and the other long enough to hook a man open from thigh to ribs. Clay had seen wild hogs on news clips from other states. He had never imagined one this size or this bent on violence. Behind it, shadows moved in the lot where more animals milled in and out of the spill of lobby light. "Tell me Idaho doesn't have those either," Clay said. Brooks took aim. "Idaho has today." The boar charged. They hit it together, rifle and shotgun. The first impact staggered it, but did not stop it. The animal plowed over the dead coyote and slammed into the inner furniture barricade with a force that tipped 2 cabinets backward. Its snout worked furiously, trying to root under the obstacle. Brooks fired again into the neck. Clay fired for the eye and finally got it. The boar spun, screamed with a high, almost human fury, and crashed sideways into the wall hard enough to crack tile before Brooks ended it with a final slug behind the shoulder. For one breath, there was space. Then the engine note changed. Not the generator. The truck. Clay turned toward the side window near the central hall and saw through the wire-reinforced pane that Papa's old Ford rocked once in the yard, then again, as birds and smaller animals battered the hood and roof. The truck sat where they had parked it beside the service rise, angled for a quick departure. More important than the truck itself were the jerry cans lashed in the bed and the reserve drums Brooks had staged under tarp nearby. The line feeding the generator could pull from the interior tank for a while. The run beyond that would require the outside supply. A shape darted across the side yard and struck the fuel standpipe. Brooks saw it too. Damn. What? That line is exposed. If they tear it or tip the reserve drums, we don't just lose fuel. We lose the yard. As if the knight wanted to prove his point, a mule deer crashed shoulder first into one of the drums. It rolled, hit a rock, and came to rest against the truck's rear tire. Another blow like that, and the cap might shear or the metal might split. Clay looked at the yard, at the line, at the living shape of the siege rearranging itself under the floodlights. We have to secure it. Brooks did not answer immediately. He watched the truck take another impact from a bird, and then another from something low and fast he could not identify. I hate every word in that sentence, he said at last. Which is how I know it's right. Harper came on the radio before either man moved. No. Clay looked up automatically, though he knew she could not see him. We can't let the yard go. You go into that yard, and they peel you off the snow. I need you breathing. The directness of it punched harder than fear had. Clay swallowed once. And I need the machine fed. For a second, all he heard was static and the distant scrabble of claws on broken brick. Then Harper said, quieter, then don't be brave for the pleasure of it. Be exact. Brooks had already started stripping gear off a supply peg. Hockey cage, arm guards, neck flap. If they can't get teeth into you fast, they have to spend time finding another angle. He shoved the extra gear at Clay, then took the heavy bolt cutters and a coil of chain from the wall. We run out the side utility door. Stay tight to the truck. We're not hunting. We're fixing. Clay buckled the cage over his face and felt the world narrow to metal bars and his own breath. Brooks killed the side corridor lights for 3 seconds to check the yard through the slit panel, then brought them back. On my move, he said. The side door opened into a night turned hard white by flood lamps and made ugly by motion. Snow patched the ground in old shaded drifts where the trees blocked the day's sun, but most of the yard had become a churn of mud, blood, feathers, and broken bodies. The truck idled dark and battered under repeated attacks. Birds littered the hood and windshield where earlier impacts had killed them. New ones still spiraled overhead, uncertain whether the brighter front lobby and the louder generator were worth more than the vehicle. Clay covered left while Brooks sprinted low to the nearest drum and yanked it fully behind the concrete base of the retaining wall. A coyote burst from under the truck. Clay shot it at 10 feet, and the report bounced off brick and machine, housing like a cannon in a canyon. Instantly, the yard woke harder. More shapes turned. More wings cut the light. Exact, Clay muttered to himself, hearing Harper's warning. Brooks looped chain through the drum handles and locked them to the standpipe bracket. Second drum. Clay crossed to it, boots slipping in slush and blood. Something slammed into his back from above. He staggered, threw up one arm, and felt claws rasp across the hockey shoulder plate instead of flesh. A hawk or raven, he could not tell which, tangled for a second in the cage near his face, beating its wings with horrible strength. He smashed it away with the rifle stock and kept moving. The second drum was leaking from a dent near the seam. Not split wide, but weeping enough to matter. Brooks pivoted, saw the shine on the metal, and swore. He tossed Clay a rubber patch kit from his coat pocket. Of course he had one. Clay slapped the temporary seal over the dent while Brooks dragged the drum tight against the wall and cinched chain around it too. A heavier sound came from the trees beyond the truck. Not a roar, not a bark. Breathing. The shape that emerged into the yard light was all cat. Long, pale, and ghost-silent despite its size. The cougar paused with one paw lifted and stared at them from across the hood of the truck, its muzzle dark, one ear torn, its body lean enough to show every line of muscle beneath the hide. Another shape moved in the dark to its right. Then another farther back. Brooks did not look away from the first cat. We did not kill enough of their cousins. Clay shifted to put the truck between Harper's side of the building and the cat's approach. 3. At least. The lead cougar came over the hood without any warning growl or crouch. It simply became motion. Clay fired through the windshield. Safety glass turned white. The cat twisted in the air and hit the side of the truck anyway, claws shrieking across metal. Brooks swung the bolt cutters like an axe and caught the animal across the jaw as it rebounded. The second cougar used that moment to come from the passenger side low and fast. Clay barely got the rifle down in time. The beast hit the barrel, shoved it aside, and rose on him in a tangle of fur and teeth. The hockey cage saved his face. Jaws slammed the bars inches from his nose. The impact snapped his head back. He drove his knee up into the cat's chest and felt ribs shift under the strike. Brooks fired the revolver point blank from somewhere to Clay's left. Hot blood sprayed the truck door. The cougar dropped away twitching. Inside, Brooks shouted. Clay was already backing toward the side door when the third cat sprang from the dark and landed on the truck bed among the Tide jerry cans. It clawed wildly, slipping on metal and dead birds. And for 1/6 second Clay thought it would rip the caps free and turn the whole yard into a fuel-soaked nightmare. Then Brooks hurled the bolt cutters end over end. The steel handle struck the cat across the face and knocked it off balance long enough for Clay to shoot it twice. It fell backward out of the bed and vanished under the tailgate. They slammed the side door and dropped the crossbar. For several breaths, neither of them moved. Then Brooks looked through the reinforced slit toward the yard. Truck's uglier. Fuel secure. Clay took off the cage and sucked air like he had been underwater. His cheek burned where a claw had scraped the edge of the bar. You always fix things like that. When possible, during less shouting. Harper's voice came through the radio. Not clipped now, not distant. Worried. Talk to me. Clay keyed the mic. We're back inside. A beat of silence, then a breath let go on the other end. Good. He leaned one shoulder against the brick wall and closed his eyes for the length of 2 heartbeats. In that tiny pocket of dark behind his lids, he saw Papa's house burning, Nana's hands stained red from canning berries, his father's tags swinging from the truck stock. Then he opened his eyes because the night had not paused with him. From the front hall came another crash. Brooks picked up the shotgun again. Clay chambered a fresh round. The yard was secured. The machine still had fuel, and whatever mercy the mountain meant to offer them had already been spent. Chapter 24. Hours measured in shells. By midnight the violence had found a rhythm cruel enough to resemble order. Nothing stopped for long, but not everything struck at once anymore. The infected hit the lab in bursts and circles, as though sound and light pulled them into tides. One wave would break against the front lobby and gutter out under Brooks's fire. Minutes later the rear breach would come alive again, with eyes and low shapes testing the rubble. The roof never truly quieted. Birds still scraped and hammered above like handfuls of nails thrown by an angry sky. Yet between the heavier impacts there were stretches measured in seconds, sometimes even whole minutes, where a man could breathe, reload, drag bodies aside, and remember that his hands belonged to him. Clay hated those stretches almost as much as the attacks. Battle left no room for thought. Lulls did. He and Brooks used the first real pocket of time after the yard run to reset what could be reset. They dragged the dead elk deeper into the annex breach and turned it into obstruction. They res-tacked ammunition in both firing lanes. Brooks checked the patched fuel line twice, then once more as if mistrust alone might keep it from breaking. Clay hauled cracked desks and metal shelving into the front corridor to build a narrow funnel that forced anything entering the lobby to come at them 1 or 2 at a time. While they worked, Harper remained upstairs with the lights humming around her and the machinery spinning through one impossible step after another. Every so often she came on the radio with updates stripped to their essentials. Cell uptake holding. Cooling phase complete. Data logging stable. Brooks answered each one with grunts or brief confirmation. Clay answered only when she asked directly if they were still alive, which she did more often as the night deepened. At a little past midnight, after a burst of wolf activity at the rear breach and a fresh flock of birds dashing themselves to pieces against the upper panes, Brooks shoved a packet of peanut butter crackers into Clay's hand. Eat. Clay looked at it, as if he had forgotten food existed. Now, you waiting for a banquet? Clay tore the packet open with his teeth and stuffed 2 crackers into his mouth at once. The dry salt and oil nearly made him cough. Brooks handed him a bottle of warm water. They stood in the central corridor swallowing in silence while the generator filled the walls with its iron pulse. Brooks finally said, "Your old man used to do this too." Clay glanced at him. Do what? Forget he had a body when work got ugly. For a moment Clay was back at the road north of town with Brooks in the ditch beside the truck. Hearing for the first time that his father had made this man a promise and that this man had come to honor it. Since then there had been too much movement, too much death, too much necessity to ask the questions that mattered. What was he like over there? Clay asked. Brooks leaned one shoulder against the wall and looked down the hall rather than at him. Quieter than here, louder than church. He was the kind of soldier who made the young guys think fear was an optional habit. Not because he didn't feel it, because he never let it decide the next thing. Brooks rubbed a hand over his beard. He also complained about instant coffee like it had insulted his ancestors. That pulled a tired laugh out of Clay before he could stop it. Brooks allowed himself half a smile. There it is. Human sound. Thought we'd lost those. What did he say about me? Clay asked, and hated how young the question made him feel. Brooks's face changed. Not softer. More exact. He said he worried you'd grow up thinking sacrifice was the same as absence. Said if he didn't come back, somebody needed to tell you there's a difference. One is a choice. One is just what the world does to people. The corridor seemed suddenly smaller. Clay looked down at the half-eaten crackers in his hand because it was easier than looking at Brooks or the dark hall or anything else. He made it sound simple? No. He made it sound worth saying anyway. The radio clicked before Clay could answer. Harper's voice came lower now, no edge of lab formality left in it. Clay. He keyed the mic. I'm here. Can you come up for 2 minutes? Brooks lifted an eyebrow and jerked his chin toward the stairs. I can hold 2 minutes unless the mountain develops ambition. Clay climbed the stairs, feeling each step in his thighs and shoulders. The upper floors smelled different from below. Less blood, more alcohol wipes, plastic, hot machine vents, and the strange clean mineral smell that came from cold storage units and sterile benches. Broken glass glittered near one boarded window where birds had partly shattered the outer pane earlier. Harper had swept most of it aside and laid a strip of duct tape over the remaining crack to stop the draft. She stood in the lab with one glove off, writing notes on a paper sheet clipped beside the workstation because Brooks had warned her not to trust computers to survive the night. Her hair had worked loose from the tie and hung in dark strands around her face. There was a smear of blood across one sleeve, probably not hers, and a tightness around her eyes that made her look both older and more fragile than she had when they found her. Then she looked up, and the fragility vanished beneath Will. You're bleeding, she said. He touched his cheek and found a crusted line there from the yard fight. Hardly. Sit. He almost argued. Then he saw the first aid tray she had set near the sink and obeyed because the tone in her voice reminded him of Nana dealing with foolish men who thought pain could be negotiated away. Harper cleaned the scrape with warm saline and gauze. The sting made him hiss through his teeth. That bad? No. Just rude. She smiled without much strength. Good. I'm too busy for serious injuries. The humor faded, leaving them inside a small pool of fluorescent light while the rest of the lab trembled under distant impacts and generator vibration. Clay watched her hands. Steady. Quick. Human. He had seen those hands loading tubes, holding a pistol, keying notes, dragging equipment, and once, in the school over the radio, shaking hard enough that she hid it in her voice. He liked them in every version. How close? He asked. Harper capped the bottle and set it aside. Closer than I expected. Not close enough for me to forgive the universe if it cuts power. She met his eyes. I asked you up here because I needed to see that you were still real. He had no defense ready for that. I'm real. I know. I just needed proof. Her gaze flicked briefly toward the cracked upper window and the black woods beyond it. Down there, everything becomes sound. I start thinking of you as another impact I haven't heard yet. Clay looked past her to the lined trays, the taped notes, the tiny labeled vials that might help save strangers they would never meet. You're the only person in this building doing something bigger than survival. That is not true. She folded the used gauze and set it in a tray. I can make a formula. You and Brooks are making time. Time is the only ingredient I can't synthesize. The directness of it settled in him. He wanted to say something clean and worthy back. Instead, what came out was the truth in its rough shape. Every time you talk over that radio, it keeps me from turning into a machine. Her expression shifted. Not surprise. Recognition. Same. A heavy thud sounded from below. Brooks shouted. Clay started to rise, but Harper's hand caught his wrist for one suspended second. The touch was warm despite the cold air in the lab. Come back if you can, she said. He covered her hand with his free one. I will if there's a building left. That is a terrible answer. It's the answer you're getting. Somewhere between exhaustion and fear and wanting, there seemed no reason left to pretend they were strangers cooperating under bad conditions. Clay leaned toward her. Harper met him halfway. The kiss was brief because the night did not allow long things. It tasted of salt, cold air, and the coffee neither of them had really drunk. Yet it carried more steadiness than panic. It was not people trying to steal comfort from disaster. It was two people stating, without ceremony, that the other existed and mattered enough to keep returning to. When they parted, Harper rested her forehead against his for one breath. Go make time. He smiled despite himself. Yes, ma'am. She rolled her eyes. Leave before I shoot that phrase and everything wearing it. Clay went back downstairs with the scrape on his cheek clean, his pulse changed, and the absurd feeling that the building had become slightly more worth defending than it had been 5 minutes earlier. Brooks stood at the front funnel with the shotgun broken open across his arm. Well? Brooks asked without looking away from the lobby. Well, what? Either she asked for a status update, or I'm old enough to recognize the face of a man who has remembered why civilization should continue. Clay took position beside him and shouldered the rifle. You're not as subtle as you think. Good. Subtle men die wondering. A coyote appeared in the dark beyond the front carcass pile, testing the route into the funnel. Clay dropped it with one shot. Another shape circled outside the glassless frame. Brooks blasted that one too. The rhythm resumed. Fire. Reload. Listen. Wait. Move a body. Check the radio. Count shells. Count minutes. Measure hope not by certainty, but by whether the machine still ran and whether Harper's voice kept coming through. At 1:30 in the morning, she radioed down again. Stabilization prep is on schedule, she said. If I pass this next check, we have the first viable batch candidate. Brooks closed the shotgun and gave a hard nod nobody upstairs could see. Then pass it. Harper was silent for half a second. I intend to. Clay looked down the corridor lit by tired fluorescent strips and littered with the remains of everything the night had thrown at them. Hours had started losing names. They were only shells spent, shells remaining, and the distance between Harper's updates. Outside, something scratched slowly across the roof above the lab. Inside, they kept working. That was all the future required for the moment. Chapter 25. The Small Things. The worst breach of the night began with almost no sound at all. Clay had just finished dragging a dead coyote clear of the front funnel when the radio on his belt hissed twice with static and then stayed open. No voice. Just open air and a faint irregular tapping from upstairs. Harper, he said. Nothing answered. Brooks looked up from the rear hall, instantly still. Again. Clay keyed the radio. Harper, answer. The tapping came once more through the speaker. Not machine noise. Not footsteps. Too light for either. Too many of them. Then Harper's voice burst through in a hard whisper. Do not fire upward. They're in the ducting. Clay was already moving for the stairs. Brooks cut across his path long enough to shove a compact flashlight and the revolver back into his hand. Rifle's too long in the lab. Watch corners. If she says ducks, believe her. Clay took the stairs 2 at a time. The upper floor looked unchanged at first glance. Benches humming. Notes clipped in place. The taped crack in the window fluttering faintly. Then he saw Harper standing near the cold storage room with her pistol in a two-handed grip, aiming not at a door, but at the ceiling vent above the main bench. The tapping came again. Something tiny and blood-dark pushed through the grate. Mouse, Clay thought at first. Then the shape dropped, hit the stainless bench, and he saw the size of the teeth. Rat. A second followed. Then 3 more. Harper fired once, splattering one across the metal tray line. Another darted down a hanging cord toward the counter where open packaging and tubing lay ready for her next step. Clay crossed the distance and hammered it off the edge with the flashlight. It hit the floor, turned instantly, and launched at his boot. He crushed it under his heel. They chewed through the lower trench and found another route, Harper said, voice steady only because she was spending every spare ounce of force on holding it there. If they get into the sterile side, they contaminate everything. That changed the meaning of the threat in a single sentence. This was not just another attack. This was sabotage by appetite and numbers. More of the rats poured through the vent. Not a flood yet, but enough to show what was coming. Seal the bench, Clay said. I am the bench. He looked at her. She was right. The active materials, the notes, the controlled sequence, the timings in her head that no one else could reproduce under this pressure. All of it lived in her more than on the table. Another vent cover rattled at the far end of the lab. Then another in the adjoining washroom. Clay keyed the radio. Brooks, upper floor breach. Small infected in the ducting. They'll ruin the lab if they get loose. Brooks's answer came beneath a burst of shotgun fire. I can't leave the front. Need a solution, not a witness. Clay swept the flashlight across the upper vents. Standard grates, loose screws, too many entry points. He thought of Nana storing flour in metal tins because mice could work through paper sacks. He thought of Papa saying little enemies made the big ones possible. He thought of all the duct tape, solvent, and mesh Brooks had piled in maintenance rooms because Brooks trusted failure more than hope. Maintenance closet, Clay said. Harper was already moving. Left hall. He followed her there, revolver up, while rats continued to drop behind them into the lab. The maintenance closet held exactly the ugly, useful junk Brooks loved. Rolls of tape, hardware cloth mesh, gloves, buckets, a staple gun, 2 cans of expanding foam, and a hand torch with 1 half-full cylinder. Harper grabbed the mesh. Clay took the torch and tape. You know how to use that? She asked. He lifted the torch. Hot and forward. Wonderful. I feel safer already. Back in the lab, the rats had reached the floor in numbers thick enough to make the room seem alive in the wrong way. They darted beneath cabinets, up chair legs, across dropped tubing and blood-smeared tile. One had made it onto the cold room threshold and was trying to chew through the weather strip around the door. Harper shot it cleanly and pivoted to another without wasting motion. Clay snapped the torch alive. Blue flame hissed out with a narrow, hungry sound. He used it first not to burn the animals, but to drive them, sweeping the heat line low across the floor in front of the main bench. Rats recoiled from the sudden blaze and broke sideways. Harper kicked a tray cabinet tight against the gap below the storage rack, while Clay slapped mesh over the first ceiling vent and fired staples through the corners into the drywall. The second vent bulged. 3 rats forced halfway through at once, squealing and thrashing. Clay scorched them where they hung. The smell turned instant and foul, burning hair and meat and the sour rot that had begun inside them before they ever reached the building. Harper gagged once, swallowed it, and kept moving. This is every nightmare I never took the time to invent, she said. You're doing great. Do not make me laugh while I'm aiming. The washroom vent burst inward. A cluster of rats scattered across the sink counters and toward the open cabinet where Harper had staged sterile wraps. She moved faster than Clay had seen her move all night, slamming the cabinet shut with one hand while firing into the counter edge with the other. Clay came in behind the shots and washed the baseboard with flame, driving the remaining animals into the open where Harper killed them or Clay crushed them under boot and light. Below, something huge hit the front of the building and made the lab lights flicker. Brooks shouted, then coughed hard over the radio. Clay keyed it. Status. Busy, Brooks said. You? Winning an argument with the small end of creation. Good. Keep winning. A scratching sound came from above the suspended ceiling tiles themselves now, not the vents. Clay looked up and understood that the duct grates had only been the obvious route. The creatures had spread across the whole ceiling void where warmth collected around pipes and wires. He could seal vents all night and still lose if they simply chewed through tile. Harper, he said, already turning. Water line. She saw what he meant a beat later. Fire and foam would help. So would flood. They went to the emergency wash station near the center bench. Clay yanked the hose free while Harper dragged plastic tarps over the most sensitive equipment and slapped covers on the open trays. Then Clay aimed the hose upward and opened the valve hard. Pressurized water blasted the suspended ceiling. Tiles sagged instantly, then collapsed in a filthy rain of insulation, wires, and panicked infected bodies. Rats dropped everywhere, some stunned, some still fast enough to run. Harper screamed once, not from fear alone, but from the cold, foul shower and the swarm at her feet, then planted and fired downward with disciplined spacing while Clay swept the torch in a bright arc that turned the floor around them into a line the animals would not willingly cross. One rat made it up Clay's pant leg nearly to the knee before the hockey shin guard stopped it. He slapped it through the fabric and stomped. Another leaped at Harper's forearm and got only the thick lab apron before she smashed it against the sink edge with enough force to break bone. The suspended ceiling kept giving way in sections. More bodies dropped. Clay and Harper moved together by instinct now. She covered open lanes with the pistol. He sealed and burned and kicked and shoved cabinets into new barriers. When the water made the tile too slick, they threw absorbent pads down for footing. When the torch sputtered low, Harper handed him the backup road flare Brooks had left in the drawer marked Chem Fire Only, and Clay used its savage red burn to hold the final cluster away from the cold room door until he could slap expanding foam into the gap beneath the pipe chase. At last the movement slowed, then stopped. The lab looked as though a storm of filth had tried to imitate surgery. Ceiling tiles lay broken across the floor. Water ran under benches carrying blood, ash, fur, and tiny black bodies toward the drain grates. Smoke from the torch and flare curled near the stripped overhead lights. Harper stood in the middle of it all with wet hair stuck to her neck and her pistol hanging low in her hand. Clay listened. Nothing. No tapping. No scratching. No open radio and tiny claws. Just the distant constant violence downstairs and the machine pulse in the walls. Harper let out a breath that might have been a laugh if the night had not beaten every easy shape out of that sound. Tell me, she said, that no one will ever ask me how I spent this week. Clay, breathing hard, looked around the wrecked lab. If they do, leave out the ceiling. She wiped a wet hand over her face and then looked with sudden alarm at the protected equipment. She crossed to the bench, checked seals, checked notes, checked the covered trays and the incubator readout. Her shoulders slowly dropped. We didn't lose it, she said. Clay came beside her. How much did we save? She looked at him then, eyes red from smoke and exhaustion, and in them he saw not just relief but awe sharpened by disbelief. All of it. Somehow, he laughed softly this time because there was no stopping it. Then maybe civilization does want to live. Her answering smile flashed quick and fierce. It had better. We smell terrible. Below them the shotgun boomed again. Brooks's radio clicked on. If you two are done redecorating, he said, the front lobby requests your attention. Harper closed her eyes for one beat. Of course it does. Clay holstered the revolver and picked up the rifle he had propped against the stair rail. Before he could turn away, Harper caught his sleeve. I know this is a bad time for gratitude, she said. But thank you. He looked at the ruined ceiling and the sealed cold room and the woman who had just fought rats with a pistol and a fire hose rather than let the future rot on a bench. You don't need to thank me for keeping the world's angriest rodents away from the only smart person in Idaho. She actually laughed then, short and tired and real. Go downstairs before I decide that line deserves a worse answer. He went, because Brooks needed him and because the night had not spent its cruelty yet. But as he descended, he carried with him the image of Harper standing in the destroyed lab, soaked and smoke-streaked, and very much not broken. The mountain kept sending teeth. The building kept answering. So did they. Chapter 26. What Harper carried. The call from the outside world came at 2:12 in the morning, thin enough to sound imagined. Clay had returned to the front funnel with smoke still in his hair from the lab fight. Brooks was kneeling behind the overturned cabinets, reloading from a box of mixed shells, pausing every few rounds to press one hand into his side, where a bad bruise had started darkening beneath the jacket. Neither man mentioned the bruise. Mentioning it would have forced a conversation about pain, and pain had very little authority in the building. The radio on Brooks's vest chirped in a different pattern than Harper's bench said, or the handhelds they used inside. Government frequency. Brooks froze, then snatched the unit up so fast he nearly dropped it. This is Brooks Mercer at Mountain Site 7, he said. Signal weak, but receiving. State your call sign. Static. Then a voice. Male. Calm in the way only certain soldiers and surgeons ever managed to sound while bad things were happening. Mercer, this is Major Valdez with Black Mesa Relief Detachment. We have your burst traffic. Repeat. We have your traffic and the package priority. Brooks closed his eyes for half a heartbeat. Not relief exactly. Confirmation. Major, the package is active but incomplete. Site is under continuous wildlife pressure. We need extraction and a secure line for worldwide transmission once the formula is confirmed. Copy all. Here is your bad news first. Air approach is limited. Bird concentration around your ridgeline is too heavy for immediate low drop. Ground column made 10 miles from the South Service Road before a jackknifed fuel truck and a herd event blocked passage. Herd event, Clay muttered. Valdez must have heard him because the answer came without pause. Approximately 60 infected cattle and elk intermingled across the grade. Aggressive. We are clearing by fire where possible. Brooks keyed again. How long? Static hissed over the first answer. Then, earliest visual reach by dawn if the route holds. Earliest physical contact after dawn plus. Could be longer if the mountain keeps changing its mind. Not good enough for rescue. Good enough for hope, maybe. Hope was dangerous because it tempted a man to imagine rest before rest existed. Harper came on the internal radio from upstairs. Ask if they can take a transmission relay before they arrive. Brooks lifted the government set closer. Major, lab lead wants to know if you can patch a relay for formula transmission as soon as we have a clean packet. Negative for now. Terrain is chewing our line of sight systems. If you can boost from sight, do it. If not, hold the data physical until we arrive. Brooks swore under his breath. Harper did not bother keeping hers under hers. Valdez went on, voice steady through the wash of static. Mercer, listen carefully. You are not abandoned. Repeat, you are not abandoned. Hold the structure. Preserve the package. We're fighting uphill to you. Brooks's jaw worked once. Copy that. The line died into noise. For a moment, the central corridor felt stranger than any battlefield had. It was still just 3 people in a damaged lab on a mountain, with blood on the floor and dead animals against the walls. Yet beyond the static now existed men in uniforms cutting their way uphill because of what Harper was building. The world had not forgotten them. It was merely delayed. Clay looked toward the stairs. You hear that? Harper answered from above. Yes. She did not sound relieved. She sounded more burdened. Brooks heard it too. What? No answer came immediately. Then her lab door opened and she descended the stairs carrying a clipboard, a pin tucked into her hair, and the exhaustion of 2 lifetimes riding her shoulders. She stopped at the foot of the stairs and looked from one man to the other. If they make it here, she said, and if this works, none of us get to be small anymore. Brooks snorted once. Harper, with respect, I gave up on small about 6 states ago. But Clay knew what she meant. The 3 of them had become a private weather system inside this building. Save power. Hold doors. Check temperatures. Count shells. Drink water. The rest of the world had narrowed to the reach of their radios and the limits of the walls. Valdez's voice had shoved those walls outward again. If the formula succeeded, if transmission happened, if the Marines reached them, then every choice made in this corridor would spread far beyond it. Harper noticed Brooks's hand pressing his side. "Show me." Brooks shifted just enough to try dignity first. "No, Brooks. It's not a medical emergency. That is not the same sentence." Clay stepped in. "You took a hit at the front?" "Desk corner," Brooks said. "Or bore shoulder." "The evening has been crowded." Harper set the clipboard on a cabinet and simply stared at him until he surrendered the argument with a disgusted exhale and unzipped the jacket. The bruise on his right side had gone ugly purple under the ribs, and a long surface tear marked his forearm where something had gotten through cloth without getting into flesh. Not life-threatening. Not minor either. Harper cleaned and wrapped the forearm in quick, efficient motions. Clay watched Brooks endure the sting with the offended expression of a man who hated being reminded he occupied breakable matter. "You should sit for 10 minutes, Harper said. Brooks looked toward the front lobby where something scraped wetly at the carcass pile. "I'll schedule that after Apocalypse." Harper tied off the bandage harder than necessary. "You are both impossible." "True," Brooks said, "but useful." She almost smiled, then didn't. Instead, she finished securing the wrap and stood there with her hands braced on his arm for an extra second. Clay saw then that she was not only keeping them alive. She was holding herself together by refusing to look away from tasks. "Clean this. Label that. Measure temperature. Wrap injury. Speak in steps and facts." Anything but the wider shape of grief waiting just outside those duties. "You should go back up," Brooks said, softer now. Harper's gaze shifted to some point beyond him. "My sister was 8 when the food panic started," she said. The sentence landed so strangely against the rhythm of the night that neither man moved. Harper let go of Brooks's arm and leaned back against the cabinet. "Mara. She hated canned peaches and would eat them anyway if I told her it was practice for hardship. She thought hardship was a game adults invented to make children finish chores." Clay listened without breathing deeply. "She was at my mother's place in Boise when the poultry recall hit and the riot started. Then the dairy advisories. Then the crop contamination rumor. By the time state roads were being closed for animal activity, every phone line in the region was either jammed or dead." Harper's voice remained level only because she would not permit it to do otherwise. "I was already at the lab under emergency hold. Federal contract. Protective quarantine. We told ourselves it was temporary, and that temporary was just another name for manageable." Brooks looked down. He knew where the sentence was going before Clay did. "I never saw either of them again," Harper said. "No bodies. No last call. Just absence wearing official language." The generator beat through the walls. In the lobby, something thudded once against metal and went quiet. Harper folded her arms, not defensive but containing. "So when I say none of us get to be small anymore, I do not mean fame or medals or any of the nonsense governments give themselves when they arrive late. I mean if I finish this and it reaches people in time, maybe somewhere some older sister gets not to spend the rest of her life wondering if a child died hungry or afraid or both." No one answered right away because there was nothing intelligent to do with that kind of honesty except stand inside it. Clay finally said, "Then we hold." Harper looked at him and nodded once, as if he had answered the only question that mattered. Brooks cleared his throat. "Your father would have liked her." Clay glanced at him. "She says things that make duty sound heavier, but somehow easier to carry." Harper actually did smile then, tired and sad at the edges. "Is this how old men flirt? By comparing women to military burdens?" Brooks zipped his jacket back up with offended ceremony. "I am not flirting. I am fostering morale." That got a low laugh from Clay and a real one from Harper, and the sound changed the corridor more than the working lights did. It did not last long. Nothing did. A banging series of impacts ran across the rear breach, then up the outer wall toward the service roof. Birds again. Maybe cats. Maybe things with hooves using the rubble as a ramp. Clay picked up the rifle. Brooks closed the shotgun. Harper retrieved her clipboard and pen. Before she turned to the stairs, Clay caught her hand lightly. "Mara liked canned peaches," he said. Harper looked at him, confusion first, then understanding as he continued. "When this is over, you tell that story every chance you get. Not because of the bad part, because she should get to stay in the room too." The look she gave him then would have held him in place even if the building had been calm, which it was not. Gratitude sat there, yes, but also grief too large to speak plainly, and something warmer that had grown between them in the hours since the school radio first turned into a real face. "All right," she said. She went back upstairs. Brooks watched her climb and then adjusted the sling on the shotgun. "You keep that up and you'll be in trouble." Clay checked the chamber. "What kind?" "The kind that makes men want to survive for reasons besides pride." Brooks headed toward the front line again. "It complicates judgment. Improves aim, though." Clay almost told him to go to hell. Instead, he followed him to the funnel because Brooks was not wrong, and because the night had entered its leaner, crueler hours when men either found another reason to hold or quietly began to fail. Upstairs, a lab door shut. Downstairs, the roof scratched. Outside, somewhere below the ridge, Marines fought their way uphill through a dead world that still had not finished changing. Inside, 3 people carried what they could. Harper carried Mara. Brooks carried promises. Clay carried both of them, and the future if he could. Chapter 27. Fire in the snow. Around 3 in the morning, the mountain gave them weather. Clouds had been building all night beyond the broken tree line, visible only in the brief pale wash whenever the moon found a gap and then lost it again. Clay had noticed the air changing between volleys, the cold growing sharper, the scent of wet stone and coming snow slipping under the smell of blood. He had hoped weather might slow the animals. Instead, it made the night stranger. The first flakes came thin and isolated, flashing silver in the floodlights over the side yard. Then the wind shifted, and a slanting curtain of snow drove in from the west. It should have muffled the world. Instead, it amplified the wrong sounds. Hooves thudded heavier in the wet ground. Birds tore at the roof vents with frantic urgency, as if they sensed cover closing around them. The generator exhaust turned white and thick in the cold, making the annex side of the building look like a steamship trying to force its way through a blizzard. Brooks stared through the side slit at the yard and swore. Exhaust plumes dropping. Clay followed his gaze. The wind was shoving the hot plume downward against the broken annex wall and across the service line where the reserve drums sat chained. Snow hitting the heated exhaust turned instantly to slush and then to vapor, coating everything nearby in a greasy, wet sheen. "What does that mean?" Clay asked. "It means if that mix reaches the solvent spill under the breech and the flare cloth I left there catches again, we get fire where the fuel is." As if insulted by the delay, the generator chose that moment to spit a brief shower of sparks from the external housing seam. Harper's voice came down from upstairs, sharp with attention. "Did I just hear the word fire?" Brooks lifted the radio. "Potential, not event. Those are cousins." Clay looked at the side corridor, then at Brooks. He did not need to ask. Brooks already knew the next job. "We clear the soaked flare debris and the solvent pads before the sparks get ideas," Brooks said. "And we do it before the wind gets worse." "Tell me we can wait 5 minutes." "No." Harper keyed in before either man moved. "Then I'm coming." Both men answered at once. "No." She descended the stairs anyway, carrying a folded canvas tarp under one arm and a coil of wire under the other. "That was very dramatic from both of you. Also incorrect. If the side wall burns and the heat gets into the upper line, my lab goes with it." Brooks took one look at her face and changed tactics from refusal to rules. "You stay at the door. You do not leave the threshold unless one of us says your name and the exact word move." Harper held his gaze. "Fine." Clay grabbed the thick work gloves, 2 shovels, and the steel ash bucket they had been using for spent flare material. Brooks took the extinguisher and the bolt hook. When they opened the side utility door again, the wind shoved snow inside, so hard it stung exposed skin like thrown grit. The yard had transformed. White gathered in corners and on carcasses, turning dead birds into lumps of dirty cloth and the truck into a hunched shape half under frost. Blood on the ground had gone dark and slick. Steam and exhaust mixed with snow to make ghostly sheets that moved sideways between the lights. The burned solvent pad Brooks had wedged near the breach earlier still smoldered under wet debris. Each gust fed it for a second, then drowned it, then fed it again. Too close to the chain drums. Too close to the patched line. Clay and Brooks went at it with shovels, scooping slush, embers, brick fragments, and dead feathered bodies into the steel bucket, while Harper held the tarp up from the doorway to block the worst of the sideways snow from blowing straight into the corridor. 3 times they thought the danger had passed. 3 times a gust lifted hidden orange from beneath the wreckage and made it bloom again. Then the roof vent over the side corridor burst. A knot of birds, half frozen and fully mad, exploded downward through the loosened cap in a storm of wings and claws. One struck Clay in the shoulder hard enough to spin him. Another hit Brooks square in the face and drove its beak against his cheekbone until he tore it free and smashed it underfoot. Harper dropped the tarp, drew her pistol, and started firing from the threshold with quick, disciplined shots that kept the birds from swarming the fuel drums. "Door!" Brooks shouted. Harper did not retreat. She stepped 1 pace into the yard, planted, and fired again. A hawk crashed into the mud at her feet, with a broken wing still beating. Clay saw the choice forming in Brooks's face: drag her in or finish the job. Brooks chose the job because men who lived through enough bad nights learned when argument became a luxury. Clay flung the last smoldering pad into the bucket and kicked a sheet of slush over the remaining orange glow. Brooks hit the area with extinguisher foam, blanketing the solvent spill and the cloth scraps in cold chemical white. For one precious moment, the immediate fire risk died. The mountain answered by sending something larger. The shape came out of the snow from the rear side, using the broken annex and exhaust steam as cover. Clay saw it only when it was close enough for the floodlight to catch the frost on its muzzle and the blood crusted along the shoulders. Black bear again, smaller than the first one, but quicker and still terrifyingly large at a run. "Right!" Clay yelled. Brooks barely turned before the bear hit him, not full on but enough to knock him off balance and send the extinguisher skidding into the truck tire. Harper fired twice from the doorway. 1 round sparked off the collarbone. The other disappeared somewhere into fur and muscle. The bear wheeled toward the sound. Clay had the shovel in his hands, not the rifle. He used it anyway. He drove the steel blade edge first into the side of the bear's face with both arms and all his weight. The impact rang up his shoulders. The bear reared with a guttural roar and swiped. Claws scored bright across the shovel handle inches from his fingers. Brooks regained his footing and rammed the bolt hook into the animal's chest like a spear. It did not stop the charge, but it turned it enough that the bear's next rush carried it into the chain drum stand instead of straight into Harper. The drums boomed against the concrete base. 1 chain snapped tight and held. Harper did not waste the opening. She fired into the bear's eye from 8 feet away. The animal folded as if the strings holding it up had been cut. No one moved for a full breath. Then the fuel line above the standpipe started hissing. The bear's shoulder or Brooks's hook had torn the patched section loose. A fine spray of diesel misted into the air, catching snowflakes and exhaust steam in an ugly shimmering cloud. "Inside!" Brooks shouted. "Now!" But if they went inside with the line spraying and the generator still sparking at the seam, the yard would become a torch after them. Clay dropped the shovel and clamped 1 gloved hand over the torn section while Brooks lunged for the shutoff valve. Harper had already reached the doorway controls and killed the external floodlights on the fuel side, so any stray spark would have less to see by. The yard fell half dark, lit now mostly by the interior spill from the side corridor and the moon behind clouds. Brooks fought the frozen valve for 2 terrible seconds before it gave. The hiss died. Clay exhaled. His glove dripped diesel. "Move!" Brooks barked again. They dragged themselves backward through the doorway and through the steel door shut. Brooks dropped the bar and leaned both hands on it, breathing like he had outrun a train. Harper pressed her shoulder to the wall, pistol hanging at her side, chest rising and falling hard. Clay stripped the soaked glove off and tossed it into the ash bucket. Nobody spoke until the generator gave another rough cough and settled. Harper broke first, not into panic, into laughter. Harsh, exhausted, almost offended laughter that came up from someplace deep and ungoverned. "We left a laboratory to fist-fight weather and diesel." Brooks slid down the wall to sit on the floor for the first time all night. When you put it that way, it sounds inefficient. Clay braced 1 hand on his knee and looked at the 2 of them. Snow melted from his hair onto the corridor tile. "Did we save it?" Brooks nodded once. For now, lines on internal draw only. Reserve is secure but offline until daylight or insanity, whichever gets here first. Daylight is less likely, Harper said. Yet there was color in her face now despite the fatigue. Adrenaline had burned through some of the numbness. She looked at Clay, really looked, and saw the diesel on his sleeve, the split knuckles, the raw mark where the bird had clipped his neck guard. You covered the line with your hand, she said. It was gloved. That is not the part one object to. He gave her a tired shrug. You said exact. She stared at him for another beat, anger and gratitude fighting behind her eyes until gratitude won by the narrower margin. You keep choosing the most difficult interpretation of my advice. Brooks, still seated against the wall, made a low sound that might have been a laugh. He comes by it honestly. The front lobby erupted again before any of them could enjoy being alive for more than a moment. Something heavy pounded the funnel barricade. The roof screeched with renewed bird activity, perhaps driven down by the snow. Harper straightened at once, every loose emotion folding back into purpose. I'm close, she said. Closer than I've been all night. Brooks pushed himself up from the floor with obvious reluctance. Then the mountain can take a number. Harper caught Clay's sleeve before turning for the stairs. Her gloved fingers left a cold, wet print on the fabric. If this works, she said quietly enough that Brooks could pretend not to hear, I am going to remember you standing in the snow with diesel pouring over your hand and still looking at me like I was the one in danger. Clay looked at her, at the woman who had spent the night turning science into a siege weapon against despair. You were. For 1 second the corridor held only the generator pulse and the far-off wind under the doors. Then Harper released him and went back upstairs to finish what she had come there to do. The snow kept falling. The fire had not taken. The night still wanted everything else. Chapter 28. The longest haul. A little after 4, the building stopped pretending it could absorb any more punishment. Clay knew the exact moment because he heard not a crash but a groan. A deep structural complaint that came up through the tile and studs and into his feet, the kind of sound old barns made in wind before a beam let go. The front funnel still held. The rear breech still smoked and shifted under dead weight and drifting snow. The generator still ran hot and stubborn. Yet something in the middle of the lab had reached the limit of what bolts and brick and human effort could ask of it. Brooks, Clay said, I hear it. Another groan came from the stair wall near the reception corridor, followed by the brittle snap of drywall tape and the rain of plaster dust. The stair lobby side panel that had taken repeated impacts from outside during the night now bulged inward at the seam. Harper's radio clicked before either man could decide which failure mattered most. Final bind is complete. I'm moving to verification. Brooks closed his eyes for one heartbeat that looked almost like prayer. Copy. The bulging wall split. A rack of antlers punched through first, groping blindly through plaster and insulation. Then the whole lower section came inward in a burst of debris as a large deer or elk threw its body into the weakened panel from outside. Behind that first impact came more, lower and faster. Coyotes. Wolves. The animals had not found the front route, so they had simply started making another. Clay opened fire on the hole before the first full body cleared it. Brooks joined him, shotgun booming in the narrow corridor. Fur, dust, and shredded insulation blew back outward. The first deer died half through the opening, plugging it for 3 seconds until something behind shoved the carcass farther in. A wolf squeezed over the body and took a round through the chest. Another came beneath it. Clay shot that one so close the muzzle blast threw blood hot across his hand. Stair line. Brooks shouted. They fell back from the funnel and pivoted to the central stair hall, taking the fight where the building itself had chosen to direct it. The long corridor from reception to the stairwell became the new battlefield. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead in alternating strips of white and shadow. Dead paperwork and broken glass slid under their boots. At the far end, the jagged wall hole widened with each new impact. Clay fired, stepped, fired again. Brooks worked the shotgun with brutal economy. Bodies piled and shifted. The infected did not care. They climbed the dead, used broken drywall studs as footholds, and kept coming for the light, the heat, the sound of the generator, the living scent of the people who refused to yield it. Something large forced halfway through the hole and jammed there. Not antlers this time. A massive feral dog or small wolf hybrid, shoulders too broad for grace, lip torn away on one side so the teeth showed permanently. It tore at the studs and snarled through the gap, while smaller shapes flooded around its legs. Clay heard a sharp crack above him and looked up just in time to see the suspended light fixture over the center hall tear loose from its mount. It came down swinging on one side. He shoved Brooks aside a fraction too late. The metal edge clipped Brooks across the temple and shoulder and sent him to one knee. "Brooks, I'm not dead," Brooks growled, but blood was running down the side of his face now, and his bad side arm had gone weak. The front line surged harder, as if the animals smelled that weakness instantly. Clay stepped forward and became, for several terrible seconds, the entire line. Rifle shouldered, feet planted, one target after another. The long hall narrowed to sights, breath, recoil, and the wet collapsing shapes of anything that made it inside the broken threshold. A wolf hit the floor and slid almost to his boots. He shot a coyote over it. A deer had appeared through dust, and he fired through the eye and watched the body fall backward out of view. Another body took its place before the echo died. "Upstairs," Harper said, "too fast. I need 3 uninterrupted minutes." Clay almost laughed at the impossible politeness of the request. Instead, he said, "You've got them." Brooks hauled himself up using the wall and switched the shotgun to the other hand. His voice had gone flatter, which worried Clay more than any shout would have. "We're not holding this corridor for 3 minutes." He was right. The broken panel had widened to a breach nearly shoulder wide. The dead were no longer blocking it fast enough. More animals had reached the base of the stairwell outer wall from outside and were battering there too. A second route would open if they stayed. Then where? Clay asked. Brooks jerked his chin upward. Upper landing. Clay hated it. Fall back up the stairs meant surrendering the first floor almost completely, maybe the generator room if the rear line failed at the same time. But the upper landing was narrow, steep, and easier to defend with one hurt man and one exhausted one. Most important, it put them directly below Harper. "Go," Brooks said. Clay keyed his radio. "Harper, we're moving the line to the upper landing. Lock your door." A single beat. "I already did." They withdrew in alternating bounds. Clay emptied the remainder of his magazine down the corridor to slow the push while Brooks backed to the stairs. Then Clay turned and took the steps 3 at a time. Brooks followed more slowly, blood dripping from his brow and one hand pressed hard against his side, where the bruise had clearly become something worse under the string. The animals hit the lower stair a heartbeat later. Brooks fired downward and blew the lead wolf back into the others. Clay used the narrow angle from the landing rail to shoot anything trying to leap the pile. The stairwell became a vertical slaughterhouse. Bodies jammed the lower steps, slid, were trampled, rose again, and died harder. The confined space magnified everything. Gunfire cracked like split metal. The smell of powder and blood and hot wiring from the damaged hall lights turned thick enough to taste. Then the first truly terrible thing happened. The rear hall alarm bell, wired to a pressure door Brooks had rigged at the generator line, started ringing. Short, sharp, repeating. Clay went cold. Rear line. Brooks heard it too and shut his eyes for half a second. The building had done what buildings always did under enough force. It had made them choose which loss they could survive. "I'll hold here," Brooks said. "No. You're faster. Go see if the generator room's gone. If that machine dies, this whole stairwell is just a nicer coffin." Clay looked down the steps at the animals still coming, then at Brooks with blood in one eye and stubbornness in both. There was no good choice. Only the less fatal one. "I'm coming back," Clay said. "Then don't waste the trip." Clay ran. He cut across the upper hall, down the back stairs, and into the rear corridor at a speed that risked his footing on blood and debris. The alarm bell was ringing from the generator room threshold exactly as Brooks had intended if the emergency pressure brace on the annex side inner door got pushed too far. The brace had not fully failed yet. It was close. The door bowed inward with every heavy impact from the rubble beyond. Clay threw his shoulder against the crossbar to relieve pressure, and looked around for anything left to reinforce it. One freezer, one overturned shelving frame, 3 crates of filters. He shoved all of it at the door in a panic of leverage and brute force, while whatever was outside rammed again and again. During the 4th impact, a paw punched through the upper panel. Cat. Big. Claws hooked the air inches from his face. Clay shot through the hole and heard a scream from outside. Not dead, but injured. The impact stopped for 2 seconds, then resumed more enraged than before. He jammed the shelving frame under the bar, dragged the freezer tight, and locked the emergency floor bolts Brooks had shown him once during prep and twice during warnings. The brace held on the next hit. And the next. The alarm bell cut off. The generator continued to roar. Clay stood there panting, every muscle shaking from the sprint and the shove and the certainty that if he had reached that door 30 seconds later, the machine might have belonged to the mountain. Then he heard Brooks scream. Not a curse, not a barked order. Pain. Clay turned and ran back toward the main stair on legs that suddenly felt far too slow. He reached the landing in time to see Brooks on one knee at the top step with a wolf clamped onto the wrapped forearm Brooks had been using to keep teeth away from his throat. Another animal, smaller and lower, had made it halfway up the outer rail by climbing the piled bodies. Clay shot the second one first because it was closer to Brooks's side. Then he drove into the first wolf with the full length of the rifle like a spear, pinning it against the stairwell wall until Brooks tore his injured arm free and fired the shotgun almost under his own boot. The blast blew the wolf backward down the stairs in a spray of blood and broken teeth. For a second, neither man moved. Then Clay saw the truth. The bandage on Brooks's forearm had gone dark. Teeth had cut through cloth and skin this time. Not deep, maybe, but enough. More alarming was the crushed shape of Brooks's left hand, where the fallen light fixture or the stair fight had finally done its work. 2 fingers sat wrong. His side was heaving. His face had gone gray beneath the blood. Brooks saw Clay seeing it. "Don't," he said. Clay swallowed hard. "You're hurt bad. I am in my 50s and in a stairwell full of dead wolves." "Of course I'm hurt bad. That arm." The arm can still hold a gun. Upstairs, Harper's lab timer chimed, bright and ridiculous in the middle of all that carnage. Her voice came over the radio, shaking now despite all her control. "Verification finished. I need samples. Clay, Brooks, I need you both upstairs now." Clay stared at Brooks. Brooks stared back. The meaning of samples in a vaccine lab during an active bite-and-scratch death plague required no explanation. The longest hall in the building had led them here. The night, apparently, still had the power to grow worse. Chapter 29. Proof. Brooks climbed the final stairs to Harper's lab on legs that had begun to misreport reality. Clay stayed close enough to catch him if he tilted, though Brooks resented the proximity in silence. Blood from the torn forearm had soaked through the first wrap and into the sleeve. The bite itself sat ugly and undeniable above the wrist where the hockey gear and jacket cuff had separated during the stair fight. 2 punctures, 1 tearing cut between them, all of it already swelling. Clay could not stop looking at it. 24 hours had been the outside estimate in every broadcast and rumor. Sometimes less. Birds and dogs had killed faster. Larger animals took longer when the body was strong, at least according to terrified fragments people traded on radios and at barricades. No one had ever spoken about what happened if the person was a man like Brooks, too stubborn to die politely. Harper had the upper lab cleared as best she could after the rat breach. The floor still showed the fight in damp streaks and crushed bodies piled in a sealed steel trash drum by the wash sink, but the benches were restored, the sterile field rebuilt, the key trays protected. At the center station, under the brightest remaining lights, sat 6 capped syringes in a foam rack and 3 labeled vials wrapped in cold packs. Harper looked once at Brooks's arm and lost the little color she still had. "How long ago?" 3 minutes, if we're charitable," Brooks said. She crossed the room in 2 steps and took his wrist with gloved hands. Her eyes tracked the bite, the swelling, the skin temperature, the rate of bleeding. All business at first. Then the business faltered just enough for Clay to hear the human being under it. "Damn it, Brooks. I am touched by your concern. Be quiet." He did not. "Did you make me something useful?" Harper glanced at the syringes and then at Clay. The look held everything a scientist never wanted to say while standing beside untested work and someone she cared about. This is the best I have. This may fail. The choice is still here anyway. It's a candidate, she said. Mechanism is sound. Modeling is sound. Tissue response in the infected samples is better than anything I had a right to hope for. But until it goes into a living system under real exposure conditions, it remains exactly that. A candidate. Brooks nodded once. Good enough. Clay stared at him. That's your answer? Brooks shifted his weight, pain tightening the corners of his mouth. Kid, the alternatives are not hiding on the next shelf. Harper did not move toward the syringes yet. Instead, she took 2 blood tubes from the tray and looked at Clay. I need baseline and comparison samples before anything goes in. Both of you. Clay rolled his sleeve without argument. The needle barely registered. His attention stayed fixed on Brooks, who watched Harper set tube after tube into the rack with a detached concentration that looked, to Clay, too much like acceptance. You knew this might happen, Harper said quietly as she labeled the samples. I knew everything might happen. That is not the same sentence. Brooks rested his good hand on the back of a chair, suddenly choosing honesty over deflection because exhaustion had worn him too thin to keep dodging. No, it isn't. Clay gave his sample and stepped aside. Harper drew Brooks's blood next. It came darker and slower than Clay liked. She moved quickly after that, spinning one tube in the small bench centrifuge while using a portable analyzer on another. The machine beeped and flickered through readouts Clay could not interpret. Brooks sat on a stool and wrapped the bad arm against his chest, saying nothing. The building shook under a renewed impact from below. Do you need us downstairs? Clay asked. Harper's gaze never left the analyzer. In 60 seconds I may need you everywhere. That answer settled something in him. Fear had been big all night, but fear with a shape was easier to carry. This one had a shape now. Brooks on a stool, swelling rising around his bite. Harper racing numbers against time while the mountain hammered the building in the dark. Clay knelt in front of Brooks before he could overthink it. Let me see the hand. Brooks made a face. Must we? Yes. The crushed fingers were bad, but not ruined. Ugly angles, swelling, split skin across the knuckles, likely broken in more than one place. Brooks watched Clay take stock and said, You inherited the family tendency to look grim before useful. Clay found 2 splints from the supply bin and wrapped the broken fingers together with tape, while Brooks hissed and muttered profanity inventive enough to prove full mental clarity. Harper finally looked up from the analyzer. The inflammatory markers are climbing already. No one asked what that meant. The bite meant what it meant. She lifted one syringe from the rack and held it in front of herself for a moment like a verdict she did not trust her own hand to deliver. I can dose systemically. I can also flood the local tissue around the bite. If this acts the way it should, the local response will matter more first. Brooks extended the injured arm, then stopped giving speeches. Harper did not take the opening. If this hurts you faster, it will not hurt me faster than what's already in there. Clay stood. Harper. She looked at him. He saw the fear she had hidden from both of them all night sitting plain in her face now. Not fear of animals or darkness or dying. Fear of failing while holding the tool that might have changed the outcome. You said the mechanism is sound, Clay said. Yes. You said it's the best shot anybody has. Yes. Then he gets the best shot anybody has. Her throat worked once. Then the scientist in her took command again because science, when honest, was not the absence of fear but the refusal to let fear rewrite data. She cleaned Brooks's arm above and around the bite with fear-sufficient strokes. One syringe went into the muscle high on the shoulder. Brooks grunted but barely moved. The second she split across several injections around the torn skin, building a ring of medicine between the bite and the rest of him. When she finished, none of them spoke for a beat. Then Brooks said, I'd complain that you used too many needles, but I'm trying to encourage innovation. Harper let out a sound half laugh, half near sob, and set the empty syringes down with more care than glass required. The radio downstairs erupted in static. Then one of the motion alarms in the rear hall started pulsing again, faster this time. Clay grabbed the rifle. I have to get back down. Harper did not argue. She was already checking Brooks's pupils with a penlight and setting fresh equipment for serial blood draws. 3 minutes, she said. Hold them 3 more minutes and come back. I need to see whether the serum does anything in the first interval. Brooks pushed up from the stool. Harper put a hand flat on his chest and forced him back down with surprising authority. Absolutely not. Harper, you are now the interval. Clay would have laughed if the words had not been so close to desperation. Brooks, astonishingly, obeyed. Fine, he said. Go be young and athletic at the problem. Clay turned at the door. Brooks met his eyes and for the first time all night allowed a piece of the truth out naked. If this goes bad on me fast, you do not hesitate. Clay understood. Infection. Madness. Teeth turned inward. The whole plague hiding in one man he had come to trust. His stomach turned cold. It won't. Brooks held the look. That's not what I said. Clay wanted to refuse the possibility aloud, to push it back with force of will alone. But that would have been theater, and Brooks had earned better than theater. So Clay gave the only answer that respected the man and broke his own heart a little while speaking it. If it comes to it, he said, I won't let it take you. Brooks nodded once. Clay went back downstairs feeling older than the steps. The lower floor had worsened in the 5 minutes he had been gone. The rear brace held, but something enormous was battering the annex side outer wreckage again. Maybe another bear, maybe the same kind of monstrous elk that had already partly demolished the wall. The front stair breach continued to spit wolves and coyotes into the first corridor, though the growing carpet of bodies slowed them enough that Clay could work methodically rather than desperately. He shot, reloaded, shot again. Each round bought not only time for Harper's measurements, but a future in which Brooks might still stand up and insult them both at breakfast. Above him the analyzer beeped through the floor. Below him the generator throbbed like a buried heart. He kept counting impacts, counting rounds, counting breaths. He tried not to count how many minutes had passed since the bite, but the mind did what it wanted when fear wore a clock. He had seen enough infected kills to know that the change, when it came, did not always announce itself with madness. Sometimes it started with fever, tremor, light sensitivity, rage that arrived without context, or a kind of frantic confusion that stripped language out of a person one piece at a time. He listened for any sign of that above. None came. At the 3-minute mark, Harper's voice reached him over the radio, astonished and tight. Clay, come up. Now. That single word, now, could have meant victory or disaster. He took the stairs with his pulse hammering in his throat. Harper stood by the analyzer holding a fresh strip printout in one hand and Brooks's wrist in the other. Brooks sat straighter than before, pale but lucid, breathing easier, the wild flush that had begun to rise under his skin already receding at the edges. What? Clay asked. Harper turned the printout toward him, though the columns meant nothing. Her eyes did. It's working, she said. She did not mean maybe. She meant working. Chapter 30. The voice on the black sky. Hope changed the room faster than medicine did. Not by much. Brooks still looked like a man who had been beaten by furniture, weather, and half the Idaho animal kingdom. The bite on his arm still sat angry and swollen under Harper's bandage. His crushed fingers remained taped into a shape only a doctor or a mechanic could find acceptable. Yet the fever flush that had begun to creep into his neck had stopped climbing. The tremor in his breathing had eased. Most of all, his eyes were clear. Not bravely clear. Not stubbornly clear. Simply his. Harper checked the analyzer again as if it might accuse her of optimism if she looked away too long. Inflammatory response is dropping. The neural markers didn't spike the way the animal samples predicted they might. It's actually interrupting the cascade. Brooks rotated his shoulder once, testing the ache left by the injection. In plain English, Harper said, finally allowing herself a breath that sounded almost disbelieving. You are still you. Clay felt the truth of that land inside him with an almost painful force. He had been holding himself against the possibility of losing Brooks since the moment he saw teeth marks on that arm. It was only now, with the danger stepping back a fraction, that he understood how tightly he had locked every feeling down around that fear. Brooks read it on his face, and, because he was Brooks, chose mockery over tenderness. Careful. You look relieved. People will talk. Clay laughed once, sharper than he meant to. Harper did too, then covered her mouth with the back of her glove as if joy might contaminate the bench. The building shook. Reality returned in full. The lower alarms were still pulsing. The generator still roared. Birds still battered the roof, though the snow and fatigue seemed to have thinned their numbers. Somewhere on the first floor, metal screamed against concrete as something heavy dragged itself through the front wreckage. Harper looked from the analyzer to the vials in the cold tray, and Clay saw her shift from personal relief to the wider map again. Brooks' living was miracle enough for 3 people. The formula working inside him meant something much larger. It meant the candidate had crossed the invisible line between desperate theory and usable weapon. You need to package the data, Clay said. I need to package the data, preserve the remaining batch, prep more doses, and transmit everything before this building falls over, Harper said. Then, with a tired blink, yes. Brooks pushed himself off the stool. This time Harper did not stop him immediately because the numbers had earned him movement. He stood carefully, rolled his neck, and reached for the shotgun with his good hand. Take it slow, Clay said. Brooks looked offended. Absolutely not. Harper caught the weapon before he could fully shoulder it. You get the revolver. And a chair near the bench if you go gray on me again. A humiliating command structure. A functioning one. He yielded the shotgun to Clay and took the revolver instead. Fine. But if I survive all this just to be bullied by a virologist, I reserve the right to complain. Granted, Harper said. They worked the next 10 minutes like a crew on a sinking ship that had suddenly remembered it also carried treasure. Harper copied critical formula steps onto waterproof field sheets and sealed one packet inside a specimen bag that Brooks tucked under his jacket. She loaded 2 more syringes from the surviving batch and placed them in an insulated carrier with the remaining vials. Clay and Brooks redistributed ammunition to put the heavier firepower on the stairs and the rear hall, while leaving Harper clear fallback lanes between the bench, the cold room, and the stair landing. Brooks radioed Major Valdez again and got only broken static in return. Clay went downstairs twice to thin the animals pressing at the front corridor and once to check the generator line, which still held under the patch braces and the snow-choked wreckage. When he came back up the second time, Harper had moved to the communications desk in the side office, trying to punch data bursts through a signal booster that hated both terrain and weather. Anything, he asked. She shook her head without looking away from the monitor. The mountain keeps eating the packet. Brooks stood by the broken upper window, listening to the dark beyond the tape and plywood. Then we feed it louder. Harper glanced over. That is not how transmission works. Everything works louder if you're desperate enough. Clay set the shotgun beside the door and peered out with Brooks. Snow still slanted across the yard, though lighter now. The clouds had thinned to a ragged overcast that let moonlight smear the ridge-line silver. The floodlights near the rear yard were dead by Brooks's choice, but the surviving side lamps and the glow from interior rooms made the clearing below the lab visible in patches. Bodies lay everywhere. Coyotes, deer, birds. One dark bare shape, half buried under fresh snow. The mountain had not gone quiet, yet the attacks had spaced out. Whether that meant exhaustion, distance, or something gathering for one more push, Clay could not tell. Then he heard it. Far off at first. A rhythmic chop too clean to belong to wind or wings. Brooks heard it the same instant. Air. Harper came to the window so fast, she nearly overturned the communications chair. No, really. The sound grew, then faded, then returned from a slightly different angle, suggesting an aircraft fighting weather and ridgeline drafts while trying to locate the site without getting swallowed by the dark. Clay keyed the government radio. Major Valdez, if that's yours, answer now. Static. Then a burst of voice so shredded by interference he caught only fragments. Site 7. Visual pass only. Birds still active. Hold signal. Brooks swore. He's here, but can't talk clean. Harper grabbed a marker and wrote 3 huge words on a white lab board. Works. Need relay. Holding. She thrust it at Clay. Roof. Brooks answered before Clay could. Too exposed. Another helicopter chop rolled over the ridge, nearer now. This time the aircraft's searchlight cut through the snow for half a second and swept the treetops like a blade. Birds rose in a chaotic black cloud to meet it. Not roof, Clay said. Upper window. They tore the plywood brace off the largest remaining upper pane. Brooks shattered the rest of the cracked glass with the butt of the revolver. Cold air and snow exploded into the room. Clay climbed onto the desk beneath the window with the white board while Harper keyed the radio again and again, trying to synchronize words with sight. The helicopter passed beyond the ridge, unseen except for the brief ghost of light on snow. Clay leaned half out the window, holding the board into the beams spill from the room behind him. The downdraft never reached them. The aircraft was still too far out, circling, searching. Then the birds hit the building again. Not dozens this time. Hundreds. Perhaps the rotor sound had stirred every remaining flock from the valley. Perhaps the searchlight had drawn them. Perhaps the mountains simply refused to let hope arrive clean. They came at the upper floor with renewed fury, smashing against brick, window frame, and Clay himself. One struck the whiteboard and nearly ripped it from his hands. Another clipped his ear through the cage guard he had thrown on before climbing up. Clay! Harper shouted. He did not let go. The searchlight returned and found the lab full on. For one searing moment the upper room turned white. Clay held the board into that glare while Harper screamed into the radio. It works. The serum works. We need transmission support. A voice crashed back through the speaker at last. Not Valdez this time, but someone airborne. Female, clipped, amplified by engine noise and static. Mountain Lab, this is Viper 2. We read you. Repeat. We read you. The sentence went through Clay like electricity. Brooks lunged to the communications desk. Viper 2, Site 7. We have confirmed effective candidate. Ground rescue still required. Can you relay formula traffic? Static shredded half the answer. Then the pilot's voice came again, stronger. Negative, full hover. Too much bird strike risk over structure. We can take burst relay on the next pass if you can raise antenna power and maintain signal for 30 seconds. Harper was already moving. 30 seconds I can do. Maybe. Maybe is all they brought, Brooks said. Downstairs, as if enraged by the aircraft overhead, the rear pressure alarm began ringing again. At the same time, a new noise rolled through the lower floor. A sustained crashing impact from the front corridor unlike anything they had heard yet. Too heavy for wolves. Too broad for birds. Multiple bodies, or one enormous one hurling itself again and again into the weakened first-story frame. Clay climbed down from the desk. The building won't hold both. No, Brooks said, which means we only needed to hold one more pass. Clay could feel the lab listening with them. Not the machines. Not the walls. The choices. Every broken window, every dead animal in the halls, every shell casing underfoot seemed to lean toward the next half-minute as though all the wasted blood of the night might finally buy something measurable. He thought of Papa's farm burned to beams, of Nana's cellar under ash, of Mara eating peaches she hated because an older sister said hardship could be practiced. He thought of Brooks on the stool refusing to die, Harper at the transmitter refusing to fail, and Marine somewhere below the ridge carving a road through chaos. 30 seconds was nothing. 30 seconds was the width of a whole world if enough people decided to hold it open. Harper stopped at the doorway to the communications side room with snow in her hair, the analyzer printout still clipped under one arm, as if data itself were a kind of shield. She looked at Clay, then at Brooks. 30 seconds, she said. Outside, the helicopter banked for another run, its blades beating a promise across the black sky. Inside, something huge hit the lower hall hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling and send a crack racing across the tile at their feet. No one moved. Above them the aircraft turned. Below them the mountain struck again, and 30 seconds became fate for all. Chapter 31. 30 seconds. The thing that hit the lower hall did not strike like an animal testing a barrier. It struck like rage given horns and muscle, and the certainty that Brick had no right to stand between hunger and the living. The impact rolled up through the tile and into Clay's knees. Dust came loose from the ceiling. A fluorescent tube above the stair landing flashed white, died, returned, and hummed like it resented the work. Clay was moving before he realized he had decided. He snatched up the shotgun Brooks had surrendered minutes earlier and ran for the stairs 2 at a time. Brooks followed with the revolver and his bad arm held stiff against his side. Harper vanished into the communications room with the analyzer printout and the insulated case, already keying the relay with both hands as if speed itself were a language the machine might answer. 30 seconds, she called after them. Clay did not answer because there was nothing useful to say to a number like that. The first floor smelled of burned insulation, hot oil, blood, and the bitter edge of the chemical foam they had sprayed along the breach points earlier in the night. The front corridor had widened from damage. The reception desk lay split open on the tile. The brace they had built out of metal shelving and a disassembled exam table leaned inward at an angle that promised failure. Something hit it again, and this time Clay saw the antler tines thrust through the gap like pale knives. Not elk, he thought at once. Too broad. Too high. Moose. Brooks said behind him, the word flat with disbelief. Of course the mountains saved one. There were no jokes left in Clay for that. A full-grown bull had forced its way through the broken vestibule and was now hammering the improvised barricade with the weight of a wrecking ball. The animal's muzzle shone dark. One eye was clouded milky white. The other burned with a furious brightness that made the creature seem more machine than flesh. Each time it slammed forward, splinters jumped from the barricade, and the whole corridor tightened around the next second. Clay took one shot into the chest through the gap. The blast threw smoke into his face and rocked him back a step, but the moose barely faltered. It roared, not the natural bellow of rutting season, but a deeper, torn metal sound that made the hair lift on his neck. Then it surged again. The shelving gave way on one side. Brooks fired the revolver into the eye. The bullet struck close enough to spray fluid and dark matter across the lobby wall. The bull recoiled, shook its head once, and came harder. Not enough, Brooks said. Clay saw that too. The skull was too thick, the angle too poor, and panic was a luxury the corridor would not permit. He looked right, left, up. Front desk, shattered chairs, the electrical closet hanging open, the oxygen cylinder they had dragged down earlier for the torch kit lying on its side beside the admissions counter. He remembered Papa teaching him that a man under pressure should not ask for a miracle first. He should ask what in reach could become one. Back up, Clay said. Brooks did not. Brooks. That got him. Brooks yielded 3 steps and raised the revolver anyway. Clay darted to the counter, grabbed the oxygen cylinder by the valve collar, and hauled it across the tile. It caught on spent brass and a dead coyote. He nearly lost his footing, recovered, and shoved the steel tank against the half-collapsed barricade just as the moose drove forward again. Antlers punched through metal shelf wire and snagged the valve wheel. Clay saw the chance and took it with the clean, cold focus fear sometimes sharpened into. He snapped the shotgun up and fired into the top of the cylinder. The first shot dented and sparked. The second tore through the shoulder of the tank with a shriek of escaping gas. White vapor blasted into the corridor. Brooks understood at once. He fired into the gas plume. Fire rolled through the vestibule in a flat hammering sheet. The blast was not large enough to tear the building apart, but inside the broken front hall, it became monstrous. Clay felt the heat hit his face guard and hands. The shelf brace exploded backward. The bull moose came through the fire half blind, hide and hair burning, antlers blackening at the tips, and for one impossible second Clay thought even that had not killed it. Then the animal lost its front legs. It crashed sideways into the reception area, taking the outer corner of the desk with it, and slamming so hard into the tile that the floor cracked beneath its shoulder. One antler scraped past Clay's thigh close enough for him to feel the force of it in the air. The body skidded in a shower of sparks and burning debris. Then it stopped. Clay stood breathing smoke. Brooks coughed once, twice, and said, "That was reckless in a way I almost respect." Above them the helicopter roared lower. Harper's voice snapped through the stairwell from the upper floor, urgent and hoarse. "Signal is up. I need 10 more seconds. 10 full seconds." The fire at the front breach climbed the ruined frame and began chewing into the broken insulation around the vestibule. Clay grabbed the extinguisher mounted beside the hall and emptied it in 2 sweeping passes, choking the flames before they could eat deeper into the lobby. The moose twitched once under the white cloud and then lay still. Snow blew through the shattered entry in thin, fast ribbons. Beyond the broken glass, movement slid between the trees. More shapes. Not one horde. Many pieces of one. Clay, Harper shouted. He ran back up the stairs with Brooks close behind, every muscle expecting another impact from below before they reached the landing. On the upper floor, Harper stood at the communications desk with headphones clamped over one ear, the data burst queue running across the old monitor in green blocks. She had jammed a portable booster against the window frame and tied the antenna cable to a ceiling pipe with surgical tubing when the clamp failed. Snow stuck in her hair and on the shoulders of her borrowed coat. Her face had gone pale with concentration. "Do not touch anything metal," she said through clenched teeth. "The line is live." Clay planted himself beside the blown-out window with the shotgun and looked out. The helicopter's searchlight swept the ridge again, found the upper wall, and held. Birds tried to rise toward it from the treetops. A burst of gunfire flashed from the aircraft door, scattering them in black fragments of motion. The radio crackled. "Site 7, this is Viper 2. Burst relay receiving. Keep it coming. Continue." Harper hit the transmit key so hard the plastic popped. "Candidate confirmed effective. Repeat, effective. Mammalian exposure reversal observed in live human subject. Needs secure laboratory transfer, refrigerated materials, and armored ground extraction." Brooks leaned across her shoulder and said into the second mic, "Tell Major Valdez the old bastard owes me a road and about 30 armed saints." The pilot came back through a wave of static. "Valdez convoy moving from the south spur. Earliest arrival 45 mics. Weather and animal density slowing. We have your packet." "Repeat, we have your packet." 45 minutes. Clay heard the number and understood it for what it was. Not rescue. A sentence. 45 minutes inside a broken brick box on a mountain that had already spent the night trying to eat them. Brooks heard it too. "Can you drop munitions?" "Negative. Too much debris around structure. We can make one suppression pass now and one on return if fuel permits. After that you are on the ground commander's clock." "That clock is rude," Brooks muttered. Harper finally released the key. Her hand shook. Clay reached for the antenna lead to steady it and stopped himself just before touching bare wire. She looked up at him, eyes bright not with panic but with a scientist's brutal awareness of what success actually cost. "They got it," she said. He wanted to hold her. He wanted to drag her away from the desk and promise the hard part had ended. Instead, he looked at the printout, the vials in the insulated carrier, Brooks's bandaged arm, and the ruined window full of snow and rotor wash. "Then now we make sure the copy survives too." Below them, the first floor alarm began pulsing again. Brooks straightened. The serum had cleared his eyes and steadied his speech, but the night still sat on him heavy. Clay could see the pain in the way he protected the crushed hand and favored one leg after the blast shook the floor. None of that changed what Brooks did next. He checked the revolver, tucked extra rounds into his pocket, and looked at Clay with something close to pride and something closer to apology. "Kid," he said, "I promised your father I'd look after you." Clay racked the shotgun. "Then keep up." Viper 2 swept past the rear slope on its suppression run. The helicopter's door gun opened on the tree line with a hard, brilliant chain of fire. Wolves burst from the brush and folded. Birds pinwheeled out of the dark. One enormous shape, maybe another elk, maybe something heavier, vanished beneath tracers near the generator shed. The gunfire rolled through the mountain and came back in echoes, each one like a dinner bell rung for every savage thing still breathing under the snow. When the aircraft banked away, the silence lasted less than 2 seconds. Then the mountain answered. Howls rose from 3 directions, the kind that belonged to wolves once, though now there was too much broken fury in the sound for the old name to fit comfortably. From the rear hall came the scrape of claws against the annex wall. In the front vestibule, something smaller stepped across broken glass and sniffed around the smoking corpse of the moose. Harper shut the insulated case and slung the strap across her body. "Tell me where you want me." Brooks looked at the map of the building taped beside the desk, then at the windows, the corridor, the stairwell, the deadlights, the surviving lamps. He had spent a lifetime taking broken systems apart and putting them back together. Tonight he looked at one he could not fix, only delay in the right places. Upper lab remains your core, he said. If anything reaches this floor, you fall back to the cold room. Steel door, 1 entry. Clay and I hold the stairs and front hall in rotation. Generator goes down, everything changes. Rear breach opens, we shorten the line. If I say move, you move. Harper nodded once. And if you say move? She asked Clay. He looked at the woman with the insulated case, at the man with his father's stubbornness and older skin, and at the ruined mountain outside the window where dawn still felt far away. Then nobody waits to argue with me. For the first time in hours, Harper smiled, brief and grim and real. That sounds familiar. Clay touched the dog tags under his shirt without thinking. Papa, Nana, the farmhouse, the burning windows, all of it sat behind him like a closed fist. Ahead stood only the next 45 minutes. He lifted the shotgun and took the stairs down into them. Chapter 32. The lower hall. The lower hall changed shape every 5 minutes. By the time Clay reached the first floor again, the smoke from the exploded cylinder had thinned into a bitter haze, and the front lobby looked less like a medical facility than the stripped shell of a building shelled in wartime. The reception counter burned in one corner where the extinguisher had not reached deep enough. Snow slid through the blown glass and turned to slush on the heated tile around the generator-fed lamps. The dead bull moose blocked half the vestibule, its steaming bulk acting as an accidental barricade against whatever wanted the lobby next. For 3 breaths nothing came. Clay learned not to trust that. He dragged the nearest steel file cabinet onto its side and shoved it against the broken front opening to narrow the passage. Brooks helped with the good hand, while keeping the revolver trained on the dark beyond the slanting snow. Every movement of his injured arm tightened the lines around his mouth, but the serum had bought him more than survival. It had bought him anger, sarcasm, and the ability to go on working, which in Brooks's case were nearly the same thing. We have 45 minutes. Brooks said, 40 if the pilot rounded kindly. That woman did not sound like a rounding kind of pilot. Clay wedged the bent exam table frame behind the cabinet. Then we have less. A shape flashed past the broken front glass. Too low for deer. Too long for dog. Clay fired on instinct. The shotgun bucked, and a gray body spun backward into the snow. Another wolf leaped over it before the first hit the ground. Brooks's revolver cracked twice. The second shot punched through the animal's jaw and dropped it half in, half out of the lobby. Then they came properly. Not in the massive, impossible numbers of birds or the chaotic slamming force of the moose, but in a disciplined, streaming rush that felt more terrible because it looked almost organized. Wolves first, low and fast, using the dead bodies for cover. Coyotes just behind them, more frantic and willing to spend themselves on any opening. Clay fired until the shotgun ran empty, switched to the rifle slung across his back, and kept shooting into the narrowing throat of the breach. Brooks conserved his rounds with the merciless patience of an old hunter. He worked the head, the shoulder, the jaw hinge, and any shot that ruined forward motion counted. The cabinet held. Then it did not. A wolf hit the side of it with enough force to tip it inward. Another vaulted through the upper gap created by the shift. Clay caught it in midair with the rifle stock instead of a bullet because the angle was too close. Teeth snapped inches from his face guard. He drove the muzzle into the side of the skull and fired. The sound inside the lobby punched his ears flat. Hot blood sprayed his jacket. Left, Brooks barked. Clay pivoted. A coyote had made it across the desk wreckage and was dragging its broken rear half toward his calf on the power of its front legs alone. He stamped down on the neck and felt vertebrae give under his boot. 3 more shadows crowded the glass. They could have stayed there and kept trading shells for bodies until the pile grew high enough to slow the rest. That had been the pattern all night. But patterns in a siege were lies told by men who had not yet run out of luck. Clay felt the shift before he understood it. The sounds behind the lobby had changed. Less pushing at the front. More scrabbling on the side brick. More movement toward the rear annex, and the broken lower window line the birds had helped create hours earlier. "They're looking for another way in," he said. Brooks nodded once. "Because this way is costing them." Harper's voice came over the radio from upstairs. I've sealed the cold room packet and backed the field notes. Tell me if I need to move the analyzer. Clay glanced toward the stairwell. Not yet. He hoped that was true. A heavy thump rolled through the rear side of the building, then another. The sound was wrong for wolves and too deliberate for birds. Clay looked at Brooks and saw his own thought mirrored there. Bear, Brooks said. In the annex? Or one hell of a deer with ambitions? Clay swore softly and changed magazines. The front lobby could hold another few minutes now that the bodies jammed the entry. The rear could not. He backed toward the hall intersection while Brooks covered the front. Halfway there, something small and fast shot out from under the reception desk and went for his face. He saw only fur and teeth. His left arm came up in time. The raccoon hit the padded forearm guard and clung there shrieking, claws scraping at the hard plastic beneath the duct-taped hockey layers. Clay slammed the animal into the wall once, twice, and when it held on with impossible spite, he drew the fighting knife from his boot and drove it up under the rib cage. The body convulsed and slid free. New rule, he said, breathing hard. I hate all sizes. Brooks almost smiled. A healthy prejudice. The annex side answered with a crash that ended the conversation. The generator room door shivered in its frame. Something massive hit it again from the other side and left 4 long gouges in the steel skin. Bear, Clay thought now with certainty. A black bear grown huge on sickness and madness, and all the easy meat the world had left out for it since civilization failed. If the bear breached the generator room and damaged the fuel line or the patched coolant rig, the building went dark. If the building went dark, the upper lab became a trap. If the upper lab became a trap, the packet on Harper's shoulder might as well have been buried. Clay ran for the annex corridor. He got there as the door bent inward around the latch. Brooks came behind him slower but steady, revolver raised. Through the rip in the steel, Clay saw one eye reflecting yellow from the emergency lamp and a muzzle slick with foam and old blood. The bear hit again. The latch plate tore half free. There was not room for a clean shot through the opening. Not while the generator throbbed 5 feet beyond, and the fuel can stacked along the wall waited to turn a mistake into a funeral pyre. Clay backed up 3 steps, dropped to one knee, and aimed at the lower edge of the door. Brooks caught on. Legs. Legs. The next time the bear drove forward, Clay fired through the steel at knee height. Brooks fired half a breath later. The sound was brutal in the narrow corridor. Something outside screamed, deep and humanless. The door jumped outward as the weight behind it sagged. Then the bear hit again anyway, angrier now, dragging one ruined foreleg. Stubborn, Brooks said. You think. The latch tore free. The door flew open against the corridor wall, and the bear came through in a rolling avalanche of black mass, blood, and rage. It was larger than Clay had pictured even after hearing it. Wide as a couch through the shoulders. One front leg half useless from the shots, the other fully capable and tipped with claws that looked like curved roofing knives. Clay fired into the open mouth. The bullet shattered teeth and soft tissue, but did not stop the charge. He threw himself sideways. The bear struck the wall where he had been and ripped a trench through the plaster down to brick. Brooks put 2 rounds into the side of its head at arm's length and had to dive backward to avoid the return swipe. One claw caught his coat and spun him into the generator housing with a sound Clay felt in his own spine. Brooks, I object, Brooks gasped. Clay was already moving. He slung the empty rifle, ripped the shotgun around by its strap, and fired both barrels into the bear's shoulder and neck from 6 feet away. The blast drove the animal sideways into the equipment shelf. Wrenches, hose clamps, coolant bottles, and a box of spark plugs cascaded across the floor. The bear turned toward Clay instead, its ruined mouth working, one eye blind from Brooks's earlier shot, the other fixed on him with such raw, hateful life that it seemed impossible anything born should contain that much violence. It charged limping and fast. Clay backed into the generator room because there was nowhere else to go. He tripped over the improvised coolant pan and hit the concrete hard enough to flash white behind the eyes. The bear lunged over him. Then Brooks stepped into its path holding the emergency flare gun they had left near the maintenance rack. He fired into the bear's face. The flare punched through the torn cheek and ignited inside the skull cavity or deep behind the eye. Clay never knew which. He only knew the effect. Fire burst from the torn ruin in a wet orange spray. The bear reared up with a sound that did not belong to any sane world. Brooks seized the moment, grabbed the valve wrench hanging by the fuel pump, and brought it down against the burning muzzle with both hands. Clay rolled clear, found the dropped rifle, and emptied the next magazine into the chest and throat until the animal collapsed sideways across the doorway. Silence followed with shocking suddenness. Not true silence. The generator still thundered. The front breech still scratched and clicked with smaller claws. Somewhere upstairs a radio hissed. But compared to the last 30 seconds, the building had gone church still. Brooks leaned on the wall and lowered the flare gun. I have now survived being bitten, mauled, and nearly eaten in one evening, he said. This is poor hospitality even by Idaho standards. Clay got to his feet and crossed to him fast. The claw slash in Brooks's coat had not reached skin. The impact against the generator housing had split the sleeve and raised a vicious bruise along the ribs, but the old man was upright. I'm fine, Brooks said. That means nothing when you say it. Then I remain insultingly functional. Clay let out a breath he had not known he was holding. He turned to the dead bear blocking half the doorway and kicked the hind leg once just to make sure the thing belonged to the floor now. Harper's voice came down the stairwell. Report. Clay looked from the bear to Brooks, from the gouged door to the still chugging generator. He knew better than to soften the truth for Harper. Fear did not shrink because someone lied to it. Generator still running, he called. Annex breach contained. Front lobby ugly. We're alive. There was a pause. Then, quieter. That was not the report I expected. Brooks picked up the dropped revolver and checked the cylinder with his good hand. Neither was it ours. Clay helped him drag the bear far enough clear of the doorway that the door could almost shut again. They braced it with a pipe through the busted handle and reset the fuel cans deeper into the room. When he finally stood back, Clay realized his hands were shaking. Not from fear alone, from the strain of continuing. He looked up the dark stairwell toward the upper floor where Harper waited among glass, steel, and the most important small case in the world. He thought of the helicopter voice saying 45 minutes. He thought of how many things could still go wrong before daylight or rescue or anything remotely kind. Then the rear wall thudded again somewhere above the annex. Claws on brick, wings on the roof. The mountain had not accepted its losses. It was merely changing tools. Brooks saw the same truth cross Clay's face. We do not need to beat all of it, he said. Clay reloaded the shotgun. Only the part that gets through the door. For tonight, Brooks said. That distinction mattered. They went back toward the stairwell together while the broken building breathed around them, holding itself together by habit, noise, and the stubbornness of the living. Chapter 33. Hold through dark. Dawn stayed trapped behind the ridge for what felt like years. After the bear, the attacks came in bursts instead of waves. 15 hard minutes. 3 quiet ones. 10 minutes of claws at the front breech and birds slamming the remaining upper panes. A short interval where nothing moved except wind-driven snow and the red eye of the emergency light above the rear stair. The inconsistency wore at Clay worse than a continuous assault might have. A constant fight let a body settle into rhythm. This gave him enough stillness to imagine failure in detail before the next impact demanded he postpone it again. Brooks insisted on taking the front lobby while Clay checked the upper floor. Clay argued exactly once and lost because Brooks, even bruised and bitten and battered, still knew how to stand in a doorway like command had always belonged to him. Clay went upstairs with the rifle and found Harper kneeling beside the cold room rack, reorganizing the vials inside the insulated case so they would ride steadier if they had to move at a run. The sight of her doing that in the shattered laboratory with snow threading in through taped plastic and half the overhead lights gone made something in him tighten. Not because she looked fragile. She did not. She looked sharper than most men he had known in easier times. It tightened because she kept working exactly as though the night had not already demanded more than anyone should give it. You need food, he said. She looked up as if surprised to discover he was right. I need 12 different impossible things. He reached into his jacket and handed her the last uncrushed granola bar from the chest pocket. She stared at it, then at him. "I was saving that," he said. "For what?" He glanced toward the stairwell, listening to a distant shot from Brooks in the front hall. "Maybe this." Harper took the bar and did not pretend she was not hungry. She broke it in half first and held one piece out. Clay started to refuse. Her look stopped him. He took the offered half and ate while she did the same, both of them standing between microscopes and dead monitors and a wall stain left by a rat that had almost reached her hours earlier. "I keep waiting for the part where I feel brilliant," she said after swallowing. "You spend years wanting a discovery that matters. Then when it finally matters, it's because the world has become this." Clay leaned against the counter, rifle resting by his knee. "My papa used to say a tool doesn't get to choose what job proves it. That sounds like a farmer." It was. He said it means sometimes, too. She smiled faintly. The expression faded when she looked at Brooks's sample notes clipped beside the analyzer. "The serum is holding in him. That should be enough to feel victory." Her thumb rubbed the edge of the wrapper. "It doesn't. It feels like being handed a bridge while the river is already trying to take the ground from under you." Clay understood that better than he could have before all this. He had believed courage meant moving without fear because that was what boys believed when they listened to stories about soldiers and heroes. The world had corrected him. Courage was movement with fear sitting on your shoulders like wet canvas. "It can still be a bridge," he said. "Only if we live long enough to cross it." A shot cracked downstairs, then another followed. Then Brooks's voice rose through the stairwell. "Clay, front hall." Clay pushed off the counter at once. Harper caught his sleeve before he turned fully away. "Wait." The grip was not strong. It did not need to be. He looked back and saw that she was not stopping him from duty. She was stopping the next second from taking him before she said what she needed said. "If the convoy gets here and this place goes bad all at once," she said, "you do not come back for equipment over people." He wanted to tell her that the equipment was people now, that somewhere in the insulated case and the copied notes sat thousands of lives they would never meet. But she already knew that. What she was asking was different. She was asking him to stay human while carrying something history would call priceless. "I won't make that mistake," he said. Her hand loosened on his sleeve, but she did not let go completely. "Good." There in the ruined lab with the snow and the blood smell and the generator pulse underfoot, he saw the exhaustion in her finally overpower the posture she had kept for hours. Not collapse, just honesty. Her eyes looked older than when he first heard her over the CB. He suspected his did too. He set the rifle aside long enough to touch her face guard where it hung loose around her neck rather than fully worn. "Eat the rest," he said. That is a terrible romantic line. He blinked, then laughed in spite of himself. She did too, softly this time, and the laugh broke the strain between them just enough for the truth under it to stand plain. He put one hand at the back of her neck, gave her time to turn away if she wanted, and when she did not, he kissed her. It was not graceful. Nothing in that building had room for grace anymore. It tasted like cold air and sugar from the granola bar and smoke that had settled into their clothes hours ago. It also tasted like a promise not yet spoken. When they parted, the generator still shook the floor. The mountain still scraped and howled outside. Yet the room felt steadier. Harper rested her forehead briefly against his. "Do not die in the next 10 minutes, she said. "I'll put it on my list." That better be a very short list. A crash from above answered for both of them. Not the roof. The ceiling ducked over the prep room. Clay grabbed the rifle and spun. The old ventilation grate bulged downward once, twice, then ripped free as a knot of birds and one lean gray body came through together. The wolf hit the floor in a spray of screws and dust. The birds exploded outward in frantic beating arcs. Harper snatched the steel sample tray from the bench and hurled it at the nearest bird so hard the thing smashed into the side cabinet and dropped. Clay fired once and tore the wolf off its feet before it could reach the benches. Two more birds clipped the lights and hammered themselves senseless against the far wall. Another went for Harper's head. She caught it with the folded metal stool and drove it down to the floor with savage efficiency. "Cold room," Clay said. "No. Harper. No time." She was right. More movement scraped in the duct. The building had grown porous enough that everything small and determined now counted as a breach. Clay shot upward through the duct mouth. Feathers and hot fragments rained down. A bird fell flapping onto the prep table and slid off. Harper grabbed the extinguisher and blasted the vent opening full of white chemical cloud just as another shape tried to force through. The pressure of the spray and the powder load pushed the thing backward in the shaft. Something thudded and beat against the metal farther inside. Downstairs, Brooks shouted, "How many?" "Not enough to matter," Clay called back. Harper shot him a look. That was a lie. It was a useful one. He upended the instrument cabinet with her help and shoved it beneath the vent opening. Then he dragged a steel shelf across the top to create a slanted catch. If the birds broke through again, they would tumble into a makeshift chute rather than directly into the lab. They had barely finished when the radio on Harper's desk spat new static and a voice pushed through. Site 7, Ground Element Raptor 1. Sound off. Clay crossed the room in 2 strides and snatched the handset. Raptor 1, Site 7. I read you. The answer came clean enough to sound close. Too close for comfort and too far for relief. We are 1 click north on foot. Convoy delayed by road obstruction and animal contact. Mark's safest approach if able. Brooks's laughter floated faintly up from below, exhausted and disbelieving. That means they are close enough to get killed where we can hear it. Clay asked, how many in your element? 6 effectives. 1 casualty non-ambulatory. We can make the building, or we can cover your move if you can move now. Clay looked at Harper. She looked at the insulated case, the analyzer core, the cold room shelves, and the dark stairwell leading to Brooks. Now was impossible. Waiting was worse. He understood with sudden clarity that rescue had not arrived. Choice had. Hold position, he said into the radio. We still have the upper lab and 1 working generator. Approach from the east wall only. Front and rear are hot. Copy. East wall in 8. 8 minutes. Harper let out a breath. That is both wonderful and not enough. Clay keyed the stairwell radio. Brooks, Marines on foot. East side, 8 minutes. Then kindly avoid shooting them. I'll do my best. Another impact shook the front lobby. Then another from the roof, heavy enough to send dust from the prep room ceiling. Clay looked up. That, he said, is not a bird. The metal above groaned. Something large was moving across the flat portion of the annex roof, claws or hooves skidding on snow crust and sheet metal. A second weight joined it. The sounds converged toward the section already weakened by the earlier bird storm. Harper grabbed the insulated case and slung it higher on her shoulder. Please tell me Idaho has no mountain goats large enough to come through a roof. Clay listened to the weight gather over the seam and thought of all the things he had learned not to say out loud on this mountain. Then the ceiling began to tear. He chambered around and stepped in front of Harper as the first hole opened above the lab, turning 8 minutes into something that had to be survived 1 second at a time. Chapter 34. Men in the Trees. The roof gave way under elk. Not 1 but 2. The first crashed through the weakened ceiling seam over the prep room in a storm of insulation, broken plaster, and twisted metal track. It hit the upturned cabinet Clay had shoved under the duct opening and drove the whole barricade half a foot into the tile. The second slammed down only partway, hindquarters still tangled in the torn roof panel, while its forelegs kicked wildly at open air and shelving. For a grotesque instant, both animals hung there amid falling snow like a hunter's fever dream ripped free of nature. Then the living one found its footing. The infected elk was a younger bull than the moose downstairs, but terrible enough in its own right, shoulders thick, hide slick with melting snow, eyes filmed pale. 1 antler tine had broken on impact and now jutted from the skull at an ugly angle like a crooked spear. It lowered its head and charged through the lab benches as if they were grass. Clay fired twice into the front of the chest. The elk crashed into the central workstation anyway, overturning microscopes, sample trays, and the stool Harper had used to kill a bird minutes before. Glass burst. The animal wheeled with impossible speed inside the tight room. Harper ducked behind the cold room door frame. Insulated case clutched against her ribs. Clay stepped left to draw the charge and nearly slipped on scattered reagent bottles. The elk came for him. He fired again and saw a dark hole open near the neck, but the momentum only shifted. The antlers hit his chest protector and launched him backward into the wall hard enough to crack the plastic guard and drive the air from him. His rifle flew from his hands. He went down flat among broken glass, staring up at fluorescent light and ceiling ruin and the shredded edge of the roof where snow still fell in glittering dust. The elk stamped toward him. A gunshot snapped from the doorway. Then another. Brooks stood there braced against the frame, revolver extended one-handed, face gray with effort and fury. The first bullet had shattered one eye. The second disappeared into the socket. The elk stumbled, veered, and slammed broadside into the prep counter instead of Clay's skull. It thrashed there, forelegs hammering at drawers, blood spraying across cabinets. Brooks fired the last round under the ear. The bull collapsed in a violent shiver that rattled every metal instrument it touched. Clay rolled onto one elbow coughing. You were supposed to avoid the stairs. Brooks opened the revolver cylinder and began fishing fresh rounds from his pocket with clumsy fingers. I took the scenic route through disobedience. Harper was already at Clay's side, checking his face through the bent guard and running her hands quickly over the chest plate to make sure nothing more vital than pride had cracked. Can you stand? With help I will pretend easily. She hauled him up anyway. Above them the second elk, the one still trapped in the broken roof, kicked and bellowed as metal sliced into its belly and hind legs. It was stuck, but not harmless. Every violent twist widened the hole overhead, and from outside came answering movement. More hooves on roof. More weight gathering along the annex edge. East wall, now, Brooks said. He had the revolver loaded again by the time the words finished leaving his mouth. Clay recovered the rifle from under the shattered counter, while Harper seized the analyzer core in one arm and the insulated case in the other. Together they ran from the upper lab into the side corridor, just as the trapped elk tore free and dropped behind them in another explosion of tile and sparks. The east wall had once held a long row of windows facing the downhill slope toward the logging cut. They had boarded most of them earlier, leaving one narrow observation slit. Clay stripped the plywood from the next panel with the butt of the rifle and looked out. At first he saw only snow, shattered brush, and the dark line of timber beyond the floodlight's weak spill. Then shapes detached themselves from the trees. Human ones. 6 helmets. White cloth tied over shoulders and packs for snow breakup. One man dragging another by the straps of a plate carrier. One woman in front moving with the flat, economical speed of someone who had spent her life trusting her body to answer danger correctly. She raised a chem light and slashed it twice in a green arc. Raptor 1. A voice hissed through the radio. Clay unbolted the east service door and yanked it open. Cold hit the corridor like thrown water. The Marines came through at a crouch, rifles up, each one pivoting to a different sector with the kind of automatic trust that only training and bad days built properly. The lead woman pushed her goggles onto her helmet and took in the wrecked hull, Brooks's bandaged arm, Harper's cases, and Clay's bent chest guard in a single fast sweep. Gunnery Sergeant Elena Torres, she said. Which one of you is the miracle? Harper raised a blood-streaked hand because she had no free arm for anything more dignified. Torres gave one short nod, as though that answer matched the rest of the night perfectly. Good. We are here to remove the miracle before the mountain eats all of us. Behind her came a broad-shouldered corporal with a machine gun, a medic carrying the half-conscious casualty Clay had heard mentioned, 2 riflemen loaded with extra ammunition and cable reels, and a thin staff sergeant with a portable radio pack nearly as large as he was. The casualty's face was waxy pale. Blood soaked one trouser leg above the boot. Animal contact? Harper asked automatically. Antlers, the medic said. Not a bite. Mostly that. Brooks pointed his revolver toward the front lobby. Mostly is getting ambitious as a medical term. Torres ignored that with professional grace. Major Valdez is 2 switchbacks below with the convoy. Logging road blocked by down tractor trailer and about 100 very motivated deer. We clear enough space, he gets vehicles to the east slope. We fail, we hike your scientist and her ice chest out by hand. Not my favorite option, Harper said. Mine either. A slam from the upper lab cut short anything else. The second elk had found the corridor. The machine gunner turned toward the sound. Permission? Torres did not even look. Granted. He stepped to the doorway, planted his feet, and fired a short controlled burst that hammered the hull with such violence Clay felt it in his fillings. The elk's bellow snapped off in wet silence. Plaster dust drifted past the light. Clay stared 1/2 second longer than he meant to. Military firepower had become rumor and hope in his mind over the last weeks, something that existed far away in broadcasts and the old stories Papa used to tell about men with better tools than farmers. Seeing it 10 feet away, used without hesitation, felt like watching the world remember a language it had nearly forgotten. Torres caught the look. Do not get sentimental on me, farm boy. We are still losing. Brooks barked a laugh. I like her. The radio pack on the staff sergeant's shoulders crackled. He turned his head to hear through the earpiece. Major says sky is clear enough for one more gun run if we can pop smoke. Clay looked toward the front breach, then at the shredded roof overhead. Purple smoke in this building, and we choke on it before the birds do. Outside then, Torres said. She pointed at 2 Marines. Haskins, Reeve, East Wall Security. Doyle, help the mechanic if he starts folding. Medic, you and the doctor stay glued to the scientist. Farm boy with me. Clay almost corrected the last title on instinct, then let it pass. A man who had slept in barns and driven a battered pickup through hell did not need his full name from someone who had met him in a blown-out lab. He checked the magazine in the rifle and followed her down the east corridor. The plan formed at a run. That impressed him. Not because it was perfect. It was not. It was all sharp edges, risks, and ugly margins. But it existed in full almost the moment new people with training entered the building, and for a night like this that counted as beauty. Torres wanted the east slope marked with smoke for the helicopter and the convoy alike. The bird could use the plume to suppress the tree line threatening the extraction route. The convoy could use it to line up its final push through the switchback once engineers cleared the road enough for the lead vehicle. To get the smoke out there, someone had to cross 30 yards of open snow from the east service door to the retaining wall overlooking the slope. Naturally, Torres chose herself. Naturally, Clay said, I'll carry it. She looked at him once. He thought she might refuse because he was not hers to spend. Instead, she saw whatever she needed in his face and tossed him the canister. Pop at the wall. Not before. If birds come low, duck and keep moving. If anything larger comes low, I hope you are harder to kill than you look. That's an ugly compliment. It's all you get. Brooks handed Clay his father's old work gloves from a shelf hook near the service door. Clay had forgotten they were there, left after some earlier repair scramble. Seeing them now, cracked leather dark with age and grease, hit him harder than any speech could have. Brooks's expression said he knew exactly why. Go, Brooks said, before this place remembers another roof trick. Clay shoved the gloves on, palmed the smoke canister, and waited by the service door while Torres counted down with 2 fingers raised. At 1, she yanked the handle. The door flew open. Cold and sound rushed in together. Clay ran into the snow with bullets from the Marines cutting over his head toward movement in the trees. Something small darted across his path and vanished under the retaining wall. A bird slammed into the snow 5 feet away, wings broken by a shot from somewhere behind him. He hit the wall at a slide, jammed the smoke canister into the drift between 2 stones, and pulled the ring. Purple smoke erupted in a violent spitting fountain. The mountain saw it. Howls answered from the timber. Hooves thudded across the roof again. And overhead, as if it had been waiting for exactly this color, Viper 2 came screaming over the ridge line toward the east slope. Clay crouched against the wall with the smoke boiling around him, rifle ready, while the helicopter descended into the dawnless dark like judgment finally arriving on purpose. Chapter 35. The Yard Run. Viper 2's gun run split the east slope open. The helicopter came in low enough for Clay to see the red wash of instrument light through the cockpit glass. The door gun raked the tree line above the retaining wall in disciplined bursts, not sweeping wildly, but walking fire across the exact pockets where movement thickened. Snow exploded from the ground in straight stitched lines. Wolves burst from cover and died mid-stride. A deer with its ribs showing through torn hide flipped backward over a stump as though yanked by an invisible hand. The noise battered the air so hard Clay felt it under his tongue. "Move!" Torres shouted from the doorway. Clay sprinted back through the smoke to the service entrance while the helicopter climbed off. The Marines were already repositioning. One rifleman had taken station at the East Hall corner. The medic had shoved the casualty deeper into the stairwell shadow and was checking the dressing again. Harper stood ready with the insulated case on one shoulder and the analyzer core strapped against her chest in a canvas sling the Marines had produced from somewhere. Brooks had found himself a heavier weapon in the form of a short Marine shotgun and looked indecently pleased by it. Torres traced the route in the air with 2 fingers as fast as she spoke. Down the east slope path to the retaining stair. Across the maintenance lot. Through the deadfall gap to the lower road. Valdez meets us there with lead vehicle. We move hard and we do not bunch. If somebody falls, the nearest 2 deal with it. Nobody turns a scramble into a pile. Clear. Everyone answered some version of yes. Brooks added, "My knees reserve the right to negotiate." Torres gave him the quickest side glance. Noted and denied. They opened the service door and went into the gray. Morning had not fully arrived, but the east horizon carried the first faint lifting of black into iron blue. That light made the slope look almost normal at first glance. Pines, stone retaining walls, and wind-cut snow. Then the eye adjusted and found the bodies. Deer half buried near the path. Birds with shattered wings lying like discarded gloves. One Marine body 15 yards downslope from the wall, the face already whitening under fresh snow, rifle still trapped beneath the chest where death had pinned it. Harper saw him and flinched. Clay moved closer to shield her line of sight without blocking her footing. It was not heroism. It was instinct and maybe tenderness and maybe the beginning of love taking shape in motions too small for speeches. The column descended fast. Torres in front. 2 Marines on Harper. Clay just behind Brooks. The machine gunner covering their rear. The snow on the path hid ice under it, making every step a decision rather than a habit. Twice Clay caught himself on the retaining stones before he slid. Once Brooks nearly went down and cursed the hillside like it was personally insulting him. At the stair cut, they hit their first real contact. A pair of coyotes erupted from beneath the lower landing where wind-blown debris had formed a dark pocket. The first lunged at the medic. Clay shot it before the animal reached the man's knee. The second went for Harper's calf from behind. Brooks blew it sideways with one barrel of the Marine shotgun and pumped the action with his bad hand anyway, jaw hard against the pain. They kept moving. The maintenance lot below the lab had once held 3 staff vehicles, a rusted fuel trailer, and stacks of winter grit. Now it was a churned white killing ground ringed by broken fencing. The helicopter's run had carved open lanes through the trees on the far side, but motion still flashed there. Something large shadowed parallel to them in the timber, keeping pace rather than charging. Clay saw it first as antler tips between trunks. Then he realized the rack was too narrow for moose, too broad for deer. Elk again. More than one. Left tree line, he shouted. Torres altered the column without even turning. Reeve, Haskins cut them down. The riflemen opened fire into the timber. One elk stumbled out immediately, chest shredded, and collapsed in a spray of snow. The one behind it kept coming. Then a third joined from a slightly higher line, and Clay understood what made herd animals terrifying under this sickness. One predator rushing a man was terrible enough. Several heavy bodies moving with the same blind attack impulse turned terrain itself into a weapon. Wall. Torres barked. Everyone broke toward the low concrete barrier edging the lot, just as the first elk burst from the trees. It leaped the broken fence and hit the open space at full speed. Bullets struck it from 4 directions. The animal did not stop until it slammed the wall where Clay had dropped behind cover. Concrete dust burst into his face. The rack of antlers scraped the top edge inches from his head before the body sagged and slid down. The second elk veered toward the fuel trailer instead, perhaps pulled by sound or movement no sane mind could map. It hit the trailer tongue and flipped itself partly over, kicking and bellowing until a Marine put a burst into the base of the skull. The third cut behind the parked sedan and disappeared. Clay rose enough to track it. The animal came around the far side low and weirdly quiet, blood already blowing from its nostrils where the rifleman had clipped it. It was heading not for the Marines with guns, but for Harper, who had crouched beside the wall protecting the analyzer with her body. Clay vaulted the barrier before he finished thinking. He hit the elk at the shoulder with all the speed he had and jammed the rifle muzzle under the jaw. The shot went off, so close the flash burned the hair at the edge of his glove. The bull twisted as it fell, driving him backward across the snow. One antler tine tore through his outer sleeve and hooked the hockey pad on his forearm guard. For a second, he was trapped under half a ton of dying weight while the animal thrashed. Hands seized the antlers and heaved. Torres and Brooks together hauled enough space open for Clay to wrench free. He rolled clear, sucking air. Harper was on him instantly. "Show me the arm." "It's not skin." "Show me anyway." He pushed the torn sleeve back enough to reveal the gouged plastic and the red pressure mark beneath. No bite. No tear. Her shoulders loosened one fraction. "Good," she said, and the single word carried more feeling than anything longer could have. The maintenance lot fell quiet except for the helicopter fading into distance and the ragged breathing of people who had spent too much of the night one step from dying. Clay pushed himself up. Then shots hammered from below the deadfall gap. Friendly pattern, disciplined and fast. A voice amplified by vehicle loudspeaker rolled up the slope. "Raptor 1, this is Valdez. Your ride is ugly but present. Move your people." The convoy had arrived. The lower road lay through a narrow break where a storm-toppled pine and a collapsed service shed had created a crooked tunnel out to the switchback. The Marines led them through it at a near run. Branches clawed at helmets and packs. Snow dropped from the deadfall in sheets every time someone struck the trunk. Halfway through the gap, Clay heard the sound he had learned to hate most from the sky, the rising chatter of wings massing all at once. "Birds," the machine gunner shouted. They burst from the pines ahead like thrown gravel, dozens at first, and then scores more behind them. Ravens, crows, magpies, smaller things Clay had no names for in the instant they became a moving wall. The lead Marines fired upward and the air filled with feather bursts, but numbers made the first line almost irrelevant. The flock wrapped the passage. Clay dropped low and pulled Harper under the thickest section of the deadfall, while Brooks shielded the medic and casualty with the shotgun angled overhead. Birds slammed into backs, helmets, shoulders, face shields. One found the gap at Clay's collar and pecked down toward skin before he crushed it against the log with his palm. Another landed on Harper's case and clawed for the zipper seam until she stabbed it through with a lab pin she had somehow kept tucked in her sleeve. Then the world at the far end of the gap erupted in heavy-caliber fire. The lead convoy vehicle had line of sight. The roof gun on the armored truck swept the treetops above the deadfall with controlled bursts that shredded the flock's trailing edge and broke the rest into frantic retreat. Sunlight had not yet reached the pass, but the muzzle flash painted the snow gold for an instant at a time. Through the last of the falling feathers, Clay saw vehicles at last. 2 armored trucks, 1 engineer flatbed dragging chains, and a plow blade, 1 battered Humvee with a windshield webbed by old strikes. Marines crouched around them in the road with weapons trained outward. Major Valdez stood beside the lead truck in a soaked poncho and helmet, broad through the middle, beard gone mostly iron gray. He looked like a man sleep had forgotten on purpose. When Brooks emerged from the gap, Valdez stared as though confronted by a ghost who had refused to follow instructions. "You impossible bastard," Valdez said. Brooks stopped long enough to answer. "You slow bastard." That seemed greeting enough. Valdez took in the insulated case on Harper, the analyzer rig strapped to her chest, and Clay at her shoulder. Whatever else he might have said about reunions died under urgency. Load the scientist and the material first. We lose those. This whole trip means nothing. Harper bristled on reflex. "My name is Harper." Valdez nodded once. Then Harper first. They got the casualty and Harper into the back of the lead vehicle. The medic went with them. Brooks tried to climb after and almost folded when his ribs reminded him of the bear. Clay shoved from below and Torres yanked from above until he was inside, muttering threats against everyone's dignity. Clay followed with the analyzer, passing the rifle up last. As the rear door slammed, he saw the east slope above the lab one final time. The brick building stood crooked against the snow, upper roof torn open, windows black and jagged, purple smoke still trailing across the dawn. Shapes moved around it in gathering numbers, drawn to the lights and noise and the smell of all the blood spilled there. For one strange second, the place looked less like a fortress and more like a marker driven into the mountain to say humans had stood here and made the world answer them. Then the engineer truck detonated the charges it had planted under the lower fuel rack on approach. The blast ripped through the annex and folded the east corner inward. Fire burst through the roof hole in a rolling orange column. The mountain lab disappeared behind smoke and flying brick. Harper made a broken sound beside Clay, not quite grief and not quite triumph. He understood both. That building had nearly killed them. It had also carried the first honest chance anybody had found. Valdez's voice came through the intercom from the front cab. "Hold on. We are moving." The convoy lurched into the switchback just as the first infected animals spilled onto the road behind the burning ruin. Clay braced one hand on the bench, the other on the analyzer case, and felt the vehicle gather speed under him. They were finally leaving the brick box behind. The mountain was not done with them yet. Chapter 36. The Mountain Road. Armored steel changed the sound of fear, but not its weight. Inside the lead truck, the engine growled under them, and every impact from the rutted switchback road traveled up through the benches and into Clay's spine. The rear compartment smelled of wet wool, gun oil, blood, hot metal, and the faint medicinal tang leaking from the insulated case whenever Harper cracked it to check the temperature. Red cargo lights washed everything in a submarine glow that made faces look carved instead of alive. The casualty from Raptor 1 lay strapped to the floor litter between the benches, jaw clenched against pain every time the truck bounced. Harper checked his leg first while the medic held the dressing. The antler tear had opened the thigh, but had not reached the artery. Ugly enough to change a life. Not ugly enough to end one tonight, if they kept moving. "You are not my patient," Brooks said when Harper knelt beside his ribs next. "No," she answered. "You are my ongoing experiment with opinions. Then I demand better bedside charm." She peeled back the torn coat and cut away the shirt underneath with trauma shears. Purple bruising spread across his side from the generator room collision. Nothing moved under her fingers that should not. He hissed once when she pressed a rib line, then looked offended at his own honesty. "Cracked," she said. "Maybe two. Not broken through. Luxury." Clay sat opposite them with his rifle between his knees and watched the back door as though something might claw through the steel if he relaxed his eyes for one blink too long. Adrenaline had nowhere to go now that he was seated. It shook in his hands, buzzed in the jaw, made time feel both hurried and thick. When Harper finally looked up from Brooks and met his gaze, she read that too easily. "Breathe slower," she said. "I am breathing." That was not what I said. He did as told because she was right, and because obeying one smart sentence felt simpler than carrying the whole night at once. The breath came rough, then steadier. Valdez's voice crackled over the compartment speaker. "Rear cabin, status." Torres grabbed the mic before anyone else. She had wedged herself by the back door to cover it if the lock failed or the convoy stopped under pressure. "Scientist intact. Materials intact. Mechanic remains annoying. Farm boy still vertical. Casualty stable. You can continue pretending this was your plan." A grunt of static-laced amusement answered from the front. "Good to hear your charm survived." Brooks reached for the speaker switch with his good hand. "Valdez." A beat passed. "Brooks." The silence after that held too much shared history to be empty. Clay watched it move across Brooks's face. The old man who made every pain into a joke suddenly looked older in a different way, not physically, but through the eyes. Like somebody who had seen too many versions of disaster and recognized a familiar one at last. "You got slower," Brooks said. Valdez answered. "You got uglier." "That is because I have been working." The speaker clicked once with a laugh, almost hidden in it. "Your father used to say the same thing when somebody called him mean." Clay looked up fast. "You knew my dad too?" Valdez was quiet long enough that road noise filled the gap. Then, Your father dragged me out of a village road crater in Kandahar with half my right calf burned and all my sense gone. I know exactly how stubborn the Mills line runs. Clay stared at the speaker as though the voice might become a shape if he wanted it hard enough. Brooks leaned his head back against the armor wall. Told you the kid came from difficult stock. Valdez continued, not talking like a commander to subordinates now, but like a man choosing truth because the road outside was bad enough to demand it. When your father didn't come home, Brooks called me from this same mountain county. Told me there was a boy up north who'd need eyes on him even if he never asked for them. I told him I was still active and couldn't promise a damn thing. He said that was fine. He would cover the years I missed. We'd split the duty when the world got less stupid. Brooks looked at Clay. Turns out the world objected. The truck lurched left around a sharp bend. Through the tiny armored side window, Clay caught a glimpse of the drop beside the road. Nothing but white air and black trunks falling away into the ravine. He tightened his grip on the rifle and tried to absorb what Valdez had given him. His father had not vanished into a folded flag and old stories completely. Pieces of him had kept moving in other men, in promises, in errands delayed for years until disaster made them immediate. That knowledge landed warm and painful all at once. Outside, gunfire erupted from the second vehicle. Torres was at the rear slit before the sound fully registered. She peered through the narrow glass, then keyed the intercom. Trail contact. Wolves and birds. Not slowing us yet. The convoy engine note climbed as the trucks pushed harder up the next grade. Chains on the tires bit and rattled. The engineer flatbed behind them scraped sparks from exposed rock where the plow blade clipped the inside bank. Clay shifted to see through the opposite slit. For a few seconds he caught flashes of the second truck fishtailing behind them, muzzle fire from the roof gun, dark shapes folding in the churned snow. Then the road ahead answered with its own problem. The lead truck slammed brakes so hard everyone in the rear compartment jerked forward against straps and benches. Harper caught the insulated case before it tipped. The casualty groaned. Clay was on his feet before the wheels fully stopped. "What is it?" he shouted toward the intercom. Valdez came back, already barking orders in the front cab. "Black ice and blockage. Hold position." Torres unlocked the rear hatch one notch and cracked it just enough to look. Cold air stabbed into the compartment. "Bridge deck is narrow. We've got dead vehicles jackknifed across the approach." "From when?" Harper asked. Torres gave a humorless smile. "From civilization. They were on a one-lane service bridge spanning a cut where spring runoff usually ran. The winter channel below held only boulders, old snow, and enough depth to kill a man who landed wrong. 3 civilian vehicles had piled up on the near side sometime during the first panic weeks, then frozen into place. The engineer truck's plow could shift 1, maybe 2, but not quickly. And quick was the currency the morning refused to give them. Worse, the impact site had drawn company. Clay saw them through the cracked hatch first as movement on the far bank. Mule deer. A whole scattering of them standing among the trees and staring at the stopped convoy with the horrible fixed hunger of the infected. Not charging yet. They were watching. Behind them, more shapes stepped from the timber. A bull elk. Then another. Then, farther back, wolves pacing the line as though every species on the mountain had decided to share breakfast for once. "We do not have time for engineering elegance," Torres said. Valdez's reply snapped over the net. "We never do. Dismount security. Engineers on the cars. Gunner watches far bank." Clay started for the hatch. Torres's arm barred him. "You stay with the scientist." He met her stare. "I know this kind of road and these mountains better than most of your people. And I know your head is still full of blood and ghosts." Both can be true. Before Torres could answer, Brooks spoke from the bench without opening his eyes. "Take him. If the cars need moved." Farm kids learn that before they learn table manners. Torres considered 1 second longer, then jerked her chin. "You stay in my sight and do not freelance." Clay almost asked what freelance meant in marine language and decided the morning was too busy for new vocabulary. He hopped down into the icy road beside the bridge while Marines spread to both rails and the engineer team attacked the first wreck with tow chains and profanity. The far bank animals watched, bodies quivering with contained violence. Harper leaned into the hatch behind him. You come back with the same number of holes. Still making lists for me? Only the important ones. He touched the side of the truck once in answer, then ran toward the jackknifed sedan while the convoy, the bridge, and the mountain all held one strained breath waiting to see which side would move first. Chapter 37. Cedar Pass. The first animal moved before the first car did. Clay was bent over the axle of the jackknifed sedan with a tow chain in both hands when a rifle cracked from the guard line. The shot took one of the mule deer in the chest and flung it backward into the snow. That should have warned the rest off if the world still followed any laws he recognized. Instead, it acted like permission. The whole far bank broke at once. Deer came first because speed belonged to them. 6, 8, then more behind, launching down the slope in long frantic bounds that ignored loose rock and bad footing. Wolves streamed around their flanks, using the larger bodies as moving cover. 2 elk held higher for half a breath as though measuring the bridge approach, then committed with all the terrible momentum their size promised. Contact front, Torres shouted. Gunfire ripped the narrow air apart. The roof gun on the second armored truck hammered the lead deer into pieces before they reached the guardrail. Marines at both sides of the bridge fired down the line in disciplined bursts, dropping animals into the road, over the rails, and under the stalled sedan where Clay crouched. He hauled the tow chain free and ran it around the sedan's front frame while rounds cracked overhead. Glass burst from the windshield. One wolf hit the side of the car hard enough to rock it against him. Chain set, he yelled. The engineer sergeant gave a thumbs up from the plow truck and took tension on the line. Metal screamed. The sedan jerked 3 inches and stuck fast. Because of course it did. Clay saw at once why. The front wheel had twisted under the fender and locked against the curb lip frozen under packed snow. If the plow forced harder, the chain might shear or drag the whole thing sideways into the armored truck instead of out of the lane. Need the wheel clear, he shouted. Nobody answered because everyone was busy trying not to get eaten. He dropped to the pavement, jammed his shoulder under the bent frame edge, and put both boots against the icy road. It was stupid labor in a gunfight, the kind Papa would have called mule work. Sometimes mule work moved the day anyway. He heaved. Steel groaned, but did not lift enough. A deer vaulted the hood and came straight at him over the roof. Clay rolled out from under the sedan just as the animal's forehooves punched through the windshield opening. It snarled, head whipping, antlers scraping sparks from the door frame. He fired up through the throat from one knee. Blood sheeted the cracked glass. The carcass collapsed half inside the cab. Something seized the back of his coat and dragged him clear. It was Torres. She shoved him toward the rail and took his place by the wreck without comment, bracing one boot against the curb while she hacked at the frozen tangle around the jammed wheel with a Halligan tool from the engineer kit. Another Marine joined her with bolt cutters. Between them, they tore enough debris loose that the next pull from the plow truck ripped the sedan sideways in a grinding shower of ice and metal. Go! Valdez roared. The lead armored truck lurched forward. At exactly the same moment, the first elk hit the near side of the bridge. It struck the guardrail where a Marine had been standing 1 second earlier and folded the steel outward over the ravine. The Marine went down on his back, rifle spinning away, as the elk scrambled over the bent rail in a frenzy of hooves. Clay fired twice and missed once because the bridge had become a moving machine of sliding boots, flashing muzzles, and panicked animals, all sharing the same impossible narrow strip of road. The second round took the elk high in the shoulder, but not deep enough to stop it. The downed Marine was reaching for his sidearm with one gloved hand. Clay ran. The elk saw him and turned. That saved the Marine. It endangered everybody else. Clay cut left, drawing the charge away from the man on the deck and toward the outer lane where the bridge widened by barely a foot. He fired once more and saw the bullet crease the neck. Not enough. The elk lowered its head. Then Brooks's shotgun boomed from the lead truck hatch. The slug struck just above the nostrils and punched through the frontal plate at the only angle likely to count. The elk folded so suddenly its antlers skidded past Clay's thigh and left a deep white groove in the snow crust by the rail. Brooks leaned halfway out of the hatch, face pinched with pain and satisfaction. You continue making dramatic choices. Clay hauled the downed Marine to his feet and shoved him toward cover. "You came with me. I regret that hourly." There was no time to answer. The second elk had reached the bridge. This one came smarter or luckier, hugging the wrecks and dead deer rather than taking open lane. Marines pounded it with rounds, and still it kept coming, using the bodies as steps. Wolves swarmed under the trucks, snapping at tires and ankles. One made it onto the plow truck side step and nearly dragged an engineer off before the man buried a pistol under its jaw. The convoy had room to move now, but not room to turn into speed. One slow push across the bridge, one vehicle at a time, with security lines firing almost point blank. Clay found himself beside Torres again by accident or gravity, both of them shooting into the same narrow channel. She seemed born in that kind of pressure, voice level, movements economical, no wasted fury. He realized with a strange quick clarity that competent people were beautiful in ways no poem had ever prepared him to describe. It was not softness or elegance. It was the kind of steadiness that made panic feel embarrassed to exist in the same room. "You're right," she snapped. He pivoted on the word and caught a wolf mid-leap before it reached her exposed flank. She dropped the second one under the same breath. "Good," she said, as if awarding him 1 inch of citizenship in her war. The lead truck made the far side of the bridge and turned to cover. The Humvee followed, then the plow truck still dragging part of the sedan bumper on its chain like a trophy. That left only the second armored truck and the bodies and men still firing on the near approach. "Back by twos," Torres ordered. They peeled away in bounds. 2 ran, 2 covered, then the next pair. Clay moved with Torres and one of the engineers, boots slipping on blood-slick ice. The second elk hit the plow lane just as they reached the ramp. It crashed against the side of the last armored truck, rocking the whole vehicle. The roof gunner depressed as far as he could and fired into the spine until the animal collapsed under the wheel well. One engineer did not make the last bound. A deer nobody saw soon enough came from the ravine side through the folded rail and caught him low at the knee, spinning him off the bridge lip. He slammed into the outer girder instead of disappearing completely and hung there by one arm, boots kicking over 30 feet of rock and snow. Clay hit the deck beside the rail and grabbed for him. Torres grabbed Clay. Between them, they hauled the engineer up while the rear truck's gunner stitched the ravine slope below to keep anything else from leaping. The engineer rolled onto the pavement, sobbing curses into the ice. His knee bent in a direction knees were never meant to study. The medic dragged him the rest of the way to the truck while Clay and Torres covered. Then they were in. The rear hatch slammed. The convoy accelerated hard for the first time all morning. Through the slit, Clay watched the bridge fall away behind them under drifting smoke and scattered bodies. Wolves paced the far approach, but did not follow at once. Perhaps enough of them had learned what the trucks could do. More likely, a larger calculus of hunger had redirected them toward easier flesh left around the burning mountain lab. No one inside the compartment spoke for almost 5 full minutes. The truck hit a long downward grade, then a flatter road cut through dense timber, then another switchback with less ice and more mud where lower elevation had softened the snow. Only when the engine eased and the sound of immediate gunfire became memory rather than weather did the compartment begin to feel like it contained people again instead of components. Harper checked the engineer's broken leg as soon as the medic finished splinting it. Brooks passed her tape with his good hand without being asked. Clay sat back against the armor wall and let the rifle rest between his boots while his pulse slowly retreated from his throat. Valdez came over the speaker. "Bridge clear enough behind us to delay pursuit. We make Cedar Pass in 20 if nothing else in this cursed state decides it wants a peace," Torres answered. "Then be careful saying that out loud." 22 minutes later, Cedar Pass appeared through the slit window in layers of human improvisation. It had once been a state maintenance yard and highway outpost where plows were stored in winter and tourists asked foolish questions in summer. Now HESCO barriers, overturned county snow trucks, and stacked lumber had turned it into a low, rough fortress spread across a saddle in the hills. Antenna masts leaned over the compound like fishing poles aimed at heaven. Tents huddled between block buildings. A generator cage rattled by the fuel point. Smoke rose from 2 barrel fires, and one field kitchen. Soldiers moved in every lane. Civilians moved too, wrapped in blankets, parkas, hunting coats, anything warm enough to count as shelter. The gate crew waved them in under a curtain of Overwatch rifles. As the trucks rolled through, Clay saw things he had not let himself imagine in days. A woman heating water over a stove while a boy no older than 12 held a canteen for her. A man with his arm in a sling sweeping snow from the medic tent entrance because there was work to do and a broom happened to be nearby. 3 Marines unloading feed sacks marked for dogs and trying not to laugh when one split open across their boots. Exhaustion everywhere. Fear everywhere. Life everywhere too. The gate shut behind them with a heavy clang. For the first time since his farmhouse burned, Clay believed there were still enough living people in the world to make noise like that mean safety, at least for an hour. The convoy stopped in front of the main block garage. Valdez opened the rear hatch himself. "Welcome to Cedar Pass," he said. "It is ugly, overcrowded, undersupplied, and currently the best thing in southern Idaho." Brooks looked past him at the barriers and fires and moving bodies. "I have slept in worse motels." Valdez offered a hand up anyway. Brooks took it. Clay stepped down into the yard with Harper beside him, the insulated case between them, and watched the compound absorb them into its hard, purposeful motion. Behind the walls the world was still broken. Inside, it had at least been organized into tasks. That felt close enough to hope to hurt. Chapter 38. The Garage Laboratory. Cedar Pass ran on triage and stubbornness. Once Harper was identified as the scientist with the working serum, the compound bent around that fact like iron around a magnet. Valdez cleared the old vehicle maintenance bay for her within 10 minutes. Mechanics rolled tool chests into the snow. Marines hauled a welding curtain across one corner to make a crude clean zone. Someone found a folding table that did not wobble if a rag was folded under one leg. Someone else produced an ancient dorm refrigerator from the break room and 2 unopened cases of saline, as if civilization had simply been hiding useful things under tarps waiting for the right emergency. Harper moved through the transformation with a focus that made the noise around her irrelevant. She inventoried every vial, every cold pack, every copied note. She rechecked the analyzer against the shock of transport. She wrote a short materials list on the back of an Idaho highway map and handed it to 3 different people in 3 different ranks because she no longer trusted luck to be the same as logistics. Clay helped because standing still had become impossible. He carried the fridge with 2 Marines, wrestled a generator cable into place, wiped down the folding tables with bleach, and stacked empty ammo crates into a wall around the work area to give Harper a lane no one could casually cross. Every few minutes somebody tried anyway. Every few minutes Clay learned a clearer version of what guarding something important felt like in a crowd of desperate human beings. The civilians drew the hardest lines in him. Word traveled faster than orders in a place like Cedar Pass. By the time the bay was half arranged, a line had formed outside the taped threshold. Mothers with children, hunters with scratched hands wrapped in dirty cloth, a teenage boy biting his lip hard enough to make it bleed, an older couple supporting a man whose pant leg was soaked where something had raked him along the calf. Not all of them had dangerous exposure. Some had old cuts from before the outbreak. Some had fear alone and had earned the right to it. A National Guard lieutenant kept trying to push them back with reasonable words. The words failed because panic did not respect reason and relief made people reckless. Clay saw one woman clutching a toddler and understood exactly why she could not hear the difference between not yet and no. Harper stepped out of the taped lane at last. She had not slept. Blood streaked one cuff. Her hair had escaped every tie and clip she had ever trusted. Yet when she spoke, the bay quieted anyway because authority born of knowledge carries a sound different from rank. "I do not have a mass supply," she said. "I have a proven candidate, small batch, field notes, and 1 living verification in Mr. Brooks. That means what we have matters enough that we cannot waste it through panic. If you were bitten or deeply scratched in the last 12 hours, stay. If you were exposed earlier and have no symptoms, you still stay, because we need records. If you are frightened and not exposed, I understand. But I need you to give me room to save the people who were touched first." The line did not vanish, but it changed. Some people stepped back. Others straightened. A few began helping the guard lieutenant sort the cases because once the truth was spoken plainly, work gave fear a place to stand without ruling the whole body. Brooks, seated on an overturned 5-gallon bucket with his ribs taped tighter and a blanket over his shoulders like an insult he tolerated for lack of better options, leaned toward Clay and murmured, "There's your answer." To what? Who leads after all this? Clay looked from Harper to the line to the bay becoming a laboratory in a garage and understood that Brooks did not mean politics. He meant the people who could make strangers do the difficult, useful thing instead of the loud, useless one. Valdez found him there and pressed a mug of scorched coffee into his hand. "Drink." Clay did. It tasted like burned mud and discipline. "You need food too," Valdez said. "I had half a granola bar." Valdez's stare suggested he considered that a moral offense. He pointed toward the field kitchen. 15 minutes. Eat something that once believed in protein. Clay almost refused on reflex. Harper solved it without looking up from the analyzer. "Go," she said. "If you faint in my workspace, I'll step over you." He went. The field kitchen occupied a canvas shelter between the fuel point and the radio shack. Steam drifted from battered stock pots. A Marine cook with tattooed forearms ladled beans, canned beef, and rice into metal trays as fast as people could carry them away. Clay ate standing against a barrier wall beside a little girl bundled in a parka too large for her. She held a spoon over a cup of broth and stared at the bay doors where Harper worked. "That the cure lady?" she asked. Clay swallowed. "That's Harper. She gonna make the animals stop?" It was the kind of question that should have belonged to a quieter world, one where adults answered children from porch swings instead of inside fortified maintenance yards. Clay crouched enough to meet her eyes. "She's going to help people fight back," he said. The girl considered that with grave seriousness. "My mom says fighting back is what's left when hiding gets tired." He almost laughed. Instead, he looked over her head and saw the mother nearby, one arm in a sling, trying to repair a bootlace with fishing line while watching her daughter from the corner of her eye. Human beings, he thought, are strangest when they survive. They become practical in the same breath they break. The mother caught him looking and nodded once in thanks that covered more than soup. Back in the bay, Harper had her first field proof beyond Brooks. The teenage boy from the line had taken a deep claw scrape along the forearm while helping his uncle into Cedar Pass at dawn. The cut had been washed and wrapped, but redness spread upward in angry branching lines that made the medic uneasy. The family had nearly hidden it out of fear he would be shot or turned away. Harper read the timeline, checked the swelling, asked the boy his name, and then looked at Clay across the table. "Nathan," the boy said before she could ask again, trying very hard not to sound afraid. Harper nodded. "Nathan, I am going to tell you the truth before I put anything into your arm. The truth is we have one strong success and good data. The truth is also that medicine stays humble until it fails or keeps working. Do you understand me?" He did, maybe not the science, but the honesty. Clay saw the exact moment it landed. The boy's chin shook once and then steadied. "If it's the difference between a chance and none, I understand." His mother stood behind him with both hands over her mouth. Harper dosed him at the shoulder and around the torn skin the same way she had Brooks. Then they waited. Clay had discovered during the siege that waiting with a clock on a body was more exhausting than shooting. Now he learned it could feel worse in safety because there was enough room to imagine every wrong result in detail. Harper monitored temperature, pulse, pupil response. Brooks sat close enough for Nathan to see his own proof living and breathing. Valdez posted 2 Marines at the bay entrance to keep spectators back. No one spoke above a murmur. 20 minutes later, the fever spike Harper feared failed to arrive. 30 minutes later, the redness stopped climbing. 45 minutes later, the swelling softened at the edges instead of hardening. The medic exhaled first. Harper did not. She bent closer, checked the analyzer strip again, then finally leaned back and let herself believe what the numbers had already started saying. "It's taking," she said. Nathan's mother cried openly then, relief hitting so hard it looked like grief with a different direction. Brooks reached across and squeezed the boy's good shoulder with his undamaged hand. Valdez turned away long enough to rub both hands down his face. Clay found himself staring at Harper and feeling an emotion so fierce it bordered on reverence. She looked up and caught him at it. "What?" she asked, quieter now that the crisis in front of her had stepped back one pace. He could have said 100 things and none of them would have fit cleanly. So he chose the smallest true one. "You keep being right at the exact moment the world needs it." That earned him a tired smile and a look warmer than the room should have allowed. The warmth did not last unchallenged. By mid-afternoon, Cedar Pass had changed in another way. The attack sounds from outside the walls grew more frequent, not because a single large horde had arrived, but because stragglers from every direction kept testing the compound. Deer in ones and twos, coyotes at the outer trash pit, birds gathering on the radio mast. A black bear sighted near the frozen drainage ditch before sniper fire chased it off. The noise of generators, vehicles, people, and cooking pulled everything in the valley like a beacon. Valdez assembled a command table in the radio shack and called Harper, Torres, Brooks, and Clay into it despite Clay's surprise at being included. The map on the table showed the pass, the feeder roads, the logging cuts, and the longer route east toward the larger military installations where real lab capacity and airlift still existed. "The burst relay from the mountain made it out," Valdez said, tapping the radio log. "But the packet was corrupted on the far end. Enough to prove success, not enough to reproduce the full chain with confidence." Harper closed her eyes once, absorbing the blow without dramatics. "So the physical copies and samples remain the authoritative source." "Yes." Brooks made a face. "Meaning if this garage catches fire, humanity is back to chewing canned beans and praying." Valdez ignored the phrasing and continued. "Higher command wants Harper and the materials moved to Mountain Home as soon as weather and road permit. That road cuts through more open country, more abandoned ranch land, and one town we have not been able to hold for more than hours at a time. We move too soon. We risk the cure in transit. We stay too long. Cedar Pass turns into another siege." Torres rested one knuckle on the map. "The animals outside are already patterning to the noise." Clay looked through the shack window toward the bay where Nathan sat under a blanket looking dazed and alive while his mother kept one hand on his boot as if he might vanish if she let go. He understood then that part of the cure had already escaped the case and the notes. It had entered morale. People who believed there was a way back did dangerous, hopeful things. That could save them. It could also pull them into fresh risk. "What do you need from me?" Harper asked. Valdez answered at once. "A few hours to stabilize your workspace and duplicate as much as possible. After that, we plan on wheels again." A fresh round of gunfire snapped from the outer barriers. Torres glanced toward the door. "The pass may plan faster." Clay finished the last of his coffee gone cold in his hand and thought about roads, trucks, open country, and how much the world had started moving around one woman with an insulated case. He also thought, not for the first time, that the job of keeping her alive had somehow become the plainest thing he would ever choose. Outside the radio shack, Cedar Pass kept working while daylight faded, and the next hard decision walked toward them through the snow. Chapter 39. Night at Cedar Pass. The pass chose night to turn mean. It began with the birds. One moment the radio mast stood against the darkening sky with only a few ragged black shapes perched along the crossbars. The next, every wire and metal arm had filled. Ravens, crows, magpies, starlings, smaller scavengers Clay could not name, all packed so densely the mast seemed furred. The compound siren had not even finished sounding before the first wave duffed. Clay was outside the maintenance bay, checking straps on the analyzer crate now loaded for quick movement, when the sky came down in beating wings. Marines on the north barrier fired upward at once, but the birds had learned from the mountain lab what tracers and muzzle flash meant. They scattered around the first bursts and struck the compound not as one wall, but in splintering angles. They struck faces, hands, and fuel lines. The canvas roof of the field kitchen. The medic tent entry where light spilled brightest. "Eye protection," someone screamed. Clay shoved the analyzer deeper under the truck awning and drew the rifle just as a crow hit his shoulder hard enough to jar the sling. Another bird slipped through the crates and dove for the cold packs. Clay shot it inside the awning and caught feathers in his mouth. Harper burst from the bay in a face shield and gloves, furious instead of frightened. Get away from the refrigeration line. He almost laughed because only Harper could sound teacherly during a bird storm. He dragged the portable fridge back a foot, away from the outer edge, while Marines threw canvas over the generator cabling to protect it from pecking strikes. Nearby, the little girl from the kitchen screamed for her mother. Clay saw the woman spin through the confusion, one arm in a sling and the other swinging a snow shovel at anything with feathers. The birds were only the opening act. By the time the compound had adapted enough to cover faces and prioritize generators, the perimeter alarms along the south drainage ditch began pulsing. Then the west barrier. Then the north fuel cut. Not one pressure point. Several at once. Cedar Pass was being felt along its entire skin. Valdez's voice boomed from the loudspeaker. All civilians to hard cover. Barrier teams hold sectors. No one fires beyond assigned lanes unless you want to kill your own people. That was what separated command from panic, Clay thought. Command did not shout because shouting felt better. It shouted because words had to cross fear and land where they counted. Torres found Clay near the awning and pointed with 2 fingers. You. With me. North barrier. He went. The north side of Cedar Pass overlooked a shallow basin leading down to the old highway. In daylight, it looked manageable, even pretty in the harsh western way of snow over sage and timber. At night, under flood lamps and a slice of moon, it became a bowl full of moving shadows. Deer clustered along the far edge first, then elk behind them, then wolves weaving between all the legs. The animals did not rush immediately. They milled and watched, and let the bird attack keep the compound's eyes turned upward. Smart, Clay said without meaning to. Torres heard. Or simple enough that it only looks smart. Either version kills you if you admire it too long. The first deer charge hit the outer wire with suicidal force. Bodies piled against the concertina and kicked until the coils twisted and flattened in one section. The barrier teams opened fire and dropped most of the front rank. The second rank used the dead as stepping stones and kept coming. Wolves darted through the gaps between larger bodies, low enough that floodlights caught only pieces of them at a time. Clay fired until the barrel grew hot in his gloves. To his left, a Marine named Haskins ran the machine gun in disciplined bursts that carved open lanes in the rush. To his right, a guard sergeant with a hunting rifle kept picking elk through the eye whenever they lifted their heads high enough to clear the deadfall. The scene was impossible and practical all at once. Blood on snow, brass under boots, men and women doing math with death because the night gave them no other useful arithmetic. Then the floodlight nearest the north basin went out. A bird had pecked through the exposed cable near the pole base. The darkness that rushed into that section altered everything. Animals vanished into it while still moving. Muzzle flash turned from advantage to partial blindness. Clay heard the wire strain, snap, and collapse before he saw the first bodies through. Gap left, he shouted. Torres was already moving. She took 3 Marines and cut toward the breach, while Clay and Haskins hosed the dark with fire to slow anything using the opening. Deer spilled through anyway, fast and low and maddened. One hit the inside sandbag wall and bounced back on broken legs. Another cleared it completely and landed inside the compound among stacked supply pallets. Panic tried to bloom at once. Civilians ran where they should have crouched. A mule deer tore through a barrel fire, spreading burning fuel in a bright arc across the yard. The field kitchen canvas caught at one edge. Someone screamed for water. Someone else screamed for a medic. Clay knew that if the compound let those screams set the rhythm, the whole place would come apart into little individual disasters impossible to mend. So he did the only thing he knew from farms and fires and the mountain lab before it. He picked one problem and killed it. The deer inside the yard came for a cluster of civilians trying to pull crates over the bay threshold. Clay cut across the snow at a run and fired twice into the chest. The animal twisted and kept coming. He dropped the rifle, met it at the shoulder, and used its own momentum to wrench the head sideways into the open steel frame of the bay door. Bone hit metal with a crack like a splitting post. The deer folded. He finished it with the sidearm before it could thrash up again. Inside, he yelled at the civilians. If you're not armed, move, or you are making targets. Maybe it was the blood on him. Maybe it was the command in the words. Maybe people simply needed a direction stronger than terror. They moved. Harper was already at the field treatment table 20 yards away, dosing a Marine who had taken a pecking slash across the cheek and a deeper rake on the neck while protecting the medic tent flap. Nathan, the boy who had received the serum earlier, sat nearby on a cot helping hold clean gauze with hands that still shook but did not fail. Clay saw that and felt something fierce and good cut through the chaos. One life saved had already begun paying out into the next. A horn blared from outside the west wall. Not an animal sound. A truck. Valdez swore over the loudspeaker. Who the hell is outside my gate? The answer came in fragments through radio static. Survivors from a county plow crew. 3 trucks. 15 people. They had seen Cedar Pass lights and decided to make for them before the night fully closed. That choice might have gotten them killed a mile back. Instead, it had delivered them to the exact minute when the pass could least afford a gate opening. Torres was still on the north breach. Valdez had the command table and gate both trying to happen at once. Brooks, ribs taped and temper foul, solved the problem by limping across the yard to Clay and shoving a fresh magazine into his hand. I am going to help the Major do something morally questionable and tactically necessary, Brooks said. What does that mean? It means we either leave those people outside and listen to them die against the fence, or we open the gate for 12 seconds and pray the convoy crews are not idiots. Clay looked toward the west side where the horn sounded again. He did not have to imagine the faces in those trucks. He had been a voice on the radio once. Harper had been one. People in the dark asking strangers to believe they mattered. You're opening it, Clay said. Brooks's expression suggested the decision had already been made. Of course we are. I only enjoy being callous when it isn't permanent. The north barrier held by inches. The west gate operation turned the rest of the compound into hell breath. Clay saw the sequence only in fragments while firing toward the breach. Gate team ready. Flares thrown out into the approach lane. One truck appearing through the dark with antlers hanging off the grill where it had hit deer on the road in. Then a second. Then the third half sliding sideways with wolves snapping at the rear step. The gate opened just wide enough. Marines fired around the incoming vehicles. The last truck clipped the barrier and tore a mirror off. The gate slammed shut behind them just as an elk hit it from outside with a crash like a battering ram. Cheers tried to start. Valdez killed them with one order. Save your breath. The fight dragged on another hour in pieces. The birds thinned first, leaving black heaps around the generators and roof lines. The deer charges broke next under repeated machine gun work and the restored floodlight on the North Basin. The wolves proved hardest because they kept probing after larger bodies stopped, slipping through shadows, waiting under trucks, forcing every cleanup movement to happen with a rifle close at hand. By the time the eastern horizon showed the faintest promise of another dawn somewhere beyond the hills, Cedar Pass still stood, but the yard looked as if the night had tried to grind the whole human experiment back into meat and ash. Clay found Harper sitting on an ammo crate behind the bay after the firing finally eased. Her gloves were off. Her hands trembled from fatigue now that they no longer had work to hide behind. He sat beside her without asking and passed over the canteen, clipped at his belt. She drank, handed it back, and looked out at the barrier lights. They are learning, she said. He knew she meant the patterning, the pressure from several sides, the way noise and movement drew different species into accidental cooperation. Maybe, he said. She shook her head. No, maybe implies comfort. I do not have any left for that. He admired the honesty even while it chilled him. Then we move soon. Yes. Her head turned toward him. And you are coming. It was not a question. He thought of the farm gone to ash, of Papa and Nana in the barn, of the road south, of Brooks bleeding on a stool, of the girl with broth, Nathan under his blanket, Valdez at the map table, Torres moving through gunfire like she had been forged there. He thought, too, of the way Harper had looked when she said my name in the mountain lab with the roof falling in. Yes, he said. She nodded once, as if confirming something she had already trusted. Then she leaned against his shoulder for exactly 1 minute. Maybe less, maybe more. No performance. No speech. Just weight shared because the night had been too long and dawn still had demands waiting in it. Around them, Cedar Pass counted its dead, reset its wire, and prepared for movement. The pass had survived. That was not the same as being allowed to stay. Chapter 40. The Eastbound Order. They left Cedar Pass under a sky the color of unpolished steel. No one in the yard had strength for anything that ornamental after the night. The dead were wrapped, labeled, and laid in the cold storage shed to wait for a future that might honor them properly. The wounded were sorted between those who could ride and those who had to remain behind with a reduced garrison until a second convoy came. Harper split the notes across 3 vehicles. Valdez shifted every seat assignment twice before settling on a formation that protected the serum without placing all the proof in one metal box. Brooks found Clay beside the lead truck while the final checks happened and handed him a fresh pair of gloves from the compound stores. Army issue, too large, but clean. Try not to die in government leather, Brooks said. Clay pulled them on. That your version of encouragement? It is my version of affection. Do not ruin the moment by asking for more. He looked worse in daylight. There was no pretending around that. The skin under his eyes had gone hollow. The bruise on his ribs darkened through the fresh bandage. The bite arm still ached, though the swelling continued to retreat under Harper's new dosing schedule. Yet the old man stood straight anyway, shotgun hanging from one hand, as if posture could bully the body into obedience. You riding with Harper? Clay asked. Brooks shook his head. Valdez wants me in the engineer truck. If something mechanical sulks on the road, I'm useful there. Clay knew better than to argue with usefulness as identity. It was too close to his own bones. You still haven't told me why you kept your promise to my dad all these years. Brooks considered the question longer than Clay expected. Around them, engines idled. Marines shouted for chain binders and med kits, and a guard private tried to coax a reluctant mule into a livestock trailer somebody had repurposed for supplies. The whole camp sounded like departure. Brooks looked past all of it toward the eastern road. Because he kept mine once, he said. Clay waited. Your father and I were young enough to think being hard solved everything. We were wrong in separate styles. I got myself drunk and stupid before deployment. Lost half my savings. Insulted the wrong superior, nearly washed out. Your father dragged me out of that mess without telling anyone how bad it really was. Said a man should not be defined forever by the worst week he had when there was still time to build better ones. Brooks adjusted the sling on the shotgun with his damaged hand and winced only after the movement was done. When the notice came that he wasn't coming home, I kept hearing that sentence. Time to build better ones. Seemed to me a boy left on a farm with 2 old people and a folded flag might need somebody to remember it on his behalf. Clay looked down at the fresh gloves. It felt easier than looking straight at the gratitude trying to climb into his throat. Thanks, he said finally. Brooks snorted. Do not get soft. I only did it because you looked puny at 14. I did not. You absolutely did. Harper came around the nose of the truck carrying the insulated case and the compact field analyzer in separate padded bags. Her face had the set expression she wore whenever she had too many calculations moving at once. But there was color in her again now that sleep and certainty had touched her by degrees. She stopped in front of Clay and checked the chest strap on his borrowed plate carrier with practical hands. You're with me in the rear compartment, she said. If we get split, you stay with the materials, not with the nearest firefight. That sounds like you do know me. I learned quickly. Brooks made a thoughtful noise. I may have created a dangerous alliance. She ignored him and lowered her voice, so only Clay heard the next part. The East Road passes old ranch land. Feedlots. Holding yards. Dairy storage. If anything from the original contamination concentrated there before the collapse, we may see the worst of it today. The words settled cold in him. They had fought birds, wolves, deer, elk, raccoons, bears, and a moose. All of them terrible. None of them as naturally numerous or as physically heavy as cattle. You think that's where the road trouble is? He asked. I think the outbreak began in places built to contain large animals in numbers. I think abandoned numbers do not stop being numbers because people leave. Valdez shouted for mounts. The conversation had to end there. Clay caught Harper's wrist before she turned away. "We get you there." The certainty in his own voice surprised him. Maybe it surprised her too. Her eyes softened, and for one moment the yard, the trucks, the rifles, and the waiting road all thinned into background. She kissed him fast and hard, more promise than farewell, then stepped back before anyone could make theater of it. "Good," she said. "Now prove you're not all speech." The convoy rolled 10 minutes later. Cedar Pass shrank behind them into barriers, smoke, and the tiny moving figures of people who had survived one night only to begin the labor of another. Clay rode in the rear compartment with Harper, 2 Marines, Nathan and his mother as part of the protected witness group, and the cases that now mattered more than anything else in the truck. The boy looked better than he had the day before. Still pale, still shaken, alive in a way that no one in the compartment took for granted. The road east dropped out of the pass by long descending curves into rougher, wider country. Snow thinned into broken patches over sage and frozen pasture. Here and there abandoned farmhouses sat back from the road behind cottonwoods and split-rail fence, each one looking as though the family inside had paused life mid-sentence and never come back to finish it. Stock tanks lay overturned. Silage tarps flapped loose. Once they passed a dead horse still tangled in the remains of a gate chain. Another mile brought the blackened shell of a dairy barn, roof collapsed inward under snow and old fire. "Looks like the end happened more than once," Nathan's mother murmured. No one answered because the road agreed. By noon the convoy had settled into the deceptive rhythm of travel. Engine noise, chain rattle, the occasional radio call. Short halts to clear smaller wrecks or confirm culverts would hold armored weight. Clay watched through the slit whenever the terrain opened. Twice he spotted deer pacing a fence line. Once a trio of coyotes tracked the convoy from a distant ridge and chose not to test it. The relative quiet should have eased him. Instead, it felt like the silence before weather breaks. Valdez called a halt on a long rise overlooking a wide basin of old agricultural land. The lead scouts had found the next route question and wanted eyes. Clay climbed out with Harper and Torres into wind that smelled faintly of manure under the cold. That was the first warning. The second was the number of fences. Feedlot fences. Thick pipe rail, holding pens, chute lanes, loading platforms, trough lines, all spread across the basin around a central cluster of metal barns and grain silos. The third warning was the sound. A low, restless rumble carried up from the basin, too deep for engines and too steady for thunder. Clay raised the binoculars Torres handed him and looked. The valley floor moved. Cattle filled it from one broken pen line to the next. Hundreds at least. Maybe more. Black Angus, Herefords, dairy cows gone half wild. Bulls thick as tractors through the chest. All of them wandering or bunching around the ruined feed yard in slow, ugly circulation. Even at this distance, he could see the wrongness. Heads jerking too fast. Flanks scarred and patchy. Horns wet dark at the tips where some had gored each other or anything else in reach. One bull slammed another against a gate until the metal bowed inward and sprang back. Harper went very still beside him. "The feral strain," she said under her breath, not as a title, but as a diagnosis finally made visible. Torres lowered her own binoculars. "Our road goes through the north edge of that basin." Valdez stepped up behind them and took one look before swearing with admiration stripped out of the word entirely. "That," he said, "is not a roadblock. That is a campaign." Wind moved through the sage behind the convoy. Ahead, the infected herd rolled and churned around the shattered feedlot like a dark living sea between them and the east. Clay handed the binoculars back without taking his eyes off the basin. He could feel everyone near him arriving at the same conclusion at once. Cedar Pass had not been the last wall. The mountain had only been the first kind of country trying to kill them. No one spoke for several seconds. The herd did not need language to explain itself. It shifted and crowded and battered the feedlot rails with a force that carried all the way up the rise. One black bull lifted its head, as if it had scented the convoy on the wind, and began walking toward the north lane. Others followed without hurry. That was the worst part. Not a charge. Not yet. The promise of one gathering itself. Clay felt Harper step closer at his side. Behind them engines idled, waiting for orders. Ahead of them lay miles of open ground, broken fencing, and more infected muscle than he had ever imagined in one place. He touched the rifle sling at his shoulder, then the dog tags under his shirt, and kept his eyes on the basin. The East Road was still there. It had simply become the kind of road a man had to earn in blood again. Chapter 41. The Basin of Horns. The convoy stayed on the rise longer than any of the Marines liked. Nothing about the basin below rewarded hesitation. Yet nobody wanted to be the man who mistook patience for cowardice and got 100 people crushed for his trouble. Clay stood beside the truck with cold air burning his lungs and binoculars pressed to his face until the lenses bit his skin. The infected herd looked worse the longer he studied it. At first glance, the cattle resembled what they had once been, black and red bodies rolling through the feedlot lanes in slow, ugly currents. At second glance, the differences came clear enough to turn the stomach. Shoulders twitched in little spasms that never settled. Hides hung in strips where animals had torn each other open on steel or horns. White foam crusted around muzzles gone too dark. Their eyes held the flat, bright stare of creatures that had moved past fear and landed in something meaner. Valdez crouched by the hood of the lead truck with Torres, Brooks, and Harper gathered close enough to share the map and not the wind. Nathan and his mother stayed in the rear compartment under Marine watch. The boy had insisted he was well enough to help. His mother had insisted he was not old enough to decide that. Clay understood both positions and had no use for either while the valley looked ready to turn into a slaughter pen. North Lane, Torres said, tapping the paper with a gloved knuckle. It cuts along the fence line and skirts the old loading chutes. Less open ground. More steel between us and them if the rail still holds. Brooks peered through the binoculars and grunted. Those rails held cattle before the world lost its mind. That many of them leaning at once will fold pipe like wet grass. Then give me a better answer, Torres said. Brooks kept looking. I have one. You are not going to enjoy it. Clay lowered his own binoculars. Say it anyway. Brooks pointed toward the east side of the basin where a long irrigation canal cut through the feed yard and ran behind 2 grain silos. Beyond that sat a diesel pump house and a stand of rusted feed trucks half sunk in mud. Noise and motion. Same as every other day in this fine little apocalypse. We move the convoy down the north lane, but first send something loud and stupid across the east side. If the herd turns there, the front trucks buy enough room to reach the chute road before the whole basin wakes up. Valdez's expression did not change much, which usually meant he hated an idea and already understood it was the best one available. Remote vehicle? Maybe, Brooks said. Maybe not. Depends on what still starts. Harper looked down into the basin and then at Clay. If the first diversion fails, we do not get a second slow try. Once they commit with everything they have. She was right. Even from the ridge, he could see how fast agitation moved through the animals. One bull shoved another from a trough line, and the shove became a chain reaction that sent bodies crowding against the fence in 3 different pens. The metal flexed inward, sprang back, and nearly came apart. Clay caught himself thinking of Papa's farm, of calves nudging feed buckets on summer mornings, of the clean, dumb-piece livestock had once carried when the day was normal and the work was honest. The memory did not soften anything. It only made the ruin below feel meaner. I'll go down with Torres, he said. Scout the lane, see what still runs near the pump house, mark the choke points. The convoy sits here until we call it. Valdez looked at him for one hard second. You are not volunteering because you enjoy heroics. No, sir. I'm volunteering because I know feed lots, and because I can move quiet when I need to. Brooks gave a small, contemptuous snort. Quiet enough for a farm boy, maybe. Clay ignored him. Harper did not. She reached out and caught Clay's sleeve before he turned away. Do not improvise without telling someone first, she said. That sounds like low confidence. That sounds like I am tired of watching the world try to kill you from close range. The words landed with more warmth than her flat tone intended. Clay saw it touch her too. A little color rose into her face, then left just as fast beneath the cold. He leaned nearer, enough that the others could pretend not to notice. I come back. That is not a plan. No, it's a promise. For half a beat, the basin disappeared. He saw only Harper's eyes, sharp as ever but softer around the edges in a way that made him want foolish things like time and walls and a future with furniture in it. Then Valdez started giving orders, and the world returned with its usual lack of courtesy. Torres chose 2 Marines to cover the scout movement from the ridge. Clay took the rifle, sidearm, and a radio with fresh batteries. He left the heavier plate carrier in the truck because bulk would get him killed in shoots. He kept the hockey chest shell under his coat because practicality still beat dignity. The descent into the basin felt wrong from the first step. On the ridge the cold had been clean. Down among the feed yard roads it changed into a rank mixture of manure, old diesel, spoiled silage, and infected blood. The wind eddied strangely through the corrals. Every loose sheet of tin rasped. Chains tapped against gates with little dry sounds that should have meant nothing and instead carried the force of warnings. Clay moved with Torres along the ditch line, boots sinking in thawed mud where the sun had reached. The herd stayed mostly centered in the lower basin, but not all of it. Several cows wandered the north lane in loose zigzags, nosing at broken feed sacks and fence posts, as if searching for a scent from the older world. One of them stopped and lifted its head toward the ditch. Clay froze. After a few seconds the animal turned away, more interested in the movement farther downslope than in one silent man tucked into shadow. Torres breathed out through her nose. I hate cattle. You ever worked them before this? I grew up in Los Angeles. The only cattle I knew came cut into pieces and shrink-wrapped. That almost earned a smile from him. Almost. They reached the north lane and found the first problem immediately. A semi-trailer had jackknifed it across the road long before the outbreak, its cab buried in a berm and its trailer punched through a fence into the outer pen. The gap under the chassis was barely high enough for a pickup, not high enough for an armored truck with a roof rack and chains. Clay crouched and studied the dirt. Lead truck won't fit. Torres ran her hand across the trailer skin. The metal boomed softly. Several heads lifted from the pen beyond it. Do not do that again, Clay muttered. Was learning. Learn quieter. She checked the far side of the lane, then pointed toward a maintenance track cut behind the loading chutes. That route could work for the first 2 vehicles if we move the gate. Third one might scrape. Still better than trying the middle. They pushed on toward the pump house. The building sat low under a slanting roof with peeling white paint and a busted window patched by plywood. Beside it stood 3 feed trucks, one missing a front wheel, one burned to its frame, and one so filthy with dried mud and bird droppings it resembled a hill more than a machine. Brooks would know in 10 seconds whether any of them could be bullied into usefulness. Clay only knew one of them still had tires with some air. Inside the pump house they found old tool racks, a diesel barrel, mice droppings, 2 dead starlings, and a generator the size of a coffin. Clay looked at the fuel gauge and felt the first real rise of hope all morning. Not full. Not empty either. Torres knelt by the starter housing. I can get this going if the line is not clogged solid. That loud. Louder than a sermon and less pleasant. Clay stepped to the narrow rear window and peered toward the silos. A scale house sat beyond them, small and square with most of its glass broken out. The loading chutes stretched from there like iron ribs into the open pens. He saw movement in the upper level of one silo catwalk and nearly fired before realizing the shape was a pair of birds stripping something dead on the railing. He keyed the radio low. Ridge, this is Clay. North Lane is tight, but passable with work. We found a pump generator and 1 truck that might run. Need Brooks and a recovery team at the ditch line. Quiet approach. Static hissed, then Valdez answered. Copy. 5 minutes. Do not get curious while you wait. Torres smirked. He knows you already. Clay looked out the rear window again. Not well enough. 5 minutes in a feedlot felt longer than 5 minutes anywhere else. The herd shifted in the lower basin with a constant low thunder of bodies against mud and rail. Every now and then one animal broke from the group and slammed another for no reason Clay could see. Once a horned cow ran itself full force into a chute gate and stood dazed while blood streamed down its face, then did it again. He had seen rabid dogs before. He had never seen this many pounds of infected fury wearing patience like a mask. Brooks arrived with 2 Marines carrying tool bags and one with a tow chain draped across his shoulders like an iron snake. He took one look at the pump house, one look at the feed truck, and nodded with sour approval. "I admire disaster that keeps good equipment under a roof," he said. They worked fast. One Marine dragged the dead birds and loose scrap from the pump housing, while Brooks bled the line with stiff fingers and muttered at every bolt like it had insulted his family. Torres helped him prime the old engine. Clay and the other Marines shifted the viable feed truck out of the mud 1 inch at a time using the tow chain and a hand winch anchored to the silo ladder. The work stayed mostly quiet until the final pull, when the truck broke loose all at once and slammed its rear bumper into the pump house wall. The sound rolled out across the basin. For 2 full seconds nothing happened. Then heads rose everywhere. Clay felt the change in the air more than he heard it. The herd did not charge. Not yet. It oriented. That alone was terrible enough. Bodies turned in one smooth, horrible wave until hundreds of eyes and swinging horns lined toward the north side of the basin. "Start it now," Clay said. Brooks yanked the line. The generator coughed once, spat black smoke, and died. The herd took 3 steps as one. Torres drove the priming lever like she meant to break it. Brooks cursed the machine, kicked the casing, yanked again. This time the generator caught with a deep metal roar that shook dust from the rafters. The basin answered. The first section of cattle turned away from the north lane and began surging toward the pump house in a rolling diagonal. The movement spread faster than Clay thought possible. Horns flashed. Hooves tore mud. Rails snapped in the middle pins under the pressure of bodies abandoning one direction for another. "Good enough," Brooks barked. "Move the truck." A Marine climbed into the cab of the feed truck, found the keys in the visor where some dead worker had left them months ago, and turned the ignition. The engine struggled, caught, and rose into a rattling scream. Clay would have kissed the filthy dashboard if he had been inside it. "Tell Valdez go now," Torres said. Clay keyed the radio. "Diversion is live." "Repeat, diversion is live." "Convoy move now, north lane. You have maybe 90 seconds before the whole basin decides." Valdez did not waste syllables. "Understood. See you on the far side if this day has any manners." The first infected bull hit the outer fence 30 yards from the pump house and blew it inward in a shower of weld points and mud. The Marine in the feed truck jammed it into gear and drove straight across the east service road with the horn pinned down. Cattle turned after it at once, a dark red and black tide pouring after noise and motion. It should have been enough. It was not. From the lower loading chutes, a second mass of animals broke from the rest and came toward the north lane anyway, not fully committed to the decoy, not fully fooled, just enraged by the existence of something living and mechanical in their country. Clay saw them and felt his stomach go hard. "Convoy better be close," he said. The ridge answered with the grind of engines descending. What happened next moved too fast for planning to matter. The lead armored truck burst onto the north lane, hit the mud ridge too hard, bounced, and kept coming. Behind it came the second truck with Harper, Nathan, and the case. Then the engineer vehicle carrying Brooks's tools and half the things civilization needed. The third truck clipped the jackknifed trailer and peeled sparks from its own side armor. Cattle hit the lane from the far pin before the convoy had fully entered the maze. "Move!" Torres shouted. Clay ran for the maintenance track as the day finally decided it preferred chaos to preparation. Chapter 42. North Lane. The first charge did not sound like hoofbeats. It sounded like a building losing an argument with gravity. Clay reached the lead truck just as a black bull slammed broadside into its rear quarter panel with enough force to shove the entire vehicle sideways. Steel groaned. One of the Marines in the turret nearly lost his footing and answered with a burst from the mounted gun that cut the animal down and filled the lane with blood spray and steam. The shot solved one problem and created 10 more. Every infected head in hearing range snapped toward the convoy. Bodies poured into the chutes and side lanes at angles no sane livestock would have chosen. Valdez leaned out the passenger door of the lead vehicle and pointed toward the maintenance track. "That way. Single file. No stopping for dead metal." The second truck took the turn too wide and clipped the loading rails. Sparks flew. Harper's face flashed behind the rear glass, pale and intent. One hand braced on the insulated case in her lap. Clay ran beside the truck long enough to slap the panel twice so she knew he was outside. He did not know why that mattered. It did. A horned cow burst through a chute gate directly ahead and took a Marine off his feet before anyone could call it. The man's body hit the mud and slid under the engineer truck. Clay fired twice into the cow's neck and shoulder, then dove with another Marine to drag the man clear. The animal tried to pivot for a second strike, slipped in its own blood, and went down screaming in a raw, damaged bellow that was more awful than any predator noise Clay had yet heard. The engineer truck rolled over its hind legs and kept moving. The injured Marine was still alive, though barely coherent. A horn had ripped through the lower plate carrier and opened his side along the ribs. Clay saw the damage and forced his own mind not to slow down around it. "Get him to Harper," he shouted. "She needs to stay with the case," the other Marine yelled back. "Then keep him alive until she doesn't." Two men hauled the casualty into the rear truck, while Clay turned and saw the lane coming apart again. The jackknifed trailer Brooks had warned about now trapped the last vehicle almost entirely. A cattle transport with chain racks welded over the windows had buried its front axle in the ditch while trying to squeeze under the gap. The driver gunned the engine uselessly. 3 bulls hit the side panels in quick succession. The steel held. The tires would not if it continued. Brooks was already there, limping toward the cab with a pry bar and the expression of a man ready to insult machinery into cooperation. Clay ran to him. "Leave it," Clay said. "Get the people out." Brooks glanced at the trapped truck, judged distances faster than Clay could follow, and shook his head. 40 seconds with a chain and that axle comes free. 10 minutes on foot with crates and civilians, and they die in the lane. "Help me." Sometimes the old man won arguments simply by choosing the uglier truth faster. Clay did not answer. He grabbed the chain. The noise inside the chute maze had become almost impossible to separate into parts. Engines howled at different pitches. Horns blared. Metal shrieked under impact. Somewhere ahead, the mounted gun kept hammering short, disciplined bursts that turned cattle into tumbling obstacles and shoved the herd sideways just enough for the first 2 trucks to keep inching forward. Behind Clay, more infected animals flooded the broken pen lines. Not just cattle now, but 2 horses with foam on their faces and 1 mule kicking at anything close enough to dislike. Brooks crawled into the ditch to hook the chain around the buried axle, while Clay anchored the other end to the engineer truck. Mud soaked through his gloves at once. Blood from a trampled steer ran in a black ribbon along the rut beside his knee. He kept waiting for one horn to appear beside his head. He kept moving anyway. "Done," Brooks shouted. Clay waved at the driver. The engineer truck lurched forward. The chain snapped taut. For one instant, nothing happened. Then the trapped vehicle tore loose from the ditch all at once, jerking free with such force that Brooks nearly got dragged under the wheels. Clay caught his coat collar and hauled him clear an eye blink before the truck slammed back onto level ground. "You are too old for dramatic exits," Clay yelled, "and you are too young to criticize competence." The reprieve lasted maybe 3 breaths. One of the bulls that had been ramming the truck swung around and came for them at full speed down the narrow lane. Clay had room for 1 shot and no guarantee it would stop 600 pounds of infected muscle. He fired anyway. The bullet hit high in the forehead and glanced. The bull barely twitched. Brooks shoved Clay sideways, planted the pry bar in the mud like a spear, and shouted for the driver to move. The driver understood him with admirable speed. He stomped the accelerator and swung the rear corner of the freed truck into the lane just as the bull closed. Metal hit skull with a boom that shivered Clay's teeth. The animal spun, hit the rail, and came back half blind and angrier. Clay emptied 2 more rounds into the base of the neck before it finally collapsed hard enough to stay there. "Now we leave," Brooks said. They ran. The maintenance track narrowed between the loading chutes on one side and the outer pens on the other. That might have protected them if the pens had remained intact. They did not. Everywhere steel had started to part from its posts. In one place, the entire top rail peeled outward under a crush of cattle leaning after the convoy. A cow slid halfway through the gap and kept coming despite the twisted metal pinning its chest. Another animal climbed over it. Then another. Clay saw at once that the lane would not hold for long enough to get all the vehicles through to open country. Valdez seemed to reach the same conclusion. His voice snapped over the radio net. Scale House. All non-essential personnel dismount and harden the choke point. We hold long enough to move the case and the civilians through. Clay did not especially enjoy being told he was non-essential. He also understood exactly what the major meant. Trucks mattered less than Harper and the formula. The scale house stood 20 yards ahead, a squat block building with a sliding steel door warped half open. Marines poured toward it with ammo cans, med packs, and one terrified teenage county dispatcher they had picked up at Cedar Pass and refused to leave behind. Nathan's mother came next, dragging her son with one arm because the boy had tried to help carry the injured Marine from the rear compartment. Harper jumped down with the insulated case strapped across her chest and the analyzer bag over one shoulder, more burdened than anyone there and moving harder than most. Clay reached her at the threshold. Inside. I can see that. Then do it faster. She glared at him, which reassured him more than any thank you would have. Anger meant energy. Energy meant she still belonged to the living. Inside the scale house, old paperwork lay scattered over the floor in damp drifts. A dead computer sat on a counter beneath a cracked window. The room smelled of mold, mice, and old grain dust. It was also made of block walls and had only 3 workable entrances. In this new world that qualified as luxury, Torres turned the front office into a firing lane in under a minute. Marines shoved filing cabinets against the side windows. Clay and Brooks dragged a steel-way beam from the loading room and jammed it across the rear service door. Harper set the case on the least filthy patch of counter and went straight to the injured Marine without being told. The rip in his side had already bled through 2 field dressings. He was conscious enough to know that was bad and trying not to look at it. Harper cut away the ruined fabric, checked his pupils, checked his pulse, and exhaled once through her nose. He was not bitten, she said. Horn tear only. The Marine on her left nearly laughed from relief and shock. Only means you have a chance if everyone stops talking over me. Clay left her to work because the front window exploded inward under the first impact from outside. A cow hit the barricade chest first and jammed its head halfway through the broken frame, teeth clacking at empty air. Torres fired point blank. The animal dropped, but its body plugged the opening, and another slammed into it from behind. Blood sprayed across the file cabinet drawers. They know where we are now, Torres said. That was always the wager, Valdez answered from the doorway. He had blood on one sleeve and mud to both knees. The first 2 trucks are through to the pump road. Rear vehicle is damaged but moving. We buy 5 minutes, then fall back by teams. 5 minutes sounded almost generous until the scale house began to shake. Outside, the north lane had become a twisting crush of animals, vehicles, and torn steel. Clay could see it in slivers through the broken office glass. The decoy feed truck still circled the east service road with its horn screaming, but a large share of the herd had decided to split its hatred. More kept coming to the lane. One horse cleared a collapsed gate and crashed against the sidewall so hard the block cracked. Brooks came up beside Clay at the front room and handed him fresh shells for the shotgun. You wanted a quiet day. No, I didn't. Good. Would have been unpatriotic. Clay loaded while Torres and 2 Marines kept the window from becoming a door. Nathan's mother knelt in the hall with her son's head pulled against her side, whispering to him too fast to hear. The boy kept trying to look up every time shots went off. Harper pressed a syringe into the injured Marine's shoulder and looked toward Clay with that fierce searching focus she used when counting the cost of every second. He did not need words to understand what she was asking. Hold. Long enough. Hold. The sidewall buckled under another impact. Dust filled the room. Somewhere in the back an old scale chain snapped like a rifle shot. Clay stepped into the drifting grit with the shotgun tight to his shoulder and understood that the basin was not trying to stop them from reaching Mountain Home. The basin was trying to convince them that roads themselves had become lies. He answered by firing into the next shape that came through the window. Chapter 43. Broken Pens. The scale house lasted 4 minutes before the roof started dropping plaster in steady little ticks that sounded almost polite. By then the room had become a contest between angles. Clay and Torres owned the front office. Two Marines owned the side corridor. Brooks held the rear service door with a pry bar in one hand and a stolen police shotgun in the other, though everyone knew he should have been lying down somewhere letting his ribs recover. Harper had turned the old clerk's counter into a treatment station and a laboratory shelf at the same time, because apparently she considered impossible arrangements a personal hobby. The infected did not have to win a straight assault to make the place unlivable. They only had to keep hitting it until every choice inside turned bad. A bull ran the right wall. The block held. The frame around the side window did not. Clay heard metal scream and called a warning just before two cows forced their heads through the opening together, tangled horn to horn like a monstrous puzzle. Torres shot the nearer one through the eye socket. The second kept driving forward on pure frenzy, scraping hide and bone against the cinder block until part of its face sheared away. Clay stepped in and put the shotgun under the jaw. After that, the head stopped moving, but the body wedged the opening almost solid. "That buys us something," Torres said. "Not enough. Have you considered gratitude? After we leave." The side corridor shook with rifle fire from the Marines. Clay heard one of them curse and then laugh in the same breath, the way people did when terror had nowhere else to go. Outside the front office, the lane was worse than before. The freed rear truck had made it farther up the track, but one of its tires flapped loose and sparks poured from the damaged rim. If it failed entirely, the path out would seal behind wreckage and cattle before anyone could rethink the problem. Valdez ducked in through the front doorway with a radio in one hand and blood on his cheek that was not his own. "New plan. We don't fall back by teams. We break out through the chute catwalk, move over the pins, and drop to the pump road from the grain side. Trucks meet us there." Clay looked toward the rear loading room, where an old steel stair climbed to the overhead cattle run. It was narrow, exposed, and high enough that a fall into the wrong pin would mean getting torn apart under hooves. "You sure that counts as a plan?" "It counts as less stupid than waiting here to be crushed." There was no arguing with that. Harper finished binding the injured Marine and stood. The muscles around her mouth had gone tight with fatigue, but her hands remained steady. "Can he move?" The Marine himself answered before anyone else. "If I can't, drag me ugly." "I was going to say perhaps in a kinder way," Harper told him. "But yes, move him." Nathan tried to stand too quickly and nearly folded. Clay crossed the room and caught him under one arm. "Easy," Clay said. The boy flushed with anger at his own weakness. "I am not made of paper." "Good, because paper would have been less trouble to transport." That earned the faintest, reluctant breath of laughter from him. "Good enough." Nathan's mother looked up at Clay with a face worn thin by fear and gratitude. "Tell me where to go, and I will do it. Just don't separate us." "You stay on me," Clay said. "One hand on Nathan, one hand on my coat if it gets crowded." She nodded once, the way people nodded when they had no energy left for anything decorative. The breakout happened all at once because delay would have killed it. Valdez threw a smoke can through the front window. Torres and the Marines emptied their magazines into the lane to shove the nearest animals back a few feet. Brooks smashed the rear door open and took the stairs two at a time despite the pain that folded his face. Clay got Nathan and his mother moving behind him, while Harper came in close with the case strapped tight and the analyzer bumping her hip. The catwalk over the loading chutes had once been built for ranch hands moving reluctant cattle into semis. It had not been built for armed human beings trying to outrun infected stock while carrying the last good hope on Earth in an insulated box. The steel grating rang under boots. Wind tore through the broken roofline. Below them, the pens heaved with bodies slamming against each other in black and red currents. Clay kept his eyes forward and made himself ignore the fact that one slip left or right meant horns below. Nathan's breathing came sharp behind him. Harper's did not change at all, which impressed him more than if she had shouted bravery at the sky. They made the first span. The second ended at a sliding gate that had jumped its track years ago and now sat crooked across the walkway. Brooks and one Marine threw themselves against it. The gate moved an inch and stopped. Below them, the herd discovered the sound overhead. Clay saw heads lifting in pen after pen. Animals began ramming the posts that supported the catwalk. The steel shivered under the impacts. A bull with one broken horn jammed itself against the base beam, so hard its forelegs nearly folded. "Move it," Valdez said, voice flat and dangerous. "Trying," Brooks snarled. Clay handed Nathan off to his mother and stepped in beside them. Between the three of them, the gate scraped far enough to create a narrow gap. Torres shoved the injured Marine through first, then Nathan, then his mother. Harper tried to turn sideways with the case and got snagged on a bent latch. Clay saw the strap catch and swore. He dropped to one knee and tore the latch loose with both hands until metal peeled and cut his glove. The case came free. Harper looked down at him. For a heartbeat, there was real fear in her face. Not for herself, but for what she carried. "Thank you," she said. And because Disaster has a cruel sense of humor, he heard how much she meant it right as the support beam beneath them gave way. The catwalk dropped 6 inches. Everyone still on it grabbed for rail at once. Nathan's mother screamed. One Marine lost his footing and fell hard enough to slam his shoulder through the side mesh. Clay caught the back of his vest and dragged him in before the pin below could claim a leg. "Go," Valdez roared. The rest of the crossing became a blur of steel noise and momentum. They reached the grain side by inches. The last man over was Brooks, who came limping fast with one hand locked around the rail while the section behind him sagged into the pen. The support finally tore out of the concrete base not 3 seconds after his boots hit the service platform. The catwalk dropped into the cattle below with a crash that made the whole herd surge. They did not have time to admire survival. The pump road lay a story below, accessible by an outside ladder running down the grain silo. The ladder should have offered escape. It offered another obstacle instead. Halfway down, the lower rungs had been chewed away by rust and perhaps a fire from the old collapse. 8 feet of open drop waded over hard gravel and mud. Torres climbed down first and tested the remaining rung with her boot. "Jump at the end," she called. "Bend your knees unless you enjoy surgery." Valdez sent Nathan's mother down next, then Nathan with a Marine beneath to catch if the boy slipped. Harper tried to protest being moved before the others, but Clay cut her off. "You first." "On what authority?" "The authority of me not debating this while the basin comes apart." She almost argued anyway. Then she looked beyond him at the collapsing catwalk and decided this was not the hour to cultivate stubbornness as art. She climbed. Clay stayed at the platform top with Brooks and Valdez, firing short-aimed shots at the animals, now forcing their way up the grain ramp. Cattle are not graceful climbers in normal circumstances. Infection had replaced sense with fury, and fury did not care about geometry. One cow reached the upper ramp, slipped, slammed into the side wall, got up wrong, and kept coming. Clay shot it through the forehead at 10 feet and felt the recoil drive up his bruised shoulder. "You good?" Brooks asked. "No." "Excellent. Means your brain still works." The exchange would have amused Clay another day. Today it simply kept him from thinking about how close the herd sounded. The last civilians cleared the ladder. The injured Marine went next with Valdez and Torres managing his descent from either end. Brooks followed, slower now, face drained almost gray beneath the grime. Clay remained at the top long enough to fire until the first animal hit the service platform rail. Then he slung the shotgun and swung onto the ladder. By the time he reached the broken section, Harper was below with both arms raised. "Jump," she said. He almost laughed because there was nothing else sane to do. He let go, dropped, landed badly, and caught himself on one palm before the ankle twisted farther than it wanted. Harper grabbed his coat and hauled him the rest of the way up. They ran together toward the pump road where the first 2 convoy trucks had turned around to meet them. The rear damaged vehicle was there too, smoking from the axle and listing to one side. The driver leaned out the window and shouted that she could give them another mile, maybe 2, if the road was kind. "Roads have not been kind for weeks," Brooks muttered. Still, they loaded in. Nathan and his mother went into the lead truck this time. The injured Marine and Harper took the center. Clay climbed in after her, and only realized once the door slammed that they were knee to knee on the floor between ammo crates and the cold case. Outside, Valdez's voice carried through the hull, giving movement orders. The truck jerked forward. For the first time in what felt like hours, they were in motion again. Harper leaned her head back against the steel wall and shut her eyes for 2 breaths. "I know this is a terrible moment for honesty," she said, "but I would like 1 full minute in which no hoof tries to enter my personal life." Clay looked at the case between them, then at the blood drying on his glove where he had torn the latch free. "I can probably arrange 30 seconds. After that, the world starts negotiating again." A tired laugh escaped her before she could stop it. She opened her eyes and studied him with that same fierce intelligence, but softer now, worn through by adrenaline and trust. "You keep doing that," she said. "Doing what?" "Making impossible things sound like chores." He shrugged. "It's how I was raised." Her gaze held him a little longer. "Then your people did one thing exactly right." Before he could answer, the damaged rear truck blew a tire behind them, and the whole convoy swerved hard into the next disaster. Chapter 44. The Silo Ladder. The ruined tire did not just fail. It detonated. The blast punched through the rear truck like a gunshot and turned the entire convoy into a chain of violent corrections. Clay slammed shoulder first into the inner wall. Harper threw both hands over the case before her own body hit the deck. Outside, someone shouted over the radio net. The lead vehicle kept control. The center truck fishtailed and recovered. The rear damaged truck lost its left side, struck the drainage berm, and rolled onto its flank in a spray of gravel, blood, and loose equipment. Valdez ordered a perimeter before the echoes died. No one liked it. Everyone understood it. Open road had become a myth. They dismounted into a strip of broken pasture between the feedlot basin and a weed-choked service road lined by power poles. To the south, dust and noise still boiled above the corrals. To the north, abandoned grain bins and a lined shack offered the nearest hard cover. The rolled truck hissed steam and leaked fuel into the ditch. Clay ran with Brooks and 2 Marines to the cab side. The driver had taken the worst of it, pinned by the door frame and white around the mouth. A second Marine hung upside down in the harness, cursing in a steady, weak rhythm that sounded more reassuring than calm would have. Brooks went flat to the metal and listened, mechanic instincts overriding common misery. "Engine might light if that fuel reaches the manifold," he said. "You have minutes. Maybe less." "Can we free them?" Clay asked. "1 yes. 1 maybe." Clay hated maybes. He hated leaving people more. He shoved his rifle at a nearby Marine and dropped to the cab side with Brooks. Between the 2 of them and a crowbar from the truck kit, they managed to wrench the upper door far enough for the uninjured passenger to spill out. The driver was worse. Her leg had twisted beneath the dash and metal had folded over her thigh. "Do not touch that bracket until I tell you," Brooks said. "If it shifts wrong, it takes the rest of her leg with it." The driver looked at Clay with clear, steady eyes that made the situation uglier. "How long?" He respected her for asking it plain. "We're working." That wasn't the question. Brooks answered because he was not built for lying. "Too long if the basin decides we're interesting." That got the slightest bitter smile from her. "Then stop telling stories and pull." They did. Brooks braced the dash with the crowbar while Clay forced the folded panel out by inches. The metal shrieked. Pain stood up in the driver's face like a second person. She did not scream. Clay thought of soldiers, of his father somewhere in memory and war, and felt a hard private pride that the brave still came in every shape the world could make. They got her loose just as the first new sound carried up the service road. At first Clay thought it was wind in a corrugated shed. Then he recognized the rhythm. Hooves. Fewer than in the basin. Faster. Lighter. Horses, Torres called from the berm. 3. Maybe 4. The rescued driver nearly laughed from the mud where they laid her. Of course. Valdez did not waste time. "Truck is done. Strip what matters and move to the bins. We hold there, reload, and decide whether the road still wants us." They abandoned the overturned vehicle in a disciplined blur. Ammo, med kits, fuel cans, radio batteries, the last copy sets Harper had written at Cedar Pass, all carried or thrown into the remaining trucks. The driver went on to a litter improvised from a ladder and tarp. Nathan's mother took a rifle from a Marine too busy helping at the bins and stood beside her son with the shaky determination of a woman who had discovered fear could work for her if given tasks. The grain bins formed a rough half-circle around a concrete pad and a feed office with a roof still mostly attached. Clay and Torres set up at the office corner overlooking the service road. Brooks took the driver inside with Harper to check the trap leg damage more thoroughly. The first horse appeared between two power poles 30 seconds later. It had once been a palomino or something close. Infection had turned the pale coat filthy and the mane into rope. One ear hung half gone. Blood striped the chest where it had run through something sharp. The speed remained beautiful in the worst possible way. It came with its head low and teeth working, as if it wanted to bite rather than kick. The second and third shapes followed behind it, dark and lean and furious. Torres fired first. The lead horse stumbled and kept coming. "I really hate cattle and their cousins," she said. Clay aimed for the chest because the head moved too fast. The horse folded at the front knees, pitched, and rolled. The others split around it with a predator's flexibility no horse ought to possess. One came straight for the bins. The other veered toward the trucks. Clay shot until the rifle locked empty, then went to the sidearm as the second horse cleared the ditch and struck the nearest bin wall with both front hooves. Metal boomed. The animal bounced sideways and kicked at the truck tire with enough force to shred rubber. Torres put it down through the eye at maybe 12 feet. The third vanished behind the feed office. Clay knew what that meant half a beat before the scream came from inside. He ran. The office interior held 2 rooms and a narrow hall. Harper had the rescue driver laid on old grain invoices spread over a desk because there had been nothing cleaner. Brooks knelt beside her. Nathan's mother stood at the door with her borrowed rifle and no idea where to point it. The third horse had come through the rear wall in a rain of splintered studs and gypsum dust. Its front legs slid in the debris as it tried to regain footing in the cramped room, teeth snapping at anything with breath. Clay fired once from the hall and missed because the driver moved. Brooks grabbed the desk and shoved it sideways into the horse's head. Harper snatched Nathan's mother by the sleeve and yanked her clear an instant before a hoof punched through the spot where the woman had been standing. Clay had one lane for a clean shot and took it. The bullet entered just behind the jaw. The horse crashed down hard enough to shake the floor. For several seconds nobody spoke. Then Brooks looked at the torn wall, the dead horse, the bleeding driver, and Clay standing there with dust in his hair and gun smoke around him. "You know," he said, "when I promised your father I would look after you, I did not imagine the arrangement would become this reciprocal." The line hit everyone at once. Nathan's mother laughed too hard. Harper closed her eyes and pressed one hand to her mouth because laughter and exhaustion had reached the same address. Even Clay felt a ragged grin drag across his face. The moment passed quickly, but it mattered. Human beings needed stupid little islands like that, or the ocean of horror swallowed them whole. Harper went back to the driver. The leg could be splinted. It could not help them walk. That settled their numbers. They now had one fewer truck, one more litter, and a road that was narrowing in both reality and options. Valdez came into the office and took in the scene without visible surprise, which made Clay suspect the major had accepted absurdity as standard issue weeks ago. "We cannot sit," he said. "Radio intercept says Mountain Home is still receiving convoys from the West Road. The East feeder remains contested. If we miss the next daylight window, we do this in the dark." Harper wiped blood from her wrist with a towel already too dirty to matter. "Then we move before I am tempted to set up a clinic in a grain office and die of local thinking." Valdez gave the faintest nod of approval. 20 minutes. He left. Brooks eased himself onto an overturned crate and drew one careful breath after another, too tired to hide it now. Clay noticed the tremor in the old man's hand as he retied the driver's splint. "You need rest," Clay said. "I need a better species to share the state with. Rest would be charming, but secondary." Clay knelt across from him. "That wasn't a suggestion." Brooks looked up sharply, then slower. Something like pride and grief passed over his face together. "There he is," he said. "A little of your father, after all." He sounded like that when he had decided to care about someone against his own preference. Clay had to look away for a second. Harper saw it. Of course she did. She saw too much. Later, while Marines reloaded the trucks and shifted weight between axles, Clay climbed the exterior ladder to the nearest silo platform to get a view of the road. Harper followed before he could tell her not to. "This is not safe," he said when she reached the top. "Neither are roads, rooms, or weather. Yet here we all are." From the platform, the world spread cold and merciless. The feedlot basin churned behind them in a haze of dust and steam. Ahead, the service road cut east through open ranch country toward a low cluster of buildings that might have been the town Valdez had warned about. Beyond that lay a darker line of cottonwoods and utility towers. Harper rested her forearms on the rail and looked out a long time before speaking. "When I was little, my mother used to say that disasters reveal the personality of a place. Flood country learns boats. Fire country learns speed. Drought country learns storage. I think Idaho learned distance. You saying we're too far from help? I am saying every mile here has opinions." He understood that more than he wished he did. Wind moved a strand of hair across her cheek. Without thinking, he reached to tuck it back. His glove was filthy. He stopped. Harper caught his wrist and finished the motion for him, guiding his hand to her face anyway. "Clay," she said quietly, "if I keep waiting for a clean moment to feel anything in this world, I will die of scheduling." He did not answer with a joke. Some truths deserved better than deflection. He stepped in close, slow enough for refusal if she wanted it. She did not. The kiss was not desperate like the one before the convoy rolled from Cedar Pass. It was tired and certain and human. It made the steel rail under his hand, the blood on his coat, and the screaming basin below feel briefly like details rather than destiny. When they parted, she rested her forehead against his for one heartbeat more. "That," she said, "was catastrophically ill-timed. You started it. I am a scientist. I am allowed terrible judgment in the name of data." He laughed then, low and real, and carried the sound back down the ladder into the next stretch of road because he knew he would need it. Chapter 45. The town that would not hold. The town had a name once. Road signs still called it Hammett Crossing, though half the letters had been shot off and one sign lay face down in a ditch as if ashamed. What remained of the place sat in a shallow bend of the road around a dried canal, a courthouse square on one side and a strip of gas stations, a pharmacy, and a machine shop on the other. Somebody had tried to fortify it during the first weeks of collapse. Somebody else had tried to keep doing so long after sense should have intervened. Cars and farm equipment blocked the main street in nervous angles. Sheet metal had been welded over the windows of the grocery store. Burned circles in the pavement showed where fuel fires had once been lit and maybe failed. Valdez halted the convoy on the west approach while scouts went forward. Clay sat in the rear compartment with Harper and listened to the radio traffic tighten. At first, the voices only mentioned movement in the square. Then came the word people, followed too quickly by rifles. "Great," Brooks muttered from the opposite bench. "Civilization." A pair of survivors had taken up position in the second-floor windows of the courthouse and were sighting down the road through hunting scopes. They had not fired yet. That was the most encouraging fact available. Valdez chose the narrow path between force and courtesy because command required ugly balances. He rolled the lead truck forward under a white sheet tied to an antenna and called out by loudspeaker. "United States Marines. Essential medical convoy. Need passage and fuel if available. No intention to occupy." The answer came from the courthouse roof through a megaphone with dying batteries. "Keep your soldiers out of town and your engines off our square." Clay looked at Harper. That sounds promising if a man enjoys bad promises. She did not take her eyes off the slit window. Fear makes sovereignty of fools. The negotiation dragged. The courthouse group called themselves the town committee, which told Clay all he needed to know about their likely talent for making everything worse by vote. They had civilians inside. They had dwindling food. They had turned away 3 smaller survivor bands in the past week because every arrival drew infected animals into the streets. They believed the convoy would do the same and then drive on, leaving Hammett Crossing to pay the bill. The terrible thing was that they were not entirely wrong. Valdez promised fuel exchange, medical assessment, and no seizure of their stores. He did not promise the convoy would sit outside town until sunset while feelings were arranged. The committee did not like that. The committee especially did not like hearing that Harper and the case would move through regardless. Torres came back from the flank scout with more useful news. North Edge still has a clear lane through the machine shop alley and behind the pharmacy. But there are bodies in the canal bed. A lot of them. Dogs, 2 horses, maybe people too. If the town starts shooting, everything in that drainage will come at the noise. Brooks rubbed both hands down his face. So the citizens of Hammett have built themselves a lovely little alarm system. Valdez made the decision the way he made most of them, without much performance. We move through the North Edge. Quiet if possible, hard if necessary. Committee won't allow it, Torres said. Committee is welcome to attempt disallowing from a safe distance. Clay almost admired the dryness of that. The convoy split. Led truck forward on the main road to keep the courthouse eyes fixed. Center truck with Harper, Clay, Brooks, Nathan, and his mother cut north behind the gas station. The last truck followed close with the litter driver and most of the remaining stores. They made the first turn unseen. They made the second under observation. A boy no older than 16 stepped out from behind the machine shop with a deer rifle and both hands shaking. He wore a sheriff's jacket too large for him and a look that had aged him years past the face beneath it. "You can't come through here," he said. Clay opened the rear door before anyone could point a weapon from inside the truck and turned enough to show empty hands. "Then move the truck yourself and prove you're in charge." The boy flinched. The rifle muzzle wavered between Clay's chest and the ground. "I said you can't. They told us not to let more armed men in town." "I am one armed man already in town," Clay said. "So either your rules are late or your people should have posted better signs." Behind him, Brooks made a strangled sound that might have been a laugh or another complaint about his ribs. The boy's face flickered through emotions too fast to name. Fear, embarrassment, anger at being spoken to like a child by someone not much older. Clay knew the look because he had worn versions of it himself with Papa. "Listen," Clay said, gentler now. "We don't want your food. We don't want your houses. We want the road. Let us take it, and your day gets simpler." Before the boy could answer, a rifle cracked from the courthouse square. The shot did not hit anyone. It hit the hood of the last truck. That was enough. Every dog in the canal bed found its religion at once. They came out of the dead reeds in a streaming pack, more than Clay could count in the first rush, some little and half-starved, some shepherd mixes big enough to knock a man flat, all of them moving with the same blind, furious certainty. Their barking hit the alley like breaking glass. At the same time, from farther down the North Street, 2 infected horses burst through a toppled backyard fence and ran toward the sound. The boy in the sheriff coat stared. "Oh God." "Yes," Brooks said. "That generally is who people call at this point." Valdez's voice cut through the radio net and the street at once. "Push through. Now." The convoy shoved deeper into Hammett Crossing. What followed had the shape of a battle and the details of a riot. Courthouse riflemen fired at dogs, then at shapes they only half recognized, then at windows because fear spreads by imitation. Marines answered only where targets were clear, but the noise was already enough. Dogs hit the side of the lead truck in leaping knots. One got under the rear wheel and vanished in a dark spray. The horses came down the north lane wild-eyed and slick with old blood. One ran into the sheriff boy and would have trampled him if Clay had not grabbed the back of his coat and ripped him sideways into the machine shop doorway. The rifle flew from the boy's hands. "Stay down," Clay said. The boy looked up at him, stunned. "You just saved me. Try not to make me regret it." Clay snatched the fallen rifle and turned in time to shoot the nearer horse through the chest as it lunged at Nathan's mother outside the truck. The animal crashed against the pharmacy wall and slid down in a wet red smear. Nathan's mother kept hold of her own borrowed rifle and fired at a dog trying to reach the litter. She missed. Torres, moving like a machine built from impatience, dropped it without breaking stride. The second horse reached the truck door where Harper knelt over the case. Clay saw it too late to stop with a shout. Harper solved the problem by grabbing a metal 4-stand from the truck floor and jamming it straight at the horse's face through the narrowing gap. The ridiculousness of the weapon did not lessen the effect. The horse checked just long enough for Clay to plant 2 shots into the side of its neck. "That was not standard lab equipment," he yelled. "I am broadening the field, she shouted back. The convoy finally gained the square's far edge and pushed around the courthouse onto the east street. Hammock Crossing should have been behind them then. Instead, the committee chose pride over survival one last time. 3 armed men came out of the grocery store barricade and tried to block the road with a forklift. Not because they could win, because battered authority often mistakes obstruction for strength. Valdez did not debate them. The lead truck hit the forklift broadside and shoved it into the storefront with enough force to collapse the welded sheet metal inward. What lay inside the store came out. More dogs. 2 feral hogs. A smell of rot so thick Clay tasted it through his teeth. The committee disappeared from relevance after that. By the time the convoy burst free of the East Road, Hammock Crossing had dissolved behind them into gunfire, shattered windows, and the ugly lesson that some towns could not be held because the people inside had confused walls for wisdom. Clay watched it recede through the rear slit and felt no triumph. Only fatigue and one hard private pity for the boy in the sheriff coat, who had deserved a better set of adults to learn from. The road beyond town crossed flat pasture toward a line of cottonwoods and an old county fairground. Valdez called for a halt there to count bodies, patch tires, and discover what fresh tax Hammock Crossing had imposed. The answer, when it came, was not gentle. One Marine had lost half an ear to a dog and needed serum dosing despite insisting it was only a graze. Nathan's mother had taken a hoof strike to the shoulder that likely cracked something but spared the bone alignment. The rescue driver had gone shock pale from the jolting and needed more pain control. A fuel can had been punctured, and they were now short again. Worst of all, the young dispatcher from Cedar Pass had vanished somewhere in the square during the push-through. Valdez closed his eyes when the head count came up 1 short. He opened them and looked 20 years older. "We are not going back into that town blind," he said. No one challenged him. No one liked agreeing. Clay stared west where the Harper turned on him at once. Absolutely not. Valdez looked between them, caught the shape of something more than tactical concern, and wisely ignored it for the moment. "You have a better proposal, Doctor?" She held his gaze. "Yes. We do not exchange the cure for one missing clerk in a town that has already announced itself unstable." The truth of it cut. Clay hated that truths so often arrived carrying ugly faces. Brooks spoke from the tailgate where he sat rewrapping his ribs. "If she's alive, she'll look for cover and quiet. If she's dead, charging in changes nothing except our own chances." Clay wanted to argue with both of them. He did not because the road ahead was still longer than the one behind. Valdez made the call. They moved east at dusk. One more ghost left in the ruins of Idaho for the future to mourn properly, if it ever learned how. Chapter 46. Fairground Night. The old county fairground did not look like safety, but at dusk almost anything with fences and roofs could pass for grace. The convoy cut through a rusted gate hanging from one hinge and rolled into a broad oval of trampled dirt surrounded by exhibition barns, livestock pavilions, and a grandstand that looked one hard storm away from surrender. The place had held noise and children and fried food once. Clay could still see the ghost of it in the painted arrows on the pavement and the faded banners clinging to the entry booth. Now the midway sat stripped bare. Cotton candy signs fluttered over empty concrete. The cattle barns smelled of old hay, mold, and abandonment. At the center of the grounds a flagpole stood naked against the evening sky. Valdez chose the livestock pavilion because irony, apparently, had not yet tired of Idaho. They parked the trucks in a rough U facing the open south gate and stretched chain between the support columns. Marines dragged feed troughs and portable panels into a crude barrier. Someone found a stack of show ring plywood and nailed it over the most shattered windows. Harper took the office above the auction ring as a treatment room because it was the only place with a door that still closed and enough desk space for the case, the analyzer, and the last clean paper she owned. Night gathered quickly across the grounds. Without the movement of the convoy, the place became too still. Clay hated that more than noise. Silence in the wrong place felt like waiting made physical. Nathan's mother sat on an overturned mineral tub while Harper examined the shoulder the horse had clipped. The bone looked spared. The bruise would be monstrous by morning. Nathan hovered nearby with the brittle energy of a boy who had survived enough to believe usefulness might keep him alive. He kept asking for jobs. Marines kept giving him smaller ones than he wanted. He accepted them with visible insult. The rescued driver finally told Clay her name, while Brooks helped settle her litter in the tack room. Sergeant Lena Haskins, Idaho National Guard Transportation. 36 years old, one ex-husband, and in her own words, far too mean to die in a stock pavilion. That's a good quality, Clay told her. It was never attractive in peacetime, she said. Seems to be aging well. Brooks snorted as he adjusted the splint. In peacetime, people often misjudge the useful. Haskins studied him, then Clay. You two family. Not by blood, Brooks said. Clay looked at the old mechanic and thought that blood had become an overrated measure of anything that mattered. Close enough, he said. Outside, Valdez posted half the Marines on rotating perimeter while the rest ate, standing up from warmed ration tins. Torres paced the catwalk over the auction ring with a rifle and a flashlight she almost never used. Her distrust of easy shadows had grown into something like a creed. Clay did one lap of the grounds, then another, then a third because stopping made his mind too loud. He found Harper in the upstairs office with the door cracked and the lamp turned low to preserve battery. She was bent over her field notes, copying formula details onto a second packet in block print, so careful it might have been engraved. Her hands had begun to show the fatigue she refused anywhere else. Tiny pauses, stiffer fingers. The scientist was running on discipline alone now. You should sleep, he said. Without looking up, she answered. You should stop volunteering for impossible errands. Yet here we both remained disappointing each other. He leaned on the door frame. You always flirt by accusation. That brought her eyes up at last, and the tiredness in them softened around the edges. Only when deeply invested. He stepped inside and closed the door enough to shut out the draft. The room was small, close, and full of her. Bleach, old paper, wool coat, a faint trace of soap from some earlier life refusing to leave her skin entirely. He wanted to be careful with that wanting, because caution was one of the few things still keeping people alive. Hammock crossing bothered you, she said. The missing dispatcher bothers me. It should. He rubbed a hand across his face. Feels wrong to leave people. Feels wronger to risk everybody for one person when you're carrying the only thing that can give any of this a future. I don't know how to hold both of those in the same skull without something tearing. Harper set down the pen. You do not solve that by becoming less human. The answer is not to stop caring about the one. It is to care hard enough about the many that the guilt remains honest. He let that sit. It hurt because it fit. When did you get so good at saying ugly things clean? He asked. Graduate school. He laughed despite himself. She stood then and came around the desk until they were close enough that the little room had no choice but to admit it. Clay, she said quietly, I am asking something selfish of you now. You can ask. If the road splits again between me and somebody else you want to save, you pick me. Not because I am better, because the work matters. Because this has to matter. He stared at her. Every decent part of him wanted to refuse on principle. Every honest part knew she was right. I hate that, he said. I know. I may hate you a little for being right so often. That is the healthiest romance I have heard proposed in months. There it was again, her ability to take the knife edge of a thing and turn it just enough that breathing became possible. He touched her face with the back of 2 fingers, careful because his hands still belonged more to road than to tenderness. She closed her eyes for half a second and leaned into the touch. Then the first shot cracked outside. They moved at once. The shot had come from the west side of the grounds where the carnival sheds met the livestock lots. Clay hit the stairs with Harper on his heels, both of them still reaching for their harder selves before the softer one could resent it. By the time they reached the dirt floor of the pavilion, Valdez was already shouting assignments. It was not a major assault. Not yet. It was worse in one particular way. Human. 3 figures had slipped to the fence line using the deepening dark and then tried to cut through the panel wire near the fuel cans. One Marine spotted them and called challenge. One of the figures fired instead of answering. Now the fairground had another problem layered under every older one. Torres took the left flank. Clay moved with 2 Marines along the shadow of the sheep barn and came out behind a row of stock trailers with his rifle tight to his shoulder. The intruders were not disciplined fighters. that made them more dangerous at close range. Panic turns bad aim into random cruelty. One man already lay dead against the fence where the challenge shot had hit him. The other two were scrambling for cover behind the carnival ticket booth, firing wild at every shape that moved. "We don't want trouble," one of them shouted. "You brought it armed," Torres answered. The exchange might have ended in surrender if not for the smell. The dead man at the fence had a torn calf wrapped in filthy cloth. Blood from the old scratch had soaked through and dripped onto the fairground dirt. Somewhere beyond the west lots, something heard it or smelled it or merely decided the new noise deserved attention. A dog barked. Then three more. Then a deeper sound rolled through the dark from the stock pens beyond the grandstand. Clay's spine went cold. "Valdez," he called, "we've got movement outside the west lots." The major answered at once. Then, in the conversation, Clay did not enjoy the new world's efficiency. He understood it. He and the two Marines flanked the ticket booth at speed. One of the intruders saw them and raised his pistol too late. Clay fired first. The second man dropped the bolt cutters and put both hands in the air so fast the motion looked like collapse. "Please," he said. "Please. We only wanted fuel." Torres emerged from the dark with her rifle on him and contempt plain in every line of her face. "And your excellent plan was to steal from armed soldiers in a livestock arena at night. Our kids are hungry." Nobody there had a clean answer to that, which made the timing of the next impact feel personal. Something huge hit the outer west fence and snapped two panels flat. The surrendered intruder turned his head toward the sound and made a noise that was almost childlike. Clay looked too. Not cattle this time. Hogs. A whole sounder of them. Maybe 20 animals, big as oil drums through the shoulders and moving with obscene speed under the lot lights. Several still wore old ear tags from whatever ranch or breeding operation had once called them property. One boar carried half a carnival banner around its neck like a victory ribbon. Their tusks flashed white in the dusk. Inside, Valdez roared. The fairground became motion. Clay grabbed the surrendering intruder by the jacket and shoved him toward the pavilion while Marines opened fire on the advancing hogs. Unlike cattle, the hogs did not signal their commitment with obvious massing. They simply arrived all at once, hitting low, fast, and impossible to predict. The first one slipped through the flattened panels and struck a Marine at the knee hard enough to spin him sideways. Another hit a fuel can stack and sent diesel sloshing in shining arcs across the dirt. Torres dropped a boar, so close its tusks scraped sparks off the stock trailer beside her. Brooks appeared from nowhere with a shovel and slammed it across the snout of a smaller hog, trying to get into the pavilion doorway. The animal turned on him at once. Clay put 2 rounds into its flank and 1 into the neck before it finally slid sideways in the mud. Harper had already transformed the auction ring into a casualty point again. She crouched beside the Marine with the wrecked knee while Nathan's mother held gauze where told, and Nathan relayed supplies with both hands shaking. Haskins, white with pain on her litter, still directed traffic from the tack room, as if a bad leg only offended her authority rather than limiting it. The fight lasted perhaps 5 minutes. It felt like an hour. By the end, 7 hogs lay dead within the grounds, 3 more outside the west fence, and the rest had vanished back into the dark carrying bullet tears and more malice than before. One intruder survived long enough to sob thanks before passing out from shock. The surrendering man survived because fear and luck occasionally choose the same person. When quiet finally returned, it did not feel deserved. Valdez stood in the middle of the dirt ring, looked over the broken fence, the bleeding Marine, the extra mouths now in his fairground, and said, "We leave before dawn." No one argued. Later, near midnight, Clay sat on the bleacher steps with Brooks while the compound tried to sleep in shifts around them. The old man held a tin cup of coffee gone cold and watched the dark beyond the grounds as if daring it to become specific. "You loved him more than you say," Brooks said without preamble. Clay knew he meant Papa at first, then realized from the old man's face that he meant his father. The one who had gone overseas and returned as a folded flag and a sentence nobody in the family could use. "I was proud of him," Clay said. "Different thing maybe. Hard to love a memory clean when most of what you have is other people telling you what the man was like." Brooks nodded. Your father was brave. He was also stubborn, judgmental, too quick to think other men should match his own standard without being given his same chances. Real people come mixed. Heroes especially. Clay took that in slowly. You telling me not to turn him into a saint? I am telling you not to burden yourself by worshiping a dead man whose actual gift to you might have been simpler. He kept moving toward what mattered and tried to protect those he loved while doing it. That is enough inheritance for any son. The fairground lights buzzed overhead. Somewhere in the shadows, a horse trailer door knocked softly in the wind. Clay looked across the grounds to the upstairs office where Harper's lamp still glowed thin through the curtain. I think I know what matters, he said. Brooks followed his gaze and smiled without humor. Then guard it properly. Not like a boy with a crush. Like a man who has finally identified the center of the map. Clay sat with that until dawn began to thin the dark over the empty grandstand. Chapter 47. The airfield road. They left the fairground under a sky that promised either snow or judgment. The extra survivors from the west fence rode in the last truck after surrendering their weapons and most of their dignity. One was a mother named Elena with 2 daughters hidden in a feed store 5 miles back. The other was her brother Tomas, who had come to steal fuel because hunger had stripped shame out of him faster than sense. Valdez did not have room for rescue trips, and said so. Harper, who had not slept, promised that if Mountain Home held long enough, and if the cure truly spread, the road back west would exist again in more than theory. Elena cried quietly at that, which Clay found harder to watch than the louder griefs. The road east narrowed through ranch country scored by old irrigation canals and collapsed fences. Birds tracked the convoy from high lines. Not the kamikaze swarms from before, but enough of them that every time a shadow crossed the windshield, hands tightened on triggers. The trucks had taken damage through the basin and town. Every mile sounded different now. A rattle from one axle, a whine from a transfer case. The whole convoy felt like a group of men pretending broken tools could remain immortal if used with sufficient determination. Around mid-morning, they reached the auxiliary strip Valdez had circled on the map the night before. Briggs Field had once served crop dusters, National Guard training flights, and maybe rich hobbyists with small planes. The place sat on a rise above the plain, 2 hangars, 1 fuel dump, a maintenance shed, and a runway long enough to matter if anyone still controlled the air. Chain-link fencing ringed most of it. Burn marks scarred the southern apron where something had exploded months earlier. Best of all, someone was alive there. A signal panel flashed from the tower in practiced military code. Friendly if you came alone. Less friendly if you arrived confused. Valdez answered with the convoy identifier and a burst relay from Cedar Pass. The tower pause lasted long enough to hurt. Then the gate began to open. Captain Ellis met them inside wearing Air Guard camo, a beard that had not seen policy in months, and the expression of a man exhausted clear through to his bones but still offended by disorder. He had 22 people at Briggs, half military, half civilian dependents. They had fuel for 1 heavy truck refill, and maybe a helicopter if any pilot was willing to land on a strip regularly tested by birds and desperation. More troubling, Mountain Home had gone mostly dark 2 hours earlier. Ellis delivered that line like a man reporting weather, perhaps because emotion had become an unaffordable decoration. We still catch partial transmissions from the west perimeter, he said in the operations room above the hangar. Mixed traffic, requests for medevac. References to stock breaches south of the outer fence. Then dead air. Could be equipment failure. Could be deliberate radio discipline. Could be worse. Harper stood over the map table with 1 palm flat against it, as if steadying the state itself. Can anyone still fly from here? Ellis spread both hands. In fair weather, yes. In this weather, maybe. With birds rising from the plane every time an engine spins up. Not unless we hate our pilot. Brooks looked through the operations room glass to the runway. So we have another place that is safe until it notices we are here. That is one description, Ellis said. He had not yet decided whether Brooks amused him or merely resembled a manageable insult. Valdez made the decision everyone had expected from the instant the radio report came in. We secure Briggs, refuel, duplicate the data again, and prepare a light convoy pushed to Mountain Home if no aircraft window opens by dawn. The hours that followed carried the nervous energy of a reprieve nobody trusted. Mechanics topped off the healthiest truck and cannibalized the disabled one for belts, hose clamps, and anything else Brooks barked for. Harper used the hangar break room as a cleaner lab than anything she had enjoyed since the mountain facility. Nathan, now pale but proud of his own usefulness, labeled copied formula packets under her direction with block letters careful enough to shame several adults. Elena helped Nathan's mother sort bandages while Tomas hauled fuel drums under Marine watch and did not complain because guilt had finally learned some manners. Clay took perimeter again because movement remained the only thing that kept his mind from wandering toward dark corners. From the west fence, he could see miles of plain and the ribbon of road they had survived. From the east fence, he could see only distant structures and a line of smoke too low to be weather. He suspected Mountain Home lay beyond it. Torres joined him near noon with 2 mugs of burnt coffee and one observation she apparently considered charitable. "You look less stupid when you're busy." He accepted the mug. "That your version of friendship?" "It is my version of mercy." They watched the plane together. After a while she said, "If the base is compromised, Valdez will still try to punch through. He thinks in routes, not in hesitations." Clay sipped the coffee and grimaced. "Tastes like the machine resents us. Everything resents us. Stay on topic." He looked east again. "You think we can make it?" Torres considered before answering. "I think making it is usually just another name for surviving one more hour than expected." That sounded like her idea of optimism. By late afternoon, the first new problem arrived in the form of birds. They came off the plane in rotating layers, not yet a strike force, more a scouting wheel. Ravens, crows, gulls from some impossible inland migration pattern the collapse had probably broken, all circling Briggs at different heights as if measuring it. The tower riflemen fired warning shots. The birds widened their arc and kept watching. Ellis swore under his breath. "They've learned the runways. The open ground gives them sight lines." Valdez heard that and made the runway lights stay off despite the coming dark. Good for concealment. Bad for aviation. The helicopter option slid farther from likely into maybe never. Clay found Harper in the maintenance bay just before evening with grease on one cheek and fury in her eyes because the portable centrifuge Ellis offered her had a cracked latch. She looked beautiful enough to irritate him with the timing. "You have blood on your collar," she said by way of greeting. "Probably old blood. That does not improve the sentence." He smiled despite the day. "What's wrong with the machine?" "Everything except the concept. But I can make it work." "Of course you can." She stopped, looked at him, and the anger shifted into something smaller and more private. "Do not sound so certain. You're encouraging me." He stepped nearer while the hangar noise covered them. "I am learning that encouraging you may be one of the few useful skills I own." Her hand found the front of his coat and stayed there. No performance. No need for one. Around them the hangar held people cleaning rifles, changing filters, labeling samples, and pretending labor could outvote fear. In the middle of all that, the simple pressure of her hand felt radical. "If we get through the next 24 hours, she said quietly, "I want one conversation that is not about roads, blood loss, dosage, or whether a fence will hold. I can manage that. I expect something original. That may be beyond me. Try anyway." Above them, the first bird struck the hangar roof like a thrown rock. Then a second, then a third. The whole building looked up at once. Chapter 48. Hangar Teeth. The attack on Briggs began with patience and became frenzy only after the birds confirmed the shape of the place. At first they did what ravens and crows had always done in smaller, saner worlds. They tested. One dropped onto the fuel truck mirror and pecked at its own reflection until a guard shot it off. 2 gulls skimmed the runway and vanished. A cluster of black birds gathered on the tower rail. None of it seemed like an assault to anyone who had not already lived too much of this new country. Then sunset hit the plain. The light flattened. The temperature fell. And the sky came down in layers. Ellis shouted for the tower shutters. Valdez sent rifle teams to the hangar entrances and ordered every canvas cover secured over fuel and rotor parts. Clay took the south doors with Torres and 3 Marines. Harper stayed in the maintenance room with the copied packets and Haskins because the rescued guard sergeant had started shivering hard enough to shake the litter frame. The first wave struck the runway lights and signal mast. The second hit the tower windows. The third came for flesh. Birds slammed against the hangar doors in bursts that sounded like hail thrown by a hateful god. Whenever one found a seam or broken pane, it forced through, twisting and beating for eyes, hands, necks. Clay shot one off a Marine's shoulder and caught feathers in his mouth again. The taste of old carrion and powder suddenly as familiar as dust. Torres used the butt of her rifle like a club and looked almost professionally insulted by the entire species. "I have had enemies with more dignity," she said after smashing one crow into the concrete. "Name 3, Clay answered. "Politicians, landlords, and geese." He would have replied if the South Chain Link had not folded inward beneath a heavier force. It was not birds. The fences around Briggs had been meant to keep out drunks, trespassers, and curious teenagers. They had not been meant to slow a half-dozen infected steers driven half-mad by the racket on the field. The first one came through the torn mesh, dragging wire around its horns like a crown. The second followed so close behind that both entered the apron together, slipping on tarmac and crashing into the fuel cart. "Now," Torres said with dead calm, "I hate everyone." The south doors became a kill lane. Clay and the Marines fired as the steers charged the hangar opening. One dropped. 2 more kept coming. The lead animal hit the partially closed doors hard enough to slam one panel back on its track. The impact ripped the chain from the latch and sent a shower of bolts across the floor. Cold evening air and feathered chaos poured through the gap. Inside the hangar, civilians screamed and hit the floor. Ellis's mechanics dragged a forklift across the opening, while Valdez shifted 2 more Marines south. Brooks appeared with a wrench almost as long as his leg and the expression of a man who had accepted the apocalypse personally. "If that fuel cart goes up," he said to Clay, "we are all briefly very warm." "Good to know. I specialize in morale." Another steer hit the opening. Clay shot until the rifle locked empty, grabbed a fresh magazine from the crate at his feet, and noticed Nathan 3 yards behind him passing loaded mags to anyone who shouted. The boy should have been under cover. He should also have been ignored less. Clay pointed at him. "Stay against the loader tire and keep your head down." Nathan nodded and did both while still handing up ammunition. It was, Clay decided, the exact kind of compromise survival often demanded from the young. Too much asked of them. Too much delivered anyway. At the north side of the strip, a siren began to howl. Ellis swore. A bird had managed to short the maintenance alarm line, which meant every infected creature within hearing distance now had one more reason to visit. The hangar fight turned from perimeter defense into tree-off. You did not stop all threats. You stopped the nearest. The forklift wedged the south opening just enough to keep the steers from entering as one mass. Clay and Torres shot through the gaps around the mast. Brooks and 2 mechanics ran a hose line to wet down the fuel spill so sparks from the banging doors would not become catastrophe. Harper moved through the back room with a med satchel, dosing a tower guard slashed across the face, and then pivoting to help Haskins when the sergeant finally admitted the leg pain had become too much to carry politely. The birds were only the ceiling of the problem. The ground wanted in too. Dog shapes flashed through the runway lights. Something that might have been a coyote or a lean wolf loped along the outer ditch and vanished under the dark of a parked crop duster. A boar hit the west fence and bounced off squealing. Ellis's people fired from the tower whenever targets presented clean. Their tracers cut red across the dusk and made the plane look far more crowded than anyone wanted to know. Valdez pushed to Clay's side at the south opening with the radio handset clamped to one ear. Still nothing from Mountain Home. "We hold here until midnight. If the field survives and weather breaks, Ellis sends the helicopter with Harper and the case. If not, dawn convoy." Clay nodded while firing through the forklift gap. "And if the hangar doesn't survive?" Valdez's answer was immediate. "Then we redefine field medicine and walk faster." Some men were built from iron filings and bad sleep. Clay thought the major might be one of them. The south fight worsened when a bull larger than any of the steers came out of the dark behind the fuel cart. A dairy breeding animal perhaps, huge in the chest and shoulders, hide mottled with old lash marks and infection scars. It lowered its head and drove straight through the wreckage of the cart like it weighed nothing. Diesel sprayed. The first steer carcass slid across the tarmac. Big one, Torres shouted unnecessarily. Everyone on the line fired. The bull kept coming. It struck the forklift dead center. The machine rolled backward 2 full feet. Clay felt the shock through the soles of his boots. A second hit nearly tore the forks loose. Brooks looked once at the shaking machine and made a choice. He sprinted for the maintenance bench, snatched a flare canister, and ran past Clay before anybody could stop him. Brooks, the old man, did not even glance back. He yanked the flare, pitched it under the diesel-soaked wreckage, and dove behind the wheel housing of a crop sprayer trailer as the spilled fuel finally found a use. Fire rose in a sheet. The heat slammed through the hangar mouth and drove birds back in a black scatter. The bull checked, swung blind from the sudden blaze, and hit the tarmac sideways. Torres put a round through its eye at the exact second Clay did. The animal crashed so hard the floor seemed to answer. For 10 miraculous breaths, fire became ally rather than threat. The birds widened off the south apron. Dogs in the dark hesitated. Even the men inside the hangar breathed easier, which was dangerous because relief often invited sloppiness. Clay ran to Brooks and hauled him up by the vest. "You suicidal old bastard." Brooks coughed smoke and glared. "That is not how one says thank you to heroic improvisation. Harper will kill you before the infection can. She is welcome to try after I sit down." He was limping worse now. Clay half dragged, half guided him back inside. Harper met them 3 steps into the hangar with a look sharp enough to strip paint. "I leave you alone for one evening, and you join the pyrotechnics," she told Brooks. "I thought the work needed more theater. Sit. Speak less. Bleed nowhere useful." She shoved him onto an ammo crate and checked his ribs with hands fast and merciless. Clay would have enjoyed the exchange more if the roof had not chosen that exact moment to start hammering under a fresh bird wave. The siege of Briggs lasted most of the night in pulses. Attack, regroup, patch, redistribute ammunition, attack again. By 1 in the morning, the helicopter option died when crosswinds rose and bird density remained too high over the field. Ellis said he would not kill his pilot on a prayer, and nobody called him coward for it. Dawn convoy became certainty. Near 3, Haskins insisted on being propped in the hangar office where she could watch the floor and direct loading for departure. Near 4, Nathan fell asleep against a stack of tire chains with an empty magazine still in one hand. Near 5, Harper handed Clay a waterproof packet sealed in plastic and a single pre-filled syringe in a padded sleeve. "What is this?" he asked. "Insurance. One of the copy sets. One emergency dose. If the convoy splits and I am not with you, you keep moving east." He looked up from the packet to her face. "I already told you I hate this rule." "I know. Hate it while obeying." He tucked the packet under his coat next to the dog tags. It felt like carrying a second pulse. Outside, beyond the black hangar doors, dawn was finally beginning to thin the eastern horizon. Briggs had held. The price of holding was that nobody inside mistook it for permanence anymore. Chapter 49. Snow and Kerosene. Dawn came with sleet. It hissed across the runway in slanting gray lines and turned every piece of metal cold enough to bite. Ordinarily, Clay would have welcomed weather that kept birds grounded. Instead, the sleet only made everything harder to touch, harder to see, and easier to crash. The survivors of Briggs loaded anyway because the field had used up its share of luck. They now had one healthiest truck, one damaged truck, a flatbed utility rig Ellis insisted on adding for fuel and spare parts, and a handful of field vehicles that would never survive the full distance to Mountain Home. Valdez stripped the convoy down to what could still fight and still move. Ellis sent 2 Air Guard riflemen and 1 pilot who no longer had an aircraft to protect. The rest stayed with Briggs in the promise that if the eastern road opened, help would come back. Before the convoy rolled, Elena caught Harper by the sleeve near the hangar steps. Her daughters were not with her. Clay knew before the woman spoke what she had decided. "You go east," Elena said. "If the cure reaches people, my girls have a world to be found in. If I make you turn around now, maybe none of us get that." Harper's face changed in a way few people ever got to see. Not softer exactly. More struck by truth. She squeezed Elena's hand once. Then I will carry them too. Elena nodded as if that was enough and stepped back into the hangar's shadows with the kind of bravery that looks too much like defeat from a distance. The convoy moved. The sleet gave them a strange hour of relative quiet. Hoofed animals disliked the slick ground. Birds stayed low. The plain between Briggs and the outer utility corridor toward Mountain Home rolled empty, except for irrigation wheels and the occasional dead machine rusting into the weather. Clay rode in the center truck with Harper and Brooks while Haskins, doped enough to remain useful rather than merely furious, lay strapped to the rear bench. Nathan and his mother rode in the lead vehicle now under Marine supervision strict enough to offend them both. Brooks watched the windshield through narrowed eyes. Too quiet, he said. Clay nearly answered out of habit, then stopped. Everyone knew it. Naming it changed nothing. The first proof came when they crossed the county line bridge over a shallow drainage and saw the cattle bones. Dozens of them, old and white where weather had worked, strewn along both banks among snapped fencing and abandoned feed tubs. Some skeletons still wore ear tags. Others had collars from dairy chains. The infection had not begun there, but it had fed there. Concentrated. Spread. Learned abundance before learning rage. Harper looked at the banks and spoke more to herself than to anyone else. The chemical preserved what should have broken down. It held in the soil, in runoff, in feed residue. Not just a bad batch. A cascade. Brooks glanced over. English, doctor. It means the landscape itself became a reservoir, she said. We keep thinking in events. This turned into ecology. Nobody liked that sentence. They kept it anyway. By mid-morning, the sleet shifted toward snow and visibility tightened. The convoy followed utility poles now, using them as a guide when the road all but vanished under white churn. Valdez called slower speeds. Brooks listened to the engine note like a priest hearing confession. Clay kept his rifle laid across his knees and watched the ditches because experience had taught him that attacks often emerged from the edges of bad visibility, which was why he saw the tanker too late for comfort and early enough for terror. An old kerosene tanker had jackknifed it across the road months before and half buried under drift. They nearly drove into it before the lead truck braked. The convoy stopped in a line of hissing engines. Snow softened the world around the wreck, but not the problem. The tanker blocked the direct route entirely, and the ditch on either side looked deep enough to trap a truck to the axles. Valdez and Brooks went out first. Clay followed with Harper before anyone could object. The tanker had split near the rear valve. Frozen slicks of old fuel feathered across the road and into the weed line. Brooks crouched by the rupture and touched the crust with one gloved finger. Not all of it drained, he said. Can we move it? Valdez asked. Brooks stared at the wheels half buried in ice and then at the embankment. With a dozer and better luck than we've been issued. Torres pointed toward the drainage on the south side where a service track dipped under the utility corridor. That cut might take us around if the ground holds. Ground, naturally, did not hold. The utility rig went first and sank to the hubs by the second turn, nose dropping into frozen muck hidden under the snow crust. They winched it back once. The second attempt snapped the tow hook clean off the frame. While everyone was focused on chains and angles, the wolves arrived. Not a full pack. 5, maybe 6. Gray shapes ghosting through the snow beyond the tanker with their heads low and their coats ragged from old fights. Infection had thinned them rather than bloating them. They looked starved, mean, and very sure that stopped engines meant opportunity. Clay raised his rifle. One wolf vanished. 2 kept coming. The rest spread wide. They're herding us to the tanker, Harper said. She was right, and that fact impressed Clay enough to frighten him. The wolves were not charging dumb at the noise. They were using the wreck and the ditch to narrow human movement. Whether infection had made them smarter or simply stripped away the last hesitation, he could not tell. The result was the same. Valdez put 2 Marines on the flank. Torres took the rear arc. Brooks kept working at the utility rig because he trusted mechanics more than predators. Snow thickened. Shapes blurred. The first wolf came from under the tanker itself, belly low against the fuel crust. It launched for an air guard rifleman and took a round through the chest while still airborne, landing in a red spray at the man's boots. The others learned from that and came in harder. Clay dropped one to the left. Torres dropped another at the ridge. A third made it all the way to the rear truck and slammed against the step rail where Nathan's mother, God help her, shot downward through the window slit and drove it off with a lucky hit to the shoulder. Nathan yelled something Clay could not hear, probably half prayer and half profanity learned from Marines. Then the kerosene caught, not from a deliberate spark, from the convoy itself. One of the snapped tow chains had struck the ruptured valve housing and thrown a tiny shower of metal sparks into frozen residue. Kerosene does not always leap to flame when old, cold, and dirty. This batch did. Fire ran under the tanker in a low blue sheet, and then rose orange where trapped vapor still lingered inside. Move! Brooks screamed with a force that made everyone obey before knowing why. The blast was not full catastrophic detonation, but it was bad enough. The rear valve assembly blew off in a chunk of spinning iron. Flame punched from the split seam and rolled across the road in a hungry wave. One wolf disappeared in it. The utility rig, sunk in the ditch, caught at the hood. Snow flashed to steam. Clay hit the ground behind the lead truck with Harper under him because instinct had already chosen before his mind caught up. Heat rolled over them. Metal fragments rattled off armor and windshield glass. Somewhere Haskins swore with such inventiveness that even Brooks looked impressed. When Clay pushed up, the wreck had changed. The burning tanker now blocked the direct road worse than before, but the blast had also torn open part of the south embankment. Soil, ice, and fence posts had slid away in a smoking gap wide enough for one truck at a time if a man did not value paint or prayer equally. Valdez looked at it once and nodded. There's our lane. Brooks stared at the fire, then at the gap, and barked a laugh so short it sounded painful. I hate being helped by explosions. They abandoned the utility rig to the flames, shifted its surviving cargo by hand, and squeezed the remaining vehicles through the blasted cut, while wolves paced the edge of the smoke waiting for cleaner chances. One nearly got Clay at the rear tire before Torres put it down so close the blood froze on the rim. The convoy emerged on the far side reduced again. Less fuel, fewer parts, more smoke in their clothes, more certainty that every mile east would charge interest. Harper checked Clay's face once they were back inside the truck. You took shrapnel? Just dirt. She touched the side of his jaw where a fragment had scored the skin. You are a poor liar. He caught her wrist lightly. Still here. Her answer came low enough for only him. That is not the same as untouchable. He knew that. He also knew there was no comfort to offer worthy of the truth. So he did the only honest thing left. He held her hand until the truck hit the next rut, and the world demanded both of them back. By late afternoon, the smoke line ahead became clearer. Not weather. Not isolated fires. A perimeter burning in segments. Signal flares. Vehicle wrecks. The outer approaches to Mountain Home. Valdez radioed challenge on every frequency Ellis had given him. For long seconds, nothing answered but static. Then, cracked and thin, a voice came through. West convoy identify, stock breach on south apron. Outer gate contested. If you have med support, God move. The transmission died in gunfire. Nobody in the truck spoke after that. They all knew what waited at the end of the road now. Not sanctuary. A fight already in progress, likely losing, with the last clean copies of the cure arriving into the middle of it. Haskins looked at the darkening horizon through half-lidded eyes and said, Well, I always did prefer a dramatic entrance. Brooks patted the rifle across his lap. I knew there was a reason I kept you around. Even Harper smiled at that, brief and crooked and tired as the whole state. The road bent south through one final strip of cottonwoods. Beyond the Mountain Home rose out of smoke and dusk like a city built inside a battlefield. Chapter 50. The Last Safe Mile. The first thing Clay saw was the breach. Not the walls. Not the towers. Not the vehicle rows or the burned hangars inside the outer wire. The breach. A section of south perimeter fence flattened outward beneath the churn of bodies around it, ringed by overturned trucks and firelit mud. Cattle swarmed the gap in black and red masses. Smaller shapes darted between them. Men in uniforms fought from sandbag pockets, and armored vehicles positioned in hard angles around the opening. Tracer fire cut the smoke. Loudspeakers barked orders nobody beyond the nearest 20 yards could possibly hear. Mountain Home had not fallen. Mountain Home was busy refusing. Valdez took the convoy off the main approach and into a drainage ditch parallel to the outer service road before the perimeter guns could mistake them for one more lost vehicle. The ditch stank of burned fuel, sewage, and blood. Bodies lay in it too. A civilian in a parka. A soldier with no helmet. 2 deer. 1 dog. The war around the base had used every species it could collect. Radio them again, Valdez said. Ellis's frequency officer leaned over the handset in the lead truck and transmitted until his voice turned hoarse. No answer. Too much traffic. Too much fire. Maybe too much dying. The convoy crept forward in the ditch while Clay watched the breach through the slit window and understood the geometry of the problem. The south apron was hopeless. The main west gate still stood, but the approach road to it had become a kill funnel between livestock trailers and a collapsed fuel berm. The north maintenance gate might be viable if they could reach it through the service drains and then announce themselves without being shredded by friendlies first. North side, he said. Valdez looked back from the front seat. You see a miracle there? I see fewer cattle and more cover. That's close enough. Torres, riding in the door well, nodded once. He is right. South side is a grinder. The convoy shifted north along the ditch with engines barely above idle. Twice they had to stop while Marines climbed out into freezing muck to drag debris aside. Once they passed a wrecked school bus packed with hay bales and sandbags, some earlier desperate attempt at a barricade now broken open by horns and weight. The sight of it made Clay think of Papa's barn, of Nana's jars cooling on shelves, of all the domestic things the world had been made from before it decided people would earn every one of them again. Near the north maintenance gate, they found friendlies. Also nearly lost them. A machine gun nest in a culvert challenged the first truck with enough aggression to make the entire convoy freeze. Valdez answered with code strings from Cedar Pass, Briggs, and Ellis's strip, then yelled Harper's name into the ditch like a prayer. The culvert did not open at once. Clay saw the gun barrel hold steady on the windshield and thought, not for the first time, that survival often came down to whether the right stranger believed you before fear finished its sentence. A lieutenant in filthy desert camo finally crawled from the culvert mouth and approached undercover. Her face looked sanded raw by wind and stress. She checked the windshield markings, checked Valdez's ID, checked Harper through the side glass, and then made a decision with the exhausted violence of somebody who had not enjoyed decisions for days. Gate team's gone, she said. I can get you through the maintenance slot if your drivers don't freeze. Once you're inside, go straight for Hangar 3. Colonel's holding command there. South Breach is taking everything. We lost radio relay 20 minutes ago. If you brought med miracles, unload them fast. We brought the reason to keep shooting, Valdez said. The lieutenant stared at him 1 second, saw no joke, and stepped aside. Then move. The maintenance slot had been built for service carts and forklift traffic, not armored trucks. Marines on both sides hauled the bent gate panel up by chain hoist while drivers threaded mirrors through inches of clearance. Clay rode the bumper on the second truck, one hand on the roof rail, firing at anything that moved too close in the ditch. A coyote tried the rear tire and died under the wheel instead. A deer hit the outer wall above the culvert and slid down, leaving blood on concrete. The whole base smelled like a slaughter line merged with a machine shop. Once inside, the illusion of order vanished. Mountain Home was not a base anymore. It was a city of emergencies packed inside military geometry. Hangars had become aid stations, ammo dumps, refugee pens, and triage wards depending on the wall you looked through. Civilians moved under escort between hardened shelters carrying children and fuel cans and blankets. Mechanics worked on armored trucks with rifles slung over greasy coveralls. Medics ran with stretchers. Somewhere out of sight, a siren kept trying to finish one note and never got the chance. The convoy tore across the inner service lane toward Hangar 3 while soldiers pounded the truck sides and shouted questions nobody in the cab had time to answer. Clay saw one little girl in a winter coat too big for her standing in the doorway of a machine shed with both hands over her ears while Marines ran past. He saw an old man in coveralls handing ammunition belts to a line of younger soldiers with the solemnity of communion. He saw an apron full of dead cattle bulldozed into a burning trench because there had been no time for better methods. Human beings, he thought again, are strangest when they survive. Hangar 3 stood with one door open and the other warped from some earlier impact. Inside, command had become a collision between maps, blood, coffee, and exhaustion. Colonel Miriam Sloan met them on the hangar floor wearing body armor over flight coveralls and a headset around her neck, like a broken halo. She was perhaps 50, perhaps older, and looked carved from all the bad news Idaho had received in a month. Valdez got 3 sentences into the report before Harper stepped around him with the insulated case in both hands. I have the serum, the process, live validation in multiple human subjects, and copy sets. Tell me where you want miracles unpacked. Colonel Sloan looked at her, then at the case, then at the convoy mud and blood coating everybody around it. Whatever she saw there convinced her. Lab annex behind the avionics bay, Sloan said. Dr. Ree is holding what passes for sterile. Major Kincaid, clear them a corridor. Everything moved then with frightening speed. Harper went with 2 medics and Clay at her shoulder before anyone could stop him. Brooks followed because nothing in the world had yet invented the command capable of making him sit when work remained. Nathan and his mother were pulled toward a shelter queue. Haskins got taken to surgical triage while still arguing about inventory. Valdez disappeared into the command ring around the breach map. Torres vanished toward a rifle stack and came back already loaded for the next wall. The corridor to the lab annex ran through a service hallway lit by emergency strips and clogged with the injured. Clay saw scratches, bites, gashes, horn punctures, trampling damage, exhaustion plain enough to count as injury. He also saw something new. Hope moving faster than rumor. The word serum had already started ahead of them somehow. Heads turned. Questions followed. Harper did not slow. Her focus sharpened until she resembled the most dangerous thing on the base, which in some ways she likely was. Dr. Ree met them in the annex wearing a stained mask pulled under his chin and the stunned expression of a man who had spent too long praying professionally for a thing and did not trust it when it walked through the door. He looked at the case, then at Harper, then at Brooks. You are alive, he said to Brooks. Indecently so, Brooks replied. Ree almost smiled. Then Harper opened the case. For one suspended second the room went still around glass vials, padded sleeves, handwritten pages, and the whole ridiculous fragile weight of the future arranged on foam. Ree made the sign of the cross before catching himself. All right, he said. We work now. Clay thought the annex would give them a pocket of safety while the doctors took over. He should have known better. The first explosion hit somewhere near the south hangars and rolled through the base like a giant slamming a door. Ceiling dust rained over the stainless counters. Red lights snapped on. A voice over the internal speaker shouted that the outer breach had widened and the herd had reached the fuel berm. The lab annex was still standing. For the moment, Harper looked from the shaking ceiling to Clay and then to the notes now spread under Dr. Ree's gloved hands. Her face settled into a kind of terrible calm. Part 6 begins, she said so softly only he heard it. Outside the annex, the base opened its throat and roared. Clay stepped back into the corridor before anybody could tell him to wait. Sensible. Sensible had become another word for late. Marines were running past with ammunition cans, stretchers, and portable barricades ripped from storage. Over the speaker, Colonel Sloan was ordering every spare body to the inner fuel line, which meant the south breach had moved closer than command wanted admitted aloud. Through a narrow window at the end of the hall, Clay saw the base lit in pulses of red, white, and orange, muzzle flash, warning strobes, burning diesel, all of it reflecting off sleet and smoke until the night looked like metal being forged. Torres appeared at the far intersection with a belt of ammunition across one shoulder and blood on the side of her face. She saw him, jerked her chin toward the noise, and kept moving. Behind him, Harper's voice rose over clattering trays. dictating measurements to Dr. Ree with the force of somebody trying to outrun collapse by precision alone. Clay touched the packet under his coat, gripped the rifle, and went after the sound of the fight. Chapter 51. Red Lights and Diesel. Clay hit the corridor at a run and nearly collided with a pair of Marines carrying stacked cases of rifle magazines toward the South Junction. The annex behind him clattered with trays, glass, and Harper's voice as she and Dr. Ree turned copied notes into action. Ahead, Mountain Home was coming apart in layers of alarms, gunfire, and the deeper percussion of mounted weapons. Torres came back through the cross hall with 2 more Marines at her heels and a spool of concertina wire hooked under one arm. Blood had dried in a dark sheet along the left side of her jaw, but her eyes were clear and angry in the same practical way they always were. "South fuel line," she said. "Colonel Sloan wants everybody that can still hold a rifle. Valdez already moved. Brooks is at the vehicle bay arguing with God and mechanics. Pick one and join it." "I'll take the fuel line first," Clay said. "Good. If the berm goes, the annex becomes a lantern." She shoved a smoke canister into his free hand and kept moving before he could ask for anything else. That was Torres all the way through. Orders, useful objects, no wasted breath. Clay reached the outer service door and shouldered through into sleet, smoke, and red emergency light. Burned fuel, hot brass, wet earth, and old blood took over at once. The inner fuel line sat roughly 80 yards ahead, a staggered barrier of sandbags, concrete dividers, and disabled trucks nosed first across the lane to the storage berm. Beyond it, the south breach pulsed with motion as cattle, dogs, coyotes, and birds fought through smoke, wire, and wreckage. Valdez stood on the hood of a mud-splashed utility truck with a radio handset jammed to one ear and an assault rifle slung across his chest. He saw Clay and pointed without greeting. "Take the left notch by Sergeant Pike. Watch the ditch. They are using it." Clay slid down behind the barrier at the place indicated and found Pike crouched there with one boot planted on a crate of grenades and eyes gone almost colorless from exhaustion. The Marine gave Clay a hard nod and went back to firing controlled pairs into the smoke. The ditch in front of them had once drained runoff from the apron. Now it served as a shallow trench. Clay spotted the first shape in it almost at once, a shepherd mix with half an ear missing and foam on its muzzle. It came fast, launched at the barrier, and took 2 rounds before it stopped trying. Pike spat into the mud. They learn routes fast. People too, Clay said. The answer felt thin the moment it left him. Out toward the breach, men in soaked uniforms were fighting a war that kept changing species. A mounted gun hammered cattle and still barely slowed the mass. "Fuel truck moving," somebody shouted from the right. Clay looked in time to see Brooks wrestling an airport tanker around the rear of the line with 2 mechanics and a face full of grease. The old man drove as if rage alone could steer 10 tons of shaking steel. He swung the tanker broadside behind the berm, jumped out before it stopped rocking, and started screaming at 2 airmen who were trying to back another truck into place. "Wrong angle," Brooks bellowed. "You want the blast to cut inward or out? Pick one and disappoint me with purpose." Clay felt himself grin despite the situation. Brooks had a gift for making catastrophes sound like shop work. Another wave hit. This one came with deer, 4 of them bursting out of smoke in a blur of legs and blind panic. They did not slow for wire or dead bodies. One impaled itself halfway on a snapped post and kicked there, screaming with a human pitch that rattled the men closest to it. Another cleared the outer barricade entirely and crashed into a knot of defenders behind Clay's position. By the time he turned, 2 Marines had already gone down under hoofs. Torres arrived from nowhere, jammed her rifle beneath the deer's ribs, and fired upward. Blood sheeted over her sleeve. She shoved the animal away with one furious kick. "Less majestic in person," she said. Clay leaned over the barrier and fired into the ditch again. A pair of coyotes were trying to climb over the dead shepherd. Pike dropped one. Clay caught the second through the eye at the top of its jump. The body hit the sandbags and slid back into the sludge. For a few minutes the line held through repetition. Fire. Reload. Shout. Shift. Fire again. A medic slid along the rear dragging bandages and morphine where they were needed. The sleet thickened and hissed against hot engine blocks. Somewhere beyond the fuel berm, a siren began and stayed on until either the power failed or somebody shot the speaker apart. Valdez dropped from the truck hood and moved along the line with the ugly calm of a man whose fear had become accounting. He touched shoulders, checked ammunition, redirected fields of fire by inches. When he reached Clay's notch, he crouched long enough to be heard over the noise. NX reports first culture is holding, he said. Reese says they need 90 minutes before they know if the batch survives scale-up. 90 minutes. Clay looked toward the low-attached building where Harper was working and tried not to let the number settle into his bones. In this new world, 90 minutes was a season. It was enough time to lose a town, a family, a road, a base. Then we buy it, he said. Valdez's mouth tightened around something that might have been approval. Correct answer. Wrong tone. Less martyrdom. More marksmanship. He moved on. The next strike on the line came from above. Birds burst out of the smoke layer in a black fan and slammed into the floodlight poles over the berm. The bulbs popped one after another, plunging half the southern apron into a deeper, shifting gloom cut only by fires and tracers. More birds dropped straight down at faces and exposed hands. Clay flung an arm over his eyes as claws scraped his sleeve. Pike caught one by the body and beat it against a divider hard enough to leave feathers stuck to concrete. Torres fired upward 3 times in pure annoyance. Then the cattle reached the outer fuel pumps. A cow the size of a compact car hit a steel housing and tore it half loose. Another followed. Diesel sprayed in a glittering fan across mud and bodies. Every defender on the line knew what that meant before anyone said it. Fire plus fuel plus panic never needed translation. Backline hoses, a voice screamed. Brooks was already moving. He sprinted with a coil of suppression line dragging behind him and 3 mechanics cursing their way after. Clay saw the old man slip, recover, and vault the divider with a speed no one his age had any right to own. He vanished behind the nearest pump station just as muzzle flash strobed from the breach again. A second later, an explosion punched the night sideways. The blast did not come from the main tanks, thank God, but from a service cart or broken feed vehicle caught in the spill. The shock hit Clay in the chest like a door kicked open. Heat rolled over the line. Men ducked by instinct. Cattle bellowed. Dogs howled. For 10 wild seconds the battlefield became all flame and silhouettes. When Clay raised his head again, the outer left sector had folded inward. A section of sandbags was gone. 2 defenders were down. Something large had forced through the gap and was thrashing among the barriers, more shape than species under mud, blood, and orange light. Clay scrambled that direction with Pike beside him. The thing resolved into a bull elk with one antler snapped short and the other wrapped in torn wire that glittered when it moved. It had already gutted one divider with its chest. A corporal tried to get clear and got thrown 8 feet instead. Clay fired once, twice, 3 times. The elk drove forward anyway, foam spraying from its jaws. Pike jammed a grenade under the animal's front legs and shouted for everybody to get down. The explosion blew Clay flat onto his side and filled his mouth with grit. When he pushed back up, his ears ringing, the elk was in pieces and the gap behind it was full of motion. Cattle were coming through. Not 1 or 2. A press of them. Heads low. Horns red. Hooves smashing over dead animals and metal alike. The line buckled as defenders shifted fire to center mass and learned again what too much meat could absorb before quitting. Valdez shouted for fallback to the secondary barrier. Torres shouted that there was no time. Brooks emerged from the fuel station covered in foam and smoke, looked once at the gap, and made a decision with the speed of a man who had spent a life around engines and things that burned. Clay, he roared. Truck ignition. Now. He pointed at the disabled utility truck jammed into the left notch. Clay understood before he entirely knew how. The truck had half a tank. The driver's side door hung open. The lane behind the breach ran straight for 30 yards before bending into wrecks and bodies. Pike stared at Brooks as if the old man had proposed wrestling the moon. That is a terrible plan. Exactly, Brooks shouted back. Those are the ones that work in Idaho. Clay was already moving. He vaulted the divider under a burst of covering fire, hit the truck, and yanked himself into the cab. The key was still there. He twisted it and got nothing but a grinding cough. Outside, cattle closed on the hood with blind, murderous momentum. One horn punched through the windshield and hung there, scraping glass. Clay kicked the clutch, pumped the pedal, tried again. The engine caught on the third turn with a roar so loud it felt physical. "Move, farm boy," Brooks bellowed. Clay dropped the truck into gear and stomped the accelerator. The disabled vehicle lurched forward in a spray of mud and shattered sandbags, nosed straight into the first two cattle, and kept going. The impact snapped his head back hard enough to blur his sight. More bodies hit the sides. The horn blasted uselessly under his hand. He steered not toward safety, but across the mouth of the breach, where the lane narrowed between wreckage and fire. Animals turned on sound and motion exactly as Brooks had hoped. The front of the wave shifted after him. Clay drove through hell for maybe 12 seconds. It felt like an hour. Horns hammered the doors. A dog climbed the bed and vanished under hooves. Fire licked along diesel-slick mud to his right. He reached the bend, yanked the wheel left, and aimed the truck straight into a knot of wrecked trailers and broken fence where there was no surviving route forward. He bailed out an instant before impact. The ground punched him. He rolled through grease, mud, and bloody water, came up on one knee behind an overturned trailer, and heard the truck hit hard enough to burst. Not explode, not yet, but tear open with a shriek of metal that sent another stream of animals veering toward it. Someone was firing from the line toward him. Friendly cover. Good. Clay sprinted back through smoke and falling sleet with 3 dogs on his flank and 1 bird battering at the back of his head. He killed the first dog at arm's length, tripped over a fence post, regained his feet, and felt Torres grab the back of his coat and haul him bodily over the rebuilt barrier. The moment his boots cleared, Brooks hit a detonator plunger wired to charges the mechanics had planted near the spill line. The breach disappeared inside fire. A sheet of flame rolled outward and upward, bright enough to bleach color from the world. Burning diesel raced through the mud channel and around the wrecked utility truck Clay had driven into place. Cattle at the front of the push went down screaming. Those behind crashed into the heat wall and recoiled for the first time all night. Not from fear exactly, but from animal nerves overriding the strain for one blessed fragment of sense. The defenders of Mountain Home used that fragment. Mounted guns opened again from the towers. Rockets streaked in from the west berm. Marines surged to the line with fresh ammunition and pushed fire through every opening in the smoke. Clay lay where he had landed, coughing up diesel taste, while Torres knelt on his back just long enough to make sure he was still shaped like one person. "You smell terrible," she informed him. "Thank you." That was not praise. She offered a hand and pulled him up. Across the berm, Brooks was bent over laughing the breathless, ugly laugh of a man who had just survived his own idea. Valdez keyed his radio and listened, rain and ember light cutting hard lines across his face. Then he looked toward the annex and nodded once. "They bought 30 minutes, he said. Clay wiped grime from his eyes and stared at the burning breach, already knowing the line had not won anything permanent. Infected animals did not understand surrender, only obstacles, and every obstacle eventually broke if hit long enough. 30 minutes, he thought. All right, then we buy the next 32. Chapter 52. The Fuel Line. Morning never really arrived. The sky above Mountain Home only shifted from black to iron gray, the sleet thinning into a hard cold rain that carried smoke close to the ground and left everything smelling half-drowned. The fire at the South Breach had bought time, but time in this war came in ragged pieces. By dawn the first burn lane was already cooling along the edges. Charred cattle lay in heaps that steamed in the weather. Behind them, more infected livestock crowded through the smoke, shoving at the blackened carcasses of the front rank until the dead became a ramp for the living. Nobody who had seen the night expected the morning to be kinder. Clay was reloading beside the inner berm when Harper found him. She had traded her blood-specked sweater for a base jacket too large in the shoulders, but she still looked like the same sleepless force that had dragged reason across half the state. Soot marked one cheek. Her hair had come loose from whatever tie she had started with hours ago. In her hands, she carried a hard plastic case the size of a lunch pail. "Ree says the first batch is stable," she said. For a second, he heard nothing else. Only those words. Stable. Not salvation yet. Not enough. But real. Then she kept talking, and the battlefield came back around them. "Small yield," she said. "Emergency dose only. We need the larger centrifuge in Hangar 2 for mass production, and we need uninterrupted power, or all of this becomes a pretty memory." Clay looked toward the hangars through rain and smoke. One of the long structures on the east side burned from a roof seam. Another had half a wall caved in. Somewhere between them sat the machines Harper needed. "How bad?" "Bad enough that I came out here instead of sending someone polite." She opened the case. Inside, foam cradled 12 syringes filled with a pale amber liquid. Field protocol. Immediate defensive response. It should create partial protection fast and stronger protection once the booster series is completed. We think. You think. Science is just thinking with better notes. Even here, soaked and hunted and red-eyed, she managed to sound offended by the universe. Clay touched one syringe through the foam, but did not lift it. Not a cure after a bite. No. Her expression sharpened. "I will not lie to make anyone brave. If the strain has a full hold, this does not reverse it. But if somebody is clean and exposed to the risk all around us, it shifts the odds. Right now, shifting the odds is what we have." He nodded. It was enough. More than enough. Brooks limped over from the pump lane with coffee in a steel mug and 2 fresh strips of tape holding his ribs. He peered into the case and gave a low whistle. "That," he said, "looks expensive." "It is beyond expensive," Harper said. "It is irreplaceable until we get the line running. Then perhaps we stop standing in the rain like fools and tell somebody important." Valdez took the news with less visible relief than Clay felt. He only inhaled once, long and controlled, then radioed command. 5 minutes later, Colonel Sloan arrived in a rain cape with 2 MPs and Dr. Ree at his shoulder. Sloan was a broad man with the kind of posture that suggested every vertebra had been personally instructed not to fail. He had the exhausted face of someone who had been making impossible choices for days and knew they would not end this morning. Ree looked the opposite. Thin, brilliant, wrecked, and running almost entirely on purpose. Harper briefed them with the case balanced on an ammo crate. She did not soften any of it. 12 emergency doses. No guaranteed reversal for established infection. Need to secure Hangar 2 and its power link. Need to protect the annex and communication room long enough to send the full process out through every surviving military and civilian channel. When she finished, rain tapped on helmets and metal, and nobody spoke for several heartbeats. Then Sloan asked the only useful question. "What buys you the line?" Harper pointed through the smoke. "A corridor from the annex to Hangar 2. Power restored on the east bus. And men who understand that if they shoot too close to the sterile room, I will come back from the dead just to kill them myself." Brooks nodded appreciatively. "There is the spirit of national recovery." Sloan ignored him. "Valdez. Clay. Torres. You take the push. Ellis can spare the flight line crew and 1 armored loader. Ree goes with Harper once the corridor is clean." "Sir." Ree began, clearly ready to protest every part of the sentence. Sloan cut him off. "Doctor, if you die in this parking lot over a phrase like chain of custody, I will be extremely irritated. Stay useful." That settled it. The plan came together in the ugly, efficient way plans always did once they were forced out of theory and into weather. Ellis would bring the loader and 2 fuel rigs up the east service lane to act as moving cover. Torres would lead a rifle team along the maintenance sheds and clear the catwalks where birds had been nesting. Clay and Valdez would push center with Brooks riding the loader's side step to keep engines alive under abuse they had never been built to take. Once the lane to Hangar 2 was secure, Harper and Ree would move with the doses and the copied notes. Nathan appeared during the briefing carrying 3 freshwater cans and pretending not to listen. He looked steadier than he had at Briggs, though the hollows under his eyes made him older than the rest of his face. "You should be inside," Harper told him. "So should all of you," he said. There was no teenage bite in the answer, only exhausted truth. He set the water down and glanced toward the smoke. "My mom says if you get the line running, Maybe other places stopped dying blind. So I thought maybe somebody should carry water where it matters. Nobody laughed at him. Nobody told him to hide again. Clay took one of the cans and squeezed his shoulder. Stay where the medics can find you. That is an order from somebody who has no right to give orders. Nathan managed a tired half-grin. Copy that. They moved 10 minutes later. The east service lane ran between storage sheds, a wrecked tow tractor, and a strip of open tarmac with too little cover and too many sight lines for comfort. Rain slicked the concrete. Dead birds plastered the ground like black leaves. The loader went first, bucket raised high as a crude shield. Brooks clung to the side with one hand and kept shouting engine temperatures to Ellis's driver as if the machine could hear encouragement. Clay stayed just off the left wheel with Valdez on the right. Torres and her team ghosted along the maintenance wall, taking down birds and smaller predators before they could dive the convoy. The first resistance came from the sheds. Not men. Goats. 5 of them burst through a broken service door in a tangle of horns and rectangular, yellow eyes gone fever bright. They hit the loader's side panel and skidded away, then came again with astonishing fury for creatures people usually associated with petting zoos and stupid internet videos. Clay shot the lead goat through the forehead. Valdez dropped another. The remaining 3 scattered under the loader and tried to hamstring the people on foot. I officially hate agriculture, Torres called from the wall. Late conversion, Brooks shouted back. They cleared the sheds and entered the stretch of open pavement between the weather office and Hangar 2. That was where the birds found them in force. Gulls and crows poured off the hangar roofline in a whipping black stream. The loader's bucket shielded the center, but Clay and the others on the ground had no such luxury. Wings hammered his face. Claws scraped across his collar. One gull hit the barrel of his rifle and snapped its own neck against the steel, dropping limp at his boots while 2 more came over it. Torres fired upward in disciplined short bursts, cursing every creature in creation without repeating herself once. Valdez switched to a shotgun taken from an airman and began punching brutal holes through the densest clusters. Clay kept moving and learned very quickly that stopping to kill one bird only made him slower for the next 10. The hangar doors loomed ahead, one half open, one jammed low. Then the cattle arrived. A half-dozen had broken around from the southern smoke and were charging the east lane at a diagonal. Not a herd this time, but a hard, fast spear of mass and bone. There was no room to sidestep on the tarmac. No ditch, no tree line, just concrete, walls, and a loader not built to outrun tonnage. Inside, Valdez shouted. The loader could not fit under the jammed door without lowering its bucket. Lowering the bucket would expose everyone to birds and hooves. Brooks solved the argument by slamming his fist into the driver's shoulder and pointing the machine straight at the hanging door section. Take it off. The driver accelerated. Steel screamed. The bucket caught the jammed panel and peeled it upward in a shower of bolts and sparks, just as the first cow hit the side of the loader with enough force to jar Clay's teeth. He stumbled through the widening gap with Valdez behind him and turned in time to see Brooks hook his arm around a handrail and stay on the machine as it lurched fully into the hangar. The doors shut on the second impact. Darkness swallowed them for one breath before emergency strips along the interior walls flickered on. Hangar 2 stank of aviation fuel, machine oil, old smoke, and animal filth. Birds nested in the rafters. A torn tarp hung over the nose of a half-cannibalized transport plane. Near the back wall, behind rows of tool cabinets and box supplies, stood the centrifuge room Harper needed, its glass front cracked but still intact. And between them and that room stood 3 infected horses. They had likely been security or ceremonial stock evacuated onto the base in some hopeful early hour before the world finished, proving how stupid hope could be when paired with logistics. Now they stamped and snorted in front of the equipment cages with ribs showing through wet hide and jaws working constantly around nothing. One had a piece of yellow caution tape trailing from a rear leg like a parody of decoration. No one fired at first. Not because they were merciful, because gunfire in a hangar turned hearing into a memory. The nearest horse solved the hesitation by charging. Its shoes sparked on the floor. Clay Dove left as the animal thundered past close enough for him to feel heat rolling off it. The horse crashed into a pallet stack and went down screaming, still trying to rise. Valdez put 2 rounds into the base of its skull. Torres and her team engaged the second and third in a blister of shots that echoed so hard the rafters seemed to shake. When the last animal dropped, Harper came in under Marine escort with Ree, the case clutched against her chest like a sacred text she intended to hit someone with. She took one look around the hangar and said, "You people consistently make laboratories less inviting." "We specialize," Clay told her. Her hand brushed his wrist in passing, the quickest possible contact, but it grounded him more than the concrete under his boots. Then she and Ree were through the cracked glass door and into the machine room, while the rest of them set to work making the place defensible. They had the line. Now they only had to hold 2 buildings, a power bus, a road between them, and the hope of the species. It did not seem unreasonable at all. Chapter 53. The Annex Door. Holding the corridor between the Annex and Hangar 2 became harder the moment everyone understood its value. The infected did not know what a centrifuge was, nor why lights in one building mattered more than lights in another. Yet the strain had reduced the world to appetite and agitation, and human attempts at order tended to produce both in vast amounts. Generators hummed. Men shouted. Engines moved. Every one of those signals drew attention. By noon the rain had eased enough for birds to return in ugly confidence. They clustered on the hangar trusses above the east lane. Coyotes nosed the bodies near the maintenance sheds. Farther out, the black churn at the southern breach never stopped, only shifted in shape as one kind of animal gave way to the next. Inside Hangar 2, Harper and reworked the big machine until their hands shook. Through the cracked glass, Clay could see them measuring, logging, swapping tubes, arguing in tight, furious bursts that looked less like disagreement than shared speed. Brooks, having decided rest was for the uncommitted, rewired the east bus through 2 backup panels and an insultingly small miracle. Ellis supplied cable. 2 airmen supplied ladders. Torres supplied the threat that if anyone tripped over a sterile line, she would make the investigation short. Clay stood watch at the central hangar door with Pike and 1 base security sergeant named Lowell, whose left arm was in a sling and whose right hand still loaded magazines faster than most healthy men could manage. Lowell glanced through the glass at Harper and Ree. "My wife taught high school chemistry," he said. "I spent 15 years pretending I understood what she loved about beakers. Today I would gladly build a church for any container with volume markings on the side." Clay almost smiled. "Seems fair. You got people outside this place?" Lowell asked. The question arrived simply, without the probing sympathy strangers usually layered around it. That made answering easier. "Used to," Clay said. "Now I got the ones still breathing." Lowell nodded like that was the only math worth trusting anymore. The first sign of a new problem came through the radio, not the walls. A squad on the North Interior Road reported missing contact with the generator shed. Another called in that dogs had been seen under the pipe racks leading toward the Annex Foundation. Sloan ordered inspection teams. No team answered back after the first burst of static. Valdez, who had been conferring with Ellis near the hangar office, looked up at the same moment Clay did. Men who had survived this long learned to hear pattern in partial information. Missing shed. Pipe racks. No reply. That was not random pressure. That was a lane being tested. Annex basement access, Valdez said. Clay was already moving. They reached the annex through the covered service passage just as a scream tore up from below the floor. Not long. Not theatrical. A single human sound cut off halfway through itself. The annex had been built in layers over older utility rooms. Harper had told Clay that earlier in the morning while half awake, mentioning some basement autoclave chamber she wished still worked. He had listened because her voice mattered to him, not because he expected a floor plan to turn tactical. Now it did. Ree heard them come in and looked up from the stainless bench where 3 additional syringes were being packed. "What is it?" "Basement," Valdez said. "How many entries?" Ree blinked once, too tired to waste time on confusion. "Main stair behind stores. Small crawl hatch and utility. Service lift shaft, but the lift is dead." Torres had arrived behind them with 2 Marines and a face that said the day had found a fresh way to offend her. "I'll take stores. Clay with me." "Valdez, utility hatch." Brooks, if the deadlift starts moving, I am blaming you personally. That seems unkind, Brooks said from somewhere near a relay cabinet. Life is unkind. Keep up. The store's stairwell smelled wrong before they even reached the door. Warm, animal, copper, and rot. Torres kicked the latch and led the way down into flickering emergency light. The basement level had once been a neat grid of supply cages, old freezers, archived records, and maintenance rooms no one loved enough to renovate. Now half the fluorescent tubes were dead, leaving the hall striped with alternating brightness and shadow. Blood gleamed across one wall where a dragged hand had left streaks. A dead airman lay at the foot of the stairs with his helmet twisted under him and his throat gone. Clay did not let himself stop there. Something scraped metal deeper in the level. They followed the sound past stacked pallets of paper towels and medical packs. Another body lay face down by an open freezer room, one leg still twitching from whatever nerves had not yet understood the rest was over. Torres raised a fist, and the Marines behind them froze. The scrape came again, followed by a thump and a low chuffing breath. Wolves. 3 of them emerged from the records corridor in a line too orderly to feel natural. Idaho wolves had once inspired posters, arguments, rancher fury, and tourist awe. These inspired nothing but the oldest terror in the spine. Their hides were patchy from old fights. Their lips did not lift in warning because warning had become a useless stage of behavior. They just came. The hall turned into muzzle flash and noise. Clay shot the first wolf through the chest and still had to sidestep as it skidded almost to his boots. Torres took the second in the skull. The third vanished behind shelving, circled, and came from a side aisle with enough speed to hit one of the Marines at knee height. The man went down. Clay reached them a heartbeat later, drove the rifle barrel into the wolf's ribs, and fired until the body lost interest in motion. You bit. Torres barked at the Marine. The man was white under the dirt, but lucid. Armor took it. Think armor took it. Think was not good enough anymore. They pulled him up and checked. Teeth marks dented the hockey shin plate strapped over his lower leg. No puncture in flesh. The breath Clay let out felt borrowed. From somewhere beyond the records room came another sound. Not a growl this time. A dragging metallic knock, then claws on concrete. More of them, one Marine whispered. Torres listened, head tilted slightly. No, different weight. Then the thing rounded the corner. It had been a mountain lion once. Now it looked starved and enormous at the same time, every muscle standing out under slick tawny hide, tail snapping hard enough to mark the floor with blood from some older tear. Its mouth hung part open around thick ropes of foam. One eye was clouded white, the other fixed on the stair behind them as if it already understood the path to fresher prey. Clay remembered the donor truck in Cougar Country. The way those cats had barely made a sound until the instant they chose violence. This one made no sound at all. It launched. Torres shoved the nearest Marine down and fired upward as the cat cleared a rolling cart. The shots hit but did not turn it. Clay stepped into the line rather than away from it, instinct shaped by too many farm years around charging weight, and swung the rifle like a club just before the animal landed. The stock cracked against its jaw. Momentum sent both of them into the wall. Claws raked his coat and ripped the outer layer open from chest to hip. He felt pressure, heat, then nothing specific enough to name because adrenaline makes liars of nerves. The cat twisted for his face. Clay jammed his forearm across its throat and smelled meat rot and wet fur so sharply he thought he might carry it to the grave. Torres closed from the side and drove a combat knife up under the jaw hinge with all the strength in her compact frame. The cat convulsed, slammed once more against him, and went heavy. For a moment no one moved. Then Torres kicked the body away and stared at the shredded front of his coat. "Tell me that is cloth," she said. Clay looked down. The outer jacket was gone in strips. The canvas shirt beneath it was sliced through in 3 places. Under that, the hard plate insert he had duct-taped inside during the Briggs run showed 4 white claw tracks scored across the surface like somebody had taken a file to ceramic. No skin, no blood from him, only shock. "Cloth and bad planning," he said. Torres exhaled through her nose. It might have been relief. With her, relief often looked angry. They swept the remainder of the basement, and found the reason the animals had reached it. The old drainage culvert under the generator shed had collapsed enough to open a crawlable gap beneath the annex utility wall. Whether rain, blast pressure, or sheer battering had made the breach, no one could say. What mattered was that wolves and cats had used it. Valdez joined them at the culvert with a maintenance crew and one terrified civil engineer who kept insisting the wall could not take repeated stress. Brooks solved the conversation by ordering welding torches, spare rebar, and every drum of quick-set concrete the base still possessed. "I can make anything hold for 6 more hours," he said. "Past that, ask a priest." While crews sealed the gap, Clay went upstairs at Torres's insistence and let a medic inspect the claw marks in his coat. The medic, a woman with tape on her name patch where the stitching had torn away, checked his ribs, shoulders, and neck with competent, brutal hands. "You are not opened up," she concluded. "Try not to test the theory again." Harper appeared in the doorway before he could answer. She saw the shredded coat, the chalk claw lines on the plate, and went very still. "Outside," she said. It was not a request. He followed her into the side passage where the noise from the hangar blurred into a distant metallic roar. For one breath, she simply looked at him, and every calculation she had used all day seemed to strip away until he could see the woman underneath, raw and furious and frightened. "Do you know," she said quietly, "how close that is to a different conversation?" He did. That was the worst of it. "Harper. No. Let me finish before you say something noble and idiotic. I can work while terrified. I can think while hungry, filthy, and 2 days from collapse. I cannot do this if every time a door opens I have to prepare myself to see someone else carrying what's left of you." The words hit harder than the cougar had. He did not reach for her at first because the hall was still half full of passing boots and rushing voices, and this base had very little privacy left. She solved that problem by stepping into him, gripping the torn front of his jacket in both fists, and pressing her forehead briefly to his chest, as if checking that the shape of him still held. When she lifted her head again, her eyes were bright but dry. "I am not asking you to be safe," she said. "I know what room we are standing in. I am asking you to come back from whatever madness you enter. Every time." He let his hand settle at the back of her neck. "That is the only plan I got." "Good. Keep it." Somebody shouted for Ree from the hangar. Harper took one breath, put her professional face back on piece by piece, and stepped away. Before she went, she reached into her pocket, drew out one of the amber syringes, and pressed it into his palm. "Carry this," she said. "Not for drama. For necessity. If the line breaks and there is no time to come find me, use it on someone still clean who has to keep moving. Understand?" He closed his fingers around the syringe. "I understand." She looked at him one heartbeat longer, then went back toward the work that might save the country. Clay slid the dose into an inner pocket beside the dog tags and returned to the corridor. The annex still stood. The line still held. The floor under his boots trembled with distant impacts. And the day was nowhere close to finished. Chapter 54. What the Needle Buys. By mid-afternoon, Mountain Home had split into 3 kinds of territory. There were places the base still owned. Command, the Annex, Hangar 2, the North Maintenance Gate, the Water Tower Approach, and pockets of runway guarded by enough guns to make assault expensive. There were places the infected owned. The South Breach, the outer drainage field, the collapsed feed berm, and a whole section of old storage lots where nobody went anymore without an armored hull and final remarks prepared in advance. Then there were the places neither side owned for more than a few minutes at a time. The East Utility Road was one of those places. That road mattered because it linked the hangar power bus to a secondary communications room in the old weather station. Ellis had confirmed the main long-range arrays were still intact, but static and damaged routing kept choking the outgoing signal. If Harper and Ree were going to broadcast the process beyond Idaho before the base ran out of blood, somebody had to secure the weather station and bring its relay bank back under command control. Of course, the weather station sat beyond a stretch of open ground the infected had turned into a hunting lane. Sloan gathered the planning group in a half-wrecked briefing room, whose whiteboard still carried weather abbreviations from a calmer century. Rain drummed on the patched windows. A portable stove hissed in the corner, failing to warm anything beyond itself. Maps lay under shell casings to keep them flat. Harper says she can fill 20 more doses by evening, Sloan said. Mass production after that if power holds. Ree says once the relay bank comes up, they can send protocol in waves to every military node still answering, and any civilian band we can bully into range. Ellis jabbed a finger at the map. The weather station gives us cleaner line of sight, but the approach is exposed from the drainage lots and the old kennels. Kennels? Clay asked. An Air Force security captain answered. MWD training yard. Dogs were evacuated, we think. Some were not. Brooks snorted. I am comforted by the precision of that sentence. Sloan looked at Clay, Torres, and Valdez in turn. I need a relay team through there before dark. Not after. After dark the birds own the open ground again. No one argued. Darkness had become an additional enemy, one with feathers. Harper came in late to the briefing with gloved hands and a face drawn tight by fatigue. She set a metal tray on the table. 6 syringes lay on it in foam cradles. Field issue, she said. These are the first 6 after validation. Use them where command judges the risk and value highest. Do not turn this into politics. Sloan almost smiled at that. On my base? Never. They chose quickly. 1 for Valdez. 1 for Torres. 1 for Clay. 1 for the relay technician Ellis insisted on sending. 1 for a medic attached to the route team. 1 held in reserve for unavoidable disaster. Harper gave Clay his dose herself in the crook of the arm behind a privacy screen made from a poncho liner and 2 mop handles. The syringe stung more than he expected. That means it is real, she said when he flinched. You enjoy this too much. Not even a little. But I enjoy the probability curve improving. When she finished, she pressed gauze to his arm and kept her hand there a fraction longer than required. You may feel feverish, she said, or lightheaded, or nothing at all. Human immune systems are rude that way. Anything I should not do. Her eyes lifted to his. In any other life the answer might have gone somewhere softer. In this one, she said, die slowly. I do not have time for paperwork. He laughed, and the laugh startled him with how normal it sounded. The route team rolled out at 1600 under low cloud and a sky already dimming toward evening. Clay rode on foot again because vehicles drew too much attention in narrow spaces and because he trusted his own legs more than any seat belt. Valdez took rear control. Torres led. The relay technician, a narrow man named Pruitt who looked like he had been born annoyed by electronics and then vindicated by adulthood, carried a padded case against his chest and recited frequencies under his breath as if prayer and habit had finally become the same thing. The first 100 yards passed in relative silence. Wind rattled sheet metal. Somewhere out on the south perimeter, heavy guns continued their blunt argument with the herd. The road itself was lined with abandoned pallets, a broken weather balloon cart, and a row of low pipe racks that offered just enough concealment to be dangerous. Clay began to feel the vaccine then. Not weakness. Heat. A dry burn moving through his shoulders and spine, as if his body had noticed a new teacher and was deciding whether to trust the lesson. He flexed his hands once around the rifle and kept moving. They reached the old kennels without incident. That should have worried him more than it did. The chain link run sat empty at first glance. Gates hanging open, training obstacles overturned, stainless dishes scattered across wet concrete. Then one of the dishes moved. Not by itself. Something underneath it pushed forward, shouldered free of a tangle of torn tarps, and showed them exactly why the road had remained contested. It was a Malinois, or had been. Lean, tan, built for commands and velocity. Now its fur stuck in wet ridges around old scars. A leather training collar still hung from its neck. 2 more shapes rose behind it. Then 4 more. That many, Pruitt whispered. More, Torres said. She was right. The pack had been using the kennel yard as a staging pocket. When the first dog barked, others answered from the drainage ditch and the maintenance bins to their left. Clay felt the heat in his blood turn sharper. Adrenaline or the vaccine, impossible to know. Valdez made the call instantly. No retreat. We break through before they build momentum. The fight was pure speed. Dogs hit low and fast, forcing muzzles downward and chewing seconds off every shot. The medic took one at contact distance with a shotgun blast that painted the kennel gate. Torres stabbed another off her own leg after its teeth slipped on reinforced canvas and failed to get purchase. Clay fired until the rifle clicked empty, drew his sidearm, and pivoted into the next rush as bodies flashed between pipes and rain. One dog launched for Pruitt's throat. Clay intercepted it midair with his shoulder, both of them crashing into the mud. Teeth scraped the hard collar guard at his neck and slid off. He drove the pistol up under the jaw and fired. Hot blood ran over his glove. Pruitt was already back on his feet, shaking but moving, clutching the relay case with a devotion normally reserved for children or scripture. "I'm going to need therapy if civilization survives," he said. "Put it on the national list," Clay answered. They cleared the kennel lane and made the weather station door just as birds began to collect on the roofline. Ellis had been right. Reach it before dark or not at all. Inside, the weather station looked like the kind of place only a government could love. Sturdy, ugly, practical, and full of machinery nobody outside the building would ever understand on sight. Pruitt took one look at the relay bank and muttered something reverent. Brooks, who had come up with the second team carrying spare fuses and a toolbox bigger than decency, muttered something profane and got to work anyway. The station had power in fragments and signal in ghosts. Clay, Valdez, and Torres turned the outer rooms into a defensive shell while Pruitt and Brooks crawled through cabinets and wire trunks. The medic taped a bite on his own forearm he swore had not broken skin. Clay checked anyway. It had not. 20 minutes into the repair, the roof began to scratch. Birds. Then came the heavier impacts beneath the windows. Dogs that had regrouped outside, joined by whatever the noise had attracted from the drainage lot. "How long?" Valdez asked. "Longer than I would choose," Pruitt answered without looking up. That meant hold. Clay took the west window while Torres covered the entry and Valdez moved between points like a man trying to be 6 places with one body. Outside, the first dogs appeared in the wet light, pacing just beyond the cracked glass with impossible focus. Above them, crows lined the gutter and waited. The first pane broke at 17:02. After that, the station stopped being a building and became a test. Chapter 55. Night of the Herd. The weather station held for 28 minutes before holding turned into a less dignified word. Scratching at the roof became impacts. Impacts became bodies forcing at vents and broken panes. Dogs hurled themselves at the lower windows in ugly, loyal waves, as if the strain had turned training into devotion to violence alone. Crows and ravens found every weakness in the eaves. Pruitt and Brooks kept the relay open on the central console, while the rest of them fought from room to room like men defending a chapel built out of switchboards. Clay shot a dog through a window frame and watched the body wedge there, blocking the opening just long enough for 2 birds to hammer in above it. He smashed one against the sill with the butt of his rifle and stepped back from the second as it tore a line across his cheek with one claw. The cut burned. Warm blood ran under the jaw guard and soaked into his collar. The vaccine heat still rode through him, a strange fever behind the eyes that made the world look sharp at the edges. Whether the dose was doing anything measurable or merely giving him something to believe in, he could not tell. Valdez fought in silence except when issuing orders. Torres fought as if personally insulted by every living thing outside the human category. The medic, whose name turned out to be Allen, moved between windows with a shotgun and a roll of bandage hanging from his belt. Pruitt kept calling out repair progress in percentages no one else fully understood. 38% on the primary. 52 if Brooks stops swearing at the power board like it insulted his mother. Brooks did not look up. It did. A crash from the entry hall cut off any answer. One of the outer doors had finally given way. Dogs flooded into the vestibule in a blur of wet hide and flashing teeth. Torres met them at the inner threshold with 2 Marines and enough disciplined fire to turn the hall into a slaughter chute. Even so, one animal made it through by sliding under a toppled chair and launching blind. It hit Allen at the hip. Clay crossed the room in time to jam the rifle barrel into its ribs and fire. The dog dropped, but Allen had already gone down hard against the wall. "Check him," Torres snapped. Clay dragged the medic back by the shoulders while the Marines re-blocked the doorway with filing cabinets and a dead vending machine. Alan's face had gone pale under the grime. Blood marked the side of his overpants in a spreading patch. Armor? Clay asked. Alan sucked air through his teeth and nodded too fast. Think so. Maybe. Not good enough. Never good enough. Clay cut the outer fabric with a utility blade and peeled it back. The bite had crushed the padded layer and torn through the top of the cargo pocket. Beneath it, the skin at Alan's hip was abraded raw and leaking, not from puncture but from pressure and shear where teeth had driven cloth into flesh. Torres crouched beside them, saw the mark, and looked straight at Clay. No one said the thing aloud. Not at first. Maybe the skin had stayed intact. Maybe not. Maybe the smallest break was all the strain needed. Maybe not. This entire world had become a kingdom built on maybe. Clay reached into his inner pocket and drew out Harper's reserve syringe. Alan stared at it. That for me. It buys odds, Clay said. You might need it worse. Use the gift while the man offering it still feels generous. Alan gave one strangled laugh that almost broke at the end. Then he turned his arm up and let Clay push the needle in. The medic closed his eyes while the plunger went down. When it was done, he exhaled hard and rested the back of his head against the wall for one brief second. If this works, he said, I am naming a kid after that woman. Torres checked her watch. Do it later. Fight now. The station's lights dimmed, flared, and steadied. Primary line is up, Pruitt shouted. Signal path in 60 seconds if the backup stack behaves and nobody dies on the transformer. That sounds like more conditions than I like, Valdez said. Outside, a deeper sound rolled over the scratching and impacts. Not birds. Not dogs. Hooves. Clay looked through the rain-smeared west glass and felt his stomach drop. The kennel fight and gunfire had drawn a new pressure front from the southern lots. Cattle were moving up the drainage corridor in 2s and 3s at first, then more, their dark bodies emerging from smoke like pieces of night that had learned how to run. We cannot hold this room against that, one Marine said. Brooks glanced up from the relay bay with oil on his forehead and a spark burn on one knuckle. Then we do not hold the room. We make them desire a different room. Please tell me that sentence comes with mechanics, Valdez said. Always. Brooks pointed to a weather balloon hydrogen cage in the rear storage alcove, its cylinders long empty, but its alarm system still wired to an exterior horn and beacon. Beside it sat a groundskeeping fuel cart with half a tank of aviation gas and a battery newer than common sense. We send a loud, shiny invitation down the drainage lane, then leave before etiquette becomes fatal. Pruitt stared. You are describing bait. Correct. I was worried nobody here respected the trades. The plan took less than a minute because no one had a better one. Brooks wired the weather alarm to the fuel cart's battery and jammed the horn open with a screwdriver. Clay and a Marine shoved the cart onto the outer service path under covering fire through the side door. Valdez timed the move with the exactness of a man who knew seconds by weight. On his count, they kicked the cart downhill toward the old supply fence and hit the starter. The little engine caught. The horn began screaming. Red beacons spun over rain and smoke. Every head outside turned. The dogs in the yard broke first, chasing the motion. Birds dropped off the gutter in a black whirl. The cattle in the drainage corridor angled after the sound with the terrible, uncomplicated certainty of enraged flesh pointed toward stimulus. Move, Torres shouted. They abandoned the weather station in a rush of boots, electronics, and barely contained panic. Pruitt clutched the relay module to his chest. Brooks carried a case of tools because of course he did. Alan limped but kept pace. Clay brought up the rear with Valdez as the fuel cart screamed its way through puddles and wreckage toward the outer lot. Behind them, the weather station windows burst one after another. Then the cart struck something, tipped, and lit. The blast was smaller than the fuel line fire, but close enough to slap hot wind across their backs. Alarm beacons died in a shower of sparks. Dogs shrieked. Birds rose. The cattle hit the burning wreck and turned the whole corner of the lot into chaos. By the time Clay and the others dove through the annex side door, the relay module was still intact, and the weather station was no longer a useful building to anyone. Pruitt slid across the floor into the comms bay and plugged the unit into the masterboard with hands shaking from more than fatigue. Brooks hammered a dent flat with the butt of a wrench. Ellis came in on the second line with static, swearing, and then a clean carrier tone. "You have path," Pruitt said, almost disbelieving his own voice. "You actually have path." Rhea and Harper arrived from the sterile room at a run, masks hanging around their necks, gloves half stripped off. Harper took one look at Clay's bleeding cheek and Alan's ashen face and filed both injuries somewhere behind larger emergencies. "Report," she said. "Station gone," Valdez answered. "Relay alive." Alan took a compressed bite. "Field dose administered." For a fraction of a second her attention cut to the medic's hip, then back to the bank. "Good call," she said to Clay, and that was all the praise the moment allowed. Respread notes. Pruitt opened frequencies. Ellis piped in the long-range array. Sloan himself keyed the first outgoing call to regional command, nodes still answering. The formula did not go out as one grand speech. It went out as fragments, repeated and confirmed and repeated again. Chemical ratios. Culture temperature. Timing windows. Handling cautions. Emergency dose protocol. Full series protocol. Sterility warnings. Distribution priorities. Every line was copied by hand, by radio, by printout, by whatever surviving machine or person could take it. Clay stood outside the comms room with Torres while the future left the building in pieces of sound. There was no trumpet note, no cinematic swell. Just exhausted people transmitting instructions into a dark country and praying somebody out there was still capable of receiving them. At 18:47 a.m. voice from Boise answered clean. At 18:53 another from Nevada. At 19:02 a.m. National Guard Medical Cell near Spokane confirmed partial copy and requested repeat on the accelerated field protocol. Harper heard that last one through the open door and closed her eyes for one beat, as if allowing herself, finally, to believe they were no longer alone. Then the sirens at the south apron changed pitch. Sloan looked up from the handset. "Outer breach is moving again," he said. "Bigger this time." The building around them shook with a far-off impact heavy enough to rattle the ceiling panels. Valdez slung his rifle. "Of course it is." Clay wiped blood from his jaw and reloaded on instinct. The signal was out. The line existed. Help might even come someday soon. None of that would matter if Mountain Home died before dawn. He looked at Harper through the comms room glass. She looked back once, reading his face the same way he read hers now. The work mattered, but the base still had to survive the night that came after the message. Outside, beyond the annex windows, the darkness thickened over Idaho. And with darkness came the herd. Chapter 56. Runway of Fire. By full night the South Apron looked less like part of an air base and more like the open throat of an industrial furnace. The first burn lane had collapsed into islands of fire. The second line, hastily established with tanker wrecks and bulldozed debris, was under pressure from every side. Mounted guns on the towers fired until their barrels smoked white in the rain. Birds wheeled above the flames in ragged black halos, diving whenever they found shadow or panic. The infected cattle kept coming, joined now by deer driven into frenzy, stray dogs from the town edges, and at least two shapes in the smoke that moved with cat-like fluidity no one wanted to identify at distance. Sloan gathered defenders along the inner runway and told them the truth because lies had no utility left. If the fuel depot ignites, the annex goes. If the annex goes, the production line dies. If the production line dies, this base turns into a heroic obituary and the country loses time it cannot afford. He looked over Marines, airmen, mechanics, medics, 2 truckers, an agricultural extension agent from Jerome who had arrived 3 days ago with seed catalogs and never left, and Clay in a coat shredded by claws. "So we do not allow that sequence," Sloan said. "You all understand me?" A rough chorus answered. It was not disciplined. It was better than disciplined. It sounded like people who had chosen. The counterplan came from Brooks and Ellis together, which should have worried everyone more than it did. Mountain Home still had 3 aviation fuel tankers with pumps functional enough to move. It still had 1 runway sweeper, 1 loader, 2 armored maintenance trucks, and a half pallet of illumination flares nobody had yet found a sane use for. Brooks proposed building a rolling fire corridor in front of the second line, not to burn the herd to ash, but to keep the mass fractured long enough for the towers and heavy guns to carve it apart. Think of it like fencing water with heat, he explained. Water ignores fences, Ellis said. Exactly. That is why this will be interesting. Clay volunteered before Sloan finished, saying he needed drivers. So did Torres. So did Valdez. By then, volunteering had become a reflex with this group, something between courage and fatigue. Harper caught Clay by the sleeve before he could climb into the lead maintenance truck. She had changed gloves 3 times since dusk. A fine tremor lived in her hands now from hours at the line, though her voice remained steady. You are burning through lives faster than I can protect them, she said. I noticed. She opened her fist. A second syringe lay there, this one capped in red. Booster. Not because I like unnecessary variables. Because you have already had more exposure than the protocol was designed to admire. He took it, but did not use it immediately. You giving these out to everyone? No. Just the people I am unwilling to lose tonight. For once she did not cover the statement with science. The runway lights reflected in her eyes. For half a breath the rest of the base dimmed around the two of them despite the shouting, engines, and fire. Clay wanted to say 10 things and trusted none of them. In the end, he chose the one least likely to fail under stress. Then keep one for yourself, too. A tiny, tired smile touched her mouth. Already did. She took his arm, administered the booster with efficient fingers, and then, because the world had become too brutal for hesitation to pass as virtue, kissed him once in the cold space beside the truck. It was not long. It was not delicate. It was the kind of kiss 2 people gave when time had become a measured resource and both intended to survive long enough for a better one later. When she stepped back, Brooks whistled from the cab. I love morale, he announced. Torres from the neighboring vehicle said, Drive, old man, before I ruin the mood with homicide. The trucks rolled at 2110. Brooks took the first tanker with Clay riding shotgun and a Marine machine gunner strapped into the rear well. Torres drove the second maintenance truck with Valdez commanding from the sidestep. Ellis coordinated from the tower, calling vectors with the detached voice of a pilot who had accepted that all maps were now improvisations. They went out onto the Southern Service loop under cover from every tower that still had ammunition. The herd met them halfway. Up close, the infected cattle were not merely large. They were geological. Wet heat and blind hate packed into moving walls. Bulls with snapped horns hit wrecks hard enough to rock them. Dairy cows shoved through fire as if heat were another unpleasant gate. Deer flashed between legs with insane grace. Dogs threaded gaps and came for tires. Birds plunged at windshields whenever the wipers exposed glass. Brooks opened the tanker valves on his mark. Fuel sprayed in twin fans across the black tarmac. Clay leaned out his window with a flare pistol and fired the first shot into the slick. Flame ran low and fast. It did not form a neat barrier. Nothing in this world behaved neatly anymore. Instead, it created tongues and sheets and sudden hard blossoms of light that forced the front of the herd to split around them. Animals bunched, collided, recoiled, surged again. The towers took the openings exactly as planned. Machine gun fire scythed through the broken lanes. Rockets hit deeper knots. The second truck laid another fan of fuel and another line of fire. For 10 impossible minutes, the southern field became a place where strategy mattered more than raw volume. Then the wind shifted. Flame blew sideways toward the berm trucks meant to hold the inner lane. Cut left. Ellis shouted over comms. Brooks cut left. A bull the size of a nightmare hit the tanker at the same instant. The truck fishtailed. Clay slammed into the door and felt the vehicle lift on one side before crashing back down. The machine gunner in the rear opened up so hard the weapon nearly walked off its mount. Brooks wrestled the wheel and swore with a creativity that might have powered smaller cities. They stabilized 20 yards from a burning crater and saw the new threat all at once. The herd was no longer pressing only at the line. The noise and fire had pulled a huge mass toward the open runway itself, where grounded aircraft and fuel carts created the exact sort of labyrinth large animals could batter into a catastrophe. If they hit the parked tankers, we lose half the apron, Clay said. Brooks nodded once. No argument. No fear. Just recognition. Then we turn them now. The old man reached under the seat, and hauled up the airport distress siren unit he had somehow remembered to steal earlier. He slammed it onto the dash, wired it to the truck battery with 2 savage motions, and threw the switch. A mechanical wail burst over the fire. Every nearby head turned. "You keep making bait out of us," Clay said. "Because we are premium quality." Brooks stamped the accelerator. They drove straight across the front of the advancing mass, sirens screaming, fire reflecting off the windshield in savage gold. Clay fired flares left and right to widen the apparent target. The tanker truck behind them mirrored the move with Torres at the wheel, her face lit like a carved icon of fury. It worked too well. The herd committed. Cattle, deer, dogs, and birds all pivoted into motion after the noise. The 2 trucks raced for the abandoned cargo apron on the west side, where wrecked fuselages and old barriers offered one narrow escape lane. Tower guns fired over and around them, cutting animals off the flanks. Ellis shouted bearings. Valdez ordered spacing. Brooks drove like the devil owed him money. At the mouth of the cargo apron, a horse came out of the smoke and struck the second truck broadside. Torres held the vehicle straight by force of will and steering column. The horse went under the wheels. Dogs swarmed the rear. Valdez emptied an entire magazine downward before the last one dropped. "Exit lane," Ellis yelled. "Now, now, now." Brooks hit the release on the distress unit and threw the device out the passenger window. It bounced twice, still screaming. Clay fired his last flare into the puddled fuel around it. The explosion knocked half the herd sideways. The 2 trucks shot through the escape lane and back toward friendly lines on tires, so hot Clay could smell the rubber burning through the floor. Behind them, the cargo apron vanished inside fire and panicked impact. Ahead, the inner runway defenders opened a corridor and dragged them through. When the tanker finally stopped, Brooks stayed hunched over the wheel for one long second, breathing like a bellows with a hole in it. "You all right?" Clay asked. Brooks looked up slowly, face ash gray under the soot. "No," he said, "but I remain available." That was the old man's version of weakness admitted. Medics pulled him from the cab despite his objections and found the problem quickly. One of the earlier impacts had reopened his cracked ribs badly enough that breathing now came with a hidden hitch. Harper arrived before they finished wrapping him and planted both hands on her hips. "You are done for an hour," she told him. The herd did not request an hour. Then the herd may write a complaint. Even Brooks was too tired to keep fighting her after that. The counterattack did not win the night. It changed its shape. The runway remained in human hands. The fuel depot still stood. And at 22:26, the first confirmation came back from outside Idaho that another site had successfully reproduced Harper's initial batch from the transmitted protocol. A clinic in eastern Oregon. Small yield, but real. Reread the message aloud in the comms room, and every person within earshot went silent. The line was no longer only theirs. Outside, though, Mountain Home still had hours of darkness to survive. Clay checked his ammunition, looked once through the annex glass where Harper bent over the next tray of doses, and headed back toward the south line before anyone asked. Because the base was still burning. Because the night was not over. Because help, even when it began, always seemed to start far away. Chapter 57. The Broadcast Room. Sometime after midnight, exhaustion turned abstract. Exhaustion settled over Mountain Home like bad weather. Men forgot words. Women reached for tools and found empty air before memory caught up. Coffee tasted medicinal. Every surface held rainwater, soot, or blood. And still the work continued. Harper and Ree ran the line between the annex and Hangar 2. Pruitt and Ellis kept the relay alive by rotating frequencies whenever static tried to choke the signal. Sloan stole 11 minutes of sleep and woke angry at himself for it. Brooks pretended taped ribs qualified as rest. Clay remained on his feet because lying down felt too much like permission. He found Allen near 040 sitting against a supply crate outside the medroom. Bandaged hips stretched carefully and a pulse monitor clipped to one finger more for the comfort of others than for any machine's wisdom. The medic looked pale, sweaty, and insulted by the whole concept of being observed. "Any fever?" Clay asked. Allen shook his head. "Not from the bite, anyway. Maybe from the apocalypse." "Confusion?" Only moral confusion. I became a medic to avoid paperwork with livestock. Clay crouched beside him, studying the man's face for anything wrong that words would not admit. The strain had taught people to watch pupils, breathing rhythms, pauses between thoughts. Alan met the scrutiny without offense. "You made the right call," he said after a moment. "Whatever this dose is doing, it is not letting the thing get a foothold. I know my own body. I would have felt it turning by now." Relief moved through Clay in a slow, painful wave. Not proof enough for a journal. Proof enough for a night like this. "Good," he said. Alan looked toward the annex door, where figures kept crossing in white coats and rain capes. "Tell her it worked. She'll need one victory she can touch." Clay did not trust himself to answer around the thickness in his throat, so he only nodded and rose. He found Harper in the comms room, not the lab. She stood over a table under a green-shaded lamp, annotating the protocol as reports came back from other states. Oregon had produced a second batch. Reno had managed a crude first run. Spokane wanted clarification on substitutions. Somewhere in Nebraska, a veterinarian was preparing to try with dairy equipment and stubbornness if no better lab answered by dawn. The reports had changed her face. She was still carrying the burden. She was no longer carrying it alone. "Alan says the field dose held," Clay told her. She stopped writing. Her eyes lifted to his. All the sleepless numbers in them overtaken for one human second by plain feeling. "Are you sure? As sure as people get now. No fever, no neurological slip, no crash." He's still sarcastic. A breath left her in a shape that might have been a laugh if the room had contained more air. She set the pencil down carefully, as if sudden movement might frighten the good news away. "Then we have something better than theory," she said. "We have your theory with witnesses. That is how science becomes annoying." He stepped closer to the table. The lamp threw warm light over the notes, the small bottles, the copied ratios, the coffee ring on the corner of the page. It was the most ordinary-looking miracle he had ever seen. "When this is over," he said, surprising himself by starting the sentence without a plan for how to finish it. "What do you want?" Harper looked down at the paper as if the answer might be hidden between formulas. "Sleep," she said first. "Fair. A shower with actual pressure. Real eggs, if any chicken in North America still remembers how to behave." And then, she paused there. Not because she did not know, because saying wants aloud made them vulnerable. "Then I want a place nobody builds halfway. A lab that isn't assembled from stolen parts and panic. A radio that carries voices without begging. A table big enough for work and dinner both." She glanced up. "You?" He thought of Papa's fields. The cellar jars. The burned house. The old truck. The months of waking into danger and going to sleep in smaller danger. Then he thought of Harper standing at a table meant for work and dinner both, and the image landed in him with dangerous force. "Land," he said. "A roof that stays. People I know will still be there in the morning. And enough room that anybody decent running from the wrong thing can stop for a while and not feel like a burden." Her mouth curved in that tired, private way he was learning. "That sounds suspiciously like a home, Clay. I've been accused of worse." The moment might have turned soft if the speaker on the wall had not cracked alive with a shout from the south line. "Command, be advised, multiple interior contacts near cargo tunnel access. Repeat, interior contacts." Valdez's voice cut in a beat later. "Not south line. West sublevel. Somebody get eyes on the old baggage tunnel before it opens into the central stores." Clay and Harper both moved at once. She reached for the tray of loaded syringes. He reached for his rifle. "No," he said when she lifted the tray. "You stay with the line. And if the line gets reached, then I come back ugly." She looked ready to argue, then saw something in his face and made the harder choice. "Take 2 doses," she said. "One stays with you. One goes wherever the corridor seems most likely to break." He slipped the syringes into padded sleeves on his chest rig. She caught his hand before he could go. "That table," she said quietly. He met her eyes. "Work and dinner both," she finished. "Do not make me build it alone." He squeezed her fingers once and left before the promise could get either of them killed. The cargo tunnel ran under the western hangars, a relic from the years when the base had moved equipment through sheltered lanes and assumed war would always come from a direction maps could name. Now the tunnel offered cover to anything low enough, quiet enough, and persistent enough. Valdez, Torres, and a four-person security team were already at the access hatch when Clay arrived. A maintenance floodlight threw harsh white over concrete walls, pooled water, and the hatch itself, which shuddered every few seconds under impacts from below. "What is it?" Clay asked. "Dogs for certain," Valdez said. "Maybe wolves. Maybe worse. We heard metal moving farther in. Could be they found carts and pushed them. Could be they found corpses and do not care what makes noise anymore." Torres checked a fresh magazine. "Tunnel opens into central stores and then the med corridor. If they get through there, every exhausted person in the base learns a new definition of bad night." The hatch jumped again. One of the bolts bent visibly. "We can seal it," a security man said. Brooks hobbled into the light carrying a satchel of charges as if summoned by the word seal alone. "We can improve seal until the concept becomes spiritual." Valdez eyed the satchel. "How much tunnel survives your version?" "That depends how sentimental you are about infrastructure." In the end, they compromised between engineering and survival. Brooks and two security troops would plant charges at the first support arch beyond the hatch. Torres would cover the descent. Clay and Valdez would push in just far enough to identify what pressure sat beyond the bend and make sure the collapse, when triggered, would actually bury the approach instead of merely annoying it. The tunnel air hit hot and stale the moment the hatch came up. Clay dropped in first, boots splashing shallow water. The passage was wide enough for a loaded cart and low enough to make every taller man hunch. Emergency bulbs glowed every 30 feet. Between them lay stripes of yellowed dark. The smell told the story before sight did. Wet dog, cat musk, rot, human blood. They moved forward in a crouch with rifles up. 20 yards in, the tunnel bent left around a stack of rusted dollies. Scraping came from beyond that bend, along with a breathy snarl and the hollow clatter of something metal being shoved over concrete. Valdez held up 3 fingers. On one, they looked. The tunnel ahead was full. Dogs. Wolves. At least one cougar. A dead baggage cart wedged crosswise by bodies climbing over it. More eyes reflecting from farther back than the light should have reached. And at the center of the pack, jammed half under the cart like a battering ram with antlers, a young bull elk gone skeletal and furious. Clay felt the world narrow to mathematics. Distance. Time. Fire arcs. Load-bearing pillars. Then a voice behind him said, "That is disgusting." And Brooks limped past long enough to plant the satchel charge against the support arch. "You were not invited down here," Valdez hissed. "And yet I improved the party. Back. Now." The pack saw them. The tunnel exploded into motion. Clay and Valdez fired while backing fast. Torres at the hatch dropped to one knee and sent disciplined bursts over their shoulders. Brooks shoved the last charge into place, slapped the detonator cable home, and nearly went down when the recoil of an impact against the cart shook the floor under him. The cougar broke free first. It came over the baggage cart in one fluid leap, using the bodies of dogs under it as stepping stones. Clay shot once and missed in the strobe glare of muzzle flash. Torres hit it through the chest. It hit the water anyway and kept coming until Valdez blew its front leg out from under it. Then Brooks, who by all rights should have been behind them already, stepped in and fired a revolver from absurdly close range straight through the cat's eye. "Move," he shouted. They did. Brooks came up the ladder last. Clay grabbed his vest and hauled as the first dogs reached the base of the shaft. The hatch slammed. Brooks hit the detonator. The tunnel under them became thunder. Concrete lurched. Dust and hot air blasted through the seams. The floor dipped once, hard enough to throw everybody sideways, and then settled with a groan of broken support beams and buried weight. Silence followed. Not true silence. The base still burned and shouted all around them. But from below the hatch came only muffled scratching, and then, blessedly, nothing. Torres rolled to her feet and brushed dust out of her hair with murderous dignity. "I withdraw several previous criticisms of old men," she said. Brooks wheezed a laugh and then bent over coughing until blood flecked his knuckles. That changed the room. Harper arrived with a stretcher before anyone finished pretending Brooks was fine. She saw the blood, and her expression flattened into the terrible calm she used when emotion would only slow her hands. "Now you are done," she told him. Brooks opened his mouth. She cut him off. "This is not a discussion. If you die after all this, I will dig you up and ask why." Even Brooks accepted the stretcher after that. As they wheeled him away, he hooked 2 fingers into Clay's sleeve and pulled him close enough to hear over the noise. "Told your father I'd keep an eye on you," he muttered. "Man's lucky I overperform." Clay swallowed hard. "You can tell him that yourself when you're 100 and meaner." Brooks grinned through pain. "Aim high." He let go. The base lights flickered once, steadied, and held. Above them, on every working frequency, the vaccine protocol kept traveling outward into the dark. Chapter 58. Teeth in the Smoke. The tunnel collapse should have bought peace. Instead, it bought the kind of false confidence disaster loves to punish. Around 3 o'clock, with the cargo tunnel buried and the south line temporarily stabilized under fresh fire breaks, parts of Mountain Home actually began to resemble a place that might survive until dawn. Defenders rotated in half squads. Coffee circulated again. A chaplain without a chapel walked the med corridor handing out dry socks and remarks about stubbornness. Reconfirmed the line had now filled 47 full emergency doses and the first larger booster trays. Pruitt, who had not blinked enough in the last 10 hours, received a transmission from Salt Lake confirming full receipt of the protocol with expected production start by sunrise. Hope entered the base in tiny practical forms. It was almost enough to kill them. The attack started in Central Stores, not the South Line. Nathan was the one who saw it first. He had ignored every instruction to sleep and instead taken up duty carrying labeled crates between the med room and the annex, because he had discovered usefulness was stronger than fear right up until it wasn't. At 3:12, he pushed a hand truck around the Central Store's corner and saw one of the overhead vents shake. At first, he thought it was birds. The base had learned to think birds first. Then the vent cover bent downward in the middle, and something larger than a bird forced its nose through the slats. Nathan dropped the hand truck and ran for the alarm. He got halfway there before the vent tore completely free and 3 animals dropped into the aisle among the medical cartons. One was a dog. One was a wolf. The third was a bobcat so ragged and fast it barely seemed real. Nathan did exactly the right thing. He did not freeze. He slammed the nearest alarm pole with one hand and threw a crate of saline bags with the other. The bags burst under claws and turned the floor slick. The dog skidded. The wolf did not. It hit the shelving instead, collapsing boxes of gauze and tubing into the aisle. By then the bobcat had already cleared the mess and was on him. Clay heard the alarm from the west corridor and reached Central Stores with Torres 1 step behind him. The sight inside imprinted itself in brutal detail. Nathan on his back under the loading ramp. Bobcat on the crate above him, coiled to leap. Dog trying to rise from a puddle of saline and broken plastic. Wolf forcing through a fallen shelf toward the med corridor beyond. Clay shot the dog first because it was in line with the corridor. Torres took the wolf in the shoulder and kept it from reaching the far door. The bobcat sprang just as Clay changed aim. Nathan threw the bent hand truck up like a shield. The cat hit metal instead of flesh. Clay's shot caught it in the ribs. The animal folded off the hand truck, clawed forward anyway, and then Harper appeared from the side doorway with an emergency extinguisher and smashed the metal canister down on its head with all the controlled fury she possessed. The bobcat quit moving. "I had that," Nathan gasped from the floor, voice cracking on the lie. Harper pointed at him with the extinguisher. "You had panic and excellent timing. We will discuss the difference when the world is less busy." More vent covers rattled overhead. That was the real disaster. The tunnel had been sealed. The south line was manned. So the infected had done what pressure always did when blocked in one place. They had found another route. The old ventilation trunks above Central Stores connected to 3 sections of the annex roofline and to an abandoned mechanical loft over the med corridor. The ducts were too small for cattle or horses and just large enough for smaller predators to use as surprise lanes. Birds had likely entered first through damaged roof panels and then widened the route by battering insulation and screens loose. Dogs and cats followed where structure allowed. "Seal the med doors," Valdez shouted from the corridor. Clay dragged Nathan to his feet and shoved him toward the nearest orderly. Torres and 2 Marines shifted to cover the vent bank while Brooks, unbelievably upright again and armed with a pry bar, limped in from the service hall demanding a ladder and every roll of chain the stores still held. "You should be horizontal," Harper snapped. "You should be on vacation," Brooks returned. Neither of us got lucky. The next 20 minutes were the kind of combat no one told war stories about because it lacked dignity. It was ladder work in ceilings and close quarters and terrified guessing. Animals dropped through cut panels into hallways full of exhausted humans. Orderlies fought with mop handles. An airman killed a gull with a clipboard. Torres climbed halfway into one duct and shot a dog at a range so short the muzzle flash burned insulation. Clay and Valdez moved patients, supplies, and technicians away from whichever section started rattling next. Haskins, the rescued guard sergeant from Briggs, proved she had not spent a lifetime in uniform to sit quietly under blankets. She took over the med corridor choke point with Allen at her side and turned 2 overturned pharmacy cabinets into the kind of position old soldiers trust because it has angles and enough room for cruelty. "Keep them off the line," she told Clay as he passed with a case of syringes headed for the sterile room. "I got this hallway until my Luck files an objection." Luck filed quickly. The vent attack was never meant to kill everyone. It was meant to open the doors. At 3:31 the South Line called in a fresh pressure surge. Not just cattle. A full mixed mass using the dark and the smoke of the earlier fires to mask movement. Somebody on the perimeter shouted that the old storage wall had finally gone. Sloan ordered every spare rifle back toward the outer berm. That left the interior stretched thin at the exact moment the vent attack peaked. Clay was 2 doors from the sterile room when he heard Haskins open up with a captured submachine gun on full auto. The sound tore through the corridor like cloth ripping in the sky. He reached the corner and saw the problem. A vent trunk over the med hallway had collapsed entirely, dropping not 1 or 2 predators, but a whole knot of them in a living avalanche. Dogs, birds, 1 fox gone nearly hairless. Behind Haskins and Allen, the fire door leading straight toward the annex lab stood half open because orderlies had been moving supply carts through it minutes earlier. If that door stayed open, the line died. Haskins knew it before anyone else could shout it. She looked at Clay once across the corridor, not with heroism, not with melodrama, just with the practical clarity of a soldier who had found the only answer left in the room. Then she kicked the pharmacy cabinet sideways to block the corridor, grabbed a can of oxygen from the crash cart, and charged the mass. Allen swore her name. She never looked back. Haskins hit the base of the fire door, rolled the oxygen can under the vent collapse where animals were piling over one another, and slammed the manual release for the door just as Clay lunged forward. The blast caught the closing steel and drove it shut with a force that bent the frame. Sound vanished for a second, then returned as ringing, smoke, and human shouting. Clay hit the door anyway, shoulders and hands on steel too hot to hold, as if force alone could reverse physics. On the other side of that warped plate lay Haskins and whatever remained of the hallway. Allen grabbed him and hauled him back before the next collapse from the ceiling could take both of them. The fire door held. The line lived. Nobody said thank you because the person who had earned it was now beyond hearing. Harper arrived a breath later and took in the bent door, the smoke, Allen's face, and the case of syringes still somehow in Clay's grip. Her own expression changed only around the eyes. "Inside," she said. Clay did not move. "Clay." "Inside." He obeyed because there was work in front of him and grief behind, and the work had not granted permission for grief yet. The sterile room looked almost absurd in contrast to the corridor. Stainless benches, measured lights, rows of amber-filled syringes nesting in foam trays. Civilization condensed to procedure while the world tried to tear the walls down around it. Harper took the case from him and set it beside the others. For one brief instant her hand covered his where it rested on the table edge. "We hold because they bought it," she said quietly, meaning Haskins and all the others whose names the base would carry after dawn if dawn came. "Do not waste them by breaking early." He nodded once because speech would have failed. Outside the door, the corridor gunfire rolled on. At 3:54, the long-range speaker crackled with a new voice from the darkness beyond Idaho. A Marine convoy from the west was inbound, redirected on the strength of the relay and carrying medical staff, ammunition, and portable barricades from 2 surviving depots. Estimated arrival: first light, roads permitting. Not rescue. Not yet. But enough to turn dawn from rumor into an approaching thing. Mountain Home only had to survive until then. And the infected, as if offended by the possibility, struck harder than they had all night. Chapter 59. Morning with Sirens. The darkest hour before dawn was not peaceful. It was crowded. Every route the infected had tested through the night came alive again between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock. The South Breach surged under pressure from cattle massed 3 and 4 deep. Birds blackened the floodlight stanchions and threw themselves into any exposed movement. Dogs and coyotes threaded through debris fields and drainage cuts searching for a way under the guns. Twice more the vent trunks rattled with attempted entry, though the defenders had welded grates over every interior opening that still mattered. The base did not rest. It endured in clenched increments. Clay spent most of that time on the south inner runway with Valdez and Torres, moving where the line seemed closest to becoming memory. Once he found himself firing from the top of a flipped loader bucket while rain turned the metal slick under his boots. Once he helped drag an airman clear after a deer drove both antlers through the man's ballistic shield and pinned him to a crate. Once he watched Allen, the medic who should have been under observation, continue dressing cuts and issuing field doses to high-risk perimeter teams with steady hands and no sign of neurological collapse at all. Harper's formula was doing more than buying hope now. It was buying hours and lives. At 4:43, Harper herself came to the south line with a tray of syringes in a weatherproof case and distributed them under Sloan's authority to tower crews, gate teams, and the West Loader Squad preparing for a counterpush. She wore a rain poncho over lab scrubs and looked like a scientist forced to become myth by sheer shortage of alternatives. A young airman took his dose and stared at the syringe after she withdrew it. "Ma'am," he said, voice hoarse, "does this mean if one of those things gets teeth on me, I won't turn?" Harper met his eyes without softness and without cruelty. "It means your body will have help if chance comes for you. Do not confuse help with permission." The airman nodded as if that was the most honest thing anyone had said to him in a week. By 5:10, the eastern horizon had begun to pale behind cloud and smoke. No sunrise yet, just a lightening of black into dark iron. Enough for shapes to gain edges. Enough for men to see the scale of what still pressed against them. The herd outside Mountain Home had become a geography of living aggression. Cattle in broken clusters, deer flickering between them, packs of smaller predators exploiting movement like scavengers around a war wagon. Burn lanes dividing some of the mass, but not enough. The dead lay everywhere and served mostly as additional terrain. Sloan stood on the roof of a service bunker with binoculars and a radio handset, looking less like a commander now than a man refusing to blink at the ocean. "We have one more push before daylight gives them our exact measures," he told Valdez, Clay, Torres, and Ellis over the local net. "If West Convoy arrives to a base already folded inward, I intend to haunt all of you for administrative failure." "Motivational as always, sir," Torres replied. The final pre-dawn plan was simple because simplicity survives where elegance dies. Use every vaccinated, still mobile defender to punch the South Breach outward by 50 yards before reinforcements arrived. Bulldozers and loaders would shove burning wrecks into a crescent. Tower guns and armored trucks would suppress the flanks. Clay, Torres, and Valdez would lead the central ground team to the breach mouth and seed it with additional fuel charges. Not to kill everything. Nothing killed everything anymore. Just to create a defensible shape the incoming convoy could support instead of a chaos pit no vehicle could cross. Brooks appeared at the staging point as they loaded charges into a canvas satchel. He should not have been vertical. The medics had taped him twice, threatened him 3 times, and failed all 4. He carried a grease pencil over one ear and the look of a man who had remembered some machine no one else appreciated. "If any of you blow my loader in the wrong sequence," he said, "I will recover solely to complain." Clay shook his head. "Harper know you're here?" Certainly not. I enjoy being alive. Before Clay could answer, a sound rolled in from the western road beyond the smoke. Not animals. Engines. Big ones. The net burst alive with overlapping voices. West Tower confirming headlights through the industrial park. Ellis demanding authentication. A reply in crisp Marine cadence giving call signs, convoy length, and the kind of profanity only exhausted professionals considered proof of identity. Someone in command laughed once, a sharp, unbelieving bark that sounded on the edge of collapse. The convoy from the west had made it. They did not arrive with music. They arrived with armored trucks scarred by half the state, a pair of mine-resistant vehicles fitted with plows, 2 National Guard fuel carriers, and enough Marines hanging off steel to make the whole column look like a moving fist. Behind them came medics, pallets, ammunition, and the rough, bright discipline of people who had received the formula during the night and driven anyway. The outer road to the west gate was still bad, but now it held friendlies instead of empty hope. Sloan did not waste the miracle. All units, execute breach, push on my mark. West convoy ties to tower fire. We open this base up now. The south line moved. Clay ran with the central team through mud that had ceased to resemble earth and become a soup of ash, fuel, and blood. Valdez on his right, Torres on his left. Brooks on the rear platform of a loader barking directions at a Marine driver young enough to be his grandson and smart enough not to ignore him. Reinforcement guns from the west flank opened across the field at oblique angles, shredding the animals massed on the far side of the breach and giving the central team the first real crossfire advantage the base had enjoyed all night. A bull charged them out of the smoke and died under 6 rifles before its front knees touched the ground. A deer leaped the burning divider and struck a National Guard sergeant in the shoulder, nearly carrying both of them into the flames before Allen and another medic dragged the man clear. Birds came low. The new Marines answered with shotguns and kept moving. At the breach mouth, Clay and Torres dropped the satchel charges under an overturned livestock trailer that had become a choke wedge. Valdez covered them while Brooks signaled the loader team to ram another wrecked fuel card into place. Heat from the lingering fires dried the rain on Clay's face almost as fast as it fell. Charges set. Torres shouted. Back. Valdez answered. They pulled away just as a fresh surge of cattle hit the outer edge. The explosion folded the trailer inward and showered the lane with steel, mud, and blackened debris. More important, it gave the loaders time. Brooks's machine shoved one burning wreck into the left side of the gap, while a second plow truck driven by a Marine corporal from Yakima jammed another across the right. Between them, the breach narrowed from an animal tide to something a defended line could actually understand. The infected did not quit. They piled into the new shape and made it costly at once. But costly and impossible were not twins. Men could work with costly. At 5:42, the first helicopter of the morning rose from the West Convoy's portable pad. Ellis had sworn the birds made flight suicide during the night. Dawn and the expanded fire corridor had changed the air enough to permit one fast, ugly machine into the fight. The helicopter did not arrive as rescue. It arrived as pressure. It hovered low over the outer field and raked the far flank of the herd with mounted fire, forcing the mass away from the west approach and opening the road for additional supply trucks. Clay barely had time to register the sound before something hit him from the side. He went down hard in the mud beneath the half-collapsed trailer. Weight drove the breath from his chest. Horns. Hide. Wet rage. A cow, smaller than the others but quicker, had broken through the narrowing gap and clipped him at hip level before losing footing in the churn. It thrashed where it fell, trying to rise and trample and gore all at once. One horn scraped sparks off the trailer frame inches from his face. Clay rolled, jammed the rifle crosswise under the animal's throat, and felt every muscle in his shoulders scream as he tried to keep the head off him. Mud filled his sleeve. The world shrank to heat, pressure, and the maddening certainty that if his arms slipped even once, the fight would end in silence. Then Brooks was there, not with a speech, with a loader bucket. The old man drove the machine close enough to risk flipping it, dropped the steel edge against the animal's shoulders, and pinned the cow long enough for Clay to crawl free. That is twice now. Brooks yelled down through the rain. "You owe me a truck." Clay staggered upright, half laughing, half choking. "Put it on my tab." Together the defenders held. By 6:05 the eastern sky had gone from iron to bruised silver. Shapes sharpened. Smoke lifted in strips. More West convoy trucks were inside the perimeter now, feeding ammunition, medics, and fresh bodies into the line. The first broad distribution of the emergency dose began at the inner triage lane, where Rhee and Harper supervised with the cold speed of people too busy to celebrate that their impossible work had become procedure. The herd outside the base did not vanish at sunrise. But for the first time since Clay had reached Mountain Home, it hesitated in more than isolated fragments. Not because the strain had weakened, because organized humans had finally become louder, more numerous, and more coordinated than the chaos pressing on them. The balance tipped by degrees. Tower guns cleared the flanks. Loaders widened the fire corridor. West Convoy Marines pushed the outer road enough to establish a second defensive ring. Helicopters, first one and then two, harried the deeper clusters and prevented a unified surge. At 6:47 Sloan radioed the words no one on base had expected to hear that morning. "All units, outer breach stabilized." Repeat, stabilized. No cheering followed. Everyone was too tired for that. But men kept standing a little straighter. Women reloaded with hands that shook slightly less. And Clay, looking across the smoke-streaked field, realized he was seeing not the end of the fight, but the beginning of a future in which the fight might one day be winnable everywhere. Harper reached him near the loader line with rain on her lashes and an empty syringe tray in her hands. "It is moving," she said, and he knew she meant more than the base. Oregon, Nevada, Spokane, Salt Lake, all the places that had answered in the night. He looked at her, at the line behind her, at Brooks still swearing atop a machine like a prophet of bad manners, at Torres wiping blood off her knife with a mechanic's rag, at Valdez on the radio shaping order out of catastrophe, and he felt something larger than relief enter the morning. Not peace. Direction. He touched Harper's sleeve with filthy fingers and said the simplest true thing left. "We made it to dawn." Her answer shook once on the edge of exhaustion and steadied. "Now we make it past dawn too." Chapter 60. The quiet after. The world did not heal in one morning. It changed course. For the next 3 weeks, Mountain Home became a factory for survival. The base held. The production line expanded from 1 sterile room to 3. Harper and retrained medics, veterinarians, and lab techs. Brooks rebuilt machines that had no business returning to life. Sloan pushed outbound convoys. Ellis flew whenever birds thinned enough to permit it. Valdez and Torres helped turn desperation into a defense others could copy. The emergency protocol spread first because emergencies always outran ideals. Then the full course followed. People trapped in farmhouses, clinics, schools, and truck stops heard on battered radios that there was finally something besides fear to carry outside. Guard units emerged from armories. Sheriffs hunted alongside Marines and game wardens. Small towns began answering one another again. There were losses even after Mountain Home stabilized. Convoys overturned. Isolated communities proved too late to save. Packs in the timber country kept making a liar of every clean map. Yet the shape of the nation had shifted. It was no longer collapsing inward one bite at a time. It was pushing back. Clay stayed until the work no longer needed him as a single irreplaceable set of hands. That took longer than he expected. Allen recovered fully, which Harper pretended not to celebrate, and re-celebrated enough for both of them. Nathan and his mother remained at the base through the first distribution phase, then joined an escorted civilian movement east where relatives had finally answered over radio. Before leaving, Nathan found Clay beside the loader sheds and offered a stiff, awkward handshake that turned into a fast, one-armed hug. "My mom says if we ever get steady somewhere, we owe you dinner," the boy said. Clay looked at the skinny kid who had thrown saline bags at a bobcat and grown older by years in a handful of nights. "Your mom owes me nothing. That is not how moms work." Clay had to concede the point. Brooks remained at Mountain Home through the 4th week out of pure spite toward his own ribs, and because every machine on base seemed to fail more respectfully when he insulted it first. Harper finally forced him into 3 full days of actual rest. Brooks called the measure tyranny and secretly enjoyed the attention. As for Clay and Harper, neither of them had the luxury of pretending the thing between them was accidental anymore. The first quiet evening came 26 days after dawn. The shooting had receded to the far perimeter, and the sky had cleared enough to show stars. Harper found Clay on the roof of the annex with his father's dog tags looped around one hand. She sat beside him without asking. Below them, floodlights marked active roads. Beyond them, dark fields rolled toward the places both of them had crossed in blood to reach this roof. "I finally slept 6 hours," she said. He turned to her in mock alarm. "Should we inform the authorities?" "I'm the authorities now." "That sounds dangerous." To poorly labeled samples, absolutely. For a little, while they only sat there, letting the fact of stillness do its work. Clay had forgotten how much a body could ache once it no longer needed to spend all its strength pretending it did not ache. Harper leaned into his shoulder with the caution of someone relearning softness by practice rather than by instinct. "Rethinks we can move the main line to Boise in another month," she said. "Permanent facility. Better water. Better grid support. More staff than 3 sleep-deprived fanatics and a herd of volunteers. That sounds like the sort of table you asked for." "Part of it." He waited. "The other part is not in Boise," she said. He looked at her then. She did not hide from it. "When the emergency phase settles, I want to see your place. What remains of it? The land, the barns, the roads north of Twin Falls. You describe home like it is a practical thing, but every time you do, I hear a promise inside it." He stared out over the floodlit base, because looking directly at Hope too quickly still felt like risking a spook. Papa and Nana were gone. The farmhouse was ash. Yet the land remained. The fields. The sky. The old bones of a life that had ended and maybe, if handled right, could begin in another form. "It's burned," he said. "The house, anyway. Barn's half standing last I saw. Cellar might still be good. The road in is rough. Fencing shot to pieces. Nothing polished about it." Harper threaded her fingers through his. "Clay, I met you over a CB while trapped in a lab with animals trying to eat the walls. My standards for atmosphere are flexible." He laughed softly, then sobered. "If we go back," he said, "I don't want it to be just for me. Too many people still need places to stop. Brooks knows hidden routes. The farm's north enough to catch traffic if folks are moving between the valley and the mountain roads. We could build a relay there. Safe rooms. A small lab for field work. Maybe stock vaccine course for passers-through." She listened the way she always did when something mattered, with her whole mind and no vanity in it. "Work and dinner both," she said at last. "Work and dinner both," he agreed. She kissed him then, slower than beside the runway, with enough time in it to feel like a beginning rather than a theft. When they pulled apart, neither of them spoke for a while, because some things improved in the silence after they were confirmed. They left Mountain Home in early autumn with 2 trucks, a trailer of equipment, Brooks in the passenger seat pretending to object to every mile, and a military map case full of contacts. The road north still showed burned lots and empty service stations, but it also showed fences being mended and human noise returning in cautious layers. When they reached the mill's property, Clay stopped the truck on the rise and sat very still behind the wheel. The farmhouse was gone exactly as he remembered. A blackened foundation, a collapsed chimney, scattered metal twisted by heat. The barn leaned, but stood. One side wall had caved in, the loft remained. Beyond it, the pasture rolled out gold and pale under autumn light. Papa's windbreak trees still marked the west edge. Nana's cellar door, half hidden in weed growth, still broke the earth behind the ruin. Harper did not rush him. Neither did Brooks. At length Clay got out. He walked first to the cellar. The hinges protested, but held. Cool air rose smelling faintly of dust, old earth, and something sweeter. Preserves. Not all of them ruined. Shelves of jars stood in the dim like patient witnesses. Beans, peaches, tomatoes, pears, Nana's hands in glass. He stood there longer than he meant to. When he came back up, Harper was beside the old foundation looking east toward the road. Brooks had already found the least broken section of barn and started criticizing it on sight, which was his way of admitting he intended to save it. "Well, Harper asked softly. Clay took in the ruin and the land around it. And for the first time since the bats had broken the windows and turned his life into motion, he felt the shape of stillness not as weakness, but as a thing he could build. "We start here," he said. So they did. By the second summer, children from 3 counties knew the mill's place by the lantern on the porch and the radio mast above the barn. Patrols called it way station, clinic, and rumor made solid. Harper corrected the science when needed. Brooks corrected engines whether invited or not. Clay corrected fences, roofs, and frightened newcomers with the same patient hands, and the place kept answering night with light for everyone. They raised temporary walls first, then stronger ones. The cellar became cold storage and emergency shelter. The barn became machine shop, bunk room, supply loft, and later a clinic room with a radio desk. Travelers began to appear in ones and twos, then in small groups. The mill's place took them all for a night or a week as needed. Special hunter teams ranged through the remaining hot zones that winter, cleaning up the last concentrated pockets of infected livestock and predators. It was ugly work and dangerous, but no longer hopeless. America had not come through the strain unchanged. It had come through scarred, angrier, and in certain important ways more honest. By the first spring thaw, new fence posts lined the north pasture. The radio on Harper's bench carried check-ins from Oregon, Nevada, Washington, and bases farther east. Brooks finally admitted one afternoon that the rebuilt truck engine sounded decent. Clay took that as proof the world might truly be healing. One evening, with the sunset laying copper over the fields and the air smelling of thawing earth instead of smoke, Clay stood on the porch of the new house frame with Harper at his side. Below them, a convoy of 3 battered pickups rolled up the drive towards supper, vaccine coolers, and a bed in the barn loft. Good traffic. Living traffic. Harper slipped her hand into his. The land ahead was not easy. The nation beyond it would be rebuilding for years. There would be hunts, shortages, grief anniversaries, and roads that stayed dangerous longer than anyone liked. But there would also be tables big enough for work and dinner both. There would be radios carrying human voices through the dark. There would be mornings with people still there when the light came. Clay looked over the farm his family had once kept, the refuge it had become, and the woman beside him who had helped drag a future out of a nightmare by refusing to let go of either reason or hope. Then he went down the steps to greet the living.